Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the teachers, all the students, all the kids, all the cops, all the firefighters, all the contractors, all the plumbers, all the bakers. Who else do we have? What were you saying, Shasky?
The espresso baristas.
Baristas.
Heard from a lot of those people yesterday.
Baristas.
Yeah.
Absolutely. On the espresso bar, baristas. Shout out to them. Getting our coffee in there. Filling me up so much that it was spilling all over my middle cup. Nice. Well, I had to drive Anna's car because my car's having some issues. Go figure. The Batmobile for the first time is going to be in the shop for, I don't know, maybe 5 hours. I don't know. It was a hellacious day for your boy. Baby Chance was sick. But you know what? It's all good. It's something that I thought about all day long yesterday. I thought about it all day, and I kept going back to it, and I kept thinking about it, and it was all day in my brain, Shasky. There's something, by the way, good morning, Spadoni.
Casey Schmidt is a baller?
Well, Casey Schmidt is a baller. I'd like to see him higher in the lineup now. Good morning to Lubin. You know, listen, man, I don't, by the way, I see a text, Comcast Business text line, and YouTube. Bonte, thank God you're here. Your boy Shasky is crazy. What happened? The crossover got a little nuts?
Just people that don't understand the inner workings of things that are going on in society, and sometimes they disagree with me, and that's fine. I mean, just do your research.
What's going on in society?
Anytime that you knock Joe Montana for what, the things that he did or didn't do on and off the court, on and off the field, people lose their minds on. And so I made some statements about Joe Montana.
What'd you say about Joe Montana?
Just stuff. I don't even want to get into it.
All right.
It's not worth it. I want to get into the Warriors, though, and I do want to get into a lot of different things. Hold on. Because I've got notes for days.
Wow, you're doing your job. Congrats. You want a gold star?
Damn.
I mean, you say, like, I got notes for days. Well, that's what we do in radio or in journalism or broadcast journalism. But anyway, something I thought about. It had to do with the Warriors.
What's that?
It had to do with something you said yesterday.
What was that?
And it's always been compared to each other. The core of the Giants and the core of the Golden State Warriors. Did the Giants hold on to the core too long? And I thought about that because we're at that crossroads right now. We're at that crossroads with the Golden State Warriors. And you see all the extension talks with Draymond Green, 3 years, $60 million, maybe 3 years, $90 million, 3 years this. And you project out to the future of Draymond Green. And you project out to the future of Klay Thompson. Now, Steph Curry's still playing at a high level. But we're at that crossroads now where you don't want to be like the Giants and start overpaying guys to stay, and then you go through a stretch like you did through 2017 through 2020, where it wasn't even pretty. And you couldn't bounce back till 2021, which at this moment looks like a fluke. The Warriors are in that situation right now where do you really extend the core? Do you really extend Draymond Green? Because now feels like the perfect time to abort that mission, a retool around Stephen Curry.
So, we were actually having a comparable conversation with Spadoni. One of the things that, I guess, envy isn't the right word, and I'm not mad at him for doing this, but I think the context of LeBron James's career, it's undeniable at this point. When you're comparing resumes, anytime his organization reached an inflection point where either they ran out of assets, they were faced with tough decisions, there was an aging roster. Anytime there was even a slight hint of tough times, what did LeBron James do?
He pivoted and got guys traded, retooled, or he bailed.
Yeah, I was going to say bailed first. I mean, that's really what he did, right? And so, when I look at all of the different, Curry versus LeBron, well, part of the big mix is like Curry stayed with the same organization, right, throughout that entirety of his career. And I think it's very, very difficult to stay in one place and retool and rebuild and continue to remain a top-tier organization throughout the entirety of it. Kobe had a very difficult time with this. Derek Jeter. I'm just going Peyton Manning, guys, Tom Brady, guys that played in one place for a long, long, long time. And even Peyton Manning, he had to go to the Denver Broncos at the end of his career.
Well, he had the neck injury, so the Broncos or the Colts, they had the number one overall pick, and it was the perfect transition.
Exactly.
You know what? Let's go younger. Let's go to Andrew Luck. Thank you, Peyton Manning, for your services. But now's the perfect time to move on.
But it worked for Peyton Manning because he goes there and they've got weapons.
I could argue that it worked for both.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. But I guess where I'm going at with the Warriors right now is they are at an inflection point, Bonte. And then as I compare and contrast the Giants, let me ask every diehard Giants fan, and this is a serious question because I asked this throughout the entire of Posey. Posey is not equivalent to what Steph is in basketball.
No.
Posey's lesser than. He's great. but he's not like
It's not
Steph
close.
and what he means to basketball and the Warriors.
Did Buster Posey transcend the sport?
No, that's
Right.
But I think we hold them comparably in high regard. I'm not saying exactly the same. Let me ask you this: would you have traded a couple of years of Brandon Belt gone, or Crawford gone, or Longoria gone for one more shot at a championship with Buster Posey?
Absolutely, but part of the Evan Longoria trade was to help Buster Posey
Agreed.
get to that championship. So I get the thinking there with the Giants.
Agreed.
Like, let's get this guy to Tampa Bay, very good third baseman, has some power. Let's try to rekindle that magic and bring in another veteran. Now, it backfired on the Giants. No doubt it backfired on them. Now, the Warriors can't get caught up. It seems like everybody's talking about getting older, getting veterans, getting veterans.
The Giants got older and older, and they acquired a Longoria who was older. They were unwilling to move off of Brandon Belt. They were unwilling to move off of Crawford. And I guess to some degree, that loyalty is noble, but like, were Giants fans, did they see nobility in that the last couple of years?
No.
I think it was more frustration.
No doubt. By the way, shout out to the mechanics. Good morning to you guys. And so that's where I'm at with the Warriors. You have a Jordan Poole, you have a Jonathan Kaminga, you have a Klay Thompson, you have an Andrew Wiggins. You have some very intriguing pieces here with the Golden State Warriors. But how do you navigate moving forward? Now, the talk's right after the Game 6. Draymond wants to stay. The core wants to stay together. Well, who's saying all this? Who's saying that?
Well, it felt like you're talking about this article from Shams Charania, and it was on The Athletic. It came out, 5 minutes after the game ended?
So it felt like 2 minutes.
So to me, I'm not a journalist, but Bonte, to me, it felt like that was an already ready-to-go story that they literally just hit like, boom.
To me, it was Shams that saw Maverick Carter
Okay.
and Rich Paul, and they were like, yeah, we're going to try to stick Draymond with the Golden State Warriors. And maybe he saw Bob Myers. Bob Myers was like, yeah, of course we want to keep the core together.
Yeah.
What else am I going to say?
Yeah.
What else am I going to say? So there could have been a little of that, but it was just kind of weird how, damn, already? So when I look at the focal point, I look at Draymond Green specifically. Mm-hmm. Now, we got some Bill Simmons sound from the ringer. I know people cannot stand Bill Simmons, but you know what? It's 2 minutes. And I may just burn it right here, right now to set the tone.
Well, I'm glad that you're bringing this up. I think this is a poignant clip. I have probably, I'm like, when it comes to Bill Simmons in general, but there are times when you hear an outside voice look at what's going on inside your community, and they make a good point.
So
you know, and sometimes you need someone from the outside to let you know what's going on the inside.
So I've been hot and cold. About Bill Simmons. I used to love Bill Simmons.
When he was the sports guy?
I love sports guy. I love Grantland. I thought Grantland was a really cool site. His HBO show was a dud, no doubt.
Well, I don't think he's great in front of the video.
But I thought his podcasts with Jalen Rose were really good.
Yeah.
But a lot of people across the nation, you know, we all have friends in the industry. We all have friends across this country. And it's always interesting to hear, like, I'm in this LA Fantasy Football League, right? Bunch of LA guys, bunch of Laker guys. They've been blowing up the group chat. But their outside perspective, I sit back and listen to. And their thoughts on everything basically agrees with Bill Simmons here. Bill Simmons here on this podcast on Draymond's relationship and how that maybe affected Draymond Green in this series against the LA Lakers.
I think it affected how he led the team. And you know what's really interesting about the Lakers series? All the Draymond stuff that he does that's great in a playoff series, he wouldn't do to LeBron and Davis. He didn't f*** with LeBron once.
Practically made out with him after they lost to him.
It was actually like shocking. It was shocking because if you have Draymond on your team, it's like, what are the benefits of having Draymond on your team? Incredible defensive player, incredible competitor, pretty good rebounder, great passer. And he seizes on whatever the mental or emotional or whatever weaknesses of the other team, like he did with the Celtics in that series, where he's like, this team isn't tough enough. Fucking bullyballed the Celtics that whole series. Did he try anything with LeBron or Davis that whole series? No. LeBron, I get it. Like LeBron's his friend. They have the same agent, like all that stuff. Like LeBron's like his big brother in a lot of ways. Davis is exactly the kind of guy, if you were doing a fantasy draft, that people Draymond Green would with, you'd put Davis on it. He didn't mess with him. And so he was kind of running around. He's like trying to start with Dennis Schroeder and Darvin Ham. It's like, go pick that. Why don't you start fighting the two guys who are kicking your ass? And I'll tell you, like, I think LeBron befriending that guy was really smart because down the road, you never know if you're going to play against somebody like that. And they're going against him. And Draymond wasn't doing any of the normal Draymond stuff against them. So that's one side. And then the other side is the leadership thing, that it's pretty clear that it wasn't the same kind of leadership after that, where he was like a fiery, in everybody's face, like just love the team, all about the team, all about the team. And then he punched somebody. I did think it affected them. I think it affected Poole. Poole was awesome last year. He sucked in the playoffs. He was unplayable. So I don't know. To me, it's like multiple moments. It's how that punch affected Draymond and Poole. It's the fact that Kaminga wanted to play and he would. Like something happened with Kaminga where Kerr was like, I'm out. He stopped playing him completely. Like you needed Kaminga in the Lakers series. You needed his size and athleticism against LeBron. They didn't even try him.
So that's Bill Simmons
God, there's so
on the
much in
Ringer
there.
podcast, and there's so much there, and I want to start the show with that. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Dub Nation on what they think about that clip and if there's any validity to that clip. We talked about this. I screamed and yelled last week, I need a Saginaw Savage in this series. I need a Draymond Green barking, talking. Simmons got it right. You didn't see Draymond do that with it. Hell, you saw Draymond help up Anthony Davis at times, and that drove me crazy. These are the playoffs. It's not buddy-buddy. What happened to the barking? And then the Kaminga stuff and the Poole stuff, that's all true. We'll all get to that. But there's a lot of truth to what Bill Simmons said right there. I felt like that. I think you felt like that. A lot of Warrior fans felt like
about
that.
it yesterday.
And nationwide, a lot of people felt like that.
Yeah, and the more and more I've been thinking about, like, what do they do? Draymond has a player opt-in right now, right? Draymond controls what happens here. He either can opt in or he can opt out and become a free agent. And if he opts in, the team does essentially have choices. Like they can keep him, they can move him. There's a financial component that I'd like to get into, but let's put that part to the side. There's also a chemistry aspect to this. I'm talking about team unity. There's also if I keep you, what does that do to other players on your roster? And I think that as we talk about what happened with Kaminga, as we talk about what happened with Jordan Poole, as we talk about, what's going on with Kevon Looney at times because him and Draymond for certain matchups are very, very redundant. As we talk about what do you do in the future with Klay Thompson.
Right.
The more and more I'm thinking about this, it's very clear. The clouds are moving aside.
Right.
It's addition by subtraction to me.
Yep.
I want Draymond to opt out. And honestly, I think it'd be better for their financial situation to get some cap relief in regards to the luxury tax bill. I think it would open up playing time for Klay at the 4, for Kaminga at the 4. I think you can empower Kevon Looney to do more as a playmaker. And I think from a team unity standpoint and just relieving themselves of some of the drama while getting younger and more athletic, I'm not saying better. Because individually, Draymond is amazing. I'm talking about the offspring of removing him from the situation and he leaves. I think other areas of the team can be
absolutely
empowered, I guess is where I'm going with this.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying they're better without Draymond.
No,
I'm saying individually other players can do more things for this team. Well, and if I look at this, I'm just one last thing. Curry's making $52 million next year. Klay's making $43. And I know people, the money. At 71% of the cap. 71% of the cap in 2 players. We agree. They're locked in on those 2 guys. Okay? So if that's the case, and you have to make the best out of Klay Thompson's season, I think moving forward, opening up that 4 position for him is vital.
It's not just a 4 position. You're so stuck on the 4 positions. Just get him out there and play basketball. There's going to be cross matchups everywhere, right?
I hear
what I'm
you.
saying? Like Steph Curry never guards opposing point guards. He never guards opposing point guards. Klay Thompson's always going to be around the perimeter. So whether he's the 2, 3, 4, or 5, small ball
that's
5,
offensively.
he's always going to be offensively on the perimeter. Defensively, he's going to guard 3s. He's going to guard some 2s. You don't want to have him guard power forwards all the time because then you got foul trouble, and these guys are big boys. And I don't think Klay's ready for that on a consistent level. You can maybe steal some minutes here and there, but you can't go 30 minutes playing Klay Thompson against other power forwards.
Well, I think
that's a mistake.
Well, I think as we talk about positionless basketball and stuff, and we talk about different guys having their opportunities, obviously it's matchup dependent. I'm just saying I think there are more options to get the best version of Klay Thompson, Kaminga, Kevon Looney. Like, I'm looking at my roster. And it's not just Dre's good. Yeah, okay. But what about these other people? What about the trickle-down effect? And then what about Jordan Poole?
Well, let me ask you this before we get to Jordan Poole, because there's an entire conversation about Jordan Poole that we'll unleash a little bit later. What is more valuable in basketball today?
Spacing and shooting and the offensive threat, I guess what I would put it that way.
That's why I always push back when it comes to Klay Thompson. I get Klay Thompson was awful. In the last 3 games, he averaged 9 points a game. Last 4 games, he averaged like 11 points a game. Shot 20. He was awful. The percentages were in the 20s.
Yeah.
Already was all-time bad.
He wasn't good.
But this whole misnomer that defense wins championships in the NBA is a lie. You got to get bucket getters.
Absolutely.
And you got to play defense in certain stretches. All right?
Yeah, situational defense. I agree with that.
But you got to go get buckets.
Yeah.
When it came down to game 4, Lonnie Walker got buckets. The Warriors didn't get buckets.
Is GP2 a great defender?
I don't think he was a great defender this year.
I'm just saying in general. In general.
He's a good defender.
Okay. Is he in every team's closing lineup?
No.
And why is that, Bonte?
Because he can't shoot.
Exactly.
And he's not an offensive threat.
And what does the NBA do? They exploit what you can't do, and they put you on an island, and now you are the reason why your team is congested. Exactly. And so, to your point about offense, yeah, I think we've
that's valued more so than anything. So that's why I always push back when it says, hey, let's just dump Klay.
Yes.
There would be about 20 teams lining up for the services of Klay Thompson. Now, I get the $43 million price tag. He tore the Achilles.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. He's not making $43 million.
But now you have to make the best of it. Like that's my thing. Stop talking about how much is. Now it's locked in. How do we make the best of it? How do I salvage Jonathan Kaminga? If I want to keep Jordan Poole, how am I going to get this guy feeling his best?
So
and then Kevon Looney, I feel like we've underrated his offense.
Well, let me tell you something about Kevon Looney.
I think we can unlock more from him.
Kevon Looney in Game 3 against Sacramento showed you everything you need to know about Kevon Looney.
Thank you.
He had over 20 rebounds. He had the double-double, and he also dropped 9 assists.
Yes.
So his playmaking is a little different from Draymond's. Instead of dribble handoffs, Looney's at the free throw line, looking for guys, cutting. And you know what? The guy can hit the mid-range jumper. He can hit the mid-range jumper if he wants to. So that's what I want to see. So the whole thing about let's not get caught up in Klay Thompson being a 4, 3, or 2. He's a perimeter player who's going to hit a 3 and is going to guard a lot of perimeter guys, but at times he can go down to the box and maybe guard a 4 here and there. But he's not a power forward. No, we got to. It's positionless basketball. All right, LeBron James is basically the Lakers' point guard.
Yeah, but he can still move around.
But he's a lot more physical than Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
that's a dangerous game to have.
I always considered him a point forward. Like he's just so unique. I mean, LeBron's a unicorn.
So that's where I'm at. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin real quick, and we'll get to Anthony on the other side. Jimmy, what's happening?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing this morning?
Good.
I just want to say a couple things, man. First off, man, I think if Jordan Poole is going to stay, Draymond is going to have to leave, man. I just think that offseason incident, you can see it in his body language. And, and let me ask you guys a question. Bonte and Shasky, just say if one of you guys was to punch one or the other in the mouth, would you guys be able to continue to work with each other?
Absolutely not.
Going forward, right?
Absolutely not. It'd be a mess.
Exactly, right?
It'd be a mess.
Honestly, I probably couldn't even look at him.
Yeah, it'd be a mess.
Exactly, right? So that's one thing. And then the second thing going forward is I think Kaminga has just fell into this loophole where he's just like, you know what? They don't believe in me. They don't have any trust in me. And honestly, I think he's on the bench really praying for players to get in foul trouble and stuff like that. And I think that got back to Kerr. Honestly.
Well, no doubt. Thanks for the call. Great points, Jimmy. Some of the things I heard coming out of the Sacramento series. Like, Kaminga, that's another report we didn't touch on. And I want to get to Kaminga here on the other side.
I want to defend Kaminga.
No, but I want to touch on something on the other side about Kaminga coming up here. Anthony Sound, hold 888-957-9570. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. More Warriors off-season talk. Where do we go from here? Is Draymond Green the odd man out? Should they move on from the core? Now the Warriors are at a crossroads with all the finances, all the salary. What should the Warriors do moving forward? We'll take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the
Oh, hey there.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, be tuned in to 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath presented by Mara West. Download the Odyssey app right now. Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe to us on YouTube. Wow, I just looked here. We're about 100 away from 36,000 subscribers. Hit that like button.
Yes, please do.
You don't even have to hit the like button. Go thumbs down. At least I know you're listening. You don't have to agree with everything I say. Well, you don't anyway. Comcast Business Text Line. What is happening? A lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. We'll get back to Draymond Green and the Bill Simmons sound. I will play that every single hour. Every single hour, because I want people's thoughts on that. Let's go to Anthony real quick, Shats, before we get into Kaminga.
I do want to get into Kaminga.
What's Anthony Saliandro, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas. I called yesterday, but I wanted to let everything kind of breathe. Everybody wanted to get the text off, but I wanted to respond, one, to that recording, that which you played regarding Draymond. And I've always had this feeling about Draymond. I always thought he was a punk. And I'm not the baddest dude, but growing up, I'm from Fillmore just like you, Bonte, and you can see tendencies in people when they mess with people that they know they can get one over on,
like a bully,
get away with stuff.
Basically,
and I thought it was very interesting that Draymond, even with the Jordan Poole situation, he never pushed up on anybody, to our knowledge, the way that he pushed up on Jordan Poole. And you look at the size difference, you look at the age difference, and you look at like the way he does, getting that shooter, getting that Darvin Ham, whether he has a respect for LBJ or even Anthony Davis, he also don't push up on people that he know are gonna not back down. You see, he tried to pull that stuff with the point guard up there in Sacramento, and he was like, I'm not having that.
Yeah.
He kind of fell back off of that, but he definitely got at people that he knew he can kind of punk. So I don't really appreciate that. But when it comes to the Jordan Poole thing, I noticed a lot of people were saying that his roles was changing and he didn't really know his role. And I kind of want to push back on that.
Why?
Because I think he did know his role. I just don't think he was willing to accept it.
Yep.
I kind of feel the same way about when we talk about Klay. I think moving forward, if Klay is going to stay, he has to accept a new role. Because I hear a lot of people saying, he got to go to the bench and this, that, and the third. And it's like, well, he isn't the same player, and I really do understand that. But he's still a very, very valuable player, and he's still a good player. He's still a starter. But I do think that he needs to accept the new role, not because he's whack. It's just because he's gotten older and he doesn't have the same ability.
Yeah, evolution.
So I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
Yep, good call, Anthony.
That's a really good call.
No, he's right about that. By the way, the Jordan Poole stuff. So remember Game 4, Kerr came out with the report that, he was kind of playing his music. He was sad. And I got other, other people were telling me down in the locker room that day. And they were basically telling me, he was playing his music. He was kind of crying to the media, telling folks he ain't Vinny the Microwave Johnson.
What?
He was telling folks in that locker room, I'm not Vinny the Microwave Johnson. I'm not a guy coming up off the bench in order. It makes sense. It makes sense on why he will feel like that. The discrepancies in splits when it comes to starting and bench, when it came to Jordan Poole, when it came to points per game, it was night and day. It was night and day. So I can see a young man like that saying, man, when I start, I'm cooking, I'm feeling good, I'm in the flow of the offense. But if I come off the bench, well, you know what? Iguodala may get in before me.
Yes.
JaMychal Green may get in before me. DiVincenzo's getting in before me. I feel some type of way. Now, on the flip side, you'll say, check your ego. You haven't done much yet. But hell, the Warriors will win a championship last year without Jordan Poole. There's no doubt.
Can we agree that sports is soaked in so much confidence and machismo that you need those things as a requirement to survive? Can we agree?
No doubt.
I'm not trying to compare sports radio to any of those things, but I just remember when I was doing nights and when I was doing weekends, I had so much bravado, and I would tell the boss all to, I'm a starter. I'm a 6A to 7P guy. I want to be on the main lineup, and he would look at me like I was crazy. But my theory was, if I don't have that oozing confidence, I'm out the door.
Yeah, no
and
doubt.
I'm going to be a weekend guy for the rest of my life. And I'm not trying to knock shade. I'm saying, I did that grind, and you want to be off it so bad. I can relate with where he's coming from.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think it's easy for everyone to say, play your role, shut up and be happy with what you got. And I think it's another thing to be walking in that man's shoes.
Well, yeah, no doubt. And I always tell the story about my buddy John Wilson. Spinoni knows him. John Wilson, working with EA Sports now. Congrats to John Wilson. Him and his wife just had a baby boy. But I remember what he told me. over at that other station on a weekend, on a Saturday morning. You really think you're going to make it in this market? You're going to have to go somewhere else. And I was like, man, if I can't run with the big dogs, I don't belong in sports radio.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, so you got to have some ego.
Exactly.
You got to have some, and that's where Jonathan Kaminga comes into play.
But
Jonathan Kaminga has a lot of confidence in his abilities. And Jonathan Kaminga averaged 23, 24 minutes a game from February 1st, and he averaged over 13 points a game, shot over 45% from the three-point line, and shot over 50% and played defense. Now, you hear I'm not even going to call them casuals, but people will say, Kaminga needs to rebound more. Well, let me ask you something. Who is he guarding in a lot of these games? Top perimeter players, guys who shoot threes. Luka Doncic lives at the three-point line. If you're playing a guy like Kyrie Irving, he's living on the perimeter. If you're playing Devin Booker, living at the perimeter, he's guarding top opposing wing players. So how the hell is he going to grab 10 rebounds a game? How about you just play defense and have everybody else rebound? But the whole lazy take is he needs to rebound more. What, is he going to grab all the long rebounds? He's guarding on the perimeter.
Well,
what don't you get about basketball, folks? And I'm talking to media members who say that stuff. Media members don't watch it. I'm convinced half of our industry don't really know basketball. I'm convinced.
Well, you know my joke. I would love to see some of these people who, have all the credibility in the world explain how to dribble with your left hand, or, teach someone how to use two hands when playing catch. Like, it's a joke. I'm not saying you have to be an extreme expert, but you have to have some basis of knowledge.
But think about that.
Fundamentals.
Kaminga's out there guarding the De'Aaron Foxes. I'm just hypotheticals.
Yeah.
The Dame Lillards.
I know.
All these other guys.
His back is to the basket.
And his back is to the basket. You're telling him to go rebound.
Well, I want to take it in a different direction. I'm glad you brought up Jonathan Kaminga, because I'm like really disappointed. I really am. My family, I've been lucky enough to be born and raised here in America, and we're generations deep, but a lot of people that I know aren't. I know a lot of people that are first, second, or third generation, and so there are people in their life who come from other countries, okay? Yep. There is a cultural difference, and I think that the media in particular struggles with this, and it bugs me. I'm not saying that there aren't some truths to, hey, don't pout and don't do this, and have more of a worker's mentality. He is 20 years old.
Yep.
Good luck getting a 20-year-old to get out of bed. An American-born 20-year-old. I got a 20-year-old nephew. this kid can't stop playing World of Warcraft and MLB 2K until 4 in the morning and can't get out before 11.
But you know what? This 20-year-old is different. Jonathan Kaminga. And the lies and the smear campaign that started last offseason with Jonathan Kaminga, saying that he wasn't working hard. That's a load of crap. That's a load of, I know Kaminga's people. I know Kaminga's people. I know people who work with Kaminga, and I know people, I know people in that organization.
I know.
It was a load of crap that people put out there about Kaminga and this work ethic.
Bonte, he came to America at 16 years old.
No family.
2017, okay? 2017, he came to this country, okay? He's speaking in his second language. Second, not his first. Now, I know people who struggle to talk in their first language and can't express themselves at 20 years old. And we are looking at body language, and obviously, I know it wasn't a great look. I can't defend that part.
The Chronicle, it was CJ Holmes.
But Bonte, can we be a little more delicate? I watched the American media crush Yasiel Puig, and look, Puig's not the greatest vehicle for this message, but there's a similar metaphor. This guy dragged his family from poverty through shark-infested, alligator-infested waters, and we're ripping this guy because he's driving in a Ferrari because he's in the land of freedom, and he got $1 million when he came dirt poor from another country. Now, that's Yasiel Puig, and we crushed him at every turn. How dare he not run out of fly ball? And I'm watching Kaminga at 20 years old in his second language, and we're going in and we're looking at his body language and how dare he do this. And everyone, take a deep breath. He's 20, talking in his second language. He's been in this country for 5-6 years. He's closer in age to Riley Curry, who's 13 years old, Steph's oldest daughter, than he is to Steph Curry, who's 13 years older than him.
Well, let me say this.
It really bugs me. I feel bad for the guy.
Well, let me say this, though. I'll pick up on the other side. I got the little guys want to break. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromise. We'll continue this conversation 888-957-9570 because I got more thoughts.
Can we
on
just be
Jonathan
a little
Kaminga.
more delicate
No, we're not.
with someone who's come to this country, who's 20 years old, and is speaking in their second language?
No, that's not how it works, Shasky. No, that's not how it works.
Unfallible. I'm just saying, can we be a little more delicate?
That's not how it works.
It really bugs me.
It's not how it works, Shasky. You know that. You can scream to the high heavens all you want. It's not going to change. But let's talk about Kaminga, the basketball player. Let's talk about some of the narratives around Jonathan Kaminga. That's what I want to get into coming up here on the other side.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun. But shopping for financing, nobody likes to do. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. Baseball.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
888-957-9570. The question is simple, folks. The question is simple. Should the Warriors keep the core three together? Klay, Steph, and Draymond. And we're going to play the Bill Simmons clip from The Ringer we're going to play it between 7 and 7:11. We'll play it once an hour because that'll be the theme of the show. Should the Warriors keep Draymond Green? Should they hope for him to opt out? Is it time to move on? Do you want to hold on to these guys until they're retired? I don't know. I don't know about that, but we're talking about Jonathan Kaminga, and he's 20 years old. And look, man, Jonathan Kaminga's smart enough. What he did with the Chronicle, I'll say this. I was not happy. Because it felt like that was it for him. You know, it's a maturity process. You got Moses
Moody
right there.
What do you mean by that's it?
What you mean that's it? Well, that maturity problem right there, going to C.J. Holmes in the Chronicle, expressing how you're unhappy.
Gotcha.
Now, did Moses Moody do that? And I know people are going to say, well, Moses Moody came for the great parents and he's here. So what, though? If you're Jonathan Kaminga, how about you lean on Moses Moody a little bit? How about you lean on some of the vendors a little bit instead of just going straight talking? Now, Kaminga went on Twitter and said, did I say all this? That's one thing. But I knew once that article got dropped, I said, he's not playing the rest of the season.
Well, look, you can't defend all the things. All I'm saying, and I'm not trying to make a pass for the kid. I'm saying, can we just be a little patient? That's all I'm saying. Like, yes, it's not... You can't defend that portion. Can you lean on Moses Moody? I mean, how many 20-year-olds lean on other 20-year-olds?
Right. But that's your boy. That's your boy. Maybe you express that in private. Moody's like, yeah, I probably wouldn't go to the papers talking about that. Because Moody never went to the papers talking. Moody had more reason to go to the papers to talk about DNPs. He got hosed this season. Moody got hosed more. At least Kaminga got to play.
I don't know. I think to try to judge them equally in the same way is a fool's errand, because one guy has obviously been through American school for the majority of his life.
I get all that, but that's why maybe if you're
cultural
Kaminga,
navigation.
Yeah, but maybe if you're Kaminga, because don't forget Kaminga did play for the G League Ignite, and he played under Brian Shaw, a guy who's won championships in this league. That's maybe when you send a text. That's maybe when you send a phone call and say, hey, man, what do I do? Because when you went to the papers in the middle of a series, that's a bad look.
I can't defend that. I mean, that's
all I'm saying.
I agree with. But I also think that it's not the end-all, be-all. Like, he can't be salvaged. I think both can be true.
Nobody's saying that.
I think he can come back from this, and it's a learning spot for him.
Maybe he doesn't want to come back. Maybe he wants to get traded for. Because moments after the game, not only did Draymond Green's or Sham's article come out about Draymond Green, but also in that same article, Jonathan Kaminga. His people want to wait with the Warriors. And if they don't get a larger role, they'd like to go elsewhere. Remember that? Remember that was in the article?
Yeah, that's not great to expose that, but I'm curious.
What do you mean? That's two articles right there in a week.
Well,
the maturity right there. Look, I get he's 20 years old.
But that's on his representation.
That's him too, though.
Yeah.
His representation is speaking on behalf of him.
So are you done with him?
I never said I was, but he has to mature.
That I agree with.
We
can meet in the middle.
Do I want to let him go? I think the guy has the potential to be a star.
Yeah.
But there's also some red flags here. Okay, man, he's not happy, so boom, he goes to C.J. Holmes. What credit to C.J. Holmes? He went to Kaminga and asked him. And Kaminga talked. And so you don't think there was Warrior assistant coaches? People within the Warriors organization said, man, this guy really had to go to C.J. Holmes? Really? We're in the midst of a playoff series?
I would also say that was wrong. That was wrong. Simultaneously, like, again, two things can be true here, Ralph Barbieri. Playing Anthony Lamb all year ahead of him. Playing Anthony Lamb all year ahead of him, and then once Wiggins goes out and you get rid of Wiseman and GP2's on the shelf, now you go to me and I'm starting to show some success. I'm not trying to defend him doing what he did, because that's undefendable. But I can understand being frustrated.
Moody didn't play?
No, I don't think that's right.
Moody never went to...
I can't view the two of them exactly the same.
They're both 20 years old.
Yeah, but they're very different.
They're both 20 years old, though.
You have people in your life that are the same age. Are all 40-year-olds the same?
So what, though? I don't care.
I mean, but
I don't care.
Draymond's been in the league for 13 years and is 33 years old, and he does wild stuff all the time in games.
He's also a four-time champ.
Agreed.
Which you can't take away.
And he could be a five-time champ if he didn't get himself kicked out.
You can't take that away. He's a four-time champ. So my thing is with JK, he's got all the tools. But there's also a conversation saying, damn, maybe they should have took Franz Wagner, who some of the organization wanted, a more mature player who knows how to play more team basketball. Now Kaminga looks like a project, and the worst part about Kaminga is we still don't know what he can be after year number 2.
And you also have to understand that at every single turn, he's driving home from the game, and maybe he flips on the radio. And here we are crushing him. He didn't rebound. All the youngsters are why this team only won 43 games. Well, and I'm not defending the actions.
That didn't happen on this show, though.
I didn't say it
I
did.
think I was pro.
In general.
We were pro youngsters as opposed to pro veterans early in the season.
Every time you open the app, there's 50 million people ready to crush you, and I think it's really I struggle. I'm 40 years old, and I struggle with negative criticism. I can't imagine being 20 years old and then seeing someone like James Wiseman get scapegoated and sent out of town. That does have an effect on someone, and not everyone is going to be as mature as Moody. We know this. Like, Russell Wilson came into the NFL infinitely more mature than a lot of people in his draft class, hence why he was so good and so ready to play at that age. Not everyone is exactly the same. Alden Smith did not conduct himself the same way as Nick Bosa early on in their careers. They're different. They come from different backgrounds. They're different people. So I hear you on the Moody thing, and Moody handled it the right way. But to say, JK, look at Moody and do it, they're so different. And he needs to mature.
But listen, though. But let's think about this, though. Think about this. Moody didn't play in the regular season. While Kaminga was getting 23 minutes a game, Moody's ass was on the bench. Moody's on the bench.
I know.
And he handled it like a professional.
But they're different.
Was he happy? Yeah, they are different. But was he happy? The minute Kaminga stopped playing and he was moping, I watched him from the tunnel in game 3 get pulled out of the game. And he went straight to the end of the bench. And the way he did it, it almost showed up Steve Kerr. It almost showed up the assistant coaches. And I said, this guy ain't even going to play today.
Well, as much as it is on Kaminga, and there's no doubt, it is. The bulk of the pie chart, if we were going to put the bulk of it is on Kaminga, right? And the people around him, whether it's his representation, the people that he confides in. I don't know who's in his circle. Like, for me, it changes from time to time. An uncle, a father, it might be a brother, a friend, you know what I mean? Like, it changes. I don't know who's in there. There's also a slice, and I don't know how big the slice is, on the Warriors.
Yeah.
You have to also, nurture an individual that's going through this type of a situation. And I don't know what they're saying at practice. I don't know what they're saying on the bench. I don't know who's around him. So to think that the Warriors aren't also simultaneously culpable, as Jonathan takes a bulk of the blame, like that to me is letting them off the hook a little.
But you talked about patience. And when you have a championship core, and you have a team that believes they're playing for championships, patience runs thin.
That I agree with.
You can't sit there, and we saw that after they started 3-7.
Yeah.
Patience went out the window.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, guys are seeing DNPs, guys are not playing, guys are traded. James Wiseman. So patience. When we say patience on this team, the Warriors can't afford to be patient. How much does Steph Curry want to be patient?
It's a great
Klay
question.
Thompson want to be patient? Looney?
Well,
Draymond? Wiggins?
But we're acting like Klay and Dre aren't also, letting this team down as well. Like
they did. But they're your trusted agents.
I know, but I think when you're one of the young guys, I think what ends up happening is you feel like when you talk about patience, well, it's all on me. And it's not you. You guys did everything right, and it was us that let you down. And we're the reason why we didn't win. And I just don't agree with that. I think it was everyone. I think teams win and lose.
Listen,
and I think
man,
this team wasn't good enough.
Listen.
And yes, there were a lot of personal, individual agendas.
What's going on here? So, Jonathan Kaminga, when you say maybe they should be more patient with him, and he's a 20-year-old kid, this isn't a babysitters club. And I love JK, but Steve Kerr's not paid to babysit.
No.
Kenny Atkins is not paid to
But
babysit.
he is paid to get the best out of each player.
He is.
And I would say this year, I don't think he did the greatest job of it.
I don't think so either. But he's also paid to try to get the best out of this team. And Steve Kerr felt like the best out of this team, to try to get the best out of this team, was a ride on the guys who's won the championships before.
And I would disagree with him and say, to get the best out of the team, you needed to find a way to unlock some of these youngsters to help you.
So, and I agree with that. And a lot of people are, this is why I hate sometimes talking about this stuff. Because you get people who misconstrue what the hell I say. Come on, Bonte, seriously, why is your tune changed? My tune hasn't changed. I believe they should have been playing Kaminga. Kaminga saw 23 minutes a game from February 1st through the end of the season. I am as disappointed as everybody out there about not seeing Jonathan Kaminga. I talk to Bully every day about Jonathan. You can't give Jonathan Kaminga 5 minutes on LeBron James. You can't get Jonathan Kaminga 10 minutes a game.
I mean,
if you believe this, so Steve Kerr said it with his own words.
Yeah.
This team maxed out. Yeah. They were not a championship team. Well, if it wasn't a championship team, well, let me see who I can build off of in the future. Jonathan Kaminga should have been playing. So everybody out there who thinks I'm crushing Kaminga, no, I'm not.
I don't think you are.
It has nothing to do with his on-court
You're saying
ability.
what he needs to do to take the next step.
But also, I'm just saying,
I think you're being fair.
The maturity.
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism.
At a certain point, see, here's a personal example for me.
Yes.
I used to blame a lot of things on my childhood and growing up in my low 20s. My dad was a deer. My mom was doing this and that. At a certain point, you run out of excuses.
You become
at a certain point.
It's called victim. When you're the victim,
blaming.
And it's woe is me.
Woe is me. All that stuff. At some point,
keep going.
At some point, you got to say the hell with that. I got to just do it. I got to grow up. I got to grow up and figure this thing out. I got to grow up and be a man. And so this whole point about Kaminga's being 20 and this and that, he's been in America now for 5 years. Mm-hmm. He's gotten paid well for playing basketball. Mm-hmm. All right. At some point, yeah, sure. You're only 20 years old, but you know what? You're not a normal 20-year-old. You're a millionaire, all right? You're a millionaire playing in a billion-dollar corporation in the NBA. You're one of 450 players in the NBA, and you don't have to go to the G League. You're on the big boy club getting minutes here. At some point, those excuses run out. Well, at some point, you have to mature.
That I agree with. We look at someone like Ja Morant in a very different way, I mean, it's a similar conversation. At least the pillars of that conversation.
Right. I think. Look at Josh Giddey. He went to Australia, came over. Yeah. Now I don't know what his background is, but Josh Giddey looks like a mature player.
Well, he's getting a lot of run,
and it's different. Yeah, he is getting a lot of run.
But I think where I come down, and at the end of the day, there's a different. For me, there's a line in the sand between icing someone out and tough love. And I feel like they went a little too far in the icing someone out as opposed to the tough love. Every now and then, you got to put your arm around somebody, even as you're chastising them, and lift their spirits up. And you can't coach everyone exactly the same.
No, you can't.
And I feel like they lost Kaminga, and it's a big part on Kaminga, but it's also on the team a little.
Yeah, but they lost
the
Kaminga.
leaders, the coach. Like, it's a lot. It's everything.
They lost Kaminga in the playoffs. Because before the playoffs, he was getting a lot of... And he was playing his ass off.
I agree.
He was playing his ass off. Now, I will say the whole argument about, hey, he needs to rebound more, blah, blah, blah. Shut up and watch the game. If you're watching him, he's guarding perimeter players. All right? He's guarding perimeter players. You want to go out there and grab 18 rebounds? 7 rebounds, 8 rebounds? Like, come on, man. Let's stop it. This kid was guarding on the perimeter. So my whole thing is, though, he's got to mature this offseason.
I agree with that.
That is not him.
Is this a salvageable situation for you?
For Kaminga?
With the Warriors?
I think if you're the Warriors, you could salvage him, but he wants to play. And if they bring back the core 3, guess what? He's not going to play much.
I know. And
so for Kaminga, when he went, Shams Charania said it, his people want to know if he's going to have a guaranteed role. If not, he wants to move on. And I heard, and again, her whispers about him during the Sacramento series. It's not just a C.J. Holmes article, but I heard whispers about him telling other people, hey, man, trade for me. They're not playing me. Trade for me. You see him before a game and you hear whispers saying, hey, Jonathan Kaminga's just living his life. He checked out almost. He almost checked out. Now, is it on him that he didn't play? I blame Steve Kerr for that. But again, in this situation, when things are down, you always talk about it, Shasky. You always bring this up.
Adversity.
When you face adverse situations, how do you react to them?
Yeah, but I also...
And right now, he's not reacting well to them.
That I agree with. I agree with that. But I also understand that, everybody has different resources and different life experiences, and so how they deal with certain adversities at different stages in their life. When I was 18, how I dealt with adversity is very different than how I've dealt with it at 36, 40, years old, with way more experiences and way more understanding. And, this thing about money, and he's a millionaire, for sure, of course. And that helps. It does. But also doesn't completely shelter you from having certain things emotionally, mentally, issues in your life. Like, just because you have money doesn't mean that you can't, have things happen to you or feel a certain way. I think at the end of the day, I think about it this. I do believe the Draymond decision to opt in or opt out is going to have a ripple effect on not just Jordan Poole, because I know we're going to get back into Jordan Poole, But I think Kaminga as well. Like, if Draymond Green stays, I just don't see Jonathan Kaminga on this team. Not because I want to run him out of town, because I just don't see where the fit is. And then, to me, it's also the signaling of them saying, we are going to stay old, and it's all about the now, and, you know, the hell with the future, and this.
Right.
So, like, in a ripple effect, it's Draymond or all of these youngsters.
Right.
And I don't know if they could coexist.
Yeah, I don't know. And the cool part is about all that, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HU1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Maybe Kaminga just wants out. Maybe Kaminga wants, because the one thing that bridge to the veterans was Jordan Poole, right? Jordan Poole was that bridge from the youngsters to the veterans. Kaminga, Wiseman, Moody, they all looked at JP. He was here before them. He was a guy who got to touch the court with the starters. And then when he gets punched and nothing happens, really, there's no consequences. All right, Draymond Green has to set out a couple practices. But he's there on ring night. And then you see that, you're like, damn, veterans get away with a lot here.
Yeah.
Wow. And all of a sudden, I can't play because I make one mistake or I turn the ball over one time. Well, what about the veterans? What about this and that?
And who's got who's back?
So there was a lot of individuals on this team, man.
I agree with.
And that's why the whole thing about the Lakers, a lot of people coming out and they're not a better team. Well, they're more connected, which means you're going to be better in a series.
Steiny was saying something, and I know it's easy for everyone to be like, well, he's Andre Iguodala and you're Jonathan Kaminga. But we've all been in that work setting where somebody that you feel doesn't contribute enough gets certain, perks of the job or leeways, or we look the other way. And they were really they were walking a fine line with the Andre Iguodala thing. Don't play at all. But when it comes to the most important time of the year,
we're going to lean on you.
We're going to lean on you. And all the other contributions from all these other people are irrelevant. And I don't think, forget Kaminga. I think that rubbed JMG the wrong way.
Well, I think it rubbed everybody on that bitch. Think about this.
I mean, JMG's 33 years old, a veteran, and he had bad body language throughout the year.
The game at the Alamo
Dome.
The game at the Alamo Dome when they set an NBA record for most fans in attendance. Andre Iguodala played before Jordan Poole that day.
Did he?
And I said, what? Iguodala was the first guy off the bench. So it wasn't just a slap in the face to JMG.
I didn't even know that.
DiVincenzo.
Wow.
Jordan Poole. Wiseman. Was he still here then? I think Wiseman was still here.
I think he was.
Moody. That's a slap in the face to everybody. Iguodala gets to sit out, chill. All of a sudden he comes back and he's playing. The first guy off the bench. That's a problem. Wow. That is, to quote John Dickinson, that's a problem.
I just keep coming back to they have to make a decision on what they want to do here. And I'm actually more in favor of them retooling and trying to go all in on a championship and having a deeper team as opposed to being all in for just a bunch of old guys. Because the old guys also break down. That's the other part. There's no guarantee you're going to win.
No doubt. And the sad part about Kaminga is he's one of the few guys who can finish at the rim. He's one of the few guys who can finish at the rim and get to the free throw line and hit the 10 to 12-foot fadeaway jumper. And in the series against Anthony Davis, you needed somebody to put more pressure on the rim. And Kaminga not playing in that series, at least throw a body on LeBron James, instead you went to Moses Moody, and you're rewarding Moses Moody. Moses Moody played. Well, I thought Moses Moody got a job too. We don't talk enough about that. Well, he's just so quiet. But he stuck with his guns. He stayed mature, and it worked out for him. But Moody said it earlier this season. Yeah, I'm not happy about not playing. But in the way he said it, the tone, instead of just going to a paper. But Kaminga not playing in the Lakers, I'm disheartened by it.
Well, but does he have more value right now as someone who could be salvaged on the Warriors, or does he have more value to another team that they could get something of significance? He makes, I'm looking at my notes here, Kaminga makes $6 million next year.
Yeah.
Look around the league, and you tell me, unless you're packaging them with something else, you tell me what you're getting back for $6 million. That is something significant. No. Now, just to give you an idea, the mid-level exception for Dante DiVincenzo was about $4 million, okay? So you're getting a mid-level exception player. Now, DiVincenzo was really good for the Warriors, but you could see some of the flaws. Kaminga, $6 million. So unless you're going to package him with something, or you staple it to something and someone else is coveting him more, I just don't know. I think he has more value with you.
Well, let me tell you, around the league, there's a bunch of teams who would love to get their hands on Jonathan Kaminga.
You think so?
Oh, I know so.
You know so?
Oh, I know so.
Interesting.
There's a bunch of teams who would love Jonathan
So is he
Kaminga
the
on
kind
that
of guy?
roster.
Is he the kind of guy that you could staple to someone else's contract to get something of significance?
I personally wouldn't do that. I don't know what you're going to get back.
Wouldn't it have to be the right player?
It's got to be a great fit, right? Because you got to think about it, man. You can't blow. Think about the position the Warriors are in.
I mean, the number 2 pick.
Number 2 pick, number 7, number 14. You already gave up on the number 2 pick.
I mean, that's gone.
That's gone. That's done.
For a guy that you could have essentially signed in the offseason. By the way.
And you talk about mid-range jumpers? Mm-hmm. You don't think James Wiseman could hit a mid-range jumper? You think Anthony Davis is letting him on the... Now, he's probably not playing in that series.
I feel like I'm wasting oxygen even talking about Wiseman at this point. Do you know that GP2 is the 6th highest paid player on the team next year?
I know. Oh, I understand.
It's kind of crazy. He gets more than Looney next year.
$9.1 million.
More than Looney.
And he's going to probably play 15 minutes a game, if that.
It is... Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
So then...
That's a tough one to swallow.
Are we sure we want to blow the number 7?
I
personally, it's kind of like Trey Lance. I want the Niners to try to salvage Trey Lance. I want them to salvage Jonathan Kaminga. He could be a two-way pro. This guy has talent to be one of the best defenders in this league.
Will he realize it, though? I mean, how many times have we said that? Like, I think he has more God-given talent than Jordan Bell. I think he's clearly younger.
It's not even close.
No, I agree. But there were similar issues in terms of like the maturity and the awareness on the court. But I've seen way more positive from Kaminga than we ever saw from Jordan Bell.
I would disagree with the maturity stuff. The only mature stuff, like I pointed out, was I thought the immature stuff was C.J. Holmes, going to C.J. Holmes and talking about that.
I meant the aloofness on the court at times, not understanding his assignment.
But you know what, though? The longer he played, the better he got.
That I agree with.
Go look at all his games.
Yeah,
when he
I
got
agree
those
with
23 minutes a game. It may not start off well, but Kaminga adjusted in-game and started to figure it out. What do we always say about young players? They need to play.
That I agree with.
The worst thing to happen to Harrison Barnes, he may not have recovered from it, but when Mark Jackson decided to bring him off the bench and start Iguodala, it destroyed his development.
Yeah.
Now, Steve Kerr came in, started him. He started playing well. Remember 2015-16 before he suffered an ankle injury?
He was awesome.
He was playing great.
Yeah.
And then he dipped.
It was about a month. It was a great month. I wanted him to take that deal so bad.
And he's right. J.K. is an underrated passer. I thought J.K. played well with Kavah Looney when he was paired up to him.
Well, I thought his discernment got significantly better in the final month of the season, and his patience for allowing the offense to come to him and knowing when to attack the hoop was significantly better.
The more he played, the better he got. He knows that. Everybody knows that. But it may not happen on this team, which is why his representatives went to Shams Charania and said, if we don't get a larger role, we would like to explore all options. I wouldn't personally give up on Jonathan Kaminga. I got to try to salvage his pick. I got to salvage one of these lottery picks.
I would like
to salvage two of them.
Bonte, I want to keep Kaminga too, but if the right deal presents itself and he has to be thrown in.
What's the right deal?
That's the question.
What is the right deal?
That's the question.
All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority, the Caltrans Stormwater Program. We got some sound from Bill Simmons about Draymond Green. And the question is simple, folks. 888-957-9570. Is it now time to break up the core three? Is it time? We'll play the Bill Simmons soundbite from The Ringer, and then we'll take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regular vehicle maintenance.
Take it away, Bonte.
Hey, dirty. Baby, I got your money. Don't you worry.
Look at us.
I said, hey.
You're in your Giants gear. I'm in my Giants gear. Casey Schmidt, huh? 5 multi-hit games in a week. 14 hits overall.
I'm so happy for you. Let's put him in the Hall of Fame now.
Hey, keep it real, though.
Let's put him in the Hall of Fame.
Baseball. His first week in the bigs. And we're going to get back into baseball. It could not have gone better for your boy because I was hyping him up and I was like, please come up and do something. He has been so much. Because I really like him. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, it was. No, it's more like I legitimately am optimistic. I don't care if they win or lose the rest of the year. They make the playoffs, whatever. They don't make the playoffs, whatever. Casey Schmidt has been so much fun to watch. I now have somebody to look forward to in the field and at the plate.
You got me excited about him is spring trading because I was like, all right, you're comparing him to Michael Jack Schmidt, and all these Hall of Fame third basemen. I'm like, oh God,
Matt Williams.
Here we go again. But I did want to see him.
What do you think?
Hyped him up. What I think is, why the hell did they wait so long? Again,
I hear you.
We took away a moment from Yankee Stadium.
I know.
He should have been up with this club coming out of spring trading. I mean, straight up. And, from here, from other baseball people that said, it was political.
It was because of the clock, right?
Yeah, forget the clock. Here's my philosophy when it comes to baseball. You got this whole clock thing, and you'll wait because of the clock. If you think this guy, the arbitration, all this stuff, the service time, all that stuff. I hate it. If this is going to be your guy for 10 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Who the hell cares about the clock? They're going to resign him anyway.
Yeah, about 1 year.
Look at what the Braves have done. They bought out all the arm years and got all their dues locked
Corbin, what's the guy for the Diamondbacks? Corbin
Corbett?
No.
Corbin
Carroll? Corbin Carroll, thank you.
I know who you're talking about.
He played like a month and they gave him $100 million. And I still don't know if he's any good.
So there you go.
You know what I mean? But I know we're going to get right back into basketball. His glove is so sick, and his arm is plus. Longoria had a good arm. I don't want to deny it. Crawford, great arm, Schmidt's arm is unbelievable. He's played shortstop. He's played second base. Seen a little at third base. I think he has the one game. The thing that I'm most impressed with, the balanced approach to all fields, and the fact that, he had a 4-hit game, but he's got 5 multi-hit games out of 7, and he's hit safely in 6 of those games. I mean, I think he's a stud, and to me, it's not just what he is, it's what he represents, which is hopefully a wave of other young players to come through. And I think I'm the most optimistic I've been about a young guy on the infield for the Giants since Matt Duffy. That's like 10 years ago.
Oh, Matt Duffy.
But Matt Duffy had a good rookie year.
He had a good rookie year.
It wasn't sustainable, but I'm excited for him. So anyway, back to basketball.
Bill Simmons on the Ringer podcast talked about Draymond's relationship with LeBron James and how that may have affected the way Draymond Green played in that series. Now, again, last week we said we wanted to Saginaw Savage. We got that in Game 5. But all the chirping that he usually does, look, he completely and mentally wrecked Domantas Sabonis. Yelled at his face, screamed at him. Hell, some may say stuff to his chest. I didn't see that same fire against Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Now, I'm not saying he didn't play hard, but I want to see screaming at their best guys. Forget Dennis Schroeder. Go ahead, Anthony Davis. He's killing your ass.
Yeah.
He's killing you. Here's what Bill Simmons said about all that. Check this out.
I think it affected how he led the team. And what's really interesting about the Lakers series? All the Draymond stuff that he does that's great in a playoff series, he wouldn't do to LeBron and Davis. He didn't f with LeBron once.
Practically made out with him after they lost to him.
It was actually shocking. It was shocking because if you have Draymond on your team, it's like, what are the benefits of having Draymond on your team? Incredible defensive player, incredible competitor, pretty good rebounder, great passer, and he seizes on whatever the mental or emotional or whatever weaknesses of the other team, like he did with the Celtics in that series, where he's like, this team isn't tough enough. Fucking bullyballed the Celtics that whole series. Did he try anything with LeBron or Davis that whole series? No. LeBron, I get it. Like LeBron's his friend. They have the same agent, like all that stuff. Like LeBron's like his big brother in a lot of ways. Davis is exactly the kind of guy, if you were doing a fantasy draft of people Draymond Green would with, you'd put Davis on it. He didn't mess with him. And so he was kind of running around. He's like trying to start with Dennis Schroeder and Darvin Ham. It's like, go pick that. Why don't you start fighting the 2 guys who are kicking your ass? And I'll tell you, I think LeBron befriending that guy was really smart because down the road, you never know if you're going to play against somebody like that. And they're going against them. And Draymond wasn't doing any of the normal Draymond stuff against them. So that's one side. And then the other side is the leadership thing. that it's pretty clear that it wasn't the same kind of leadership after that, where he was like a fiery, in everybody's face, like just love the team, all about the team, all about the team. And then he punched somebody. I did think it affected them. I think it affected Poole. Poole was awesome last year. He sucked in the playoffs. He was unplayable. So I don't know. To me, it's like multiple moments. It's how that punch affected Draymond and Poole. It's the fact that Kaminga wanted to play and he would. Like something happened with Kaminga where Kerr was like, I'm out. He'd stopped playing him completely. Like you needed Kaminga in the Lakers series. You needed his size and athleticism against LeBron. They didn't even try him.
So that's Bill Simmons on the Ringer podcast, and there's a lot to unpack there. 888-957-9570. Do you agree with Bill Simmons? Do you agree with Bill Simmons?
Which part?
Which part? Well, like I said, there's a lot to unpack there. The punch. All day yesterday, the punch affected the team. I saw it all over Twitter. I got a bunch of text messages.
Now had they won the championship, it wouldn't have meant nothing.
It would have galvanized them.
But the fact that they fell short, now we're acknowledging.
That's why the whole championship thing is like, is this team really going to win a championship? Like, I thought they had the talent to win it, and I picked them to beat the Lakers. I didn't think anybody could beat them. But they weren't as connected, especially on the road, which is why they won 11 road games. You get punched. And Jordan Poole, here's what he said about the preseason events.
I mean, we ready to the second round of the playoffs. We had a good season, and guys stepped up. We had a lot of exciting moments. So, I don't think there's anything that was changing any of that.
Can't share exit interview information.
What was, I guess, the organization's message in your meeting here with the exit interview before coming over here about what they want to see from you?
Not sure I can share that information.
So I just wanted to play that because I loved hearing that. Listen.
Save that cut. Look, I'm not sure I can share that information. Yeah. That is such a good cut.
Whenever we talk about sources, I'm not sure we can share that information.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Listen. The punch definitely affected it. Joe Lacob admitted it midway through the season.
Of course.
On the TK podcast.
You're in denial if you don't think so.
Everybody knows that.
I love how normal everyone makes their, like, dude, guys just walk around punching dudes all the time. We just get over it.
Here's Gary Payton II on the vibes when he got back.
We came back, guys are the guys, everybody, go through stuff in life and, their everyday stuff. I just try to come back and, be myself, talk to guys, hang with guys, laugh with guys. The vibe was, a little different, obviously, just, coming back from, the beginning of the season and all that. But, when I got here, everybody was themselves. It was, just trying to figure it out, and continue to, do what we had to do in the rest of the season. But, it was a different vibe. It's going to be a different vibe next year.
Different vibe this year when he got back.
Like, there's a cause and effect here, and there's like a ripple effect of, what happened and things being sustainable and the chemistry and whatnot. Forget the Warriors, because we're emotionally attached to the Warriors. Bonte, Shaq and Kobe, year 1, year 2. Was it the same vibe as the very end when their final season when they lost to Detroit?
Nope.
The relationship had changed, right? Stuff happened, right? Correct?
A lot of stuff happened.
A lot of stuff happened, and there was animosity between the two. Did it affect their team?
Yeah, they moved on from Shaq. Well, they had to go through a rebuild for 3 to 4 years.
And everybody who was a part of that team says you could feel the tension in the locker room at all times. Now, those are two huge personalities in Shaq and Kobe. That's probably the most high-profile one that I can think of. But to think that Poole and Draymond Green and this thing didn't have lingering effects, I think you're being in denial.
Yeah, Jordan Poole said it. It was a business relationship. Business. 650, that's an interesting point.
What's that?
Comcast Business X Line. I think I agree with this. It is not the punch, but the way the punch was dealt with. It created a rift between the veteran players and the young players. I could see that. Well, because a lot of people blame the punch, and the reason why Draymond, part of the reason why he punched him, I don't know.
How can anyone know?
I don't know. But
he did it because.
But a rumor that's lingered all season long was Draymond wasn't happy that those guys got paid or were going to get paid before him.
Huh.
And he's like, I've been here, done that. I want my extension. Now you're going to pay this guy, and there's a lot of talk, blah, 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 blah. And then the punch happens, and there's a rift all of a sudden. You can't, again, if you punched me, if I punched you, this show would be dead. This show would be dead. It would be absolutely dead. You can't tell me. Everybody out there listening to the show right now, male, female, kid.
I'm with you.
You get into a fight with somebody at a workplace, especially at a workplace.
Yeah.
And then the worst part, you want to talk about Jonathan Kaminga being 20 years old, watching slander. What about Jordan Poole? Now, I'm not excusing Jordan Poole's play because you got to play better. He did not play well against the LA Lakers whatsoever. He averaged 8 points a game.
But
Jordan Poole averaged 8 points a game, shot 34.5% from the floor and 25% from three. That's not a. You can't excuse that. But can't excuse it.
Let me just jump in real quick. You're talking about, let's say you and I, in this hypothetical, who's punching who?
Draymond punch.
No, me punching you or you punching me? Let's say you punched me. All right, let's say you punched me. You punched me. How Spadoni and Lubman deal with it absolutely will be remembered by me. Meaning, are they empathetic to me? Do they have my back? Do they have your back? And to think that that's not realistic, you're tripping. Right. How many times have you been in a work setting and two guys get into it or two gals get into it or whatever, or they're opposite sexes, people get into it, and that guy didn't have my back. Oh, you, it's me? No, it ain't me. It's him. And like you play favorites and you get cliquey. That happens in almost every single setting. When two people that, maybe it's not you that gets in the fight, when two people that you know get into it, who you side with gets remembered by one of those people.
Right.
Like, put yourself in those shoes.
Yeah.
Now, I know, you got to be professional. You're getting paid a ton of money and blah, 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 blah. But are you going to go the extra mile?
Yeah. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. And I've been in that situation before.
We've all been burned. You know?
So I don't want to go too deep into that, but that's a problem.
No, but I think that's real.
But the Jordan Poole's defense, he did not play well against the LA Lakers. That's a problem. And now everybody's talking about trading him. Maybe he just needs to change his scenery. I said this a few weeks ago. Maybe I said it all year. Maybe he just needs to change the scenery to get the hell away from here because of what happened. Those memories will always exist, but think about what's going to follow him throughout the rest of his career. They've got cartoons of him getting knocked out.
Dude.
They got memes of him on NBA 2K with the black eye.
I mean, comedians are doing stand-up routines talking about him, and now he's the punchline.
So all
that's
these
not,
jokes.
that's probably not the right word, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah.
Like
no
on
intended.
everything.
No pun intended. Kerr and Mace are getting on him left and right. So you got to live with that if you're Jordan Poole. And that's not going away.
No.
That's not going away. And as an organization, look, I don't want, and look, Bob Myers is not paid to deal with something like that. That's not normal. That's why he was crying at the podium thinking, what the hell is going on here? Damn it, our young prize people just got punched in the jaw. And then it comes out, and it's like, and the one thing that bugged me about the whole situation was that we were more worried about the video than the actual punch.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
Well, now put yourself in Jordan Poole's position, and what did everybody say the day after?
Right.
They were more worried about the leak than they were about his well-being, what the ramifications of that would be. I mean, the irony of all this is how they dealt with the Draymond Durant thing, came back around on this one, and you thought that maybe they would learn their lesson in that one.
So again, the question is 888-957-9570. Do you want to run it back with the core? Should they move on from Draymond Green? You just heard from Bill Simmons. And we all agree. We all said that, man. Draymond ain't playing with that. He played. I didn't see the typical Draymond Green fire. Not that he didn't play hard, but I didn't see that barking. You needed to bark at it. That's what he usually does, is bark at their best player. AD, De'Aaron Fox.
Or our young guys.
So you see the text line here. 408. Draymond kind of played with Wiseman's mind his rookie year and messed him up. Remember, he got kicked out of a game for yelling at James Wiseman.
In an empty arena.
Cursing out James Wiseman.
He
got kicked out of a game for cursing out his old teammate. So you got that. You got that. You got the Kevin Durant situation. You got actor Katie where you say, yeah, Bob and Steve messed that situation up. We sat there and looked Bob Myers in the eye. You brought it up jokingly, and Bob Myers wasn't laughing about it. He was not laughing about that.
No, I felt really bad bringing that up, too, afterwards, in retrospect.
He was not happy about that.
Not my finest moment. The other thing that I think I can't unsee, because we're going to talk a lot about relationships and this and that, I think the hard truth that people are afraid to swallow, because lost in all of the drama, is the fact that Draymond underperformed on the court.
Against the Lakers.
And the Kings.
Had a couple good games.
Okay.
Yeah,
offensively,
I get you.
Bonte?
Yeah.
Look, if we want to have a real X's and O's conversation, we could talk about how he doesn't even look to shoot till we're blue in the face. How many closeout minute games did he have crucial
turnovers?
Crucial turnovers.
Yeah.
with 6 minutes to go, he was unreliable in the half-court offense.
And you saw that?
That, to me, is more of an indictment than any of the other stuff that we're going to talk about. And we can talk about his defensive edge and him going to... He was so bad in the half-court offense, unwilling to shoot, unwilling to get rebounds, throwing the ball away, mindless turnovers.
Not even in a triple threat position.
To me, that's more of an indictment. And that's why I'm ready to...
Well, that's why the series flipped against Sacramento when it went to the one big lineup. Remember, I was telling you, the one big lineup. I didn't believe in that Kings series. And by the way, be tuned to 95.7 game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath presented by Mara West. Download the Odyssey app. Listen, going into the Kings series, you asked me, what's the key? I said, I think the Warriors are going to have to go to the one big lineup at one point. And they end up doing that, and they went back to the two big lineup after a while there because they did punk some bonus, and they ended up winning the series. But what flipped it was the one big lineup. I just don't know, like the way he plays and the way the league is shifting. And if you're going to stick with Looney, who I think Looney could do what Draymond Green can do,
he proved in a small sample that he could do elements of what Draymond brings.
He's not the same defender.
No,
I get it.
No,
but he's going to rebound his ass off. He could pass. He could do all that. You could find another big. I just. If there's a time to move off from Draymond Green, now's the time. And you brought this up with the Giants. Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, they stuck with the core too long, and look at them. And look at them now. I think it could be a mistake to give him an extension of 3 years, $60 million. I think it's almost best for him to opt in real quick, and you have Klay Thompson and Draymond Green on 1 year deals, and you run it back. I'll be okay with that.
Well, if you're looking at this roster right now for 23, 2024, all right, that's next year. If Draymond opts in, all right, they go flying into this extra tax category, and that basically prohibits them from getting a mid-level exception. So a Dante DiVincenzo type on that side is out the window. Now it's all vet mins and whatever drafted guys, plus the Steph, Clay, Poole, Dre, Wiggins, GP2, Looney, guys under contract. There's very little ways that you can improve your roster. Now, if Draymond leaves and you don't trade him or whatever, you do lose that slot in terms of his money and his value, which we can argue about that. Like, can you find two players or one player that can offset if you were to have a sign and trade and get rid of Draymond? But like dropping down in luxury tax helps them add a roster spot at the mid-level, and it alleviates their financial situation. And then as you look forward to 2024, 2025, if you don't give him an extension, here's who's under contract, Bonte. Steph, Poole, and Wiggins.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it for 2024, 2025. Right. So you've got some wiggle room.
You've got some wiggle room here.
So we could talk about there's the relationship aspect, then there's the other players who might benefit from more playing time, and then there's the X's and O's aspect, and then there's the financial component. Right. There's like 5 elements to this.
So Mustafa Ward, it's crazy how y'all talk him because his teammates actually love him. How do you know that, Mustafa? Are you in the locker room?
I mean, this same team at a podium.
That? Honestly, I want Mustafa to call in because he's always got some snarky stuff to say. I want him to call in. How do you know if all his teammates, you don't think some of his teammates are like, when they see him in game 3, in Sacramento, standing up on the chairs. And I get fans are flipping you off, but they flip off everybody. I see LeBron James get called a PAB. And you guys know what that acronym is. You know what that is. He turns around and looks and just like, huh, really?
Well, and to believe anything that anyone's saying at a podium or an article at this point. But here's another part.
Come on.
Draymond himself, bet not let us win because we're a championship core. The second they get ousted, we're not a championship team anymore.
Yeah, we maxed out. That's not throwing teammates under the bus.
I mean,
that's not throwing teammates under the bus.
Come on.
Yeah, we have championship pieces, but we're not a championship team. Really? Really? So all the interviews, of course, Klay Thompson's going to get up there at the podium and say all the great things about Dray. And this is what bothered me. And we started to see this for some reason. And I love Draymond Green for what he's done here in the community.
Of course.
I love what he's done as a player.
But it might just be time.
I feel like it's time.
Yeah.
I feel like now's the time.
Yeah.
And I'm wrestling with this over and over and over again. I just feel like it's time. Think about everything that's happened this season. They're down 20 against the Pelicans. Draymond Green, for a lot of people thought he was trying to get kicked out. He goes crazy, right? Now, simultaneously,
I shouldn't be laughing.
He got into the Pelicans' heads because, they were rattled.
Yeah.
But Draymond Green got all the credit for a 20-point comeback. You don't think that bothers some of the teammates where Steph Curry balled out in that game? Kaminga had a hell of a fourth quarter in that game. Kaminga was out there playing with Draymond, Clay, Poole, and Steph while Wiggins is out. And Kaminga's having the fourth quarter of his life. But Draymond Green gets on the headlines. Game 4 happens. He comes back off the bench, and hey, I thought it was a smart move to put me off the bench. Blah 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 blah. Draymond Green has an ego just like everybody else. You think Draymond Green volunteered to come off the bench? I don't know about that. All right, now that's going on, right? That's going on. But all the headlines go to Draymond Green about how he came off the bench and used humility and all this stuff, and it's like, man, what? Like, what game am I watching? Maybe I'm watching the wrong game.
Can I go in another direction? What if they did want to swing a big-time trade? How many guys want to line up to play with him?
Well, that's the thing that nobody's thinking about. After Punchgate, and now veterans are looking at the core saying, man, do I want to go play there with him? Do I want to go sign up with that team?
And those guys are minted, and I'll be the scapegoat if we lose.
Right, exactly.
That's another element.
Nobody wants to sign up for that.
I mean,
nobody wants to sign up for that.
He's already had it with Poole. He's had it with Durant. He did it with Wiseman. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff. So
I don't know. 888-957-9570. If you disagree with us, please call in. Please call in.
Well, I just want to see where people are at.
Where are we at with Draymond Green?
I mean, I laid out a bunch of reasons why what I would do, me personally, if he opts in, I'm flipping him. I'm flipping him. There might be other moves that I'm making here, but I need to alleviate my luxury tax bill, and I also think it's addition by subtraction. If you're looking at how to maximize the current roster that you have going, I actually think it might help them out on the court.
Nobody's blaming Draymond Green. I thought Draymond Green on the court had one of his better seasons in his career. I've said that over and over and over all season long. I think Draymond Green had a hell of a season on the court. But when does the stuff off the court just gets old and tired?
The old
we
talent,
had a shelf life with T.O.
Oh, yeah.
T.O.
Yeah.
Right? This is before social media.
Bonds.
Barry Bonds. Who else?
I mean, you can list a bunch of different people. I mean, Alden Smith, but for different reasons. Obviously, his were personal. So, people were ready to move off at that particular time. There's always the talent tolerance.
You cannot tell me that the vibes was not different after Punchgate. Think about what we were talking about with Japan. When they went to Tokyo, Japan, everything was all good. And everything. Even Draymond Green admitted, I had to walk around eggshells because I didn't know if my teammates trusted me. But Draymond Green said that.
I know. People do this thing where they're like, you'd have no rings without Draymond. Absolutely factual.
I agree.
Absolutely factual. Would the 49ers had 4 rings in the 1980s without Ronnie LaPonte?
Nope.
Okay. What did they do, though? They let him test free agency, which at the time was a different kind of free agency, but nonetheless allowed him to be signed by another team and walk. And what did they do? They ended up signing Tim McDonald, who was one of the great safeties of the 90s during his era. Now, Ronnie Lott's better than Tim McDonald, okay? Right. But at that point in their careers, it was a nice move. Obviously, for the 1 year, it sucked. But after that, they upgraded, and I don't think they get the 94 Super Bowl if they hung on to Ronnie Lott for much longer. I think there's very similar comps to what's going on right now.
No doubt.
You take a small step back to eventually take a step forward.
So that's where I'm at. Is it time to move on from the core 3? Is it time for Draymond Green to move on? Bill Simmons, from afar, said what he said. And is thinking like all of us. Why didn't Kaminga get a sniff at LeBron James? Not one sniff. Not one. Not one. Why? By the way, Anthony Slater joining us in 19 minutes.
I just want to win. I want to win another championship, and so I'm open to trying to assemble the best possible roster. And because of that, I have to remove some of the emotional attachment to some of the players that we all love and will be like, loved forever.
This is what sports is about.
Exactly.
Bill Walsh went to go get Steve Young because he thought Joe Montana had a shelf life.
Yeah,
it created a quarterback competition and a quarterback controversy.
He traded up to go get Jerry Rice because he knew that Dwight Clark had a shelf life.
Montana won his second Super Bowl. And Bill Walsh was trying to go get John Elway.
Randy Cross, he famously said to him, I don't want you. I want the best of you.
Right.
And when I don't have the best of you, you can go sign with someone else.
Get out of here. So, GP2 says the vibes were different. That's what GP2 said, not us. GP2 said that. Draymond Green over and over said, I felt like I was walking on eggshells. And then finally I got my voice back after a winning streak in January. That's what Draymond Green said. Joe Lacob, the owner of the team, said, yeah, I thought we got off to a rocky start because I think the punch affected things. That's what the owner of the team said, not us. They're saying that. So if you want to, Mustafa, if you want to talk about these interviews or whatnot, that's what they said, not us. They said that. And they were never able to get those vibes back.
Yeah.
You're telling me this year that they played with joy?
No.
At times, maybe. Every time we thought they flipped the switch or turned the corner, something would happen. And they revert back to old taxes and they lose a game they weren't supposed to lose. It is what it is.
I view Draymond very similar to the way I view Frank Gore, where he's our guy and I'll love him forever. But I also felt like when they allowed Frank Gore to walk, even though it hurt me to my core, it was time.
Yep.
You know, and it hurt me to see him in another uniform. But at the end of the day, Frank Gore will always be a 49er.
Right.
Draymond will always be a Warrior, even if he suits up with another team.
I respect people who say 925. Y'all sound like a bunch of bandwagon hot take artists. I'm a ride or die with Steph, Clay, and Dre for the rest of their careers. That's fine. But if they flame out, if the core doesn't win another championship, will it have been worth it? Will it have been worth it to ride them out? Well, no matter what, because some people will say, let's ride it out no matter what. They won us 4 championships. But did you enjoy losing in the second round to the LA Lakers? You got outclassed.
I wonder what Steph's thinking. That's the $1 million question, or $1 billion in this sense. I mean, like, what does Steph want?
Let's go to Gregory and Benicia. Gregory, what's happening?
I just want to inject a little bit of different view on things. I think the Warriors were very tired, and they really weren't interested in facing Denver. I think they felt that they would get blown out, didn't want to be embarrassed in that last game. I don't think that Kerr coached to win. He left.
Oh, boy.
Dirty, Alum Rock. Dirty, what's happening?
I mean, you just have to laugh sometimes.
Avoided the Nuggets?
So, guys, you know.
Okay.
Hello.
Team you beat 5 games.
All right, just no. Let's go to the next one. We just
Dirty,
keep it
what's
moving.
happening?
This is our show.
Yeah, so what up, guys? Yeah, so
good morning.
Steph's one of the most humble superstars, so I think that you could really surround him with guys and they could still do it. I know he'll take a back seat if he needed to, and we've seen that already. But getting to Draymond and what you guys were saying about Draymond, about keeping him or maybe dishing him, the thing that I'm looking at is, like, why can't we get that Draymond every time everybody's just hounding him, blasting him for the game before, and then he comes out and gives us one of those 20 pieces, right, with like 9 and 9. And we get that version of Draymond in the playoffs once in a great while because he does something that makes him either the villain or gets him thrown out of games. I love it. I love the junkyard dog. I love having him on the squad. I would hate to go against him. That's my thing. But, yeah, we got to detach ourselves emotionally from these guys because if they're not taking pay cuts when they're getting older, if they're not willing to do things to help the team win, they can go elsewhere and get their bag, and that's fine. We got 4 over here, and I appreciate everything they did, but it'll hurt to see them go. But at this point, I think we let Poole grow with the squad other than keep Draymond and then see what else we can do to ruin it.
I'm not opposed to rolling back Jordan. I'm also not opposed to flipping Jordan for something good. Like, at this point, my setting is this, Ponte. I have very little, it's not loyalty. I have very little care about who needs to stay alive for. Chris Mullin is one of my favorite players of all time. One of my favorite players of all time. He wore an Indiana Pacers uniform. Yep. Do I look at him any different? No. I love him. I love Chris Mullin. I just referenced Frank Gore. Frank Gore is one of my favorite players of all time. Football savant. One of my favorite players. It's a crying shame he doesn't have a Super Bowl.
Jerry Rice. Where did he end his career?
Multiple. So Seattle and Denver. I mean, it was crazy.
And then the Raiders.
Exactly. Like, so you will still have your legacy cemented with this team. But at the end of the day is this. If you're all about winning championships, you realize that Steph Curry is the one who's going to help guide you that way. And not by himself.
Can we just say something? Steph Curry's a heart and soul of this organization. He's the guy.
Why?
He's the heartbeat of this organization.
Does it bother you when you hear people call?
No, it doesn't bother me
Draymond?
at all. It's apparent. Steph Curry's the guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Like Steph Curry's the guy.
Okay, so I'm looking at Mahomes right now, right, with Kansas City. As long as Mahomes is there, we can put a lot of different parts around him.
They traded Tyreek Hill and people laughed at them and they won the Super Bowl.
I view Steph the same way. As long as Steph's here, I can put a lot of parts around him. Now, that doesn't mean that Tyreek wasn't special for Kansas City, and it doesn't mean that Kelsey isn't an all-time chief and a legend. But I can put a lot of tight ends next to Patrick Mahomes, and they'd be good. Maybe not as special, but they'd be really good. It's not about, do you love Dre? We love Dre. I think that they need to retool this thing to win another championship so they can get that fifth one.
I'm glad you said that because Chronicles of Crypto, Bonte's cried. I forgot the Warriors won the damn championship. No, I don't forget it. I was there.
It was one of the great ones of all time.
Floor. It was great. And one of the most pivotal games in that series, game number 4, Steph Curry dropped 43. But in that fourth quarter, what happened? Draymond Green got benched. They went to Looney.
I know.
And they came back in that basketball game. Now, Draymond came back in later and had some key rebounds, but they had to go away from Draymond Green in the most pivotal game of the season. Now, Draymond Green was able to bounce back, and I thought his Game 6 was terrific. He had a big mid-range jumper late in the fourth quarter that stabilized the basketball game. But I remember the championship, but I also remember what happened this season.
And they were better with him in that Game 4 with him off the floor.
Are the Warriors right now closer to a championship or farther away from a championship?
They feel farther away. That's why everything should be on the table.
Exactly.
Like whether it's the young guys, whether we're talking about Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, Clay. To me, everything's on the table as long as I'm keeping Steph Curry. And that's no shade on anyone. I love and respect all these guys, and I would love for them to make it work. It just feels like if they stand pat, it's not good enough.
Let's go to Elijah in Oakland. Elijah, what's happening? And I agree with you, Shasky. I do agree.
I love these guys, but if they stand pat, I just don't think it's enough.
I'm with you. Elijah, what's happening?
Yeah, it's refreshing to hear some blame getting dished at Draymond instead of everyone blaming Poole, which is what I've been hearing all year. Poole and Clay. Clay missed some shots.
Elijah, let me cut you off for just a second. We're not blaming anybody.
No.
They're all accountable, from owner to GM to head coach to players. I don't want to turn this into the blame game. That's what we do in
Steph
sports
played
radio.
bad too.
Steph,
not his best version is what I would say.
Steph was great.
No,
he didn't shoot well,
there you
but
go.
he was great.
There you go.
He was
Good
great.
clarification.
Steph, they get blown out without Steph. But we're not blaming the game. We're just assessing the future, all right? The future of this team and who you can move on with and who you can move on without. But I'm not trying to blame one individual for the season. They're all accountable, Elijah, so I just want to fix that.
Okay, well, this is what I want to say is we're not winning any more championships with Draymond Green. This guy is the new Chris Paul of the league. He's more interested in arguing with the refs, making everything about him. And the truth is, he's not the defender he once was. He's lost his step. He doesn't have lift. He can't get around guys. We saw him turn the ball over at the end of Game 4 because he didn't have a step, and he throws it away like he does so often. Gets swatted at the rim all the time. Yeah, he can still read the court like no one else, much like Chris Paul. But, basketball genius he may be, he's hurt.
Good call, Elijah. You're breaking up there. Let's get to Richie Rich of Livermore. Richie Rich, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Long time no talk, man. Hey, by the way, first and foremost, I haven't had that golf tournament, man. It's been busy in life with the baby turning 1 and whatnot, so I'm going to get you guys out there. But,
nice.
Man, Draymond's got to go. I think you sent a real big message to that young group and that core that you got to switch things up. And, with Clay still, with Curry still having the legs and his game, I think with that young set, you can spread the floor much better and get things going. And it's going to wake up Poole. I think it's going to wake up Kaminga, but he's definitely got to go. I think they got to send that message and say, hey, look, you know what? Anyone here is expandable besides Curry. And by making that move, you're showing them, hey, we got to get back to that next level. We got to win. I think it's a must. You got to go.
No doubt.
Well, what about Gary Payton Jr.? I'm not saying he is replacing Draymond. Didn't you think he did a really good job in that pocket passing on the high pick and roll?
He did.
I mean, I'm not saying he could do it the entire game and all season, and there's going to pick and choose.
Could Kaminga do that?
I mean, I feel like he can grow into it at some point.
I feel like he could, too.
It's not one guy. Like, whenever you're trying to replace production, it's never going to be one guy as a like-for-like replacement. It's a supplement of guys and their skill sets. Can those things bring more to the table than what an individual does at what their price point is?
No doubt. Wow. Just popped up on my timeline. Jason Anderson. Next team for the Warriors, Draymond Green could be Kings, Clippers, Pistons, Thunder, or Suns.
Whoa, stop on that. Say that again.
Draymond Green could be a Kings. Next team for Warriors, Draymond Green could be Kings, Clippers, Pistons, Thunder, or Suns. That's Jason Anderson.
Wow, they're all over the place. The Thunder, the Suns. Wow, him and Draymond, Durant.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to take Coach and SF. Coach and SF before we get to Anthony Slater. Coach, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, just wanted to talk about why I believe Draymond needs to stay and he's essential. First of all, it's not the Warriors' call right now. It's Draymond's option. So there's people saying Draymond, he needs to go. It's going to be his choice first and foremost. Talking about Draymond's a winning player. He does the small things that are important to winning. He will rebound a little bit. He defends. I get he's not the defender that he used to be. A few years ago during their first run, they would have Pachulia guard the center. They would have both.
All right, he's breaking up. Let me get Sabrina real quick in the city. Sabrina real quick in the city. Sabrina, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, y'all.
Good morning. Good morning.
I think it's really going to come down to, first of all, getting Bob Myers on board. I think the decision is going to come about, like, does he stay? Does he leave? You know, there's a lot of relationships that these guys had built with him. You know, Steph, I mean, even Draymond, he talked about, you know, Draymond coming to him and talking about different things. And then after that, it comes with, well, value versus potential, right? So you want to trade Jordan Poole, but at the same time, does he have enough value as far as like what teams have seen? And if they feel like they do, then they're like, okay, well, let's take his potential. With Draymond Green, it's the flip side. We already seen what he has done potentially, you know, and then you got to take the off the court stuff versus the on the court stuff. Does that even hold value anymore?
Yeah.
If it was up to me, you know, you keep Draymond based off of the relationships that he's built with guys, right? And so you kind of continue to build off of that. Because I don't think potentially he's going to be able to get traded. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's going to opt in. Draymond is very smart. Let's get that straight off the back. So I don't think he's going to see his potential and his value anywhere else. So now you say, well, let's trade Jordan Poole. But if we're going to trade Jordan Poole, I don't want to take anybody that's redundant. And so, you know, I was talking to my husband about this. I would like to go get Porzingis from the Wizards because if Draymond's not going to shoot as a big man, if he's not going to look offensively, stretch the floor out with a big man that can also rebound.
You can't play Draymond and Porzingis together. It would just be a nightmare.
We'll get to some names.
And real quick on this, you can't trade Dre because Steph, in the game that Draymond was suspended, was a plus 24, scored 36 points, was 6 of 12 from three-point land, 12 of 25 overall, 6 assists, 6 rebounds.
Forget
Steph
that.
works with anyone.
How about Looney's stat line in that game?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 20 rebounds.
9 assists. 9 assists.
9 assists.
Yeah.
1 steal.
Okay. How did Jordan Poole do in that game?
Yeah, he scored 16. He was a plus 13, 7 of 8 from the field. I mean, he was really good. So, like, my point that I'm going at, LeBron goes good with anyone. Steph goes good with anyone.
I know.
Don't pretend like Dre's the thing that unlocks Steph.
I don't know if we don't know if the punch ruined the season, but I can tell you the vibes were not better. The vibes were off on this basketball team all season long. But it is what it is. You know, I'm not scapegoating Draymond Green. We're at a crossroads, folks. That's what's happening right now with the Warriors. You're at a crossroads. Do you keep the core together, or do you move on and try to break the core up to try to win more championships? Is the core good enough to win another championship? That's what we got to ask ourselves. And that's what we're trying to do. We're not blaming anybody. Shout out to Bone Thugs and Harmony. As we look at the injury report, Jock Peterson, he's going on the IL due to a right hand bruise. Another week, another injury for the Giants. Suffered the injury Friday night when pitcher Scott McGough hit Peterson on the hand. McGough, hit Peterson on the hand with the pitch. The move is retroactive to Saturday. Giants activated Yaz from the IL in Peterson's place. Yaz has missed the last 2 weeks with the left hamstring strain. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison. Northern California's premier workers' compensation all offer help injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls plus Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game Insider here at the Morning Roast.
Why is Jock bunting with 2 strikes?
Welcome to IKEA. He be blending into the couch, bro.
What up, Nate, buddy? What up, Roasters? Oh, baby. We're having some fun today. 888-957-9570. Good morning, everybody. Out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, good morning to you. If you're getting ready for work, good morning. Baristas, plumbers, janitors, you know it. Having a lot of fun talking all-season basketball. We're in May. Talk about all-season. Warriors bow out in the second round. The earliest they bowed out in the playoffs since 2014 when they lost to the Clippers in round number 1. I'm not even going to count the play-in. And even in the play-in, Draymond Green said it on his podcast. I think the play-in was later because, the season started around Christmas.
Did you see the name of the podcast that was about Game 6?
Oh, the caption?
Yeah.
Stephen
He
Clay
doesn't
shoots
write the
poorly.
caption, but did you see what it said?
Yeah, Stephen Clay shot poorly.
No, missed shots.
Missed shots.
And Lakers win. It was, come on. He's gotta have a little more autonomy on that and tell those guys, hey, you're making me look bad. This is going to get screen capped.
Well, let's go to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, who had another banner year covering the Golden State Warriors. He also double-dipped to cover the Kings as well. I think Anthony Slater is one of the best, if not the best, out there in the land. No doubt, no doubt. You always learn something from his articles. You learn something about plays, personnel, and he's done a great job this season, and hopefully he'll be covering the Warriors for a long, long time. Anthony, good morning to you as the Warriors season ended last Friday night in L.A., 6 games to the L.A. Lakers. You kind of called that one there. They look like the more connected team. They look like the better team, and Anthony Davis was the man. He was the man. So before we get into the offseason here, what was your big takeaway from that series against the L.A. Lakers?
My big take, this sounds like the start of an exit interview for me right here.
Yes, right now. We're doing it right here on the Morning Roast.
Who's leading it? They screwed up in games 1 and 4. The end of 4, the fourth quarter of game 4 is kind of the 12 minutes that should haunt them. But and I remember even talking about it night of, but it's kind of what was on brand for them this season, which was fourth quarter meltdowns on the road. How we could count 10 of them probably if we really thought about it right now. And Lonnie Walker going off on them, but also just their shot selection. They scored 17 in the quarter. Kerr wouldn't trust anybody, so he only made one sub the whole quarter. Klay Thompson, chucking at times. Draymond Green not looking at the rim in key moments. It felt like a lot of their issues piled up for the 12 minutes that, again, if they win that game 4, they're up 3-2 going to L.A. And at minimum, they at least have a game 7.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you're spot on. I think sometimes we get into these playoff series and a team finds a flaw and they exploit it, and we kind of overcorrect on a small flaw. But to me, watching that series play out and the series prior, all of their flaws were exposed, and the ones that we saw throughout the regular season: health, synergy, execution in the half court, shot selection, defending without fouling or the lack thereof, so many things.
Lack of trust in the young guys. That's a big one.
So let's start there. Let's start right there. Obviously there's a Jordan Poole question heading into this offseason as his money jumps up to almost $30 million a year. There's clearly some Jonathan Kaminga chatter about him being frustrated with not playing. Moses Moody started to ascend. What do you do with all these young guys right now?
It's kind of case by case. They've already given up on Wiseman, right? That was the biggest question for a while. With Poole, I think the market can be explored, obviously. I think it's smart to explore all avenues of what you can get done. To me, the biggest question entering the offseason is is Joe Lacob willing to green light the type of tax bill where every salary, including Draymond's either on the player option or on an extension coming back, can that all remain on the books? Because right now, if that remains on the books, you're talking about $450 million plus. When you include salary and luxury tax, not only does that come with increased CBA penalties, but Joe Lacob has said, in the past that's kind of a bridge too far tax wise. So is it still? Obviously part of the I guess convincing of Joe Lacob needs to be, hey, this is still a title team. But if the answer is no on that, then you got to get off money,
right?
Somewhere, and then it becomes a question of who and how. Obviously, to me, through those playoffs, through this season, Jordan Poole becomes kind of the circled name. If you have to get off money. But then, you're talking about wanting to compete for titles next season. You're trying to get off somebody for nothing? That's moving you in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, can I just ask a quick question? I'm sorry, Bonte.
Yeah.
Them not getting to the Western Conference Finals, them not getting to the finals, how does that hurt their bottom dollar? Like, does that, them not advancing, does that affect how they're viewing this year and the tax and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, first of all, it just like takes home dates away. You know, you're talking about the West Finals home games, I think, you know, and this is just like rough.
Yeah, rough.
Out there. But, you know, 8-10 million, you know, in gate and everything. And, you know, it's like double that for finals games. But, I mean, to be honest, they got 3 high-profile first-round games. True. And they got 3 Lakers second-round games. I mean, they did not make money in the playoffs. Like, that was that right. That wasn't the play-in season. Remember that from a couple years ago?
Right.
So, like, you know, and they're still fine. And, like, to me, okay, you can say, hey, we can't pay the tax next year. We need to get off a guy. Okay, then you're at risk of, like, creating a team next season that doesn't make the playoffs, and you're losing money on the back end of the season. So, there's kind of a balance there. But, I mean, they need to feel a little bit better about their roster moving forward than they do now. But that might be more fringy things than I'm just curious, and I'm kind of waiting for Joe Lacob to come out and maybe talk publicly. Maybe he doesn't want to because that reveals his hand going into the offseason, which I know they probably don't want with opposing teams. So, like, are you willing to pay this type of bill or not? Because right now the bill is insane.
So we're talking to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, does a great job for The Athletic, covering the Golden State Warriors. So let's do this because we got a lot. We've had a big Draymond Green conversation. And I've seen a lot of comments on our YouTube page and the Comcast business text line that Draymond, Steph, Clay, Looney, Wiggins are good enough to win it next season. Now, I disagree with that. What do you think about that before I ask you another Draymond Green question?
I think it's it obviously depends on what's around them. But, yeah, I mean, look, they were the best 5-man unit in the league this year. They were the best 5-man unit in their title run, you know, a season ago. I think Clay is just as good as he was during the title run, right? Like, I don't think – like, he had a better season this year than he did the prior year when he was just coming off that 2-year absence. To me, Draymond hasn't fallen off from then. Draymond, you can maybe say, has fallen off from, you know, prime Draymond, but I think he's aged well the last, you know, 24 months, we'll say. Looney's gotten better. Wiggins, like, has to be around and available this season, but when he has been, he's been good, right? I mean, you trust Andrew Wiggins if he can play 72 games next regular season and be available in the playoffs to be Andrew Wiggins. And the Steph, I mean, we all know where he's at. So I think you have a title core that's proven they can be a title core. You need either a better season for Poole or better value out of that Poole salary slot, which is now going to be $27 million.
Right.
I think I personally, and we can get into Kaminga if you want, but like, he needs to be trusted more. Year 3 is often a leap year for young players. So maybe he has a leap year ahead of him, or, you know, we're talking about accumulating salary. Maybe he is used to get more depth, you know, in the trade market. Moody showed a lot. Gary Payton II is coming back. You know, maybe you hit on minimums better than you did this season. So it's feasible. The West is not that great. How good are the Lakers going to be next season? I don't know. LeBron's going to be 39. The Nuggets, like, they're the Goliath in the West. That's beatable. So could they win a title with this core? Yeah, I think they could.
All right, so 2-part question here for you. How committed are the Dubs to extending Draymond Green? And is he worth keeping on this roster when you think about everything that happened this past season?
Look, from my conversations with people in the last month, 2 months, when the Draymond Green question has come up, it's like, do we want to win a title? Yes. Should we try to win a title when Steph Curry is still clearly a top 5 player in the NBA? Yes. Does Draymond Green help us, being on the roster, help us get closer to winning a title, or putting him off the roster make us further? Like, yeah, like the day Draymond Green walks out the door for nothing, like, let's say he just declines his player option and signs wherever, name your team, Detroit, Portland, you know, Phoenix, they're further away from a title. I actually think they're out of contention without Draymond Green on the roster. Obviously, Draymond Green comes with side effects, whatever you want to call it, that boiled over in preseason. I think too much people now are looking back and trying to tell the story of the season through just the one preseason punch. You know, it did have an effect on the team, but you know what would have a massive effect on next year's team? Just losing Draymond Green for nothing, in my opinion.
So what if they did? What if he did opt in? They decided to trade him because my vantage point is, look, there's what you're saying is truthful. Draymond Green, I thought had a very good year on the court. Yeah. But you look at the Lakers series, and you look at the Kings series, and you look at certain situations. Can you move forward with having two non-scorers in the half court? Or Draymond Green is a small ball 5. I thought that got exposed during this playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, and that has impacts on your younger players, right? Part of the reason Kaminga is tough for him to get on the court is because, Draymond and Looney have to play so much and just, the lack of spacing that's out there. To answer your question of, like, if you, an opt-in and trade type scenario, I'd have to know what's on the table, right? Are you salary dumping and getting a pick and, like, an okay vet? Are you, like, hitting them to Atlanta for John Collins or something like that? And that's a complete theoretical that I just made up, so I don't want that out there.
Yeah, don't clip that, Kirsten or Whitley. He's not saying trade for John Collins. Anthony Slater's not saying for that. All right, go ahead.
Well, like in that scenario, like, do you think that gets them closer or further away from that, like a John Collins?
Yeah, farther away. I'm not a big fan of John Collins.
But that's like, that's the ballpark we're probably talking, right? We're not. You're not just swinging him out there and getting this massive, upgrade.
No, but at the same time, like, there have been certain matchups where they've been better with him off the floor.
By the way, some breaking news. Doc Rivers just got released by the Sixers. Go ahead, Shasky.
The guy who has more Game 7 losses than anyone in the history of man.
Doc Rivers at power forward next year? No?
Well, no, because, like,
you guys are not wrong. He's flawed. Obviously, he creates kind of tough lineup, like handcuffs.
Well, but what about the other guys? Like, I'm going to cut you off, but what about the other guys, like Klay Thompson, in terms of, making the best out of him as he's starting to move forward? You have to evolve, where he's at in his career and who he's guarding and where he spaces out. GP2 in certain situations can do some of that pick and roll stuff, the pocket passing. Kevon Looney can as well. If you keep Jonathan Kaminga, his ascension of a role, like, it's not just losing Draymond, it's about how the others are reacting. If you want the best out of Jordan Poole, if you choose to keep him, does he work better maybe without Draymond Green out there? I don't know. I know saying they're better without, I'm not saying they're better. I'm saying I would need others to step up in their roles, but I still think they can win with different combinations without Draymond Green. I don't know if I subscribe to it's over. They're not in contention without Draymond.
Can they win at the highest level? Can they win Big West Finals games? Because as much as you can say, and I agree, there are times that certain games, certain nights, certain matchups, you're like, man, the floor spacing out there, the fact that Draymond's not going to the rim. But there's probably double the amount of nights over Draymond Green's career and over the last 2 years that you're like, Draymond Green helped win them this game. He took over defensively down the stretch. He was great against Nikola Jokic. Imagine if they played Denver, but they played Denver without Draymond Green.
No, that's a rare matchup that I agree with you completely. Yeah. He was better. I mean, they were better with him off the floor in Boston. Like, for example, last year in the finals, specific matchup. There were times.
Do you remember that game 4 though? He got benched, and then remember he came back
in the final 3 minutes. He had 2 steals, but they made their huge run with him off the court. I mean, I'm just being. I was there. I was sitting up in the stands. They were
not like it's a complex conversation, obviously. But I also think the reality is, if Draymond Green is just booted off the roster, you are not entitled to contention next season. That's just my belief. I do think maybe Jonathan Kaminga makes a leap. Maybe there's just more spread room for people offensively. Maybe during the regular season there's bigger offensive nights. I just think at the highest level you're not winning nearly as well without him.
Well, they won 43 games with him this year, so it's not like they're winning at a clip that's enough. I think a full season of Wiggins would change everything. You got to remember Wiggins missed 25 games. Steph Curry missed 20.
Yeah. There's a lot. Clay didn't play back-to-backs until the All-Star break, so that's not fair to Draymond Green there. But let me ask you this then, because Jordan Poole has been a lightning rod all season long. We know what happened in the preseason, and it just never. You covered this team, Anthony. The vibe just never felt like it was right. Their longest winning streak this season was 5 games. They were awful on the road, which tells me that they were struggling to get along with each other. Well, maybe not getting along, but that camaraderie was not there like it was the season before. Can Jordan Poole and Draymond Green coexist for another season together?
I mean, coexist. Yes, because I think they're both professional in the sense of I don't know, Draymond Green. Not necessarily. He's not the type of guy to show too much shame. He got his voice back. He definitely had to kind of, neuter his leadership voice for a while during the regular season, but he got it back. He was kind of his boisterous self behind the scenes, in film and all that by middle of the season. So I think he could coexist. Jordan Poole, that's obviously kind of a bigger question, but the reality is he took a professional approach this season. I mean, he was accepting of playing next to him after that event and through the full season. Now, do you get the best version of Jordan Poole? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That's something they need to figure out.
Right.
They need to have the high-level conversations behind the scenes. They also need to explore what the options are. You know, we can sit here and talk about, like I said, these theoretical, like, oh, what could Draymond get? Oh, what could Jordan Poole get? What if you package Jordan Poole with Kaminga? Like, but we don't have the answers because I can't call Masai Ujiri right now and be like, what would you really give up for these guys? You know, so and that's. Guess what? The front office is in Chicago.
But what would you do? What would you do with Jordan Poole? What would you do if you were in control? What are you doing with Jordan Poole?
I mean, explore the market. Obviously, gotcha. You got to have a conversation with Joe Lacob where it's like, hey, this is again, like this is the thing I think is not being talked about enough. Joe, can we keep that salary slot on the books? Jordan Poole goes from $3.9 million to $27 million this year. That is what spikes the tax bill from under $400 million to far above $400 million. He has said he won't go there. If he won't go there, then the conversations are very different. You're calling teams being like, who will take him for free, essentially. You know, if you can't pay that. If you can, then you're deciding, hey, do you trade a young player like Jordan Poole, still averaged 20 a game this season, for, you know, at his lowest value in 12 months? You see what the league thinks of him. And if you can, like, maybe you bring him back and trust people to be professional. I don't know. I mean, you drafted this guy 28th overall, and he's still a high-level talent, and he does stuff offensively that they don't have beyond Steph Curry. Like, there's still value there. I know he had a bad playoff, obviously, but he's not nothing.
Right. No, I'm with you there. Anthony Slater, a 95-70 game. He's one of the few guys on the team that get to the free throw line, get to the cup at will. I wish that was explored more during the playoffs, but he was struggling, as a lot of guys struggle. Klay Thompson struggled. I don't think moving Klay Thompson to the bench in today's NBA game is a smart move when you need all the space and shooting the NBA has to offer these days. A lot of teams play a 5-out now with their guys playing on the perimeter. But Jonathan Kaminga, you mentioned him earlier in the segment here, Slates. I think Kaminga has all the talent in the world, but he didn't play. And visibly, I was disappointed with him in the postseason when he started moping, he had a bad attitude. Can they salvage Kaminga in this system, or does he need a change of scenery?
Well, he needs to play, and like I understand, obviously he didn't like take it that well, but we had conversations in the playoffs. I'm not sure if I was him, I would have taken it well either. You know, when he was playing, he played for 2 months. He was good. Like 20 after the All-Star break, 24 minutes a game for like what was it, 21 straight games. No Wiggins, obviously, but it's like 13 points a game. It's good individual defense. I thought growth in. I mean, you guys watched it, right? Like he wasn't just so out of his element in like the Warriors style system, right? It was suddenly like, okay, that was a nice back screen. Right. He sat in the dunker spot and looked like Iguodala, right? Like timing up that cut well for an alley-oop. Like to me, he showed, hey, I will play the way you want me to play. I'll try to cut down some of the shot selection, you know, like the 18-foot back down, like kind of like 1 foot fadeaways. And, but he also shot it well. You know, people say, hey, you don't want him to shoot threes. He's like 35% from three this year.
So what happened in the playoffs then? Why, like the fact that he couldn't get
rotation got too crowded.
But even in the game 6,
look, I think by then you can talk about like kind of maybe the frustration on the bench, the lack of locked in mentality behind the scenes. I think it had spiraled too much by that point because he was basically at that point on his 13th straight like DNP,
right? And that's not fair to Kaminga to say, hey, game 6 elimination game, go guard LeBron James. That's not fair. At that point. At that point, Slater, I didn't even want him to play. It wouldn't have been fair to the kid because then if he struggles, see the kid's not ready. The kid's not ready. That would have been an absolute joke there. Real quick before we let you go, Slates, did you hear what Bill Simmons said about Draymond Green and a relationship with LeBron?
I didn't see exactly my assumption. I think maybe I like caught part of it, but it's like just that he was too friendly with him during the series.
What do you think about that? You watched every game up close and personal. Draymond Green. He's a savage on that court. He's nasty. He starts talking to everybody. What did you see in that series?
Yeah, I mean, what was it, game 5, I thought was like, that was the most lit up he was. It was almost the most, like, you could say, like, mean to the other team he was, right? The way he was, like, chirping, kind of going after Schroeder. But, you know, I think it was David McMenamin from ESPN reported on, like, end of game 4, he was, like, barking at Rich Paul, like, about Schroeder. Like, he clearly targeted Schroeder instead of, like LeBron or AD. You would have probably liked to see him really go at AD a little bit more like he went at Sabonis.
Right.
But I can understand not really going at LeBron, you know, because LeBron is not tauntable, right? He went after Aaron Gordon in the first-round series last year because he felt Aaron Gordon might shrink from the moment. LeBron's not shrinking because Draymond Green yells a couple things at him. Davis? You know, that's a bigger question. Maybe he should have gone at Davis a bit more. I think that's been a little overstated, like the idea that if he had just, like, mentally put a stamp on the series, they would have been better.
20 seconds or less. Bob Myers back? with the Warriors, or is he moving on?
Oh, man. I think it is very much up in the air. And I might lean like 51-49. He's not coming back.
Of course, Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. Contract expires at the end of June. Should be interesting, Slater. A great offseason, or very interesting offseason for the Golden State Warriors, to say the least. We'll be in touch with you, man. Again, hell of a job this season, man. I think you're one of the best to do it out there. Your breakdowns, the way you cover the game, the way you bring perspective, I think it's top-notch, man. So continue the good work, man. You know that. You're good at what you do.
All right, fellas, it's been great this season. A pretty great exit interview, and yeah, we'll talk down the line.
So no doubt
Miss
about
you,
it.
buddy.
Oh, man, hopefully fatherhood is going well for Anthony Slater. A lot there, and I like it. I like the pushback from Anthony Slater. I do like it. 888-957-9570. We're going to fill these lines up. I see a lot of you on hold here. We're going to get to the phone lines in a second. Well, how do you feel about what Slater said about Draymond Green? Let's make sure we replay some of those clips, too.
Bonte, it's funny. Anytime two people disagree on something, everyone's like, you got dunked on. He's right, you're wrong. We don't have to agree. Part of what makes this forum, sports radio, so great is that we're throwing ideas out there or someone's beliefs, and we're going to kick them back and forth, and we're not always going to come to consensus. In fact, I think a lot of times we're not. And it's not fake, disingenuous arguing just for sake of arguing. There are times when Bonte and I disagree. For example, I didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo was all that great coming out of a playoff game. You told me I was crazy, and we're going back and forth. And what the beauty of it is it doesn't matter who's right and wrong. It's an opinion. It's how you feel. And so if Slater thinks that they're not a championship contender, but I think that they could still find a way to win games, I personally believe they're not good enough. With the roster I just saw this year, without some big-time moves, I don't think it's good enough to win it all. I think the league has gotten a little better. I think they slightly ticked down a little, and I think they'll tick down slightly again next year, and so I don't think that's good enough. He disagrees. That's the beauty of sports.
Well, first of all, I didn't think Jimmy was great after the Minnesota game, full disclosure. I just said, why the hell are you bitching and moaning? They just won a 27-10 playoff game for the first time in years. Jimmy Garoppolo started his first postseason game, and he struggled. How many quarterbacks we see in their first postseason run? They're still getting on Lamar Jackson for struggling. That's all I was saying. I didn't say Jimmy was great in that game. Don't put words in my mouth. By the way, Slater probably agrees with 20% of the things I say. I still want him on the show every single week.
Yes, me too.
He's the best. He's the best.
If we all thought the same, then what would be the fun of talking?
Right. So let's replay some of that stuff, especially about Draymond Green. Today feels like a Draymond Green day. We'll get to Jordan Poole. We'll get to Kaminga.
Gone?
Huh?
He thinks 51-49. Myers gone. That's
might be. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All your phone calls coming up. 888-957-9570.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's...
Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
We've got Bob Butler signing off, KCBS legend. He actually taught me at SF State. I probably attended 3 classes that entire semester, only when the sports guys came. Did I flunk you? You did not flunk me. You gave me an A-, I think. One of the only A's I got at SF State.
And look at him now. I know
there
he
it
is.
is. Bob Butler, man, retired after 42 years.
So
KCBS.
you were like Kaminga at one point in your career, and you needed to be straightened out a little by a great teacher.
No doubt. Then went down to NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists Convention down in New Orleans. Bob was there speaking, and it really enlightened me.
Nice.
Kind of enlightened me.
Cool.
Gave me that nice little inspiration and, the little jolt. And here you get him on the mic. There it is. 42 years, man.
We actually met when you were at City College.
I remember that.
City College.
Yep.
And I came back to teach at State in like 2011. And look at my class, and here he is sitting up in the back. It's like, what are you doing here? Do you have a job by now?
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And I'm so proud of him because you see somebody who really wanted to do it. And every time somebody tells me I want to do sports, it's like, everybody wants to do sports. And how many TV stations have sports? They have 2 sports people. But he made it. He's done it. He got his first job in the big city, as I did, and he's still here. Kicking butt, taking names.
I don't know if I can last 42 years. They're ready to run me out now.
42 years?
They're trying to get me out of here in 2 months, man. You should see our chat.
I started here as an intern in 1981.
Wow.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
So what's the key? What's the key to longevity?
Keep your head down. Do your job. Keep your head
there
down.
It is.
Do your job.
That's a Moses Moody attitude right there.
And then, and don't complain. I mean, there's a lot to complain about.
Nope.
But keep it to yourself. I mean, hey, I'm in the Navy. I was in the Navy.
Yeah,
so I complain a lot. Right. But there are times you can, and there are times you can't.
Yeah,
so,
I
anyway.
like that.
Well, that's some good times. New York City, the union meetings. Remember that? Yeah, we was out there in New York City with you. I got a meeting tomorrow. There you go. Bob Butler, everybody.
Wow, legend.
Last update coming up at 11:05, 11:03, KCBS. There you go.
2 things. Thanks for your service, and thanks for helping me with this guy. Without him, I don't know where I'd be.
Big Bob Butler, man. It had a lot of fun.
That's cool,
class, man. It was a lot of fun. That's where I met Mark Spears. I was like, oh, we finally got a sports guy in the class. Let me go check in with this guy. Let me check in. And then, the rest is history. By the way,
That's
be
super
tuned
cool.
in
That is really
to
cool.
95.7 The Game. Sponsored by, be tuned in 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath presented by West. Download the Odyssey app. Bob Butler, man, really cool dude. And NABJ, man, took me under his wing. And I remember I went out riding with him one morning. KCBS, we're going all out. I was falling asleep in the car. I was like, dude, this is too early, man. This is too early.
Not like one of those police rides when hey, you want to be a police officer? Hop in the car.
It felt like a police right now. What he does in news, I got a lot of respect for people who cover news. I could not do it. Politics and news, I just could not do it. They just go to the random spots. You never know when somebody kidnaps a dog. You're dealing with serious stuff here. And they're just roll up to some random spot in Castro Valley. Hey, this at the scene, there was a crime. It could have been gunshots. And I'm just like, man, how do you do this?
See, I was always, in my mind, I've always envisioned myself like, I'm in downtown Walnut Creek right now near the water fountain. And it's 91 degrees out here. Ma'am, are you shopping at the Nordstrom's down the street? She is. Now back to you, Bonte.
A great Chuck Walter impression right there.
Oh, no, this is my Chuck Walter. How are you doing? It's me, Chuck Walter. And even though you think I do broadcaster voice, I actually talk like this off air. I love you, Chuck.
That's a 4.
It's 100% him. And that's how he talks.
Not all news people talk like that.
No, but Chuck talks like that.
No, but he absolutely talks like that 100% of the time.
What are you talking about,
You better be careful. You better be careful for Kylie Mills' tweet at us saying, don't disrespect him like that. You better be careful. Kylie to ether all of us.
Could you imagine me, honestly,
our timelines in shambles, man.
Working for one of these. I'm here on 6th and Mission right now. It's just wild. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, you can say that.
Is shut down.
I would do that.
Bottoms up is closed. Woo!
No, I would be on
and
6th.
It smells like urine.
No, I'd be out there. Nancy, 6th and Market right now. Bonte Hill checking in for KTVU. And let me tell you right now, there's people down the street smoking crack. There's needles everywhere.
It's fentanyl
crack
now.
rocks everywhere.
Fentanyl. It's fentanyl.
It's fentanyl.
That's the new thing.
I don't even know. I can't keep up. Let's get back on track.
All right, let's get back on track. My bad.
Go to State Warriors. all season has started. Doc Rivers, by the way, fired. We all saw that coming. Once James Harden said, they asked him about his relationship, James Harden said, yeah, it's okay. It's like, damn, James. And then him saying, I just want to compete. Well, you've been given every opportunity to compete.
James Harden.
It ain't my fault you scored 9 points in the Game 7.
I mean, as we talk about, just for a split second here, as you're going around the NBA, you're talking about Doc Rivers and everything like that. John Morant. I haven't had your thoughts on that.
It's unfortunate. And I'm not going to get into the rights and the laws in Tennessee and what they do and congressmen holding. It's not right. John Morant, you're a role model whether you like it or not.
Well, and you agreed with the NBA that you wouldn't do, you
wouldn't do this.
You wouldn't do this. You agreed with your employer you wouldn't do this.
I just never got what was so cool about taking a photo with a gun.
I'm 100% with you. I'm not a gun guy.
Listen, the real gangster.
I respect. Do you have a right as an American to do whatever? Like the Second Amendment is there. Me personally, I have never felt that my life would be enhanced or safer with a gun. I understand and respect the rights of others that have it, but the whole gun culture in terms of the photos and all of that and whatever credibility or lack thereof that you think that you have because you have one, or toughness, or what do you think it symbolizes, I'm with you. I don't get it.
Some people say, well, he was working on a shooting. He was at going to the gun range. I don't know what he was doing. I just know, the gangsters that we grew up with, Anthony from San Leandro called earlier and said, man, I'm from Fillmore. How many gangsters, like some real ruthless gangsters, take photos with guns? They don't. You don't broadcast that stuff. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
What makes you
It's the worst thing, but John Morant, when you start having a history and you start acting like you are about that life, you're an NBA point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies, one of 450 players in this league. It's just... You got to wise it up, man. And now if you're the Memphis Grizzlies, you're saying, man, we're investing in this guy to carry our franchise. Maybe we should just invest in Desmond Bane and Jaren Jackson Jr. and move off of Ja. That's the conversations going on in Memphis right now. Now, will they do it? Highly doubt it. But that's the conversation right now going on in that city.
I know.
What should we do about Ja? Maybe we just cut bait now before this gets out of hand.
Well, the poor guy... Like there's a double-edged sword.
He's going to get popped for half the season, probably.
Well,
which is sad.
I don't know.
Will take Memphis out of the top 5.
Bonte, I don't know what the punishment should be, or if there even should. I don't know. I don't even want to debate that part. I just know this. Like when you live in the country or whatever, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and you want to have a rifle or a shotgun on your property, like that makes sense to me. I'm a city guy. I grew up in the city. I think having a firearm in the city, although it is your legal right, for me and my family, I deem it to be unnecessary. If someone wants to break into my house, trust me, believe me, I know people say, oh, I'd rather have it than be caught without it. Well, you know what? Take whatever you want in my house. Hopefully you don't shoot us. I don't want to have to go through that.
It doesn't work like that, Sasky.
What?
It doesn't work like that.
I understand that, but I just know in my life, I'm going to be real with you, and I'm going to be honest. A gun charge was the beginning of a steep decline for my own father, right? And I'm being a little maybe too candid on this. So to me, it symbolizes huge negativity in my particular life. And I know all of the things that came along with having the firearm. And and it was many, many other things. It wasn't just that. So I see it as a symbol of negativity, and I don't want it in my life. That's just for me.
Well, because here's the deal. If it comes down to it, and you do have to use that gun, are you going to use it? Because if you use that gun, and you get caught using that gun, and it's not a self-defense or whatnot, you're doing hard time.
I mean, like the guy at Walgreens, the guy who's the security guard, and we can argue about that left and right. And I don't want to turn this into politics, but like someone lost their life.
Somebody lost their life.
So and it's just
it's unfortunate with John Morant. You want him to get help. It seems like he doesn't have it. You hear rumors about him sipping on the sideline when he's not playing, that he's sitting there drunk or whatnot. He's living his life. And it may lead him to being out the league soon.
He needs to be more self-aware. I think that's where I would start with. He needs to be more self-aware with who he is and where he's at in his life.
However, does he have the right to hold a gun? Can he carry a gun? Does he have a gun license? That's what we don't know.
Well, but
that's why I don't want to go. That's why I'm not going down that road, because he may have a gun license and he may be licensed to carry a gun. Yeah. I don't know that. I don't know that. However, I'm just saying the optics don't look good. And from where I come from, the real ones, they don't go out there broadcasting their guns. You just know they have it. You know that if you mess with them, some bad things are going to happen. But real ones don't really go out there taking photos of their guns and shoot. No, we don't do that. Don't do that. But I don't know if he has a gun license or not, so I'm not going to go too crazy on Ja. I just don't like the optics of it.
No, I don't either, and I just I keep coming back. You talking about optics? I think the league. Part of why the league is going to be frustrated is, hey, you're the face of an entire franchise,
right?
And we wanted you to be the face of the league,
right?
And we can't have you being associated with that. Just the same way a sponsor wouldn't, from Apple. Let's just use Apple as an example. Wouldn't want somebody attached to their brand in that fashion. You know, for the longest time, there was a stigma around Snoop Dogg. Bonte, how long did he have to go to shake that stigma about Snoop Dogg to where now he can sell you Corona and Skechers and be a lovable character in your life?
It took about a year or two, and he was back. Seriously. I think it was a speeding ticket for Snoop Dogg.
No, I'm talking about the murder case that he was up against in the early 90s. It took years to become a commercial. I'm talking about in terms of being up for sponsors and things like that. It took years for that.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee he gets that right away with what he was rapping about. He's now.
That's true.
You also got to remember he's farther removed from rapping about what he was rapping about in the early 90s.
That's a good point.
Tyler Miller, the OGs don't do that, show their guns around, but his favorite rappers do. And that's the problem. Some of these rappers, it'd be a young boy. I don't even listen to him.
Lil Wayne said it best. Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
There you go. That's all I'm trying to say, Spadone. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's get to the lines. Dan, Highway 4. What's happening?
Hey, Dan.
Bonte Shasky, Morning Rose going up on a Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
What up?
Yes, sir. I have some comments on the Bill Simmons recording. It's like, Draymond, you're super friendly to these guys, man. I was watching the Redeem team, and Pau Gasol, one of Kobe's best friends, he told the team, I'm going to run through his chest. I'm going to run right through Pau Gasol's chest. Even though that's my brother, that's my friend. I've won a ring with him. I'm going to run through his chest. My competitor, I'm going against him. When I'm in the gym with my brothers, we're not friendly to each other. I'm going at your chest. I'm going at you, brother. So all this being friendly with LeBron and helping AD up is bullcrap. And then my other comment is on the maxing out term. I don't get the maxing out term because you didn't really max out. If you didn't use every card in your deck, you didn't use every card in your hand. So what do you mean you maxed out? I mean, you got maxed out by the Lakers. They maxed you out. But you didn't use your weapons. You didn't use what you had. And it's like every time Kerr made an adjustment to a lineup, they won. Anytime he made any adjustment to a lineup, he tweaked the lineup, they won. Anytime he stuck what was not working, they lost.
Well,
so I don't believe in the maxing out term. And yeah, Draymond, stop being so damn friendly, please.
Well, it's
comments off air.
It's a great comment about the decks and the cards in the deck. Slater, we were asking, like, what happened with Kaminga? And Slater said, at the beginning of the playoffs, they had a lot of guys. It was a logjam. And then by the end, things had progressed, obviously, what Kaminga did, to a point where there was like a point of no return. And my thing was like, yeah, that's on Kaminga. Kaminga deserves culpability. It's also on Steve Kerr to not lose his guy. Like, both can be true to a lesser degree on Steve Kerr's aspect. But, like, the fact they got to that point where someone was deemed unplayable in that situation, part of the essence of coaching is being able to strike the right balance where if you need to break glass in case of emergency, you could rely on that individual.
So when they said max him out, they maxed out with this group. So if they maxed out with this group, it tells me that, one, Steve Kerr does not trust the youngsters. It tells me that, too, because Draymond Green echoed those sentiments, that Draymond Green doesn't trust the youngsters, not pinning it all on him, but the veterans basically said, we can't win with these guys. That's basically what that means to me. We maxed out with this group. We got as far as we could go with this group. And you're not playing some of those members of the group, like a Kaminga. You're giving Jordan Poole less minutes in the series. Moses Moody, you basically dusted off. DiVincenzo's not playing much.
GMG got a couple of he got a little like hands over the eyes, opening and then close.
So what it tells me is they don't trust the youngsters to win. They believe they could still win, but they don't believe they have the right pieces around them to win. And that basically was a microcosm of the season. With the way the season played out, Steve Kerr aborted mission. 3-7 record to start. All 5 road trip. And after that, it was like, Wiseman, you're seeing DNPs. Kaminga, you're not going to play much. And Moody, you're not going to be in a rotation as well.
But here's where I push back. That's for the regular season. In the playoffs, the veterans lost games. It was 6 minutes.
Yeah, but how are you going to play in the playoffs when you don't even play in the regular season? And all of a sudden, we got to count on you if we're not playing you in the regular season. That's what I'm saying there. The veterans lost trust.
Yes.
And they lost trust in the youngsters early, including Steve Kerr.
No, that's true. But what I'm saying is that for me, the frustrating part is that the veterans lack the self-awareness and the culpability to be like, yeah, we actually didn't execute in a bunch of game 4. Show me the young player on the court.
Moses Moody.
Okay, and he did a little bit here and there and was okay. But outside of that, they lost because Lonnie Walker hit shots. Yep. They lost because Draymond turned the ball over and Steph took some shots. I thought the second one was a poor shot, but it wasn't great. Klay took a bad shot. Like, those 3 veterans came up short.
I agree.
So I feel like we're going to spend all year chastising the kids. And they deserve a blame, but the vets came short, too.
But how about this, though? Maybe Steve Kerr doesn't have to ride the vets like that. If you can play the youngsters,
that's a
if
good
you
point.
do trust the youngsters, maybe Curry's not gassed at the end of the game. Maybe Klay's not gassed at the end of the game. Maybe Draymond does have the mental capacity to not make the turnover. Maybe that's just mental fatigue. Mental fatigue there because he's playing heavy minutes. The youngsters are supposed to come in and help, alleviate some of those minutes off the veterans' plate. But when it came down to winning games, especially down the stretch of the regular season, these guys had to play 35, 36, 37 minutes. And we all said before the season, they're in their mid-30s. We need to take the load off of them.
I'm with you on that. I thought they'd be the fountain of youth. They'd be able to extend their careers, not shorten them.
But Steve Kerr decided they weren't ready to do that, so they weren't. Let's go to Revy D, or is it Heavy D in Union City? Is it Revy D?
Yes, sir.
What's up, Revy D? Out there in the Union, huh?
Hey. Out here in the Union City, dude. Hey. So I know I'm going to take a lot of slack for what I'm about to say, because people don't like, when they make a mistake, they don't like to say they made a mistake. But the Warriors made a huge mistake when they traded Wiseman. What you need to do is call Detroit, tell them that I'll trade Kaminga and Poole. Please give me back Wiseman, and we'll work out the rest of it some kind of way.
So a guy, wait, let me make it. I'm going to let you go because this is hilarious. So a guy that they traded for 5 second-round picks, you're now trading for Kaminga and Jordan Poole, even though the salaries don't match up, just to get Wiseman back, who doesn't play defense.
Look, does Kaminga play defense?
Better than Wiseman. Yeah, he was actually one of the better perimeter defenders based on the analytics.
Okay, well, what about Poole?
Well, no, but his offensive skill set is farther along
Revy D,
than
let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. I want you to finish, and I want you to...
How much weed
Hold on. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Revy D, so...
Look what happened.
So you want to do a 2 for 1. I just want to get this straight. You want to do a 2 for 1. Kaminga and Poole for Wiseman straight up.
Correct. Or whatever you have to do it.
Hey, Bonte,
you think the Warriors will be better?
They will. Look, what happened in the playoffs? Kaminga couldn't get off the bench, and Poole played like trash.
So you think Wiseman's going to play?
Well, pick and roll.
Wiseman couldn't play when he was here. They needed a big.
I'm Joe Shasky, and I'm here in downtown San Francisco. There's a man taking fentanyl right here on 95.7 The Game's Airlines. That's going full circle. Full circle. What's he talking about?
You don't need to look back at the
What are we
glass
doing?
for validation.
That
Just tell
guy,
the joke
come
and look at
on.
me. You don't
We're
need to
going to
look
trade
back at
Jordan Poole and Kaminga for Wiseman.
Hey.
Loveman.
Between that and the Warriors' loss against the Lakers to avoid the Nuggets, we've had some really colorful takes today.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the guy said.
Who was on crack?
All right, look, Revy D. Look, it takes a lot of courage to call a radio station and give your thoughts on about a team. It takes a lot of courage to come up with that opinion and spit them out here on the radio. So I want to crap on them. I got respect for Revy D and the U.
Who was on crack?
My guy was cooking.
I disagree that you should trade Poole and Kaminga for Wiseman. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I don't agree with not one bit of that. But
see, I think it's what makes sports talk radio fun. Is we get callers in with these fun, kind of colorful takes, and we get to kind of have fun with them.
That was one I did not expect this morning. I did not expect.
Jordan Poole
and Kaminga
for Wiseman.
A 2 for 1 for Wiseman.
Who was on crack?
And then he goes, "We'll figure out the rest later." Like there's other pieces that you just throw in there.
A couple player to be names later, cash consideration.
God, that was funny.
I'm gonna give Revy D the benefit of the doubt.
That was funny.
I guarantee you, I know where he was getting to.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna help him out here. He just got rattled because you cut him off.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, he probably was going to throw in that number 1 overall pick that they may get today in the draft lottery, which means the Warriors would get Wiseman back and Victor Wembanyama. I'm just trying to help out Revy D.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know.
Maybe you attach to the Raleigh you pick. All right, let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, man? I'm going to get at my guy Revy like that, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
Look, though, man. hey, I put this on Kerr, and I've been calling all year saying this. Small ball is dead. Every great dynasty has to go through a phase where they wasn't playing the same way they was playing before. Michael Jordan from 90 to 93, they was playing with more speed. When they got from 96 to 98, they slowed it down.
Yep.
The Spurs, they was inside out.
Yep.
You know, since Duncan got older, to incorporate Manu and Tony Parker and Kawhi, they had to play a more pass the ball around. They changed the system a little bit, but still kept some of the same principles from the inside-out game, which was Tim Duncan. My point is this. Wiseman has talent. He can score the basketball from even on the floor. What's crazy is the Warriors are running pick and roll with Gary Payton, but Gary Payton can't hit a 15-foot jumper.
Nope.
He can't finish at too strong. And watching the game, you had the Lakers covering Steph and Clay where the pick and rolls was open, the pick and pops was open, but Draymond can't hit it. Looney can barely catch a pass and just dunk it all in one motion. His dexterity is not really good enough, so you traded that, didn't incorporate none of the athleticism that Kaminga brings you, none of the athleticism and strength that Wiseman brings you, because you're talking about defense. Well, let me get this to you. 90% of the league don't play defense. Jokic plays no defense. Steph ain't played defense since he's been in the league. But we only put that on players that we try to diminish about the defense.
Yep.
Like, at the end of the day, the league is not about defense.
Yep.
It's about getting buckets.
Getting buckets.
Can you get
Thank
a rebound? Can you get a stop? That's what it's about. And they didn't do what they needed to do was to get the young guys ready. I blame Kerr, I blame Draymond, and I blame...
let me ask you about Draymond Green. Is it time to move on from Draymond Green? Is now the time to just... has it run its course?
It's time. It's time because he didn't develop a 15 to 18-foot jumper. What has he developed to help the offense expand?
Well, that was my favorite part of the Shams Charania article was like, the Draymond believes he could develop more on the offensive side. It's like, he's
33 years old. Well, this is my problem. So
he should have been working on this for the last 7 years.
This is what bugs me about the whole situation. And I get people want to ride or die with Draymond Green. Look, Draymond Green, I can't wait for him to get his jersey retired here. He may get a statue, and I'll clap. Thank you, Draymond, for all the memories. He's been a great warrior, an all-time warrior. But the pandemic season, 2019-20. All right, Steph gets hurt 4 games in. What was it, 4 games in? Played 5 overall. He had the head injury. Clay was out with the torn ACL. You had a bunch of youngsters. Eric Paschall, Omari Spellman, Jordan Poole, who got sent down to the G League, came back. You had Draymond Green. Draymond Green admitted that, yeah, it was tough to get up for games knowing that we were going to lose. The one game I wanted to win was Christmas Day against the Rockets, and they won that game. And he played great. But that season, instead of mailing it in, as he admitted, not me, I'm not saying this. Draymond Green admitted this.
Yeah, well, he said it multiple times.
He said it multiple times. Yeah, I didn't get up for games that year.
The barbershop thing with LeBron, he said it on his own podcast.
I mailed it in.
Yeah.
He folded that season. That was the year knowing that, okay, I'm going to get Curry back. Clay's going to be back at some point. Oh, and then later in the year, they trade for Andrew Wiggins, which I thought was genius.
Yeah.
Hey, you get Wiggins in that pick, which turns into Kaminga. Wiggins as a 4th option. Now he's not a 4th option for the Warriors now, but
at the time,
I liked this for Andrew Wiggins. He's going to see so many open shots, and he did. And he admitted, goes, man, playing with Steph is going to unlock me offensively. Draymond Green, instead of mailing it in that season, should have attempted 10 threes a game. 10 threes a game. Forget the percentages. Forget what happens. Shoot 10 threes a game. Work on your jumper, because those shots that he was getting that season and the shots that he was getting this season probably go in. You're probably shooting 40%. I don't know. But it just felt like he mailed it in, and that took a year away from his development offensively where he could have worked on his jumper, knowing that teams are not going to guard me. They're already doing that in 2019 with KD. Remember Luke Walton, Christmas Day?
Yeah.
Had guys camped in the paint. The Toronto Raptors in the 2019 NBA Finals. Did they guard Draymond Green or Iguodala? There's a classic possession where Draymond's at the 3-point line, looks at the 3, passes to Iguodala. Iguodala looks, passes back to Draymond Green. They did not want to shoot the basketball. Well, you know that's how teams are going to play you.
I know.
So instead of mailing it in, you should have worked on your game and then attempted at least 10 threes a game.
Well, it's
10 threes a game, Shasky.
It's not just the regression in the shot. It's the unwillingness to take the shot, the indifference to showcase it. And the part that like, I just don't understand is every time they're in a rut and they need him to like, they're like forced, do or die situation. He's got to be more offensive. He does it and they have smashing success. and then he goes right back into being indifferent about shooting and being aggressive. And I'm like, what's going on?
What?
What's going on?
Well, seriously,
no one is
Shesky.
saying that he's got to rip a bunch of threes. Just square up to the hoop.
If you're the Warriors in this position, and you're saying, man, do we really want to extend this guy? He melded in when things didn't go right. Instead of being an example for the youngsters, he melded in. He melded in. You don't think people remember that in that organization?
Of course they do.
He melded it in, and he admitted that.
Where do you think his equity is within the current roster?
I don't know. I think he has a lot of equity with this team. I do. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry. That's all that matters, really.
Okay.
If you got equity with Steph and Curry, that's all that matters.
You're probably right about that. I'm just curious because there is an ecosystem inside that locker room. And, to say that your role is always, right here or whatever, like it's up and down, depending on where you're at in your career and the different teammates you have on around them. I don't know.
That's all I'm saying about Draymond when we move forward here in the year where he said, hey, I'm going to work on my game. That should have been done 3 years ago. Think about the play-in game against Memphis. Poole was taking threes late in the game, not Draymond. Poole won. That's why I was like, you know what? Coming out of that year, I was like, I don't know much about Poole, but damn, he took the big shot against the Lakers. Yeah. Now, he didn't make it.
A month removed from the G League.
He's taking big shots in the play-in game. So, I just, if Draymond did that, now you wouldn't be playing 3-on-5 basketball. Because think about the Lakers. They went out there and put in Schroeder. I know I'm talking a lot here.
I love it.
Schroeder starts in Game 6. They make their adjustment. Now the Warriors have to honor every player on the floor.
We didn't talk about this. How about him slamming the ball in Schroeder's face? He was lucky he didn't get kicked out of that game. No, I'm being real. He was lucky he didn't get kicked out of that game.
And Mark Jackson and Jeff A. Gundy were irate about that.
Yeah, well, he look, and I laughed, but at the same time, we're in a closeout game, Draymond. We can't get you suspended.
So, you think about
ejected, I guess is the word.
Look at the Celtics. They go 5 out.
Yeah.
All their guys, even Derek White has made himself a threat. Now, you want Derek White to shoot.
Look at
Marcus Smart.
Look at Al Horford and PJ Tucker's evolution as they've gotten older. Both guys have been able to step back out and knock down a three. At least at a rate enough to where you have to honor them.
The Denver Nuggets, all 5 guys, with the exception of Eric Gordon, maybe, but Gordon will at least slash or whatnot. You can get away with that. You can get away with playing 4-on-5, I think, at times, but 5-on-5, you can't play 3-on-5, I should say. You can't have 2 non-scorers on the floor.
Well, I think that's where I go back to, as much as we're talking about Draymond, I look at the, whether you want to call it perimeter, 3, 2, 4, whatever. They need another two-way versatile perimeter player.
You do.
They need a balanced two-way perimeter player to so that you don't have to play GP2 or let's just say DiVincenzo or whatever.
That's where Kaminga comes into play.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Let's go to Dale and Wanda Creek.
I guess you're right. No, I guess you're really right, actually.
Right, Kaminga, I thought that was going to be a two-way. Dale and Wanda Creek, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good. Very good.
Listen, Remy D, the notion was crazy, trade Kaminga and Poole. But the rest of it brings a lot of regret. If you look at the final 4 teams that are left, they all have a big man. If you look at one of the things that gave us a lot of trouble all season long, it was a big man on the other team. Joe Shasky, I agree with you a lot, but I think our biggest need is not another wing perimeter guy. It's clear. Our biggest need is an above-average big man who knows how to play NBA center and can provide us with some rim protection and some offense. Just 10, 12 points a game, a threat.
Well, like a Bam Adebayo, what makes him so... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What makes him such a great fit for so many different teams, he's not the most skilled offensively, but he can run some pick-and-roll stuff. He can knock down an elbow shot. Yes, his offensive confidence fades, but defensively, he's spectacular.
Yeah, he's a threat at least.
Yes.
If you're looking anywhere else for where we're deficient, you're not being realistic.
No, I really, think they do need an inside-out presence. There's no doubt.
Thanks for the call. Dale. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. We're going to play the Bill Simmons cut in a second. Here's what Anthony Slater had to say about Draymond Green Or wait, let's play the. Okay, here's Anthony Slater on if Poole and Draymond can coexist.
Yes, because I think they're both like professional in the sense of like, I don't know, Draymond Green, not necessarily, he's not the type of guy to show too much shame. He like got his voice back. He definitely had to kind of, I guess, neuter his leadership voice for a while during the regular season, but he got it back. He was kind of his boisterous self behind the scenes, like in film and all that by middle of the season. So I think he could coexist, you know. Jordan Poole, that's obviously kind of a bigger question, but the reality is he took a professional approach this season. I mean, he was accepting of playing next to him after that event and through the full season. Now, do you get the best version of Jordan Poole? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That's something they need to figure out. They need to have the high-level conversations behind the scenes. They also need to explore what the options are. You know, we can sit here and talk about, like I said, these theoretical, like, oh, what could Draymond get? Oh, what could Jordan Poole get? What if you package Jordan Poole with Kaminga? Like, but we don't have the answers because I can't call Masai Ujiri right now and be like, what would you really give up for these guys?
So then, finally, this is the cut I was looking for. I couldn't find it right away. Anthony Slater, on the Warriors being a title contender without Draymond Green, here's his answer.
When the Draymond Green question has come up, it's like, do we want to win the title? Yes. Should we try to win a title when Steph Curry is still clearly a top 5 player in the NBA? Yes. Does Draymond Green help us, being on the roster, help us get closer to winning a title, or putting him off the roster make us further? Like, yeah, the day Draymond Green walks out the door for nothing, like let's say he just declines his player option and signs wherever, name your team, Detroit, Portland, Phoenix, they're further away from a title. I actually think they're out of contention without Draymond Green on the roster. Obviously, Draymond Green comes with side effects, whatever you want to call it, that boiled over in preseason. I think too much people now are looking back and trying to tell the story of the season through just the one preseason punch. It did have an effect on the team, but you know what would have a massive effect on next year's team? Just losing Draymond Green for nothing.
So do you agree with Anthony Slater? Are the Warriors a title contending team if they move off of Draymond Green? Now, we don't know what they'll add back in, right? We don't know who's going to be on the roster next season. We're still very early into the offseason. But if you move off from Draymond Green, you still have Steph, you still have Wiggins, and you get the right pieces around them. You think it's over without Draymond Green? Is that it? Is the championship window closed?
Well, without Klay Thompson, they were and with a much different roster and a version of Wiggins that wasn't as good as the version we've seen lately.
They're a playing team.
What?
They're a playing
They're
team.
a playing team, but the Lakers were a playing team, and look where they're at, right? So, you just got to be good enough to make the playoffs at this point, and I think they can be. I really do. Championship contender. We'll figure that out when we get there, right? That's the big thing. You keep asking, coexist, and that's an interesting word, and I don't want to, get stuck on the word, but shouldn't what we're trying to find this offseason, if you're the Warriors, shouldn't the word be, how do we make the most amount of players thrive? And I guess the question can Poole and Dre coexist? Sure, they could coexist. Can they thrive? I don't know about that one.
Thrive together?
Yeah, just thrive individually and then together. I don't know about that.
Because you need them together and not individual. At times,
that's what I'm saying.
This team was all about individual accolades. Not playing as a team.
Name a team that's won a championship that didn't thrive collectively and individually.
Right. Not many.
Right? And so, and he could say, oh, well, we're going back, and I'm listening to Slater talk about how a lot of people are going back with revisionist history on the punch. No, in real time, we felt it too.
Yeah. We felt it right away.
I mean, we talked about it every day.
We felt
and it's not some media creation.
No, it's what happened.
Yeah.
It's what happened.
You were there every day.
It's what happened. And it was what I was told the Wednesday before the video got leaked. Bonte, I got a phone call saying, Bonte, this is bad.
And I remember you saying that to us. I'm not going to tell you what happened. I'm just going to tell you it's
not good.
Really, really bad.
Because people were quick to dismiss Poole right away. Oh, Jordan Poole, he deserved it. Jordan Poole deserved it. No teammate deserves to get punched in the face. Right? I get things happen.
Jordan Poole.
I get things happen. But boy, somebody told me, man, this is on Spreewell level, man. Boy, was it ever. Was it ever. And Jordan Poole has to live.
You did hear that.
I said, come on, man. KC, San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, guys. So everything you're saying about Draymond and X's and O's, it's correct. But I disagree with Anthony that we can't win a championship without him. I do think he has to go. Just one of the things that, like I said, you've hit on the X's and O's. It's the ascension of other players that will happen with him being gone.
Yes.
You have to accept that. You have to take that risk. That's how it works with long-term management structures in any environment. Change needs to happen, and the companies and even basketball teams that accept it instead of holding on usually thrive. So if thrive is the culture you're looking for, you have to swallow that pill. And if he opts in, you have to trade him, whether it's for salary cap relief and get nothing in return, a couple of second-round picks, or maybe some bodies. But I think he has to go because otherwise you have to get rid of Poole and Kaminga. And I'm not picking those guys over Dre, but at least they're the future of where you're trying to go. And I completely disagree that without him, we don't win a ring in the future. Of course, we won rings with him in the past.
I'm with you on this one. And the other thing is, like, and this is a real element. It's a young man's league. Now, I know in the playoffs, LeBron's super old. AD is in his prime. He's in his prime.
Yeah, it's not a young man's league, but you need to be younger. But you can't have – it's a fine medium. AD's 30 years old.
Yeah,
right?
but he's in
30
his
years old.
physical apex.
Yeah, but he's 30 years old. So when it comes to winning with 20-year-olds, you don't see that often.
No.
Magic Johnson's one player, but who did he have around him? Norm Nixon, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, anybody?
Yes.
Michael Cooper. Like, you had ballers around him.
But if you commit to Draymond and go even older and move off of Jordan Poole and Kaminga to get older players, your entire team is old.
Then you have to win the championship. And anything less than the championship moving forward is a failure.
But the other part of this thing is, like, and I keep going back to because it feels like you have to choose between Poole and Draymond. I would, if you're asking me, I'd probably explore moving off both.
I think the only guys who may be untouchable
are Steph,
and
Looney.
I think Looney, but even then, if the right deal,
yeah.
I don't see him moving off. I like Looney.
I do
like
too.
Looney. But if you're Joe Lacob, you don't want to get caught up like the San Francisco Giants.
Yes.
You don't want to get caught up like the 49ers after Steve Young, where you're just scrambling. And you're like, man, what's next? What do we have to glob onto? We don't have any picks. We don't have any money. What do we do? What do we do? You don't want to get caught up like that with Joe Lacob. And you heard from Slater, and Joe Lacob said it. I don't want to be paying $500 million for a basketball team. And you think Joe Lacob's happy right now for a team that didn't even make the West Finals? God forbid they lose to Sacramento.
Well, another thing nobody wants to talk about is a part of the way they play the way they do is because of Draymond's limitations offensively. And I think you can do more things offensively in terms of X's and O's and running different offenses if you don't have one guy holding the ball at the top of the key for the majority of the season.
So we got a question here from Comcast Business Text Line since you want to ask this question, 408. Steph Curry for 4 first-round draft picks?
You could pay me 10, and I'm not giving you up Steph Curry. Even if he only plays one more year.
All right. Everybody hang on hold. Brett, Oscar, Antonio, Robin, Jen. We're going to get you all. Stay on hold. We appreciate the patience. It's Rat-a-tat-tat. We're taking your calls. The show's about you. What do you do? Today's a Draymond Green day. Just felt like a Draymond Green day.
Day.
Because he's the one member of the core who has the opt-in or the opt-out clause. What do you do with Draymond Green? Do you move off of him? Because the vibes are bad. And let's face it, he was in the middle of all of it.
Does he have options?
Oh, around the league? I think he does. You
do?
I think he has a few options. I think he has a few options. What teams? I have no idea right now. But I believe there's a team that
enough to create leverage?
Right. Absolutely.
I can tell you what Vegas thinks on the other side.
Oh,
I like that tease right there. That's what's coming up on the game sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Cavill?
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
25-7 game. Take it away, Monte.
Boy, it's going to be an interesting offseason no matter what. If Poole gets traded, if Kaminga gets traded, if Draymond doesn't come back, if Clay gets traded, people are going to be irate. I was just in the YouTube chat for a minute, talking to our roasters on the YouTube chat. I like to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, got one guy. Slime is not happy with me.
Why?
He goes, I'm ready for Steiny and Guru to come on already. Bonte, I used to like you, but you've been disappointing me these past 2 days. What's been so disappointing? The uncomfortable conversation about where this team is at right now? We're at a crossroad, folks. This is a big offseason for the Golden State Warriors that will shape the foreseeable future. How do you navigate it?
Where do you think they get all their content ideas from? No, I'm just
Bonte,
teasing.
help me. Who's that?
Steiny and Goo.
Oh, nah, don't do that.
I'm teasing.
No, they're great.
You know what? A great radio station, there's a thing called drafting. It's like you being in an F1 or NASCAR.
No, don't do that.
We're all drafting off each other.
No, don't do
in
that.
a good way.
Don't do that.
I was listening to Willard yesterday, and he sparked some ideas that I had for today.
What idea was that?
Well, just in general, like there's this notion, and I think he doesn't believe, and this is just the impression that I got from him. And of course, I respect Mark's opinions on this one, and we just differ on this. He doesn't think you can develop while simultaneously win. And I'm like, yeah, that's literally what every organization in the history of teams has ever tried to do outside of LeBron James.
But how many NBA teams have tried to develop and win in the same year?
This is what I would say.
Because let's be real, the youngsters last year didn't really impact the championship for the Golden State Warriors. Let's keep it a buck on that.
I agree on that, but like,
so what team in the
Kawhi
NBA?
Leonard, just let me ask you: did Kawhi Leonard develop while they were winning that first championship?
He was developing. That's one player.
When he was on the team.
That's one player.
Okay.
The Warriors are trying to develop three,
and we could argue about too many, or whatever it is. Like I will listen to that. Like was Robinson Cano not being developed on the Yankees when they were winning World Series?
Was he batting like 7?
Alfonso Soriano. Yeah, but I'm not even asking.
Soriano didn't win a World Series.
They were developing him while they were trying to win.
They didn't win.
Well, you also used
and
him.
then he moved on to the Cubs.
Well, he got traded for A-Rod. Yeah. But needless to say, like every team in the history of sports is trying to do that. Like that's what everyone's trying to do. So
but
this
it
thing
fails
like
a lot. It fails. It fails when you try to develop and win a championship at the same time. Doesn't always happen.
Kobe developed Andrew Bynum enough to where they won rings.
He was in the league, 4 years?
I'm just saying.
Hey, Spinoni, get here.
I'm just saying.
I see Spinoni like,
But they did give him some quality minutes in playoff runs. So to that point, you are right. Yes, and he was an all-star at the end when they're after their dynasty had kind of been finished.
And like Dennis Rodman was a young, up-and-coming player for the Bad Boys. And
small role,
very different. That's all I'm saying is that. So like to think that you don't have zero time to develop anyone. I just categorically disagree with.
Let's go to the lines here. Let's get to the calls here. The roasters want to talk about what's going on. It's not Draymond Green slander. We're just breaking down everything happening with Draymond Green.
So we're talking about what's going to happen.
Draymond Green, whether or not you want him to opt in and opt out. Bill Simmons, who played the cut earlier today, Bill Simmons think that Draymond was too nice to the Lakers. He didn't have that same energy towards AD as he had to Domantas Sabonis. Everybody see that, including Dub Nation. Everybody at the Gatehouse. Yo, Draymond Green going to be the second all Savage today. We lost for Game 5. But we didn't see that consistently. Maybe it's Draymond Green trying to mature and just have better on-court demeanor. I don't know.
Well, and like just real quick before we move on, because we talk about the development, and their situations are different. They're dramatically different. But like Austin Reeves, are the Lakers trying to simultaneously win and develop him? Yeah. How about Keegan Murray up in Sacramento?
But
they have longer runways than what the Warriors have.
The Austin Reeves situation last year, he got a lot of playing time.
I know.
A lot of it helped. That Saturday night at Chase Center, the same night where Kaminga was defending LeBron James at times, Austin Reeves was really good in that game.
Yeah, but when you have no cap space and you have guys making tons and tons and tons of money,
no doubt,
you have no other option but to try to find value in the margins.
But they didn't.
And I know, but the value in the margins is hitting on a draft pick.
Right. And
that's the fountain of youth in the margin.
And was Austin Reeves undrafted? Undrafted out of
Oklahoma, yeah. 2 years ago.
Undrafted out of Oklahoma.
Did they develop Kevon Looney?
But he got a lot of playing time. Kaminga, Moody, and Wiseman did not get the same playing time as Austin Reeves. So that playing time that Austin Reeves got, the play with LeBron James and Anthony Davis helped him this year. He knew how to play with them.
Of course it did.
Kaminga didn't play last year in the postseason. Didn't play.
Of course it did. But
he also played the final. Play, don't you think if he was good enough to play, he would have played?
I mean, we disagree with coaches all the time.
This league plays good players, so.
Well, look at you want to. Steve played Anderson Varejao in 2016 in Game 7, and I didn't agree with that. That's
who else was he going to play?
Particular example.
Who else was he going to play?
Not him.
So who else?
Not
Bucket
him.
was out.
Not
Iguodala
him.
was compromised.
You know?
So you're going to roll with Festus Ezeli for 35 minutes? God bless Festus Ezeli's soul.
Anderson Varejao.
Who else are you going to play?
I'm just in that game.
You can't
not him.
name me one player you're going to play in Game 7. You're going to play Mo Buckets?
I would not have played Anderson Varejao.
Who would you play?
Yeah, Mo Buckets, yes. Defensively, he was horrible, but at least he could hit an outside shot. Anderson Varejao, I believe, had 3 fouls in 10 seconds.
You guys want to blame Aaron?
No, I'm just
came
using
down to
an
the dudes.
example.
Klay Thompson, Steph Curry scored 30 combined points in that game.
I
Steph
agree.
Curry had 13
Well,
and turned the ball over 6 times
I know.
in that game.
They were
Let's
tied
not
with
go
2
down
minutes
that.
to go.
Let's not blame Anderson Varejao for a Game 7 loss of a game that was tied at 89-89 in the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. You're better than that. You're better than that.
I'm just saying, if you think that coaches are infallible, they all make mistakes.
Who else are you going to play?
Bill Belichick just drafted Mac Jones. I don't think Mac Jones is very good.
Who else are you going to play?
Why are you hung up on that? I'm using it as an example.
That's a terrible example. That's why. It's terrible. Terrible. Brett, on the creek. What's happening, Brett?
Guys, I love it this morning. Yeah, I mean, Draymond helping up other players from the other team. I don't care if it's the assistant coach. This isn't my daughter's 5-year-old soccer team. This is professional sports. You don't do that with everything on the stake. And maybe it's the Kobe and the Black Mamba in me, but you just never do that. And as far as Dre and Jordan Poole being on the same team next year, absolutely not. I bet every dollar I got, one of them's going to be gone. And as far as getting I don't even know what my initial point was that they're going to be stuck. I don't even see how salary contracts with luxury tax and them being in the sorry, I'm drowning brain part here, but like where they can't match up their contract, who are you going to even bring in that's going to be in the luxury tax with the Warriors because they can't get anybody else.
I know,
right?
Without and the fact that who are you going to bring in under a Kerr system where they're going to have to learn for a year. Anyways, that's my take, guys. Thanks, man.
Way to recover from the Braveheart mid-call, man. That was an impressive comeback there. He said he bet every dollar that Draymond and Poole is not going to be on his roster next year. Very interesting. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Brain farts.
What's going on, fellas? I back that notion, too. You can tell, as watching the Warriors for a long time, this is the first time I watched the body language of the bench. And, you can tell. The youngsters' body language, I can understand they haven't been playing a lot, but Moses Moody, he's the only youngster that took his frustration as a professional and didn't let it mess up his brain. With Poole and Kaminga, them cats right there, it messed up their brain. Now, on another topic about Draymond Green. Draymond Green do got his tactics. And one thing about Draymond Green, he has always been a winner and understandable. I didn't like the way he was helping up LeBron them, but that wasn't the reason we lost. The reason we lost, Klay had a bad game series and Steph, because the heavy minutes that they was playing, they got tired. And if you can tell, when LeBron James, they played heavy minutes, but Darvin Ham, when he made his substitution, people around LeBron, they played up to par, and our bench didn't play up to par. And, that's why we lost.
Yeah, no doubt. Good call, Oscar. Look, it is all true. Klay Thompson had a horrible series. Outside of Game 2, he was awful. He knows it. Everybody knows it. Klay was bad. All right? Poole was bad. All right? Steph Curry, the efficiency wasn't there because of the heavy usage. And Draymond and AD, look, they played a lot of minutes, but how many times did they get the rest due to who they were guarding? GP2, Draymond and Looney. Those guys camped out in the paint and shield on defense.
Yeah.
So you're playing heavy minutes, but you're able to relax on the defensive end because of the non-threats on offense. And I just don't think you could navigate moving forward with the team that has 2 non-scorers on the floor at the same time.
Yes.
You will get exposed.
Yes.
It will kill your spacing. And Steph and Klay and even Jordan Poole to that point and Andrew Wiggins, they thrive out that spacing.
Well, I think this is where it goes back. Like, they need to make some personnel changes, and I think there needs to be some philosophical changes in their offensive approach, And, like, I've questioned this one, B. Like, let's say, hypothetically, they get Joel Embiid. This is all hypotheticals. We're just talking, You think they're still running heavy motion all year?
No. You gotta mix it up.
Right?
High
like
ball screens.
A lot, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a lot. And so I do believe that either, they need to make some personnel changes or they need to, change some things offensively and in terms of their philosophies. If you're going to have multiple non-shooters on the floor, I don't think you can run motion.
Yeah, you gotta Scope straight pick and roll.
Well, no, you're not going to do
Just
one
ISO,
thing till you're blue in the face. But more of the other stuff, right?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I wonder.
Because you keep talking about the non-shooters, and I'm saying, like, yeah, but I also think it gets exploited more when you're running that offense with that personnel. Do you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's like running the ball down a team's throat in football when you have no offensive line and no running back and no threat to throw the ball, and teams are stacking the box. It's like, well, you got to switch it up.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Jan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I was going to just bring up two suggestions, and I think first they need to bring in some younger veterans, especially two-way players that can defend and can help the team. The second one was at the draft, they need to draft a 4-year player out of college that already knows how to play the game and can help the team win instead of drafting projects like they have for the past couple of years. Thank you.
You know, the project thing is a very relevant point because
very impressive.
If they, and it's easy to say in retrospect, like when you draft that high, what do most people want to do? Be highest possible potential. Most teams, right? Yeah. When the Warriors were in the 90s and they weren't very good, part of why they shied away from the high school players, you know what their reasoning was? And we could disagree with it, but like their reasoning was, well, we're the Warriors and we can't take a high schooler because there's no way we're going to be able to develop those guys. And a part of me was like, yeah, you know what? They're kind of right on that. That being said, you drafted Todd Fuller and he couldn't play and he stunk. And he was a 3 or 4 year player from NC State, just as an example, instead of Kobe. If you were going to try to integrate the young players, and again, it's easy for me to say now because at the time I don't think we knew what the team would end up being and looking like, maybe you don't take high-end projects.
Well, this could burn you because I'm looking at the draft right now from 2021. Jonathan Kaminga, 7th overall. Franz Wagner, 8th overall.
Yeah, but was he considered?
Zaire Williams, 10th overall.
Were they considered more ready to go?
Franz, maybe.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Out of Michigan. And now you think about where Franz Wagner is compared to Jonathan Kaminga.
He feels farther along.
We may look back at that saying, damn, they missed on that. So far, it's a whiff.
Yeah.
So far, Franz Wagner's the better player. Now, you could say he plays a lot more, but we saw him against the Golden State Warriors. He controlled that basketball game.
No, he was awesome.
Him and Paulo Banchero were doing whatever the hell they wanted to do. Zaire Williams, who didn't play much in the second year, down the road at Stanford. Boy, he looks like a good project.
Yeah.
3-and-D guy, right? Guy could hit the quarter three. Now, I don't know how good he's going to be. I don't.
Yeah.
Şengün. A lot of people were laughing at Şengün from Houston. Well, he got better and better as the season went along.
I mean, they're a terrible team.
So the Warriors did draft a project here, projecting for the future, but right now the project can't even play.
Well, let's go
for
back
whatever reason.
Forget Kaminga. Go back to Wiseman. Like, remember the draft. We were 2 overall. Was LaMelo more NBA ready?
I still will go to my deathbed saying Wiseman was the right pick. I just don't think, because, again, you draft LaMelo, now, here after Jordan Poole struggles,
how would LaMelo react to Steve
being
Kerr?
on the bench.
Well, just Steve Kerr in general and tough love.
LaVar Ball.
Draymond. How would Draymond and LaMelo? Wow, I didn't even think about that.
LaMelo would have to come off the bench.
I don't know how that works.
What happens to Jordan Poole?
Clearly, he's the better player than Wiseman right now. Right now. He is.
But
he's clearly the better player.
He had a down third year.
He did. He was hurt. He was hurt. That team's really bad.
So
I think the Bridges situation there, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm with you. But that's where I'm going. Like, and she makes a good point. It's like, oh, they should have, gotten guys that were a little more, NBA ready or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but who really are we talking about here? And like, okay, Franz Wagner, what position is he playing for this team right now? You think he's playing the 3?
The 3 or 4, 3/4.
So is he starting ahead of Draymond?
Probably not.
Is he starting ahead of Wiggins?
But he's probably more adaptable to come off the bench. He's 6'10", 220. Could do a little bit of everything.
Well, I'm just asking, like,
what's
his
come
role?
Off the bench, but I'm guaranteeing you, he's probably more ready to come off the bench and play that role.
Well, I think his style of game, would translate probably that second unit a little better. That's a good point.
So you're talking about a guy who shot 36% from the 3. Damn, he averaged 18.5 points per game, 4 rebounds, and 3.5 assists. And
he had a lot of usage with the ball in his hand.
And there was some conflict in that Warriors draft room about Kaminga and Franz Wagner. I know some people wanted Franz Wagner.
Interesting.
Just saying. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening?
Hi, good morning, you guys. I have a couple of points, so I'm going to make them really fast, and you guys just choose from them. First of all, I just want to say I don't think it's a good deal to trade Looney because he's cheap, and so, he really financially doesn't hurt you, and he's more of a plus than he is a minus. I want to say we lost because we're not good enough, and that's what Kerr meant by maxed out. I mean, let's just face it, guys. We just simply didn't have the talent. I keep telling y'all that bench was pooky in him, and you got to have talent around the court. There's so much that goes into it than just that simplistic response of mine. But, and then as we had made it past that, then there was Denver, which simply were not good enough, and the regular season told us that. You know what I'm saying? You got to be quiet. Sorry. Let me get out of the car, you guys. And then the third thing that I want to say is that...
Just let it ride. That's what's going on here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What is going on?
Oh, Robin, I love you. Let's leave. Let it.
Get your dead dog.
Is she still going?
She's still alive.
I hope the dog's okay.
We got one more wolf. Give me one more wolf.
I needed that after you yelled at me about the 20s.
Come back and get your damn dog.
I
didn't mean to yell at you, but don't. When I was at that game 7, I'm gonna pull the shots. I was there. Varejao and Festus get all the blame.
I didn't even blame. I'm just saying I don't want to go to Varejao. He was unplayable.
There was a lot of unplayable guys at that point.
Know?
You had to go to somebody to try to get a rebound. Oh, man.
I didn't think that the Niners should have got Brian Hoyer, and they did, and it sucked. This thing that, the team knows more than you. Sometimes they don't.
Well, that's why you should have drafted Deshaun
Watson.
Yeah,
well,
Sullivan Thomas.
That's
that was the call of the year.
Dude,
Doobie Awards right there.
Doobie Awards.
Please mark that. Come and get your dog. I almost want to replay that.
Who did dog? Who's the dog barking?
That was Robin's best call ever.
Oh, my God.
Come back and get your damn dog.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
That was hilarious.
Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Mike, what's happening?
Okay, man. Here it is. I've been watching Steve Kerr and the Warriors for a long time, bro. And if you are a rookie, don't come here. Because everybody that's come here is out of the league within 3 years if you're a rookie. They don't develop, and I think it's a shame because you can develop and play at the same time. The problem is the Warriors organization, they want it now. They don't want to develop anyone. I'm sorry, man. I'm working on the yard. I'm a little poof, so I'm out of breath. And that's the issue. That's the issue. That's the real issue.
What are you doing in the yard? What are you doing in the yard? I want to know now because I like a good landscaping.
I'm not landscaping. I'm taking the battery out of a car, trying to warm it up on this other one so I can do the work in the garage because I can't find anything in there.
You my guy. I like it.
This is off the
I
chain,
love it.
man.
I
This
love
is
it.
off the chain. This is on.
By the way, from the 408, Robin, I got a couple of points, sugar. I'm gonna make it fast. 5 points, 10 minutes, and a junkyard dog later.
No, slow your roll, sugar.
You're right. I should.
Oh my
How
God.
dare you cheer for the Lakers?
I got a couple of texts this morning. Spadoni, people are really mad at you. I love you, but people are really mad at you.
Spadoni?
Are they mad at me?
Because you're a Laker fan.
Well, no, don't be mad at Spadoni. Be mad at the hiring process here at 95.7 The Game. All right? The hiring process is flawed. We got a Charger and Padre fan working here. We've got an A's. Well, the A's is fine. We got a Lakers fan here. We got a Cowboy Pirate. And who knows who his NBA team is? And Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Yeah, I have no idea.
We may know.
I think we know. The team's playing tonight, and they're going to be wearing purple or yellow. And
I didn't say that, Goo.
The Pyrie process here is flawed. It's sacrilegious.
30
we got
seconds.
a Laker fan that stared me right in the face. And he got John Curley, by the way, who works in sales. He spent more time in programming the last 2 weeks. You telling me he doesn't want to be back in here? Oh, wait, that wasn't Curly. That was Steiny.
All right.
Steiny looked like
Was
Curly.
I not professional about this during this whole series? I was ribbing here and there, but I was very straight down the
middle. I
middle.
congratulated you. The Lakers are a connected team.
Yeah.
They play good basketball
And you're
together.
a real fan. All right, real quick. The Wall Street Journal reported Monday the NFL is selling a one-game playoff exclusively to Peacock for $110 million. That's nearly half of what Apple is streaming for the MLS, which is $250 million. I mean, Bonte, I'm telling you this right now. Mark the tape. In the next 10 years, the Super Bowl will be pay-per-view. Mark my words. They're going to put it behind a paywall.
Well,
$110 million for one playoff game. That's what these streamers are paying. That's incredible.
Are you going to buy the Super Bowl?
What?
Are you going to buy it?
Well, of course I'm going to buy the Super Bowl. God, I just had to do a quick reset there.
Deb, I just got a text. Bob Butler's putting on a sermon up there at KCBS. Some heart-wrenching stuff. Damn. Missed that one. Then again, I would have missed all these great calls that we just got. So today, I just want to recap. We got the junkyard dog barking left and
Come
right.
back and get your damn dog.
Robin.
Yeah.
You have Mike running out of breath for changing the car battery.
We traded Jordan Poole and Kaminga for
James Wiseman.
Yep.
And then the Warriors lost to the Lakers because they didn't want to play the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
They were scared of the Nuggets.
That might be my favorite one.
This is a hell of a day. Hell of a day.
Does anyone have any Casey Schmidt thoughts?
Rick and Vallejo. What's happening? Rick and Vallejo.
Fellas, long-time listener, first-time caller. Just want to congratulate you guys on having the latest sports show in the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That really means a lot.
10 a.m. and y'all still got it lit.
Thank you, sir.
One thing I want to talk about that I don't hear nobody else talking about is at what point do we talk about Clay and Dre taking a lesser role? Instead of getting rid of them. Because the one thing that Mark Jackson did for those young guys is he let them go out there and just play. So if you can give Moody, Kaminga, Poole an actual leash to where they can go out there without pressure and play without getting rid of Dre and Clay. I don't want to see and it's at a certain point because next year is Dre and Clay going to be better, right? They're getting older.
Right.
So 2 years from now, you extend them. 2
Right.
3 years from now, it's going to, if we're having trouble now, it's going to be ugly 3 years from now when those guys are unplayable.
I think this is where
working these guys.
This is why we're at a crossroads, Rick. This is why the decisions this year, you're going to have to make them. We haven't even got the Clay Day yet. I think Clay Day may be tomorrow. And that's going to carry us for 4 hours. Clay Day, $43 million next year expiring contract. There will be a contender who would love the services of Klay Thompson because of the threat of his three-point shot. Do the Warriors even explore that? Do they even go down that road with Klay Thompson?
No, I don't think so.
You sure?
Well, because if you acquire something, now you have more on the books. Again, look, just to give you an idea, because just hear me out. Just Clay and Steph Curry is 71% of next year's cap, right? So if Clay expires, either you re-sign him or whatever, like if he just straight up expires, you still have Jordan Poole right now and Wiggins on the books. You're right up at that cap level.
But if you make the decision to keep Jordan Poole,
yes,
you have to open up a pathway for him to start. He obviously wants to start.
Yes.
That's the thing.
But that's
the thing.
But this is why I don't view Clay as a guard anymore. And I know it's positionless and whatever. Like, to me, it's open-ended. And that's where he would have to come to the realization, like, his role might change. But when guys want to get paid a lot of money, they don't want to say on the front end, yeah, I'll accept the lesser role, because they still view themselves as a premier player who deserves premier money.
What do you do? You're going to start Poole, Curry, and Clay together?
That's not a great defensive lineup.
It's not.
It's not.
Clay's probably not going to.
But this is why I need a perimeter two-way player. Bad.
That's Clay Day. Let's say that for tomorrow.
No, it's a great point.
510 Comcast.
It's a great point.
Line. The other stations talk about Niners, mini camp, learn to move on. Then you get one from the 347. Guys, great conversation today. The Warriors' issue is they didn't value the regular season to play the young guys. Maybe those guys would have developed. Some people want to talk, but you know what? As I laugh. Hold on, let me get the medieval. Monte, I'm here to tell you, T. Morant was partying in Salt Lake City. Let me do this.
And irony that it was about T. Morant.
That text about what the other station is doing. I'll be the arrogant one to say they can't sniff our jockstrap right now. I don't give a damn what they're doing across the street. Adam in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Some news came out last night that Steph Curry was going to mentor Scott Henderson.
Scoot Henderson.
That's supposed to go number 2.
Yeah, Scoot Henderson.
Scoot Henderson.
Yep.
My question to you guys is, why couldn't he mentor guys on his own team like Kaminga and Moody and Wiseman? Why couldn't he mentor those types of guys?
I think he did try to mentor Jordan Poole, so who does it say he didn't?
I feel like we make too much of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we do.
Because Curry, everyone's like, for example, Ja Morant. Forget the Warriors. Right. Everyone's like, the Grizzlies need to be, all over Ja. Where is his teammates? Bro, you can't be with someone 24/7, 365, and you can't make moves for them. Yeah. You can't make decisions for them. Like, at some level, the individuals have to accept culpability.
It's not the Babysitters Club, dude.
Exactly.
It's a pro basketball team.
Curry's got 3 kids.
It's, you know what I'm saying? He talks to Jordan Poole. Hell, after Game 5, they asked him, what's the key? And he looked over at Jordan Poole and said, that is the key right there.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
That is the key. Jordan Poole to win the series and move on to the future. Jordan Poole's a key.
There's a Daryl the Guru drop for everything.
I know.
Yep. Monte, help me.
We're an extension of the Steiny and Guru show. We are.
We are, huh? I would like to be one of the guys, like if I'd be the Kent Bazemore of the Steiny and Guru show, where I'm just on the sideline in my car, like, yeah, waving towels and stuff, listening to their show.
Why would you do that?
Because it's a great show.
But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm one of their teammates.
Anything. So why do you have to be the Kent Bazemore of the
high-fiving
show?
guys as they're coming out into break.
Yeah, we're all teammates.
Yeah.
What is he talking about?
You said we're an extension of them.
No, it's you.
Well, you guys would be on the starting lineup. I'd probably be Ken Bazemore in this analogy.
Nah, I think
I'm Ty Jerome, and I'm okay with that.
Hey, let me tell you what.
You're better than Ty Jerome.
At this point in my career here, 95-7 the game, I ain't taking no bench role.
Hey.
Because I'll start going to the Chronicle and moping.
You know what? The worst
How
thing,
about that?
Bonte in the second row as one of the assistant coaches. Not in the first row, in the second row.
You can be Q. Nice beard.
Yeah,
he's
not
in the
doing
front
that.
row, though. Isn't he?
Relieve me of my duties now or trade me.
By the way, from the 650, Robin's dog had more bark than Draymond in the Lakers series. That's funny.
Damn.
That's funny. I don't know if it's true, but it's funny.
Oh, man.
I hope
Ernie
the dog's
Chavez.
okay.
PSG was pretty good. Yeah, it was. It was.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
Legendary great. Is this true? I never hear Bonte asking drops on other shows. What's up with that? Ask them. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to start getting territorial on this show
Are
for
you?
6 and 10. Hell yeah. I don't hear our drops on their shows. Wonder why.
My favorite is when is it Neeson? Nielsen?
Liam Neeson.
Thank you.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
So he's being asked about women's rights and women making more money in the movies. And he's like, yes, equal pay. And he's talking all left and right. Yeah, we got to do equal pay. And they're like, so would you start by taking a pay cut? And he goes, pay cut? Me? No. That's for others. I'm still going to make the amount of money that I make. And that's kind of how I view this entire Warriors situation, where everyone's like, yeah, of course everyone's got to accept their roles. Me take a pay cut? Me take less shots? No, they can, not me.
You called yourself Kid Bazemore for whatever reason.
I was joking. I was trying to present a visual.
No, it was a terrible visual.
I follow Kent Bazemore, and I'm jealous.
Nobody's getting out their car waving towels. Oh! Nobody's doing that. They don't do it with nobody's doing that.
They're
listening
their
in their cars, or they're working on something, listening to us. They're not waving flags. Don't do that, Go. Yeah, you don't hear that. I don't hear that at all. By the way, be tuned to 95.7 The Game all day today for the Warriors Aftermath, presented by Mara West. Download the Odyssey app. Let's go to Andre in New York City. Andre, what's happening?
Welcome to New York City.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Dre? Long time no talk.
Good. I got 2 answers. But yeah, the 2 callers I called before. One of them said about Steph doing mentoring, and the other one talking about give Clay and Dre less minutes. But I'm like, don't y'all see a lot of Jordan? Steph Curry. Don't you see a lot of Curry inside Jordan Poole games? I mean, we all can see it. We all can see Curry is mentoring him. You know, and as for giving Clay and Dre less minutes, come on. Like, Draymond is the heart and soul of the team. Draymond got 1 through 5. Like, can Draymond score more? Yes, I believe he should, but let's not forget how Curry gets them open shots and Clay gets them open shots. Who's giving them the ball? Who's setting in the screen? That's Draymond. And then Clay, I feel like this is the good time off for Clay because Clay just came back from 2 major injuries, you know, and he needs this time off. But I think they'll be better next year. Probably move Poole and get a big body or a nice wing, and we'll be okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What borough are you from?
Oh, I'm from the Bronx.
Yeah, I love your accent. Like, I do love the New York accent. Like, I'm being 100% sincere. It's a great accent.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah. I just hate the Yankees.
I kind of like the Yankees.
I know you do. I know you do.
I do like the Yankees.
All rise.
I do like the Yankees.
You see that he's Team Jordan?
Yeah. Well, you see him peeking at the catcher to hit 2 home runs.
I did see that.
Cheating.
I don't know about that. Just a couple more gamesmanship. As long as you're not using technology, I'm okay with it.
You're looking to see what.
I mean, guys have been going to second base and they're standing at second base, looking at what a catcher's doing and trying to signal back to the pitcher for years. Guys have been in the dugout trying to figure out when a guy's tipping pitches or not for years.
Morelli, Bonte, when are we getting to Andre Iguodala slander? How much he cost the Warriors this season? That's my five today.
Fake retire?
No, listen.
What happened there?
We're not slandering anybody. We're going player by player on what should happen. And the big question today was, because Bill Simmons said it, a lot of people are saying it, Draymond was a lot nicer in that Lakers series, but now is it time, I should say, to move on from Draymond Green? Because we're at that crossroads. He has the opt-in option. He can opt out, he can opt in. But what do you do with Draymond Green? Is it time to break up the core? Do you believe you can win with these guys as your top guys? I don't know. I don't know about that. Ben Waller, loyalty is code for complacency. Very interesting. Because a lot of people are loyal to Draymond Green.
Loyal to a fault?
Possibly. Lakers and Nuggets, man. I hope the Nuggets win that series. I still see the Lakers.
I was so impressed with the Nuggets. It was a closeout game, and they were dominating the whole way, but I was so impressed with their roster. By the way, do you know who's on the bench? Like, thinks he's a coach? I mean, I knew he was on the bench, but I didn't realize how active he was. DeAndre Jordan.
Oh, on the Nuggets?
Yes!
So random.
It's the most random thing ever.
Oh, well, see?
And he's getting up and he's like literally calling, like Mike Malone will like do this like fist play, and then DeAndre Jordan gets up behind him and he's doing the fist play, and I'm like, sit down.
Well, this is why you got to watch League Pass.
I said I knew he was on the team. I didn't know he was literally acting like a coach.
You, man.
Can you give me like a minute on the Giants?
No, we're not doing the Giants today. We're going to the calls. No. Hell no.
Casey Schmidt?
Dude, they just lost like 3 out of 4 to Diamondbacks. I'm wasting my time on them.
Phillies.
Adam is 7. Who cares? The Phillies.
It's a great episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys available
to
go
listen to that. That's where you get your Giants talk. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Go download that bad boy.
Shaskin had a banger of an episode yesterday, so definitely check it out.
We're also
I'm
up
sure all 5 people
150% in
agree.
downloads.
Yeah, there you go.
150% in downloads
There you go.
right now.
Doing numbers, man.
There you go.
Fourth overall on the Odyssey platforms.
There you go. There's your Giants fix. Adam in the city. What's happening?
Casey Schmidt.
Adam.
You guys have been saying you were debating about the Franz Wagner versus Kaminga, and I'm like, I honestly wanted Davion Mitchell that year. Like, they were just coming off that national championship at Baylor. He was a scrappy guard, good at defending. And, so I wanted Mitchell. That's just the point I wanted to make. But when you look at this upcoming offseason, too, like I was doing some research that, like, Vucevic is a free agent. Do you look for a trade maybe to get a guy like a Siakam or something? Because, I don't know, I kind of called in at the beginning of the year when the punch first happened, and that was a kind of a game-changing moment that's like, man, we might need to move past him, but also, like, the way the energy he was lacking throughout that whole Lakers series, how he was acting with LeBron, I'm like, you don't have that, against them at least, because you brought it against the Kings, but you don't have that fire anymore, like, so I think it is kind of time to move on and build around Steph and everybody else.
All right, good call, Adam. Let's go to that person hung up. Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, what's happening?
Hey, man, I am tired of Draymond Green, all his buckets, and he does the LeBron and Anthony Davis. He didn't have that same energy. And, it's already bad enough he's not a shooter and his temper. And I think Kaminga should have played. He's athletic enough. He's an improved shooter. I know he has flaws, but everybody in the Warriors has some type of flaw. And they just could not make their freaking open shots. Like, it was almost like, the Niners, George Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, they all dropping wide open passes, like on 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. That was the equivalent of what the Warriors are doing. I'm just so freaking fed up with that, man. I was getting so sick, but we beat ourselves, and we just got to improve. And I wish we would have added Robin Lopez last offseason, the money match and everything. He's a center. So that's all I got to say, guys.
Good call, Antonio.
Any interest in DeAndre Ayton, who's probably going to be on the move? Chris Paul? Little package deal?
Sure, why not?
I want no part of either.
Why not? No, I don't. It's not that I don't want to talk baseball. What's more interesting right now in the Bay Area?
Warriors offseason. But
that game was lousy last night at Oracle Park. It was poorly pitched. It was a lousy baseball game.
Did you see what happened? So they had a predetermined pitch count for Alex Wood, and he was one batter short of getting a decision, and they took him out. There's no one on base,
right?
And I'm like, okay, I get it. He had like 70 pitches, one pitch, like that's a couple warm-ups, one batter, and then like you can't give him one batter, and everyone's like, well, he knew going in, dude. If I'm Alex Wood, and I'm, I want one win on your card between being like 9-8 or 10-8. Or being like, 5-3 or 5 one extra win does make a big difference. I mean, Kevin Gausman got $20 million the year he won like 6 games in 2020.
Yeah, Alex Wood.
I'm telling you right now, Casey Schmidt is legit.
I'm glad he is.
He's my 3rd favorite number 6 all time already in Giants history. JT Snow number 1, Robbie Thompson number 2, Casey Schmidt number 3.
Oh, Brett Pill love?
Get out of here. Brett Pill.
My final thought is I'm waiting for that email from Matt Nahegan, our program director, showing us some of the meters when we talk Giants. I got no problem talking Giants baseball if you guys have no problem not getting numbers. That's my final thought. No problem with talking Giants baseball at all.
My final thoughts here as we hit the Xfinity, Fast 5.
There you go.
Yeah, I think this is, we've been talking so much about players and the GM. I feel like this is a seminal moment for Joe Lacob as an owner as well. How you deal with crucial, adverse times is going to define you as an owner. On one end of the spectrum, you've got Jerry Jones, who famously feuded with his head coach. Really feels like he hasn't recovered from that. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got someone like Mickey Arison or Bob Kraft, who have allowed their coaches and their GMs to kind of do their thing and continue to be the right ship, paying everything that they need to get the team back on track. I think Lacob's more in that second camp. I think he's going to be one of the guys that's going to help keep this thing together and continue to pay forward. I think this is a crucial offseason for Joe Lacob as well.
Does the Cinderella run continue tonight for the Los Angeles Lakers? Does the slipper fit? We shall see. Those plucky underdogs, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, do they have enough left in them? Do they have enough left in the tank? We shall see.
He said he was going to be quick there. My only final thought is, who's more imperative for the health of the Warriors culture, Steph Curry or Bob Myers?
Steph.
What an ending to that train wreck of a show. Terrible Tuesday. That was a terrible one.
Might have been one of our best ones yet.
Hey, listen, some people may think it's Draymond slander. What I'm thinking about now is let me get to the digital team and make sure they don't post nothing. The things they choose to post from this show. Out of all the things. No, that was a lot of fun. That was Draymond Green Day. It's Draymond Green Day. Got a lot of calls about moving on from Draymond Green. Is he going to opt in? Is he going to opt out? We shall see. Maybe tomorrow's Klay Thompson Day. Maybe it's Casey Schmidt Day.
Trey Lance?
Boy, we haven't got there yet.
Did you see that little wide receiver making plays in rookie camp?
Yeah.
I did. I got excited. Richie James Jr.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Shiny Guru coming up next, and I'm sure they're going to get into Casey Schmidt, Alex Wood being pulled out of after 4 2/3 of an inning, beating the Phillies. How disappointing the Phillies are. I'm sure Shiny Guru will be all over that right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's Ram season.
tell you what, I don't really know what to say.
I'm dancing. You just you talk. Hey.
Jumping into some numbers and.
Oh boy.
That was great.
What was?
Oh boy.
So the one thing that I'm thinking about with Draymond Green, and yeah, I'm jumping right into Draymond Green because to me he's one of the two big parts of this offseason. Bob Myers is number one.
Man.
Or number two, depending. Draymond Green. Here's the one thing I think we can guarantee, right? Draymond Green is not coming back for just 1 year.
Oh, hell no.
Great Draymond Green, there's no valid reason why Draymond Green would say, you know what, I'm opting in, and we'll deal with my free agency at the end of next year.
He's represented by Clutch, Steiny. This is why. That ain't going down.
So the question is, do you keep Draymond around for 3 more years? You ready to pay him $80 million, $85 million over 3 years? This is where, to me, there are no good answers. You extend Draymond Green because you have to, but he's declining. Or you let him go. You save some money, but you're not nearly as good. What? I don't like either of those choices, Goo.
But
none of them.
Well, I'm going to say something because I know you got contacts, but I'm wondering if the Golden State Warriors think of Draymond Green like you just, in the light that you have him held in regard to where he's not improving. Like, I would like to really get a synopsis of what they thought about his year this year. And I heard Slater on with Bonte and Shasky, and he basically talked about Steiny. If Draymond were to leave, so would your championship chances. And you had to educate me on the finances that if you chose not to give Green the 3 for 90 or what have you, the 3 for 85, 80, 75, whatever number you want, you can't go use that to get you a better or a different version of Draymond. No. So now I'm on the sideline saying, Steiny, you have to throw that money at him with multiple years if you're trying to win and maximize Steph Curry's, what do we call it? This window he's in.
Right.
You know, the back nine, which, I mean, he's still playing at top level, but that's my answer. Joe Lakers, he has to do that. They have no other Draymond, Steiny, unless it's Kaminga. And you're going to be like, here go the keys to the Porsche.
Let me read something to you. It's staggering. One wonders, the Golden State Warriors have over $205 million in projected salary for next season. That's if Draymond opts in or gets an extension.
Okay.
Or re-signs, I should say, for roughly the same amount. That would put the Warriors $55 million over the luxury tax line. Combined with the repeater penalty, that would mean a roughly $250 million luxury tax check to the league. Now listen to this, which is more than every other team's payroll. And that would be done to keep a 44-win team together. Now, here's what I can't, and here somebody said, maybe you extend then trade. No, you can't. You can, but what are the odds that you trade Draymond Green for somebody who's as good as Draymond Green is here? To me, that's highly unlikely, and then you don't get off any money.
This is wow.
Joe Lacob, this is unsustainable. Like he's in such between a rock and a hard place. And here's the other thing. How do you view this team?
Oh, man.
Because it doesn't feel like anybody's viewing the Warriors as a 44-win team. A 44-win team. You start thinking about this team as a 44-win team, and that makes you think we got to make a ton of moves because 44 wins isn't good enough. This chair is
Yeah, dude,
broken.
yesterday, you all right? Hey, I'll tell you this, Donnie. There's a knock at the door. And this is about the 44 wins, Donnie. Andrew Wiggins missed the last 2 months of the regular season. Steph Curry missed, as you told us yesterday, 26 games. So there are some extenuating circumstances as to why they landed on the number 44 in regard to the win total. So I'm not even mad because I feel like the Warriors are stuck, but it's a stuck to where you almost have to run it back because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
And do you know how many teams outside of the Golden State Warriors would give their right arm to go to the semifinals and go 6 games? Not that that's what the Warriors are trying to do, but Stoney, if you hit the reset button, and we'll get into this later, what you would do if you're Joe Lacob, but the first thing I'm going to do is, how can I rescue Jordan Poole? Is it salvageable? Is he so far gone because of the punch that we got to look to move him? But if you can get the good Jordan Poole back that earned that contract, along with Draymond and the trust of Jonathan Kaminga, you have to go with that portfolio because there's no other option. None.
888-957-9570 is the number. A couple house cleaning things. Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is meeting with the media today at 1 o'clock.
Wow.
1 o'clock. And we're going to take that live right here on 95.7 The Game. So Steve Kerr coming up live at a press conference at 1 o'clock. And at 11:30, we got Larry Beal of KGO TV. You've seen him on after the ABC games with Donald Foyle, I believe, and our good friend Kerry Keating.
Coach.
We'll have Larry Beal on at 11:30. So if you think the Golden State Warriors, this would be their opportunity to get off Draymond Green. They could do it right now. Because what's going to happen is Draymond Green is going to say to the Warriors, well, what's the deal? I'm going to opt out, and then will you sign me to re-sign me to a 3-year contract?
Gotcha. Let's go.
Okay. And I believe you're right. They almost have to do that. But if it's time to get off Draymond Green and it's time to get off some money, at that point, you say to Draymond, hey, Dre, we're not re-signing you.
Wow.
We're not re-signing you. So ideally, you'd come back for 1 year, and we'll revisit it next year. Well, he's not coming back for 1 year.
That's Lamar Jackson. Stoney ain't playing.
He's not coming back for 1 year.
Well, you right there. If that were to happen, the Warriors have gotten worse.
No doubt.
And does Joe Lacob pay that 90 or whatever the number is to extend him with predicated on, I think behind closed doors we can win a chip?
Well, I don't like the Warriors' odds of winning a chip next year with Draymond Green, but I certainly like them less without him.
This is incredible.
But at some point, you have to get off some money. You have to.
Is this man? I feel like this is the cost of winning.
It is.
But it's coming a little sooner.
What are you talking about?
Because
Dynasty's been going on for 12 years.
Right, but Steph's still at top tier level.
He's the only one.
And they just tasted the chip last year.
That's ancient history.
But Stoney, they're defending champs.
No, they're not. They're done. They've been eliminated. They're done.
Where's the O'Brien trophy? Has their name on it right now.
Okay, it means nothing. It means nothing.
Hey, I ain't trying to make it mean something. I'm just telling you, Denver, L.A., Miami, and Boston will have their name on the trophy, but right now, the Warriors' name is on there. I mean, this is sobering. Like, man. And Bob Myers, you want to come back to this? Or is he looking at it like it's a challenge, or is it something bigger than him? I drove home after our show listening to Larry and our guy Willard Stein, and I'm going to just say this about this season. Mm-hmm. You didn't ask, but I got to get it out. And Kerr's going to talk at 1. I love Kerr. He's untouchable, Elliot Ness. But I do give him a D or an F for how he handled the trio of the youngsters. I've been consistent with it. And what I don't like about what he said and Draymond in the postgame presser was, we maxed out. You didn't max out because you didn't exhaust every possibility. That's maxing out. So that just kind of stuck with me, neither here nor there. But damn, I just feel like the blame is going to guys that got the rug pulled out from underneath them. So Curry, Clay, and Dre didn't play their best basketball against the Lakers.
Right.
And you taught us, hey, don't talk about the 8th and 9th man. And the 9th man, in this instance, Kaminga wasn't even getting off his derriere. This was on the big three. But I hate the narrative that I see is, oh, they lost because the big three didn't have any help. And I didn't see it that way.
Well,
we keep it real, Steiny, 10-2.
Well, I disagree with you on Kaminga that he would have made any kind of difference this year. I'm not going to, and you know what? I don't put it all on Steve Kerr. I put it on the front office. They drafted 3 guys who 2 years into their careers have not helped, but for a little bit.
Man.
They just didn't.
Well, now moving forward, they got to, Steiny, but if Poole's going to remain here, you got head issues. Kaminga going to remain here, you got head issues. So it ain't just about basketball. It's about the sulking. Why are you sulking? And I thought we had the Messiah, Andre Iguodala. Like,
what are we even talking about him for?
Because every time even Bob, oh, he does this, he does that. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do a damn thing, Steiny, but take the Scully.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Some nice outfits here and there, but come on, man. Like, that stuff has to stop.
I mean,
you need some help from that jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into semantics, but I completely think this team maxed out. To me, Kaminga didn't play because he wasn't good enough to play. He would have played if he was good enough to play. I think they're just stuck. They're stuck. They have to bring Draymond Green back. But I'm not sure that all the fans are going to love that. I think a bunch of them. Listen. You need him to win a title.
That's all it's about.
But the bottom line is he's going to get worse. You're either going to lose Draymond Green and get worse, or you're going to re-sign him and he's going to get worse.
But you still have a chance at a chip while we watch him get worse, Steiny.
If you think they have a chance at a chip, you have that right to think they have a chance at a chip. I don't think this team right here is a championship team or championship roster anymore. I think it was proven. I don't look at everything that went wrong and say they could be better. I say things went wrong for a reason. This is a 44-win team. If they all come back now, let's just say they run it back next year. Well, do you really think they're going to win more than 44 games?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Well, Andrew Wiggins was compromised. Right. I'm not saying that's why they didn't beat the Lakers.
How's Kaminga going to play next year?
That's the million-dollar question. And I got another million-dollar question. Will he be here? I don't know.
Kaminga's not the difference between a championship and not, I don't think. The reality is, do you think they've got 6 top players, all right? Forget 7 through 12. Kaminga's there.
The starting 5 where the plus-minus was great. I'm talking about the 2 big lineup. And Jordan Poole, the old Jordan Poole, that was a cool 6.
All right, well, then you got to bring Draymond back. Then you got to re-sign him. This is what I mean. I don't know what I'd do. I really don't.
Hard.
I think I'd have to re-sign Draymond Green, but I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. We are forgetting a rat, a good rat. Steph Curry is calling the shots. If he tells Joe Lacob, I want Draymond Green here because I think we can win behind closed doors, Steiny, you don't think that carries that's almost like Joe saying it.
They're just players, is what Joe Lacob said when he was asked, you take advice from these guys? Yeah, but they're just players.
That was said here, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he also said or gave us what we thought was going to be, hey, I'm not spending any more money out of the wallet. And then we saw the extensions from Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins last offseason, Stoney.
One more time, sorry.
Remember, we thought Wiggins and and Jordan Poole wouldn't get their money because the bank had been closed. And imagine if Joe Lacob had that leverage on Jordan Poole, but after this year, but he exercised and gave those two guys his money when we all thought, just reading the tea leaves, that wasn't going to be the case. This is serious. And let me tell you why this is serious. You are right. I don't care. You could bring somebody from Harvard, a finance man. You cannot navigate and sift through what they're facing right now. It's almost the price of doing business, but yet you got Steph Curry still at the top. And I believe if you go to him and say we're not signing Dre, you could have some major problems.
I wonder. I've said this before. I don't think Steph Curry is as attached at the hip with Draymond as people think.
Can you give me an example?
I think he's probably getting sick of Draymond, just like everybody else is.
But what about a real quick example? He went Team Dre on the Jordan Poole thing, Game 6, to where we caught the video. He went chastised Jordan Poole for whatever, and then came back
he's not sick of Draymond.
Well, to
How
me,
can you not be sick of Draymond?
Well, I'm not. Hey, you got enough paper, but the point is he doesn't. Like, that's almost built in their relationships.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
It's like a friend. You go to the bar and they drink too much, but you keep going with them.
I don't know.
You know, you get tired, but you still. That's your boy.
I don't know. Like my feeling on that is people assume Curry will go to the wall for Draymond and needs Draymond and can't live without him.
Wow.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, of course he's got some loyalty. They've got titles, but at what point does Draymond become more trouble than it's worth?
From the 510, I got to read this to you because it hit me. Guru is like the Giant fans who wanted the core re-signed, and look where that got the Giants. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm asking the masses.
Then don't re-sign Draymond.
Where are we at with that? If you want to, we're not there yet because we're 1 year removed from a championship, and you made the postseason.
This is unreal. You can't. You're not going to do. So are you going to? So hold. Let me get this straight.
Yeah.
All year long this year, you use the we're fine because we won a title last year. We're defending champions. Are you telling me that after getting eliminated in the second round,
go ahead.
You're going to say all next year, Steiny, they won the title just a year and a half ago?
No,
really?
Not at all.
Because it's a long year.
I got Steiny. I know that, and I told you I've learned my lesson from this past season. I was heartbroken many times. If it were up to me, I told you they need a dynamic big between Looney and Dre.
They don't have the ability.
That's why I've come to the conclusion that you still got Steph Curry. You owe it to the fans. You owe it to yourself to be as close to trying to win a title as possible. And if you're telling me Draymond, if his name was Tony in this instance, once he leaves, if you choose not to give him his bread, you get worse or your title hopes dimmer, he can't leave. That's the stuck part. So winner Draymond Green.
408, Steiny and Guru, you don't have any vision. You don't have to bring Draymond Green back. You're right, 408. I'm not advocating to bring him back, even though I'm like, well, then you have to. I don't like either decision. And this is what I mean. The Golden State Warriors have choices to make, and neither of them are good.
That is why.
That's just the bottom line. That's just the bottom line. If you let Draymond Green go, which would essentially be telling Draymond, we're not re-signing you for more than what you have in your contract right now. Wow. We're not. And Draymond says, well, then I'm leaving. You Warrior fans out there that are ready to move on from Draymond Green, you realize you have no mechanism to replace him.
Oh, man.
You don't have cap space. You don't even have a mid-level exception. All you have to work with are minimum salaries. So you cannot replace him if he leaves for nothing.
Man.
So now, how do you like not bringing Draymond back? Again, I don't have an answer. That's my point.
Now, how about the sign and trade?
Okay, so you're going to tell Draymond, we are not signing you beyond this year, but you're going to trade him for somebody who has more years on his deal? The player would have to be better than Draymond Green, but you're not going to get that kind of player in a sign and trade. If the if the Lakers right now have told Draymond Green, dude, we'll give you opt out, we'll give you 3 years for $75 million. 25, 25, 25. I think he's going to be like, okay, Joe Lacob, can you give me 3 for 75? And then what do you do? Wow. What do you do? If you say, you know what, Draymond, good luck to you. Okay. See you later. You're still way over the cap. You're still way over the tax. You're still completely hamstrung. There are no good answers.
Okay. And I know we got 4 hours, 3.5, Snotty, but I need you to bite your tongue on this. This is to me why this season and the handling of Jonathan Kaminga was just an utter failure. Because had we saw some growth and we saw some puberty and trust, you could make that decision with Dre and give the keys to the young phenom and Jonathan Kaminga.
So
but he never got it.
What if Kaminga would have played? And we would have found out you can't give the keys to Kaminga.
Well, you got to deal with that.
Well, they're dealing with it. Yeah. You can't give the keys to Kaminga. We found that out this year because he wasn't good enough to play.
I'm bringing that up because we used the word stuck. You're correct. But had Kaminga been able to ball out?
Okay, he's balled out.
We would be like, it's on you now. We're not paying. Joe Lacob could be, I feel confident in my 6'7", 200, my boy that could jump out the gym.
Okay, so Steve Kerr doesn't play Kaminga much this season in his second year. But you're telling me, had he just put Kaminga in, Kaminga would have balled out.
No.
When Kaminga played, he didn't ball out.
Hello, I got that. I'm just giving you the...
What if he's not very good, Guru?
Yeah, right. But what if he had showed you promise? You would be like, bye-bye, Dre. I really... Steiny, bye. We ain't giving you no 3 for 75 here.
Well, you're assuming Kaminga's like a real... Draymond Green's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kaminga, we don't even know if he can start in the NBA.
And that was my greater point. What if he could have, and they felt comfortable enough to find out?
They don't.
I understand
they don't. And the reason they didn't play him was because they didn't think he was good enough.
But they drafted him thinking he was.
That's right. And they drafted Wiseman thinking too.
Man.
So,
that was an answer.
Kaminga is so out of the equation for
Right, but it still doesn't. It still hurts you though, Matt.
Right.
All I'm trying to get you to say is,
so let's quit talking about it.
And they were confident.
They either picked a terrible player who can't play, or they picked a player that the coach doesn't want to play. And either way, they're losers in that particular one. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333161. Again, VTA bus to 333161 to apply. Also, the Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors offseason has started, and there are some decisions to be made.
Draymond, go bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was that you?
I don't think so.
Draymond, who was that?
I'll tell you why. This is off season from hell has begun.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
This is going to be so hard to figure out.
Well, go ahead, man.
Well, and
it's really not because you got to just. This is the price of doing business. You got to run it back, Stoney.
And you know what? And I'm going to play devil's advocate, although I mostly believe it. You got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. They prove they're not a championship team. That's what we found out. That's what the last 6 to 8 months were about. They're a 44-win team. They've got an aging core.
But everybody has.
Do you really believe they can win a title with this squad essentially not touched?
I mean,
maybe the answer is no, but there's no better alternative. That one I'll buy.
So I can't sell you or get you to partake in the fact that Wiggins was that means nothing to you.
Zero.
But
they were 500 with all machinations of all lineups.
I'll give you that. But Steiner, you know the dude wasn't at his best when he got back, and he just tried to play and power through. So what if you got a great Andrew Wiggins? He's still in his prime.
Why would you? Why?
Because it's imperative that they need Steiny. So you can't go to Nordstrom's.
Is that your? There it is. Can everybody see?
Pretty much.
Cross
with my
your
wallet
fingers
next to it. What else can you do?
You can start to move off guys. Again, they have no good decisions. But they have no good choices.
Right,
None.
But I don't think you would give me crazy pills to just tell you, Steiny, Andrew Wiggins was compromised. I know he's not Kobe, but he was not himself because he missed 60 days.
Okay, so he makes them a championship team.
We get closer.
Yeah. I think that's
at this point, Steiny. I need something, and that's something. That's something that's real.
If
right, like that's where we're at, bud. Like Andrew Wiggins was not himself. Guru, are you saying they would have won? No, it wouldn't. You would have had better chances. So he's coming back. He'll be a better version of himself.
You don't know that. You don't.
But you don't not know that.
Okay, so is Poole gonna be the 22-point scorer? What, you're assuming Poole's gonna be? No, how's Poole gonna be?
Poole could be in another uniform. That's what I'm advocating, Steiny. He needs a change of scenery, man.
I don't have an answer. I think all the answers suck. I think this team's in big trouble. I do. I don't know how they get out of it. I don't. And I get there's worse choices than moving off guys. I would not want to bring back these top 6 guys. I just wouldn't. I think we've seen what they like. It's like nobody's putting any credence in. It's unreal. Like nobody cared about the regular season because once a playoffs start, we're gonna roll.
You're talking to me.
Championship pedigree. Yeah. Okay, then you got beat in the second round. You almost got beat in the first. You won in 7 games. 7 games, your first round series.
Yeah, I want to radio wrestle you, but I mean, you speak in facts. And I told you about the Draymond Looney thing. I love both of them. I respect what they've done. I just think where Steph Curry, Klay Thompson are at, they need more offensive firepower. They need more weaponry.
They can't get it.
And I can see the forest for the trees, and that's why I keep saying you almost got to give Draymond the money because I do feel like the 2 big lineup got exposed a bit, Stoney. But you're right. You said every alternative sucks.
It does. And that one does too, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go to David. David and El Cerrito, get us started, man.
Well, you're not going to like it, Guru.
Talk to us.
Last year was more of an aberration, and they gave you a chip. You should be happy with that chip. But that chip is going to hurt this team if they keep doubling down and making more mistakes. The reality is, and this is crazy, they have some assets. They should go to Steph Curry, and they should say, would you be open to playing somewhere else? Because Michael Jordan did, and you are the chip. Do you want to win again? Because we're not ready to win again. But we can send you wherever you want if you think you can win again. We can send you to New York City for multiple players and picks back. Because this cast is not winning another title, but we have an asset, and that's Steph Curry. And if you're a businessman, that's a real discussion.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. The Jeters don't get traded, Steiny. The greats. And Michael was an anomaly. We know what went down there, but come on, man.
Who can get the number 1 pick?
Oh, it's tonight. The lottery.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Yeah. Dallas is in there.
Spurs, Rockets.
Yeah. So I brought this up before.
Kerr for Wemby? Curry for Wemby?
But what are you? I almost 911.
Exactly.
What time's the next appointment?
The only thing, yeah.
Curry's going nowhere.
Probably. You're probably right.
But the
unless he's sick of it.
And the words we keep using that we don't like about just just being over the cap and the luxury tax, you got Stephen Curry. And I know that only got you to a second round 6-game matchup with the Lakers, but I'm not blaming Steph. I'm looking at it still positive, Pete, that we got him. How do we get on the same page, just relationship-wise? Like all that stuff I just think is being forgotten about. And Jordan Poole, Steiny, maybe you get something for him if he decides he can't play here.
Let's go to Reginald in Houston. Reginald, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny, hey, thank you guys for taking my calls. One thing that I haven't heard mentioned at all is that the Warriors have the ability to sit down, especially the relationship that Bob has with Steph, Draymond, and Clay. He has the ability to sit down with them and have a conversation as far as reconstructing their contracts, or that would give them more flexibility to make moves. But also, Bob Myers needs to be held accountable. And the reason why I say this is because at the trade deadline, and I know this for a fact, there was an offer put on the table to get OG from Toronto.
I'm not sure about that, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm telling you from what I know. I'm not just bringing this up from the air. Even Bob came out and said that they were asking for too much. And I'm saying to myself, what is considered too much? You would be able to get an elite defender. He can create his own shot. He's a defensive wizard. And that's what they were lacking. And also, too, another thing that I've brought up before is that you had an opportunity, to me, to get, at the time, DeMarcus Cousins. He was sitting out there. There was no way the Warriors were going to go the entire season relying on Kevon Looney. I love Looney. I love his effort. But he got exposed. The Warriors got exposed in the second round because all the Lakers did, they defended the perimeter because they knew the Warriors had no inside game. They had no one in the inside that was a threat to them that can score. Now, it's going to be a different scenario when they play the Nuggets, a whole different ball game. But I think that Bob needs to be held accountable for not doing his due diligence to make sure they got the necessary players that they needed during the offseason. You talked about it all the time. You've seen the weaknesses that they had, and Bob never addressed it. What do? You trade Wiseman, you get 5 picks back, and what do? You trade the 5 picks to Portland to get what? Peyton back. And my last thing before, because I know you have other callers, Jordan Poole, he has to go. Coach Kerr has been on him for the last 2 years to work on his all-around game to be a better player, and he doesn't listen. He has a sense of entitlement, and it clearly displays on the court. He doesn't listen.
Appreciate the call, Reginald.
Man. Okay, bro. I hear you.
Here's the other thing. I'm not convinced Myers was making all the decisions this year. I do not believe they had a shot to get OG Anunoby.
Because I think they would have pulled the trigger.
I really don't.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I also don't think that Bob Myers, he didn't make these decisions alone.
But he has an owner, Steiny.
I think part of the reason that there's issues right now is because you've got Joe Lacob, you've got Kirk Lacob, you've got Kurt Lacob, you got Bob Myers, you got Mike Dunleavy, you got Larry Harris. Bob Myers is working without a contract all season long for next year. I am not convinced that he had total authority this year to do whatever he wants, noting that he might not even be here next year.
Yeah. But just back to the caller's point, Steiny, I've been telling you, anybody that would listen, about how I'm just tired. I respect what Looney and Dre have done, but you need some punch down there offensively, and you need to scare some people coming to the rim. And it was just a red carpet line for teams all throughout the year, and that's why the Warriors only had. That's why they had part of the reason they had 30 losses on the road.
Okay, then why are you bringing them back? Well, you're not describing a championship team to me.
Well,
so why would you bring it back?
Well, I'm bringing it back because there's nothing else. I'm not ready for life where a championship is not part of the program. And if we let Dre walk and he's not replaced, then what am I doing? I'm saying, Kaminga's going to make the triple leaps like that. That ain't realistic. So it's almost that you got to pay Draymond by default.
Yeah, I know. No, you're right. I'm not. You're right.
Because people keep forgetting, what is Steph thinking about this?
Well,
here's what I keep going.
Here's what I think's
he
funny.
said there was going to be big changes, Goo. I would love to ask him, well, what big changes can you do now, Curry? Because I know you want them, but you ain't got the chicken.
I think it's funny that Kaminga's name gets brought up and if they would have played Kaminga all year long, he would have balled out, and then we could just replace Draymond Green. Well, wait a minute. I thought you just told me that Curry wasn't going to have Draymond go anywhere. Yeah. Like Kaminga's on the wrong team if Steph Curry is going to need Draymond Green come hell or high water for the next 3 years.
And I told you I didn't believe he does. But now, with the way that it played out, they drafted Kaminga to almost be ready next season, Steiny.
Well, he's not.
And he's not. You're right. And you know who else wasn't? The big man that's in Detroit.
Yep. Marvin in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing?
Damn.
I'm doing great, guys. I love your discussion. I've loved it the last couple of days. I'm with Guru on this one.
All right.
Kerr blew it on the rookies. We went 0-5 on a road trip where we played against bottom feeder teams that had nothing but rookies, and he tried to play his regular team. We had guys coming back late. We were load managing. We played twice in New Orleans where he rested at virtually everybody. But think about Keegan Murray. Think about all these other guys that are on these other teams that are rookies that were played all year. And I saw this over the years with the Warriors. When you play rookies in the beginning of the season, they make mistakes, but over time, they start getting it, and when they get to the playoffs, they play like Murray did. Okay, so Kerr, I don't know, his head was in the wrong place with these kids because he didn't realize his job in the beginning of this year was not to win games, it was to play the rookies and get them minutes, including Wiseman. So what did he keep doing? He kept not playing them when they came up. They sat on the bench. He sent them to G League. They'd score 30 points, and then he would bring them back and not play them. So I think that was the biggest problem we had. I don't know as far as Draymond staying or going, but I will say this. Without Draymond and without Clay, you let Clay play out his contract, you're under the cap, and that changes all the rules the Warriors have to operate by. Only by trying to stay where they are now do they run into all the bad stuff in the CBA. So if I'm the Warriors, I let Draymond choose whether he wants to be here. Nobody's going to get mad if he opts out. I think to sign him to a 4-year contract for a guy who gets the 16th technical and takes himself out of a playoff game every year, I think I'd either have some clause in his contract with heavy fines for getting the 13th technical or some other thing if you're going to keep him. But if you trade Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, you can get a lot for him, for those two guys. And I think if you get guys like Caruso or Mikal Bridges or even Naz Reid, who played for $1.6 million in Minnesota this year, you got a big who can hit from the outside. My final comment is this. We lost in the playoffs simply because they lost Game 6 here. They had to play Game 7. They had no rest. The Lakers won Game 6. They had 3 days off. We couldn't shoot in the playoffs. I wouldn't panic on personnel when you see how bad we shot in the playoffs. That's my take.
Fair enough.
Good call.
Okay.
Yes, Donnie, he felt like they just went like Clank Brothers.
Well, and it's unbelievable. I mean, I saw this whole year play out. I saw him make the playoffs, and like Marvin, I think they answered the question whether this is a championship team or not. That was what this year was about. Can we repeat? No. We won 44 games.
But now how do we get back?
You can't.
Well, you don't know that, but I hear you. It looks dire. You got guys that don't even like each other, man.
It's a make or miss league.
Shout out, Ritter.
Yeah, you know what? Next year they're just going to make all their shots.
But Stoney, they were just. I know you were like, "Ooh, they were contest."
Okay.
They was Brick City against the Lakers.
I know, because the Lakers play defense. Because the Lakers are the best defensive team in the league, or one of them. Steiny and Goo, they're literally only two options for the Warriors: run it back with the same team, or pat. Yeah, I think that's what I think. Yeah, I think they're going to extend Draymond, which I don't like.
Do you think so? Bob has nothing to do with Dre. You don't think You don't think Dre, if he got the news, and hopefully we don't get the news that Bob's stepping away. You don't think that would?
Well, he said he was asked that. He said what Bob does matter, but it's not going to dictate his decision. But yes, that it matters what he's going to do. Steiny, you have to admit they could not do it with the roster they had. They need to change it. Yes, yeah. See, this is like, I think bringing this same team back would kind of be like the definition of insanity. But I think what's going to happen, I'll get to Sean in a sec. I think what's going to happen is they'll extend Draymond Green.
Okay.
And then they'll look to move Poole or Kaminga or both.
Yeah.
For a player that they think. But even that, I'm not sure can happen because he's got to start pairing payroll. I'm talking about Joe Lacob. So this offseason, they win 44 games. They lose in the second round. And I'm going to say this, they barely get out of the first. Barely get out of the first round.
7.
And now you're going to add more salary to this team by paying a 33 or 34-year-old guy. I think he wants to head in the opposite direction with payroll.
Well, this will be a great. Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah. Let's go to Suge in Fremont. Hey, Suge, how you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
How are you both?
Hey.
Doing well.
So, I'll start with this has been my pet peeve of the fact that they brought back Andre Iguodala, the teacher's pet, I always call him. It's like he came back, and that was the first mistake. And, you look at, by the way, I just wanted to make a comment. Lakers won the same number of games as us. Look where they are now. It breaks my heart that they are there, but anyway, they are there. Hopefully they lose. But
they're there and we're here. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. And, and another thing, they have all these players around LeBron James, young players. That's what we need to do. We need to focus on getting the right people around Curry. And I know Kerr said they've got a lot left in the tank. Yes, they do, but not together.
Interesting.
People. I don't think that I don't know what the solution is, but the three of them shouldn't play together. Maybe get Draymond back, but I'm a firm believer. I don't understand why we coo Clay all the time. He's been playing badly. Everyone's criticizing Jordan. But what about Clay?
Thanks for the call, Suge.
Suge is awesome.
You're not allowed to criticize Clay.
No, we did. People were calling this station to have Clay come off the bench. And
I've never heard Coochie?
Yeah, Coochie gets good. Hey, and he got white hot, Steiny, especially when Steph went out. Him and Poole held it down. And I told you, and I wasn't by myself, Clay put up 2 of the best months of his career. And what was it, January?
Keep thinking that.
No, but you know what I mean. Goo. He was in a zone.
Keep thinking that. See, that to me is completely delusional.
Okay.
Look at Clay's last 2 years. Offensively, taken as a whole, he's had a drop-off offensively. His shooting percentages are down from pre-injury, and we all know about his defense.
Yeah, but unless you just claim you said this, because I don't believe you had, nobody foresaw his shooting woes in the offs this year. I didn't.
I mean,
Stan, it was that. Come on now. It was like, man, whoa.
He's had his whole season has been pockmarked with awful shooting nights. Awful.
Yeah.
So I think it was unrealistic to think that, well, he's going to shoot 42% in the postseason. Those days might be over.
Let me read this to you.
Yeah.
Steiny Guru, extending Dre and trading away young players is exactly how you become the Giants. But the young players ain't giving you nothing, and they might not be giving you nothing because of what's going on with the Kerr regime. Maybe it's just not a fit, and that's fine. But I'll tell you what, if we get the breaking news sounder and Dre's coming back for 3 years as a Warrior, I'm not driving home saying, hey, Pops, I think the Warriors are further away from a chip. I'm going to say it's still within reason. They have struck out with Wiseman, Kaminga, and Moody. There, I said it. That's what it is. I don't think it's the players' fault. If we want to go equal and pass out blame pie, you said maybe it's everybody. We talked about all these Jokic's coach for Wiseman, all this stuff. The Warriors had their ace in the hand, 3 of them, and it was Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody who they brought to this team, and not one of them jailed. Not one of them. And now we're wondering why it's Fright Night?
Yeah.
90. False alarm.
Oh, dude, I was like, no way.
Yeah.
He's working material.
Let's go to Mystic. Mystic's in the city.
Oh, man, we ain't heard from Mystic.
What's up, Mystic?
Hey, guys. This is a dark day, but you know what? I'm gonna agree with you, Steiny. There's no quick fix to get back to contention, but there's definitely some things they can do right now to improve the team. And one of them is not compounding the problem by trading away your young players. Draymond used to be a great player. He's only a great player in spurts now. So and the fact that he can't lead because of his attitude, wanting to take time off and all that stuff, that means that he's not the guy anymore. I'm okay getting off of him, but I'm not okay trading Kaminga. A guy who put up 13 points when he got consistent minutes. And can I say one other thing, guys?
Of course. Take your time.
This is very important. Clay is a great player. He's still a starter in this league. He's not your number 2 option anymore. He has to be the 3rd scoring option behind Wiggins. You bring Wiggins, Clay, and Steph Curry back, now you have something you can build on and put some scoring pressure in the 4. Kaminga who can score. Now all of a sudden your team is a little bit better. That's not an instant contender, but it's enough of a framework to build around. Draymond is more of a divisive force in the locker room.
So you're saying basically let Draymond go.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not going to he won't accept a lesser role. So yes, move off of Draymond. And that's okay because guess what? You ended in the 2nd round with him. This is not,
right.
Like he said, they're not a championship team. He told you the truth.
Good stuff, Mystic.
I don't know why that didn't sit. Yeah, good call. Why that didn't sit well with me, Stoddy?
Why did what sit well?
Him and Kerr saying we maxed out. Damn, I don't know what it is. I wasn't expecting. Curry didn't say that. I'm in such denial. I went back and watched the post-game presser from Steph last night. I swear to the Giants game. And they asked about Kerr and Dre saying, do you feel like this team maxed out? And he didn't kind of say that. I got to
what would be real fun for you is go back and listen to some of your shows from this year.
And what happened?
Just talking about how once this team got to the playoffs, they were going to start cooking.
The pedigree.
Oh, yeah, the pedigree.
Well, hey, I put some onus on the coaching.
Well, doesn't he have championship pedigree?
Yes, but you got to evolve, and you got to be able to spoon-feed youngsters.
So you think there's this – let me ask you a question.
I'm being
real.
You
all out there think there's a scenario in which Kaminga would have played more and the Warriors had more success than they had?
I don't think that's ludicrous.
I do. But I don't have any answers.
How, Sway?
Larry Beal coming up at 11:30. News and sports anchor at KGO. After the game, you see him on TV. Aloha means goodbye. Mm-hmm. The Warriors' aftermath. is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. That segment was also brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. This is Matt Steinmetz, Oakland, California, in the hizzle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was off that day.
Larry Beal, KGO, sports anchor coming up in a half hour.
Bay Area icon.
Relax.
Nice hair.
He left the Bay.
Well, he came back. Him, Abanez.
Don't throw that
Wendy
word.
Takuda.
You're throwing that word around too lightly.
Only use it for the heavyweights. And I always break bread with a...
Beal. Yeah, Beal.
Steiny, you a heavyweight, dog.
No, I'm not.
Well, you said it. I didn't. I tried to give you some. Dude, you just stirred your coffee with your glasses.
How many times
they
you
were behind your ears with sweat?
No. I wash behind my ears every morning. I gotta make something clear, Goo.
Yeah.
There's only one thing I disagree with you about, and that is whether this, let's say, 6-man core right now is a championship team or not. You think it still gives you a chance,
no doubt,
or at least its best chance. I don't even disagree with that. I just don't think it's a championship group anymore.
Okay.
But I get why you might have to bring Draymond back and kind of run it back, even though you're not a championship team. So I just want to, like, I feel nothing you're saying. I'm like, you're crazy. I just don't. I hate every option. I hate every option that the Warriors are looking at.
And Steiny, Evan Spadoni, basketball world, Hollinger. I mean, man, don't read that article that he just brought up about where the Warriors are. You'll think they'll never get out. But I was just saying to myself during the break, this is the first time in a long time we've really agreed. But you're going to tell me I can't go here, but you're not my daddy, so I'm going to go here. The year before they won the title last year, you would have sent me to Napa State or anybody that said the Warriors are about to beat the Boston Celtics in 6. So the reason I bring that up is I can. And it was something that they did collectively and shocked the world. So I know they lost against the Lakers. And Steiny, I really do dislike the fact that you think the Wiggins absence and Curry missing the amount of games he missed and Clay not playing back-to-back till after January, that went into the 44 win total. But now I'm just like, okay, maybe this is going to make all players look themselves in the mirror, not just basketball-wise, but personality-wise, and they're going to put their best foot forward next season. I'm just telling you what's concerning me, and who wouldn't be on the team moving forward is Kaminga and Poole, because they have demonstrated that it's bigger than basketball. It's about their brand, and I got hit in the face and embarrassed cartoons. If I'm Jordan Poole, I get that. So if you're going to bring the whole band back, you got to have a real-ass meeting, Steiny, and I don't think you can. So that's what this ain't just about, oh, let's run it back. We're all on the same page like the Lakers were. Steiny, there's some stuff going on, some backstabbing or some resentment, animosity. So from Kaminga to Kerr, maybe Poole to Kerr. Is Kerr going to say, you know what, guys, behind closed doors, I managed you guys wrong. I did it wrong to the youngsters. Like, maybe that'll go a long way to get the best out of Kaminga and Poole.
Here's what
I'm being so serious, man.
Here's what people are leaving out of the equation. One of the reasons that the Warriors traded Wiseman, one of the reasons why Kaminga didn't play a lot, is because the veterans wanted other guys. Because it wasn't just Steve Kerr saying, I'm not playing Kaminga.
Wow.
It was an extension of Steve Kerr. It was also the veterans basically saying in their way, you got to be kidding me if you think we're going to win it with Wise. We heard Iguodala say it last year.
Yep. And Curry backed it up.
Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson look at Kaminga and say, we can't win a title with him, Steve. And I think Steve agrees. So that's why he doesn't play a lot.
But now, when you say it that way, that's a turnoff for me because they should have never been drafted.
Well,
so
that's
when you
too late for that.
drafted them, Steiny,
they made a mistake.
You pissed
It's over.
the management, pissed off the OGs.
Yeah, no kidding.
But
I believe
they
that.
won a title, and it wasn't a thing.
They won a
but
title
now it's a thing.
in spite of the young players last year, not because of them. There is no doubt the big three
had to huddle and be like, we did it with them giving us basically minimal help.
Rafi and Berkeley. Yeah. Hey, Rafi.
How you doing, guys?
Hanging in, buddy.
I got a combination for you. I think the Warriors, I think they lost this year because of the combination of culture and age. And what I think is that age kind of leads to culture. And when you look at the teams who are still in it, you've got the Celtics dying to win. You've got the Nuggets, who everybody kind of hates on, who are really, really good, and they're dying to win. You have a bunch of young guys surrounded by two guys in AD and LeBron who can truly set a culture. With LeBron, you're talking about one of the greatest. And then, unfortunately for us, because I'm a Warriors fan, you got the guys on the podium after they lose, and they're not kicking chairs. They're not cursing anyone out. They're calm and methodical. They're like, no, we're okay. And the cultural issue here for me and them is that they're not okay. And their desire, I believe, to win was not really there. They're not as hungry. And when you look at the way they played throughout the whole year, that filters down to everybody else. And then all of a sudden, no one's quite as hungry. And it's not that I don't think they tried, but I don't think they were dying to win. And I think that everybody else who's still in it,
can they get that back?
Dying to win.
Can they get that back?
You know, I think that age makes it really hard to get it back because I think that when you're load managing and things like that, it's hard to kind of have that killer instinct when you're taking 25 games off a year.
Right. I'm with you, Rafi. I'm with you. Stephen A. Smith of ESPN, when he was talking about Bob Myers. Don't forget Bob Myers.
Yeah.
Don't forget Bob Myers. Let's hear what Stephen A. says about Myers and the Warriors.
I'm just giving you my opinion. My personal opinion is that there are people within the Warriors organization that want to ascend, that Joe Lacob wants to give an opportunity, and the Warriors ownership want to give an opportunity to ascend, one of them being his son, Kirk, who obviously knows a thing or two about the game of basketball and has been very instrumental in helping Bob Myers and others.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
And we had Joe Lacob on the show earlier this year, I believe, and he said, we're very deep in our front office.
Yeah,
he did.
No, and it blew me away. Like, because normally when you think of front office, you think of the head, you know, the liaison, the lead, and that's Bob Myers. But when you hear depth, you think about, okay, we got somebody else that could hold it down. I don't know.
You know, the other thing is, let's say Austin says forget Myers. He doesn't play. Okay, let's say Myers takes off. All right. Who's the GM? Who becomes the GM? An outsider? So you're going to bring in an outsider, and what are you going to ask that person to do?
Wow.
Break it up?
I mean, because, because Joe Lacob could take over those duties, Donnie.
I essentially, that's the thing, and I said this yesterday. Yeah. Oh, Kirk Lacob's gone more for the ownership track. Okay, fine. That means he's the number one voice in basketball decisions. Kirk, if that's what happens.
Yeah.
So the model for the Golden State Warriors, whether we like it or not, is Joe Lacob was involved. And Kirk Lacob's going to be involved.
Wow.
So
whoever it is, if it's Jerry West, Steiny, this is a hell of a project they have on their hands. You got the great Steph, you got Clay, you got Dre, but man, this is a bear.
Tony in Lafayette. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm just calling. I'm getting all kinds of opinions there. One thing that I think that we are missing, we have to realize that we just won the championship last year, And on top of that, we know we have age behind. We played all the way through summer. And age, plus we have, for example, talking about Thompson, we know they have obligation toward the sponsors. And I know in the past he's going to have to go to China to satisfy the sponsors, which means year-round our players, they are very busy and exhausted. That is one. The second one, you have these players, once you are a champion and you have a dynasty, each team rests their players before they play the Warriors during this regular season, and the whole team shows up against the Warriors / dynasty, and they show their 100%, and they play that game as a playoff game, and we were struggling to just barely make the playoffs. As a result, we got to the playoffs somehow, and we had a tough time with Sacramento, and this is the second point. We did not have we got the short stick from the league, because as we know, the East Coast doesn't like the Warriors very much. And
I got you, Tony. You made some good points there. About exhaustion. My question would be, are they going to, if they're exhausted, can they be less exhausted next year?
Well, yeah, I think now you're not playing in the conference finals or finals. So the answer would be yes. But I wish that was it. Stoney, it wasn't it. I'm just telling you, I've been consistent with you, Evan and Spadoni, man. The two big lineup and all the responsibility on Steph and Clay and Wiggins, I just feel like that's come to a head. And when the teams play the Warriors now, they can almost make that, they could use that to their advantage.
Okay, I'm playing devil's advocate.
No doubt, Al Pacino.
So then start moving off Draymond, right?
It's wrong because you can't tell me what would come in the place of Draymond.
Kaminga.
Now, if Kaminga averaged 8 points and I felt better about him because I actually seen it, I'd be like, Matt, you're ready. Let's go. I don't feel that way. I feel like he's a head case.
I almost feel, too, like if the Warriors say bye-bye to Draymond or say we're not offering you, we're not going to re-sign you, rip up your contract and re-sign you, you know what? And it is time. We're going with Kaminga. I can't imagine Curry going along with that.
Oh, man.
And Steve Kerr, even.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Who's that from?
Who is that?
I'm honestly not too sure. It was a caller from a few months ago, though.
All right. Rich and Hayward. Rich wants to keep Dre. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Dre, doing good. Hey, Dre's got to stay.
Yeah.
I think that the main reason we lost was Wiggins' rib injury. He only had 6 points in that game. And even if we would have won in game 7, 6, and 7, that ain't going to heal in a couple of weeks. So I kind of take it like when we lost to Toronto. It's like a couple of injuries. That's a main one right there. LeBron is so big. I mean, you get a busted rib off just guarding that dude. I mean, you got to keep your defense, because that's our flaws. We ain't got no defense. We got it. I mean, it just got to be that way. That's my take.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Pool boy.
Was it?
What was it?
I think he said pool boy.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Was that really your problem when you had you went up against the Sacramento Kings and they exploited the two big lineup? So you had to go small. So I don't buy that defense is their problem. It's offense. And somebody here is asking on the text line, Stoney, do you guys believe Sadiq Bey could have helped the Warriors
Not
more
really.
than GP2?
No.
Dude, that is great. Guys like that are what I'm looking for. And I know you just can't go to basketball Walmart. I'm looking for Sadiq Bey rebound points. But they need
He's terrible for the Hawks.
Yeah.
He did not help the Hawks.
Product of environment. But
Well, the Hawks are like the Warriors. They're a 44-win team, just like the Warriors.
Not coming off a chip.
No.
Dude, this is... Bob, you want to come back to this if you're listening? I mean, holy hell. This is amazing. If this were a math problem, what would you call it? Trigonometry?
1, 2, 2.
Yeah, look at this, more than that. I'm laughing, but I'm crying. I wish I was in a position where a company had to pay me just because. Like,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, I'll take
Exactly.
it. Or fire me, but you got 4 years left on your deal. Watch Netflix, but you still get the chicken.
Let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous is in the East Bay. What's going on, Anonymous? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to call and say the whole season was sabotaged on purpose. The NBA is fixed. These guys have podcasts. They talk to each other. They sit down and talk about ownership, coaching. Steve Kerr try to let his buddy win a sack, but that would have been too obvious. And the season was sabotaged on purpose from the jump. So Warrior fans need to get over it. It's not like 90s NBA. The shit is fixed.
Thanks. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
does that fall under the NBA has a script?
It's a surprise.
You were calm on that call.
Yeah. I mean,
we need a buzzer when we run somebody.
Get your old toilet from Pete Franklin.
That boy, I think that's off limits. That's in the Hall of Fame.
No, I think you know what? It's been long enough.
You think so?
You could honor him that way.
We should debut it tomorrow. We can flush
I'm not
each other.
going to be here tomorrow.
I'm
not going to be here. I'm taking a day off.
Dude, you deserve
taking
it.
one day off.
Yeah,
That's
you deserve it.
And that'll do it for the year. One day.
Sometimes
I
you
love
talk
this
too
company.
much, but yeah, we'll miss you. Evan and I on the ones and twos.
Nice.
Evan will be over
Who's
there.
in the power chair?
Evan.
Naturally.
Now, there's people in different sectors of the world that can take that comment differently. But go ahead, Steiny.
Steve Kerr, 1 o'clock. Press conference with the media.
What's he going to say?
He's going to say,
I handled him wrong.
He's going to say, I don't think we're done. I'll tell you what Adrian Wojnarowski would say, though.
This is great. I got to get ready. Go ahead, Steiny.
Greeny, Bob Myers, the president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors, the architect, of course, of 4 NBA titles in the last decade with the Golden State
Almost
Warriors.
lunchtime, Woj. Come on now.
Is contemplating a contract that he has in front of him and has had in front of him for a few months. Greeny, we don't know yet if he's going to sign that. I'm told that he's torn. He's not sure of what he's going to do, but how that plays out, Greeny, is going to impact the Golden State Warriors in the foreseeable future.
You got to do that for Willard and Dibbs, man. He was on Saturday. I said, Steiny's got him.
Oh, we actually have the original Adrian Wojnarowski. Hold on. Oh, where is
the
he?
cadence you got down.
Where is he here? Woj on Bob Myers.
With his contract expiring at the end of June, Bob Myers told me last night that he plans to take a couple of weeks to make a decision about his future running the Golden State Warriors. And it's a decision that he said he is torn about, I think in large part because of his relationships, he said, with the core 3 of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson, and his coach, Steve Kerr. 4 championships under Bob Myers, and an organization where he just carries a tremendous amount of weight, respect. You heard all the key players, their coach, talk about how badly they want Bob Myers back. He's not there yet on a decision. He has built a Hall of Fame resume in Golden State, and I think very much the future of this organization, a lot of it revolves around his ability to kind of shepherd them through the next phase of it. But right now, Bob Myers is uncertain whether he'll do another contract with the Warriors.
I love Woj.
That is
I really
great, Steiny. He's Steiny to me now. You ruined him.
This is the reporter in him. He is so careful about everything he says.
Takes a little while. Hey,
he takes it very
I got
seriously.
an analogy for
Yes,
you
sir.
three. For you three.
Give it to me, baby.
So when I was single and I had other people, friends that were dating, males and females.
All right.
When the parents rooted for the one that they wanted you to be with, that normally wasn't the one that the person picked. And I'm hearing all of these sweet nothings about our guy, Bob Myers, and Dre saying it and Curry saying it. And this is me from the sideline. But a man that accomplished and that established should not have went into a lame duck season without a contract. In my world, that man would have been the highest paid GM till he said he was ready to throw up the Chris Brown deuces. So I'm saying that because, again, Woj is telling us what all the players feel about Bob and how important he is, Steiny. But I don't feel like that's coming from Lacob's office. And that's the one feeling I'm just trying to convey to you three that's kind of scaring me. Now, this may be all up to Bob. I know Dib's like, sometimes you want a different challenge. I get it. But Steiny, can you feel me on just something is,
yes.
I'm not hearing it from the right places about his impact and how important he is.
I feel you.
Wow.
I feel you. And the only way Lacob can now send that message is by paying him. And Bob's staying.
Wow, you're right.
I don't think he's coming back.
Man.
That's just me.
So that would be an L in an off season that a lot of people can't make a W right now.
You also, I guess, have to acknowledge that if Myers is this loved by the big three,
how can it be?
If he leaves, what does that do to them? I'm not saying they're going to fold up.
No, but I hear you.
But then, and who do you bring in? Jordan in San Francisco. Hey, Jordan, how you doing?
Well, I can think of a guy.
That's a 3.
Well, that's wrong. He ain't a coach.
Hey, Jordan.
Question is, yes.
All you.
Yeah. The question is, what do we do if we let go of Draymond Green? I believe Fresh is the best. I believe they go out and grab Dylan Brooks, put him in the mix, keep them young players, groom them properly, and just do it that way. I believe they need a little shaking up. They need some change. Change is good. What do you think about that?
I think that's a way to go.
But how could you? You couldn't do that. You can't afford it, I thought.
Well, if he takes the minimum.
Dylan Brooks? Yeah. Who I ain't mad at. I just think he's because you got Tupac with the guns, but you run Dylan Brooks off as if he brought nothing to the table.
Well, I think some Warrior fans, you need to understand that if Draymond leaves, you don't even have a mid-level exception to use. All you have are minimum contracts to give out. So you got to find a player. Now, it's hard to find a guy to take a minimum on a championship team. So if players around the league think the Warriors are done, they ain't coming here for the minimum if they don't think they're going to win a title.
I think Brooks would think he had action coming to be around this team in the way that it plays, and what revenge or middle finger would that be to Memphis? But he's so young in his career, Stoney, he ain't taking the minimum.
All right. On the other side, we got Larry Beal, KGO Television. He's a sports anchor. I see the phone line still jammed. Hang in there, and after we get Larry done with Larry, we'll take your calls on the other side. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you, and let's head out to the phone lines and welcome in Larry Beal, news and sports anchor for KGO TV in San Francisco, former ESPN anchor. What's going on, Larry? How are you, man?
Steiny, Guru, what is happening?
Well,
not the finals.
A lot with the Warriors. You know what? Let me just we've just been talking about the off season that they're looking at, and it's complicated and it's fraught with danger. What would you do if you were Joe Lacob?
Wow. Well, I mean, first you'd like to be able to figure out who your general manager is. I think that it starts right there because you want somebody that you feel comfortable with navigating what is a minefield of challenges. You remember a few years ago when I think it was Steve Kerr who said, when the Warriors had Durant and they basically loaded and this is not the real NBA.
Mm-hmm.
This is now the real NBA. This is the real NBA. You have too many guys making too much money as they age. You have one guy punching another guy before the season even starts. Everything is on tilt, and you have to try to manage all this through a 7-8 month season, and it's seemingly turmoil around every corner. This is the real NBA. And Steiny, you covered you covered the team that really kind of invented this stuff.
Right.
Going 20-62 for how many years?
Yep.
That is what it really is. Well, we've been living in a fantasy land for so long that it's hard to just manage all of these conflicting issues that the Warriors are now facing. And look, to me, it seems like they've already decided that they're going to try to keep Steph, Clay, and Dre together.
Right.
So I think the first conversation that whoever is in charge has to have with these guys, Steph is set. You can't really do much with his contract. But you have to have the conversation of, look, do you guys really want to ride this till the wheels come off? And if so, then we have to figure out a way to get you to do what LeBron did in Miami with Bosh and Wade, which is, okay, we will figure out a way to take less so that the rest of the team can get more and we can keep this thing rolling. Now, is everybody willing to do that? Everybody nods their head yes until they start to look at the checks and look at the money.
Right.
That's where it gets dicey. And then kind of the walls are closing in from the standpoint of all these other things that I talked about, plus the collective bargaining agreement, which we haven't even seen finalized yet, is really going to make this more difficult. And that's what all the other owners are trying to do, is to stop Joe and to stop Steve Ballmer from just throwing gobs and gobs of money out there. And, you're going to lose your mid-level exception. It's just going to be really hard to acquire talent given all that's going on.
Yeah, and Larry, when you say all that's going on, it actually started with the Draymond Green punch. I was very passionate and emotional about it, Larry. I didn't know if one of the guys had to get traded, but then I kind of lied to myself and said the Warriors are going to be okay. They lost 30 games on the road, Larry. Steiny made fun of me, but I kept saying pedigree, championship blood. And Larry, I'm still hurt and shocked because it never manifested. And I was wrong. I can admit it. Can you share with us when something seemed off to you, Larry, about this Warrior team this season?
Well, it was early. I mean, as soon as the punch happened, it changed everything. Wouldn't you love to be able to see in a parallel universe, if that punch never occurred, how this whole season would have unfolded and where they'd be right now? Because I think it would have changed everything. Certainly the relationships inside the locker room. It just took them so long to do the damage control to try to get everybody back on track mentally. And I have no idea what happened to Jordan Poole after Game 1 against the Lakers. Remember he hit the 6 threes, and the shot at the end of the game was like a 28-29.
Yep.
It was a shot that Steiny was often comfortable taking back in the day. That's true. That's true.
I didn't even play with the 3-point line, but
you still took it out there.
Yeah.
But what happened in the next, and there was so much criticism towards him, like, oh, that's a bad shot. You shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. And then the next 3 games, he was just in the tank. So I don't know if somebody said something to him, if it's a social media thing, or who knows, what else is going on. because, these guys live very different lives than the rest of us. But something strange happened during that series. And if Jordan Poole was the Jordan Poole we saw from a year ago, we might be having a very different conversation right now. But now you have to look at the challenge. The biggest challenge is, how do you maintain a championship core and also the pieces around that you want to improve while saving money? Those are two opposite goals that don't usually consistently get together. So how do you do that? If the goal, and Joe Lacob told me this, I think probably coming up on a couple of months ago, we did an event down at Stanford, and he said, look, my intention is not to pay $363 million a year for a team that's going to lose early. The goal would be to get to the finals. So, all right, we know he would like to spend less, but how do you do that, and what can you flip some of the assets you do have into in order to lower payroll and tax while improving? That's really the tricky part. If you just said, hey, we could throw a lot more money at this, then you'd have some different options. But now you have to figure out who's disposable or flippable. Let's say disposable is probably the wrong word. Who's flippable that can improve your team or improve your team chemistry?
Right.
That's where it gets hard. That's where it really is challenging.
Larry Beal joining us on 95.7 The Game, news and sports anchor at KGO TV in San Francisco. What do you think's the most important part of this offseason for the Warriors? You think it's Draymond Green? Is it Bob Myers? Or is it maybe getting something for Poole and or Kaminga?
Yes. yes, and yes. I mean, again, I think it starts with Bob because he's going to do the negotiating. But I think you have to look at the unfortunate part with the two timeline thing is I think it was a really nice fantasy, but it was somewhat unrealistic. And I have to admit, I bought into it also. I thought it was going to be, Steph, Clay, and Dre doing the baton handoff to Kaminga, Wiseman, Poole, Moody, and we never even really got close to that. It just shows you how hard it is. But I think the rest of the league probably has a higher opinion of Jordan Poole than we do, or maybe the team does from watching him every single day. But, you have to focus on his upside, and I think you could sell, hey, look, just wipe this season away. This is a talented scorer, but mentally we were never on the same page. I would think Poole would be the guy to go if you because he probably has the most value. He and Kaminga, I wish I knew really what happened in this Lakers series, because when you're being out-muscled and you're outsized, he's the one guy on the roster that could give you the athleticism that, might give you a few minutes against LeBron or others, and he just couldn't even get on the court unless it was garbage time. So the fear, and I can tell you this from some of the organization, is whether it's Wiseman, and it was pretty unanimous towards the end of that he was not going to develop into the player that they had hoped, but also that Kaminga is only 21. I mean, think about where we all were at age 21, right?
Yep.
Not that mature. What is he going to be in 5 years? He could be an absolute monster in 5 years. Do the Warriors have 5 years to wait for that? Not really. So it's hard. It's really hard. I'll just tell you the story. I joke in the office, and every time I say something ridiculous, you know how they do it on Inside, and Ernie writes these notes?
Yeah.
They put up the Post-it notes of the stupid things that I say constantly, and we go back and revisit them just for laughs. I was a Franz Wagner guy going into that draft when they took Kaminga because he fell to them. So I keep saying, oh, Franz Wagner, and guys roasting me all the time. Franz Wagner would have been perfect for this team. He scores like 20 a game in year 2, and he knows how to play. You could just plug him right in, but, hard to pass up Kaminga at 7 with the athleticism and the potential. So they need one dude like that. One guy would have changed everything in terms of the mix. Because you look at Clay at the end. What was he, 3 of 19 in the last game, 2 of 12 from 3? He was exhausted. It's just exhaustion. They expended so much energy against the Kings And then a grueling series against a more physical team with the Lakers, they were dead tired at the end. You needed a younger guy who could come in and give you something. I was surprised Moody didn't play more in the last couple of games. I'm curious at some point if I get a chance to talk to Steve soon. And I don't think he may not be terribly forthcoming on that, but I would have liked to see what Moody could have brought to the table, because I thought he really had raised his game in the last month or so.
Larry, let me run this by you because Steve Kerr, as you know, is a made man, one of the greatest coaches to ever do it. But I told Steiny and the listeners, I didn't think you did a good job this year with the youngsters, and I'll leave that there. But we get to talk to Myers on our executive show every other week, and he talked about Andre Iguodala and his presence and, you know, what he was there for and the behind the scenes. Larry, am I being too over the top when I criticize basically a scholarship from Iguodala because they got no production, but in a year where we saw guys pouting, we saw guys hitting each other, that to me was the bridge. That was where Andre was supposed to, you know, show us his moxie and his veteran savvy. Larry, I feel like from the outside looking in, I feel like they got nothing from that. Is that too over the top for you?
Yeah, that's over the top. I have a feeling, and I would love somebody like Marcus Thompson to write the behind-the-scenes story of this season of the Warriors. And I have a feeling there's probably 10 times more crises behind the scenes than we have any knowledge of. So my guess would be that Andre was trying to help the coaching staff put out fires left and right. I just had that sense they were out of whack all year long. At no point, they had a couple of 5-game winning streaks, but at no point did they resemble anything close to a championship team. And I think it was quite revealing in the interviews after the Lakers series. They all said it. They all knew it all along and couldn't do anything to fix it. So I understand the Andre thing. I would have liked, you know, another player, even on the minimum, that might have been able to give you minutes, because you knew Andre's body was not going to hold up. But I also share with you some frustration, and I also think, and you know, I'm not telling tales out of school here. There is a disconnect within the organization regarding players that get drafted and then how they get used by the coaching staff. This I know for a fact. So at some point there has to be this real conversation of, if we take this dude, are you really going to play him? And I think that was the issue with Wiseman and to a certain extent with Kaminga, because I don't think the coaching staff trusted those guys given where their skill levels are. Yet at the same time, if you're trying this two timeline situation, you have to get the young guys some quality minutes in meaningful games. And that really did not happen. Now, James had a whole bunch of other injuries and other stuff that went on with him, but there is some frustration within the organization, and I think Joe was probably the last holdout on saying, okay, make the deal for James.
Right.
And we'll get, but there is this whole, I guess disconnect would be the only word I would be comfortable using as to what the plan is and what's realistic. Because this season they got started in such a deep hole post-punch. Then you're looking at, we just went 0-5 on this road trip, and the wheels are coming off here. I got to play all my veterans, and it minimized the growth that the young guys would have, and I think that's unfortunate. Otherwise, we might have seen a totally different team.
Yeah. Hey, Larry, great stuff. Really appreciate you coming on, and good stuff during the playoffs. And I guess you're still working, doing after the game, right?
Yeah, we got a game. We got a show this Saturday after, I think, Lakers and Nuggets, and then we've got the finals on Channel 7. So we'll be there. We'll have a bunch of Warriors guests in, and we will ask them the questions that Goo wants answered.
Tell Keating to quit wearing those tight pinstripe outfits that it vibrates on TV.
I thought you were uncomfortable with the tightness.
No.
Tell Coach hello.
He's a good a good looking man. All right, Larry, appreciate it, man.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Larry Beal.
You going fashion advice, Donnie.
No, you can't wear stripes on TV.
But you need to text Coach now so it's not taken out of context the way that you talked about it if it gets back to him.
Yeah, I won't.
Context is everything.
Yeah, I won't do that.
Yeah. NBA lottery tonight. Remember, this used to be the Warriors playoffs.
Yeah.
Hey, Dallas is getting it. Wembanyama's going to Dallas, Donnie. You just watch. The Mark Cuban, the whole Luka thing, it's going to be rigged. Shout out David Stern, RP. They will win the lottery tonight, the Mavericks. You heard it here first, Evan Spadoni.
Let me look.
Yeah, take that to the bank. You're going to look at the numbers and be like, Guru, they don't have a chance.
Well, I want to double check that they even have their pick and it's not conveyed.
Well, they had a number next to it. Remember I told you that?
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to check on it. That's before you said anything.
Well, scratch that now.
NBA draft primer.
Larry said disconnects, Donnie. He says he's in the front line. Man.
Dallas has a 3% chance to get the number 1 overall
There
pick.
it is.
Yeah.
Steve Sachs. Hey, if you're a coach and your owner drafts a player, you got to play him, right?
No. Not if you're trying to win titles.
Hey, man.
Where's you trying to win titles?
But if the boss calls you in the office and says, hey, I want to see my young phenom get a little run.
Wiseman started his first
that is
game
a fact.
in the NBA.
37 of them.
He started right out the gate. Don't forget that, people. Don't forget that. 12 and 6.
James Wiseman.
12 and 6.
He's still in the league, Steiny. Yeah.
Is he? He's in Detroit. He's not in the league.
Come on now. He showed some stuff.
Let's go to Ricky. Ricky's in Boston. They call that Beantown. Good.
Please. I know about Beantown.
What's going on, Ricky?
Going on? How you doing?
Dynamite.
Listen, so I just want to talk about a few things about the Warriors. We'll talk about Clay and Jordan Poole. But quick on Poole. I don't know if you guys seen the social media cartoon out there.
Yep.
About like the NBA playoffs.
Yep.
They got Jordan Poole, call him Poole Boy.
Yep.
And him getting knocked out by Draymond. I mean, listen, I know these guys are professional athletes, and I know they're supposed to block everything, but like they're human beings.
Wow.
And if you remember last year with Steph Curry and the Yusha Curry can't cook, Instagram post, and then he came to the podium wearing that Yusha Curry can't cook. So these guys do pay attention to like social media. And it's not them; it's their friends that send them the link and just remind them, hey, listen, this is what's out there. So it just looked like Jordan was like in a different world. He looked like he wanted to get the hell out of there. I remember seeing a clip. I think it was the Sacramento playoff game. He just ignored Draymond.
Yeah. Yep.
And I had to check him real quick.
Yeah.
I was like, oh damn. But we'll see with Jordan. But with Clay, real quick, I told JD after the post game against the Lakers, I told him, I said, listen, if you're gonna play Clay, if you're gonna play Clay and Clay thinks he's a max player, don't do it because Clay's not the same.
Of course.
Honestly, like you can find another Klay Thompson that in the NBA that shoots volume shots on 25 shots and scores 20 points. What made Clay special is that he didn't need that many shots to score 20 points in the NBA. So if Clay thinks he's a max player and he thinks he's going to take all those shots, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Spend your money somewhere else.
Nah, Ricky, you're right. I mean, look, the whole.
Go ahead.
Can we all acknowledge the Klay Thompson max thing's a joke? Of course, he's not getting the max. Right?
Well, what? I'm being so real.
Hold it. Let me.
Okay, go
let's
ahead,
do this again.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this Klay Thompson getting the max, Goo? Of course he's not getting the max.
No, he expects the max.
I know what he might expect, but
from Joe, I would think not, or there would be a conversation.
There's no. So let me get this. No, listen, I'm sorry, Clay. We love you, but Lacob ain't running a charity.
Okay,
all right. He paid you $75 million over 2 years when you didn't play.
Go ahead, man.
He's paid you the last 2 years, and he slipped. And now come on.
This would tell. Clay, I love you. We love you.
He's not expecting the max. That insults Clay as far as I'm concerned.
But that report was reported before a game, Steiny.
I'm not buying it.
So if Klay Thompson's the guy I think he is, the guy next door, he's going up to Lacob knowing, and Myers, hopefully, I don't expect you guys took care of me at my lowest when I was hurt. But if he's not, and he's still I ain't sacrificing ass dude, and he wants that max, then there is no self-reflection. There is no change. It is about I. This dude has made so much bread, Steiny. It's almost time for Clay to take one for the team. They know what time it is.
Think I'll sign for the minimum?
No, but there's something in between. But I want to ask you in Dub Nation, do you think the fan base is ready to say bye-bye to Clay and Dre? Now that it's dire straits, you're a year removed from being the big dog, because we keep bringing up this giant analogy with the Belt, Posey, and Crawford and all that. Like, are we there? Is Dub Nation ready to pay? Because I get the sense there is no way they would sign off, and Joe Lake could be there, on giving Clay the max or re-upping Dre for 3 years.
My feeling is you don't have to do anything with Clay. He's got one more year left.
Okay.
He's got $43 million coming next year. Go out and be better than last year. Can you be better than last year, Clay?
Is he going to play this offseason basketball?
I don't know.
Huh? I would hope he does.
Clay doesn't expect the max Steiny.
Right.
Again,
You would hope.
that would insult. That's stop insulting Clay. That's what I think. There's no chance that he's...
That's a lot of money, too.
The question is, what if, again, and I brought this up yesterday, would you do this, all right? Would you have Draymond opt out, all right? Then give him a 3-year, $80 million contract.
Okay.
All right? Clay has $43 million the following, next year.
Yeah.
Would you say to Clay, we'll give you a 2-year extension for $50 million?
Okay. Now,
$60
what would
million.
what would that free up?
What do you mean free up?
Or get you under the cap?
No, not even close. It would be going the other direction. Even though they would be taking pay cuts, they would still be it gets them nothing. It gets them nothing. It gets them the right to keep those guys till 2025, is it? Maybe 6? When then they all would come off at the same time. That might be a possible scenario.
If you had to bet on Klay Thompson for the next 3 years, would you? Because Shasky's the only one keeping it real. So everybody's. But Steiny, do you think this is who he is and is going south? He's headed south? Klay Thompson.
Well, do you think he's getting better as a player?
I think him not playing ball,
I
not
think he's
going against the science.
I think he's on the decline. He's 33 and he's had 2 major surgeries.
But he can never have another playoffs like this.
Why not?
Because that's when you really earn your money.
You mean if they keep him and then...
And you get to the offs, and let's just say he shoots another 40% from 3 the whole season, but you get to the offs and it's 34, 33. Man.
I think a couple people... Andre's in Walnut Creek. He says we're too panicky about the Dubs. What's up, Andre? How are you? Oh, hey, Dre, real quick. You want to hold on? I just realized it's a commercial. I'll get you first on the other side. Can you wait? Thank you. Appreciate that. I wait for a response. But looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333161. Again, text VTA bus to 333161 to apply. Also, the Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
only live once, and I know you got commitments, but before you dip, we got to get a photo of me, you, and Stein.
Oh, absolutely.
Because if I go home, if you didn't do it again, I didn't get it. That's cool. That's okay.
No
He's going to be on your groupie.
You could have asked him that after the interview, so not everybody heard it. But that's all right. That's all right.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Make a shot, Steph.
He had 32.
And then are you talking about his percentage from 3?
Point total.
I'm kidding.
Kobe.
Let's get to Andre. He hung on for us. Appreciate it. What's up, Andre?
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
Love you guys. Listen to you all the time, man.
Right on.
Thank you. Are we panicking?
I think.
We're getting too panicky?
Yeah, I think you're getting a little too panicky, man. I grew up with the Bad Boy Pistons, and I was blessed to be a part of this iteration of the Warriors. And I'm telling you, they got what it takes to do it again. They just need to tweak. And that tweak is get rid of Poole for a big body. I mean, could you imagine a healthy Wiggins in Game 6 with a Boogie Cousins, I know he's out of the league, or Dwight Howard, anybody bigger than Looney?
Right.
He's just not enough. So if you had a body to put on an AD just to keep him occupied, I think you would have – it'll be less pressure on Clay to try and shoot himself into the Hall of Fame again, right? I think that's all you need. I think the Poole relationship with Draymond is just destroyed. It's been evident all year, all the way back in Tokyo. So if you can move him for a big guy, I think you got a real good shot.
Thanks, Andre. Appreciate the call. And it's hard to argue with the idea that the Warriors need to get bigger. I mean, is there anybody out there who is saying, they don't need another big guy?
I think it's ran its course.
I think we all agree they need at least one more big man.
No doubt about it.
For sure. And honestly,
and they had one.
If you could get, you can move Poole for a big man that you like, who fits.
Man.
Maybe. Well, by the way, Steve Kerr, he's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's coming up at 1:00. He's doing his postseason press conference.
So do you know if today's the day, or they've already had all their exit interviews, just the players and everybody?
Oh, players are gone.
Okay, wow.
They're gone. They were gone before Game 6. They were checked out.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Hey, you didn't ask me about my golf round.
It was an F. No, you told me you shot a 90.
No, I didn't. Shot an 89.
I forgot. How'd you shoot?
89.
Oh, there you go, baby.
But it's not all 89s are
the same,
created equal.
Well, there's a story. If you brought it to my attention, what happened?
There is, Goo. There is.
Talk to me,
boy. So, the front 9, your boy, shot a 39.
Well,
the back 9, I shot a 50.
Were you sipping?
A little, but not.
That ain't it. I
don't think so.
Dude, what happened on the back 9?
You get a little tight. You start thinking about your score, right? I got a friend who I want to punch right in the face, too. His name happens to be Matt, and I'm like, dude, I just had it. 89, 39, 50. And he's like, great 39. Celebrate the good 9.
Dude, a 50 though,
I
Steiny.
know.
Yeah. Now you would have felt better had the 50 been on the first 9, front 9.
Maybe a little.
You think you would have shot a 39 if you shot a 50 on the front end?
Dude.
I mean, the great thing about golf is when you're done with 9, it does feel like, okay, you got a new 9. You got a new 9. Anyway, thanks for asking, Goo. Appreciate it.
All day, baby. You know I'm here for you.
Yeah. Hey, we might have action Friday night with Filmo Mike.
Dude, he invited us last Friday.
No, but this Friday.
Is it?
Maybe because.
Let's do it, Steiny.
Because I got.
I got
a house to myself.
Yeah, I got a day pass or night pass.
What's up, Filmo?
Hey, man, I'm going to need y'all to pull up, man. It's a rooftop party very
there.
Guru, you could throw the shades on.
Yeah.
You know me, Steiny. Steiny, I don't know how you dress, Steiny. Do you?
Should I get dressed up?
You can. You don't have to, though.
Yeah, don't look corny.
To get suited.
Yeah, you want to look like lightweight dress, but still casual.
Okay.
You know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I got him, Mike. We good.
Hey, but you know what? I just want to say, man, Steiny, People be hating on you brought it up first. Jordan Poole ain't nothing but a young Curry. You say that, and I tell people like, bro, he ain't nothing but. If you really look at it, he really nothing but a young Curry. So people getting on Jordan Poole line. I mean, you gotta let a person live, grow, and you know what I'm saying. Like, look for where he was to where he's at now. Yeah, he had a horrible season. Klay Thompson had a horrible playoff series, and hell nah, he don't deserve the max. And this is also what I'm sick of. When you get to the league, these players are professionals, and they not dumb. They trying to keep a job like us. I hate when people send me stuff. This is Kevon Looney in high school. I don't give a damn what he played like in high school. If he looked like Magic Johnson, when he out here playing like Kevon Looney now, his role is his role. When you talk to players, I sent you something, Steiny, about Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah.
And he was talking about, man, when you get to the league, you got to humble yourself. They don't care what you scored in high school. Guru was averaging a triple-double, triple-single at the 24-hour Nautilus. Nobody cares. When you get to the league, you got a role. You play your role. Kaminga, learn how to play your role, bruh. For real. You may end up raw, but learn how to play your role. I remember a player by the name of Anthony Randolph.
Yeah.
Skills in the world.
Yep.
He didn't listen. He didn't just know how to do his role. He ended up in China. Come on, man. Play your role, bro. Learn your role.
Yeah, my role on Friday night's going to be
Look at you.
The man, Filmo.
Yeah. I got the shades on deck. He sent it to
Don't
me.
do that.
Anthony Randolph.
Can you not do that? Seriously.
I'm going to wear him inside tomorrow. Well, you're not here. I'll wear it for Evan. Just let me be who I am. Bonte has something to say with what I'm wearing today. Like, you was HR. Like, well, come on. I got 3 kids, 2 in college. Let me live.
I've noticed some people on the text line don't even think you should be able to wear a Cowboys.
Should I come in a costume? Grow up.
You kind of are in a costume.
Please, stop
thinking you're an NFL player.
He's the only thing making me like my figure these days is the jerseys.
I got my Warriors World shirt
I
on.
see ya.
I'll tell you what, this color on me looks beautiful.
Nah.
Really appreciate
it. Ain't bringing you
Warriors
skin.
World.
Well, let me stop. Yeah, you look good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Listener as always. But I think one major piece is being left out of the Warriors roster construction going forward, and that is the person that will have the most influence in the decision is Steph Curry. That's who will have it. He's the most powerful player in the NBA behind the scenes, and Joe Lacob knows it. There is no chance, without his blessing, that they get rid of Clay and Dre and have a 30-win team next year. They have no youth. They have nothing to build around. I believe the money will be the easy part. Steiny, you took one of my lines. You're insulting Clay to think he won't fit. Clay will know where he fits. Draymond will know where he fits, and they make a run. But if anybody thinks they're doing something without Steph's okay with the 3 years he has left, they're not watching basketball.
Hey, let me give you this. Stay on the line. I agree with you. I want to 100%, but why I'm going to stop at 90 is it's out there that Curry and the veterans didn't want Wiseman. They wanted the Warriors to trade that pick for a Bradley Beal or a ready-made player, and management went the other way. You say what to that?
And how'd that work out?
No, you're right, but they went against Curry, I believe.
That's why Steph gets the vote now. They were wrong on Wiseman.
Wow.
Good stuff, Mike.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with
well, I said that to you, the
some
chef.
of what he said.
Yeah. Now that's the power chair. Steph's in the power chair, Steiny. Now, DeAndre Ayton, would he interest you? If you could finagle or somehow, I mean, Steiny, something's going on there. Monty Williams is fired, so he probably ain't going nowhere now. Ayton.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Randolph had game. He was a lefty.
He stunk.
He was a lefty,
he
though. He was long.
Guru, he stunk.
Yeah, but he had to build.
But he stunk.
No doubt. Somebody said he ain't put numbers up in China either.
Oh, he stinks.
Yeah.
Don Nelson couldn't stand it.
Did you see Dwight Howard's video?
He stinks too.
Where he was recruiting everybody that had a bad playoff to come to China. It was great. Hey, Clay, you might want to pull up. Who else did he have?
Everything he does, I can't
No,
stand.
but this was great. Who else had a Chris Paul? You might want to pull up on us. Who else chokes? Donnie, give me somebody in this year's offs.
Harden.
Joel Embiid.
Oh, wow. He said, Embiid. But he had a broke knee.
Who?
Embiid. Embiid.
He was born with a broke knee.
No, I'm just saying he's playing. He could have easily took the easy way out and said, I can't go. He's out there.
The real MVP of the league is playing tonight.
Thank
we all
you.
know it should have been Jokic 3 times, but
Thank you.
Embiid cried to the media like he always does, and that's why.
Wow,
he won it.
I didn't like that.
I like
Sorry, it's just frustrating when a guy complains and complains year after year about coming up short, and guess what? You came up short again in the postseason. It's like, stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, that video, Dwight's, Donnie, it was great.
Let's go to Robert. Robert's in San Jose. Hey, Robert, what's going on?
Basically, talk to my call sign, hey, Guru.
Hey.
What would you think of, Brooke Lopez is an unrestricted free agent. I'm assuming we have to do a signing trade with a Jordan Poole. But I looked on the
what's he making?
I think his salary would be like $20 million a year. So I don't know if Milwaukee would need to add somebody or his Jordan Poole salary would be close enough where you could trade him 1-for-1. I think Brooke Lopez's skill set fits perfectly. If you give him a 3-year deal, you can ride Steph, Clay, and Dre out with him for the next 3 years and have them all come off the books at the same time.
But why would Milwaukee say bye to him? I love him, Steiny. He's
an unrestricted free agent. Yeah. They don't have a say-so in it. And if you're Milwaukee, if you do a sign and trade, you're trading a 35-year-old center for a 24-year-old guard.
Right. It's not a crazy idea.
Yeah, he could take over when Giannis leaves.
And thanks for the call, Robert. Brooke Lopez, anyway, is a guy who
I like him.
And I'm pretty sure that the Lakers know him, like have a relationship with him. Yes.
He's baller. I like him.
I'm not necessarily. Yeah. They can't get Brooke Lopez. They can only offer the veteran minimum. Yes, but if they could theoretically Lopez signs and then they trade him. But I don't think the Warriors.
They sure do. Yeah, I hate working with you.
I don't think the Warriors. I don't think the Warriors would just trade Poole for Lopez if Lopez is making $23 million. If Lopez still has 3 or 4 more or signs a 4-year deal. I think he's looking to come off money.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Joe Lacob.
Hell, man, wouldn't you? I mean,
yes and no.
I was going to say, how much of a destination do you think the Warriors are now, or has that changed? I mean, you're just a year removed from the chip, but you don't have resources, man.
You have veteran minimums. Vet min. That's what the Warriors have to work with.
And DiVincenzo, we can say bye to, right?
Probably. You know what? I'd think about that name.
What name?
Ben Simmons.
The guy that posted his team losing? No, he
doesn't play for Philadelphia.
I know, but I didn't like that at all. That was a low blow. Like, at least they're playing, Ben.
I mean,
little Ben.
That's who. I mean, that's a guy you probably could get without giving up a lot. You want to talk about a guy who needs a change of scenery? Hey, I'm just saying. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying.
What is his status? Do we even know?
He's a little banged up.
No, I'm just talking about financially. He's still getting the chicken.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let's go to Fez. Fez is in the city.
Sound familiar, Fez.
We're going to do it without the Fez on. Steely Dan.
Nah. I said Spaz.
Oh, Spaz. I'm sorry. Spaz, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, man.
Talk to us.
All right.
Dynamite.
That's good. Okay, I didn't think that'd come up so fast. I just want to say real quick, it's not so much that Jordan Poole is like, it's not like we don't like him. It's just the prima donna, the acting. Like, where did it come from? You know what I mean? Like, that's not our culture. And one more thing, the Clay. I don't know. I feel some type of way about anybody got anything to say about Clay.
Well,
okay, I understand he played a bad series for playoffs, but plays Clay, and he still plays more defense than Jordan Poole. And to leave y'all with this, Clay should not be the second best player on our team after coming off 2 major injuries. All right?
Well, he's actually not. Yeah, I love the caller, Spaz. It's Andrew Wiggins is your second best player.
Yikes.
Now, why would you say that? He just put together a great season last
He had a bad year.
Why?
No, you cannot keep bringing that. You know what? Last year now means this year. Okay, I don't care what he did.
But something really, he had a major
ago.
life event this year.
That wasn't all of it. How was the first half of the season?
Oh no, I got you. It was a struggle.
Exactly.
But damn, Stoney, you are really not giving the benefit of the doubt or grading on a curve with whatever he was dealing with. It was real. It robbed him for even just stamina-wise.
I'm not.
I got two things. Wiggins can be better.
Okay.
And we know it. Okay. And Jordan Poole, I refuse to believe this Jordan Poole we're seeing is the real Jordan Poole.
All right.
Yep. I believe my man needs to change the scenery because he ain't going to get the kisses and hugs from Andre Iguodala. He ain't getting it from the OGs. And to tell Logan Murdoch yesterday and anybody that would listen that I don't have a relationship with a player. What if I said that about you, Evan?
Well,
I don't talk to me and Evan, we just work it. That's poisoned.
What should he have said if he doesn't have a relationship
give the
with
company
Draymond?
line to where
because Draymond would.
Well, Dre said he had his voice back.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that was one.
I'm actually convinced that was something that negatively affected the Warriors. I'm dead serious. Hey, Evan. He's on the phone, but hold on.
No, but I ain't mad at you, Stoney. But that we're not in kindergarten, Stoney.
When did that happen?
The what?
Draymond Green.
I got my voice back.
Draymond Green.
Oh, January 27th, 2023. After the Toronto Raptors.
Okay. So on January 27th, Draymond Green, you would have talked like it's company line. Your guy Draymond Green says, I got my voice back. Like, who would say that?
Right. Who
says that?
I got you. But that's not why they lost, Steiny.
No, but if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm like, this guy's
over.
This guy is just
right.
Would you be surprised if Jordan Poole's numbers took a slight decline after January 27th, the rest of the season?
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
But then he ain't mentally nothing. Evan, what I'm trying to convey to you guys is nothing that comes out of Dre's pie hole is worse than that right hand he gave me. So it couldn't get any worse if you did go to a mic and do that. If you said, Stoney, you already broke my eye socket almost.
So you get punched.
And now I'm a cartoon.
Hold on. You get punched.
Yeah.
But you're willing to give it
I'm almost done with it. Yeah.
Okay, Poole. So you go a month, you go 2 months. Maybe it's like, okay, I don't like him, but you know what? I can tolerate him.
Yeah.
And then on January 27th, Draymond Green goes, I got my voice back. And I got my voice back by ripping Jordan Poole one more time. Like, what are you doing?
I ain't gonna sit here and tell you. I'll be fronting.
Look terrible.
Are you poking him almost again?
Yes. I think.
Yeah. We'll see if that punch affects. I'm gonna give you a 2. If that affects his status, Draymond's.
What do you mean?
Like he didn't get suspended. Yeah. I wonder what Joe, Kirk, Lacob, and Myers really thought about that act. Let me read this from.
I think we know. They didn't suspend him.
Wow.
We know how they felt about it. It was okay. What are you reading?
My guy, Big Dex, and my family go, Goops, telling me to stop fronting. Green's a cancer. That's too strong.
You're scared to overly criticize Warrior players for the most part, but that's fine. I know. I couldn't sometimes. My bad.
Go through the archives. But I can't tell somebody how to feel if the Warriors don't deem Dre a cancer. I saw the light. They don't look at Dre that way. They told us, here's the keys. We allow Dre to be Dre. So to my folks and my homies, you can't call me. That's how you feel. That's not how the Warriors feel about Dre. Or maybe they do, and we're going to find out.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right now, the scorecard reads Draymond 99, Warriors 0. Because they've never stood up to him, Steiny.
You're right.
Goo, you are soft. Fights in the military happen all the time, and we have each other's back. What am I going to do with that one? It's a bad analogy because I care about the armed forces. My dad was in the Navy 30 years, but that ain't the same. That's different.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Massimo in Concord. Hey, Massimo, how you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, man, the Warriors dropped the ball by getting rid of James Wiseman after this down season.
Maybe.
I think so. Gary Payton's a great player. I mean, what they traded him for, but I mean, he's just a role player. He's not going to be anything more than a role player.
No, you're right.
And he's a prospect, and if they actually let him play, there would have been some potential there. But it's too bad they gave up on him too quick.
Appreciate the call.
I almost need tissue.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
he would have been on my team for 3 or 4 years. I would have. Now, here I go. I'm all over. So that money they save, how's that help them in this whole grand scheme of things? The Wiseman money that you didn't. Can we go spend it or no? We're just that keeps us under the cap.
No, they're not. They're over the cap. They're over the tax.
So it wasn't worth it because you still need size.
But they saved
and you didn't ride it out.
They saved $10 million probably because Wiseman was making 12, I think, and Payton was making about 9. So that's $3 million less. But
this dude's
after
going
the
to average a double in his sleep.
Is he going to win?
Well, if he was here, yes.
Well, they didn't win with him here.
They didn't give him a chance.
Yes, they did. He
Stiney,
started game 1. He started the first
You're the Jermaine
game.
O'Neal guy.
I know
He got to go through his puberty. Stick with him. Why would we run him out of town? I'm telling you, and I mean this.
Go ahead. Tell me something.
That pain from getting rid of him that quick is you ain't even felt the wrath of that. That's down the road.
No, you feel it right now.
No. If you think that that ain't even hurt. It's just a pimple right now. But it's gonna turn into a blackhead, and then you're gonna have to
blackheads are smaller than
no, but then what's the thing where you gotta go to the doctor and they gotta pop it? Yeah. No, there's one more. Yeah.
Assist?
Oh my goodness.
Ew, I don't like thinking
that. But dude, they got YouTubes of the guy.
Yeah. Don't.
You guys are gross.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
See, to me, Wiseman.
Dude, talk on it.
I don't care how good he gets now. The damage is done.
Right, but the damage is done to your team. You're still small. Yeah. But you use that pick. So that don't just go away because you shipped him off to Detroit. You still need size.
It's a mistake. They
could have put him on AD.
No,
just put his hands out there. Use those 6 fouls.
Stop smoking.
Block some shots.
Stop smoking. He's not ready.
So who's not? Let's go. Add him to the list. Mm-hmm. Kaminga not ready.
Right. Kaminga Wiseman.
Moody not ready.
Kaminga
hold on. Moody's ready. We'll play him in the most important time of the season. Oh, look, he can tie his shoes.
You know why Moody played? Because Wiseman and Kaminga couldn't.
Dude, that's an L. But you can say that, but that's not help. That thought process you just shared with us, why Moody could play. Moody should have been playing.
Moody has a significantly higher basketball IQ than either of those other players.
But he was in jail. Moody was in basketball jail for a little minute.
Well, it's because he wasn't doing what he was told, clearly. And he responded. He responded like a professional. You know who else responded like a professional? Lonnie Walker. Lonnie Walker responded like a professional.
Yeah, but he had been getting some, since the trade, his minutes got reduced, but
he was playing
regularly.
He didn't play after the trading deadline, and they needed him in game 4, and he responded. That's what Moody, I compare Moody to that, but I can't compare Kaminga or Wiseman. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com.
When you look at Moses Moody, what he did in college.
I met the guy that I was telling you said he's a cancer. I met him through so I didn't remember his name, so I had to get back.
650, and I'm not taking a shot at you, but I'm kind of with him. Goo,
I'm in a good mood.
Goo, do you want to watch players develop, or do you want to watch the core try and win a championship?
I want both.
You can't.
Now you're telling the Warriors they got it wrong then with the 2-time line.
They did. I mean, that ship has sailed.
Man.
Let's be honest. Steve Kerr, 1 o'clock. He's going to greet the media.
This is it. What do you think? What do you want to hear?
Oh, let's try to discuss what. Okay, here's what I think we'll hear, and every time we hear it, we can go ding. I think at one point today he will say, "We like Jonathan Kaminga."
Okay,
I think he will say, "We like Jonathan Kaminga."
Let me take that one step further.
Okay,
I think he's going to admit that his approach with the younger players could have been better.
All right. I think he's going to say.
I really think that's.
I think he's going to say, Clay's going to be fine.
Okay. All right.
And then lastly, he'll say something like, well, Draymond's our heart and soul.
Okay. I ain't mad at you. I believe. What about Bob? He'll say something about Bob.
Bob's up.
He'll say,
Bob.
yeah. He'll
Bob's
say something.
apparently speaking next week.
Oh.
He's in Chicago. Still working. The pre-draft camp.
Wow.
Yeah. What else do you think he's going to say? This ownership's committed to winning. There's one. This ownership's committed to winning. All right, let's get some calls here. Let's go.
I got to be
Trade
honest.
proposal, Wiseman.
Dude, it's real.
What is real? It's over. Like, seriously.
How do I explain to you that it's really never, it's just starting until they get their big. They'll never probably be in that position again to get the number 2 pick in the draft.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Well, please, not on Steph Curry's watch.
Okay.
And I'm worried about him now.
By the way, Warriors don't have.
Oh, man.
Next year their pick goes to Memphis, unless it is a top 3 or 4 pick.
Well, then that's double. Oh, wow. Because we don't want that.
Kurt's in Oakland. He wants to talk about Detroit Pistons center James Wiseman.
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing, Kurt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Wiseman just didn't fit because he was a big that only worried about offense, and they need a defensive-minded big that could hold their own, set screens, and had a little offense, but nothing over the top.
You know who that player was?
My suggestion.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my suggestion for defensive-minded centers that they could realistically get, there's Kofi Cockburn, who's overseas. He played at Illinois a couple years ago, and he's still young and frisky.
Okay.
And then you have Udoka Azubuike, who's sitting on, I think he's in the G League or sitting on the bench.
This is Larry Krueger type stuff. I like it. Go ahead.
And then you have the Auburn kid that I think is in Utah, too, and he's a defensive-minded big. And that's what they need. They need somebody that knows how to rebound, knows how to block shots, can go, oh, this guy's going to pump fake me. Let me just stand my ground because I'm 7'1", and I just got to put my hands up. James Wiseman, on the other hand, oh, this guy's going to pump fake me. Let me jump anyway and cause another foul. Oh, look what I did. Wait, I can't grab the ball. Oh, wait, but I got to get on offense. It's like,
who they should.
Dude, you're 7'1".
I hear
you run into 7 rebounds a night, but you can't even do that.
I would agree with that. Thanks, Kurt. Now that I agree with.
Now he was
So
average
should
as
Kaminga.
Steiny the first year for what? This is not about. What was it? 11 and 6. He was averaging.
12. I'll give it 12.
Okay, I mean, so for him to say that's not fair. And the other centers, that ain't. Hey, I ain't
You know who
mad.
the Warriors should have drafted instead of Wiseman?
Who?
Okongwu. Onyeka Okongwu. He would have been a really good fit here.
He would still be on the team too.
No doubt.
Damn, man, you don't just get do-overs like that.
No, you don't.
And the worst part, why I might need a Kleenex again, is they needed that size. Like that,
Oh, yeah.
I understood it. I got to read this to you because I
Give
know
it
you
to me.
got something for him.
Sure.
I haven't heard any of the hosts mention the fact that the Warriors never said 2 timelines. Y'all used to always say that. They didn't have to say it. We watched it. They drafted it.
The players even referred to it. Iguodala made fun of it. I think the 2 timelines. I think these guys can just come in and they're champions.
I'm not used to Steph Curry not winning. This trio.
44 games.
No, you know what I mean. They won it all last year.
They were 6 and 7 in the postseason.
They went to 6 NBA finals. We're not used to this.
Get used to it.
Now you're saying
you know what?
No, seriously. The chef.
You need a dose of reality.
I just had it.
Or realism.
I just had it.
What do you mean?
The postseason run this season, the 30 losses on the road, me being wrong at every turn. This is where I'm at.
It sounds to me like even though you were wrong at every turn, you're saying, Steiny, I think I'm going to double down and they're going to be back next year.
Yeah, I'm at the doctor's office.
Oh, my God.
Getting the Oxy.
You're sick.
What's the stuff you put on the pimples
You're
back
sick.
in the day? Yeah.
Oh, my God. You got a problem.
Yeah, and that's why I'm at the doctor. And they're going to fix it. Dude, somebody's getting traded, Steiny.
Maybe.
What's going on here?
Hey, Fitz.
Oh, I'd love to hear from him. He probably hurt too.
Oh,
He probably in Hawaii.
Magic's in Dallas. What's up, Magic? How you doing, man?
What's going on, y'all, man? I wanted to call because it's baffling me that people are calling in and saying that we have a mistake on Wiseman. I mean, we don't know that. Like you said before, that we don't know if he's a winner at all. He could be the type of dude who gets 20 and 10 and averages a double-double for his career, but makes the playoffs 2 times.
Right, exactly.
But that's really not the reason why I called. It was really about the Poole thing, because I don't think that there's any way that the Warriors move forward without either Poole or Draymond being gone. Now, I agree that Poole needs a change of scenery. However, I think a change of scenery for him could be Draymond leaving the building, because if he leaves, then that twofold, it does 2 things. It first of all gives him confidence that, okay, this team is rocking with me now. But it also opens the door for Kaminga to get some minutes, and because someone's going to have to take some of those minutes that Draymond had. So I think that the best course of action, I think, would probably make the hard decision to get Draymond out of here and have him go to the Lakers and play with his buddy LeBron, and then you play him next year and you have these reinvigorated young guys because they stuck together after the punch. So now you have all these guys come together. You got Kaminga playing better. You got Poole playing better. Moses Moody builds on his playoff performance.
Magic, one question for you. You think Steph Curry's okay with that?
I think it would take – I don't know if he's okay with it. I think that it would take some convincing. But I also think that he's a professional and he can understand that, he still has the juice in order to win a chip. And if that means that Draymond leaving can still win him a chip, I don't know if he believes that it can. But I think if it's strong-armed by Lacob saying, hey, we got to get this guy out of here, and that's the only way that Poole and Kaminga are going to be able to perform, I think it may piss Curry off, but – that doesn't mean that he's going to, cower. He's still a professional. He's still the heart and soul of the team. And anyone can win with Curry. He can win with anybody, kind of like what people were saying earlier. So he may not like it, but it may be a hard decision that he will have to fess up to. And if he wins another chip, I think he'd be all right with it.
Well, no doubt about that.
And let me give you the starting
Don't forget,
five.
he didn't want Mark Jackson to be fired. And
no doubt.
He was open-minded to stay.
Let me give you the starting 5.
For who?
The Golden State Warriors, if that were to happen, and let's just say Draymond were to go somewhere else and Poole were to be retained.
All right, let me write it down.
Okay, so
who do they have?
I'm lightweight excited. You got Kevon Looney at 5.
Okay.
You got Clay, Poole, Wiggins, and Curry. So that would be your small ball lineup with Looney at 5.
Poole, Wiggins, Curry.
Now keep in mind, you could do a sign and trade with Dre. I don't know what's going to, but you got to finesse something. Kaminga could be out of here. I don't know. It's not what I want, but you would have to get you a backup big. Who would be the backup big then? So that would be something you would try to go get.
So you're letting Draymond go?
Yeah.
You're just letting him walk?
No, that's the only way Poole can come back to me.
I got you.
You kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I've been telling you guys at every juncture, he wants to start. You would be able to empower him with starting. I know everybody has forgotten
that
last
team
year's
is
Jordan Poole.
Bad defensively on the perimeter. It's unreal.
Well,
I don't know.
That's really them on the perimeter with Dre
Here's the
in
other
there.
thing.
But come on, Steiny.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that you can play Poole and Clay together because defensively they're not very good, and offensively, wow, are they streaky. By the way, all right, the year of the Wiseman draft.
Oh, man.
All right, Minnesota takes Anthony Edwards. He's really good. Warriors take Wiseman. Charlotte takes LaMelo Ball.
My God, he's an all-star.
Okay, but let's say.
Just imagine.
But let's say we got Curry, we got Clay, we got Poole. We're not taking LaMelo Ball. Fine. We're not taking Wiseman. Okay, now let's start reading. Let's start ripping some names off.
Okay.
Patrick Williams.
I like Chicago.
Yeah, but he's no factor.
I like his body, but he's no factor. You're right. I like his body.
Isaac Okoro. Cleveland. Good perimeter defender, but very limited offensively. Okongwu. He'd be good.
Yep.
Killian Hayes. I think he stinks. I think he stinks.
I'm going to give you stinks right now. I think he's better than what he's shown.
Obi Toppin?
Kind of shocked me, but no, I ain't mad at that. No.
Denny Avdija, the guy from
Avdija.
Avdia, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Jalen Smith. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Devin Vassell.
I get where you're going, right.
And now everybody says, well, they should have drafted Halliburton. Well, apparently 6-8 other teams should have too, because he went till 13.
But this exercise is it's a lie.
What do you mean?
Because in order to read those names, you bypassed a guy that the Warriors shouldn't have bypassed.
Who?
Magic Johnson and LaMelo Ball. Curry would be free. You wouldn't be able to do what the Kings are trying to do. So, to me, that's it right there. Okay, we took Wiseman. But then there was LaMelo. That was the answer to all this.
You said, yeah, did you? Did you compare LaMelo Ball to Magic Johnson?
The passing ability.
Sorry?
The passing ability. Dude, he's box office.
What are you saying? What are you doing?
I'm a LaMelo Ball fan.
Apparently.
We were doing pandemic radio, and you were like, I'm doing my style, y'all tell me. Here I go. I got to tell you, you got to draft the best player.
Missed over half the season.
Oh, now, after he got Rookie of the Year, did he trip? When did he get hurt and get the award? Come on, Steiny. Damn it. That is not over.
What do you mean?
People think, Wiseman's in Detroit. Oh, we'll keep moving on. Nah. You're going to pay for that. That will be remembered.
The mistake, yeah, and I hear what you're saying on that.
Yeah.
But my issue is that the mistake's been made. Like, if Wiseman turns into Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it's like, who cares?
But just imagine Wiseman has shown a flicker of hope.
Whether Wiseman is a complete and utter bust, or he goes on to be an all-star for another team, that doesn't matter anymore.
No doubt.
He's gone.
Right, and that's what I'm telling
He's been gone
you.
So long.
Forget what he ends up being. We'll watch. But the fact is, you wasted a number. You flushed it, Pete Franklin, down the
you got Gary
toilet.
Payton second.
That don't come around. You know who that
Gary
is?
Payton second
Kawhi
don't come
Leonard,
around.
Tim Duncan. That's who the Spurs, when they got those blessings, they paid for it. But look what they turned it into.
Candy.
Well, shout out to
Let's go to Dave in Livermore.
Oh my God!
What's going on, Dave? How you doing?
Tiny man.
I'm doing all right, fellas. I have a couple of questions, and I have an idea to bring somebody in. First off, Bob Myers is going to take a couple of weeks off, and he said one of the reasons is it's tied to the big three. Why are we so worried about the big three? This is a business, and as much as I love the big three, we have one guy that's going to last 3 to 4 more years and be just as successful as he has been, and that's Steph Curry. Clay's already slowing down. Draymond, the way he plays, he's slowing down. And when it comes to Draymond, you just said it, Steiny. Steve Kerr's going to come out and say he's the heart and the glue of the team. Guess what? We had clogged arteries this season. We had cardiovascular disease, right? So we need to look at that. I think we need to let Draymond go, and you need to trade Poole, get what you can get, and retool this team. As long as you have Steph, Clay, and Wiggins, you can bring in a guy that needs a second chance, even in the NBA, Hassan Whiteside. That's my idea. He's out of the league right now in playing European ball or something, but he needs a good team and a good team around him to get excited and play, just like Draymond. Can't get up during the season. He can't get up unless he...
Wow.
I'll take your thoughts off the air.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you talk about the body and the measurements. Hassan Whiteside's a dream.
He's not a dream. He's not even in the league.
No, I understand that. If he had a Kevin Garnett brain or mindset, but the body is like how he's not in the league is just incredible. But I felt the collar for trying or thinking, but that ain't it. But Stoney, I do still think about Cousins and guys like that where you can get a bargain. They would just be happy to get a contract because where you're at right now, you ain't getting Moses Malone. You ain't getting Lou Alcindor. You know what I mean? You ain't getting Bill.
I know. It's tough times. Remember.
Well, you
tough
went to the
times
second
don't
round.
last.
Well,
tough people do.
Who is that?
Oh, second round. It's from Roger and Me. No, but it's his phrase. You ever see the movie Roger and Me?
No.
Funny movie. Not supposed to be.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm watching this series with.
I got to tell you about something I watched.
It's called City Hill on Showtime with Kevin Bacon. He's a Boston cop. It is the most riveting, great writing ever. It's called City Hill, Snidey.
It comes from a guy like Snowfall,
which was captivated America. What are you talking?
I guess you also like The Wire.
One of the great dudes. I see what
I'm kidding, everybody. I know. I'd never seen The Wire, but understand it's absolutely phenomenal. Shoot, what was I going to say?
Go ahead.
You know what I watched 2 nights ago is
give it to me.
I think it's called the Murdaugh Murders.
I've been hearing about that.
Yeah, fascinating.
But I don't like watching that stuff at night before you go to bed, like darkness. You know what I mean? Murders and
why?
You hear noises.
Do you have a dog?
No, I don't. That's not what I hear.
Get like a German Shepherd.
A pit.
Or pit. That's fine.
But wow, I got Murdoch Murders.
Yeah, Murdoch something. It's fascinating.
Now, how did you come across it?
I heard Shasky talking about it, but I've heard the name. I've heard the name because it's happened in South Carolina where a buddy of mine's from, and it was a big deal. Yeah.
Small town?
Yes.
Dude, it's amazing.
Yeah.
The rules.
Yep. Small town. Everybody knows each other. There was some
nefarious,
people
saying it's
nefarious
amazing
activity.
Oh, it's a documentary.
It's 3 parts. I don't want to get into what exactly it is.
All right. No, it is. You don't have actors. It's a doc. Yeah.
I think so.
True story.
All right. Let's go to Reft. Reft in
Curry
Redwood
won,
City.
Steiny, 10 minutes.
Good tease, my man. Go ahead, Ref. What's going on, man? Or Ref Ed.
How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Hey, couple of things. One, I think the previous caller was right. I mean, if you think about the decision makers on the Warriors, Steph Curry is someone they're always going to go to. So he is the centerpiece, and he has 3 years left.
Yep.
Tops to win. And what does he want to do in those 3 years? Build a team to carry on beyond him? No, he wants 3 rings. And so in order to do that, you've got to focus on what got you here, which is the concept of team first, everyone fitting into the system, filling the holes with great free agent finds, not drafting young players and developing them. So I don't think James Wiseman was the mistake. I think using that second pick, thinking that you could actually develop someone that could contribute on this team was the mistake.
Good call.
It's hard to argue with you.
Kerr won again. I know I talked over you, Stoney, but Kerr won.
No, it's good.
Andre Drummond. Would you laugh? And I know we got to... But beggars can't be choosy. You said they need size. Stoney, he's a rebounded machine
I just
still.
don't feel like...
He don't fit?
I feel like he's a difference maker, believe it or not.
Well, you're not asking them to be. Now you're asking them just to clog up the middle.
See, I
put
think
some guys on their ass. I can see him hard fouling Anthony Davis right now. That's what AD was too comfortable. And Dre, game 5 was barking, but what do we say about Dre? He's the NBA Joe Frazier, Steiny. He's always pretty much at a disadvantage when it comes to just size and height, but he gives you everything.
What about Gobert?
Yeah.
Or Karl Anthony Towns.
No, Karl Anthony Towns. I'd give you my wardrobe. You would get much.
Of course, he likes Towns more than
Gobert.
No,
he can do it all, dude.
No, he can't do it all, Goo.
Anthony Towns with Steph and Clay? Oh, my goodness.
And he'll take more threes than those guys.
Man, wow. Oh, my goodness.
I like that.
Evan, that's a 4.
Bob's in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Bob Myers. Yeah. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, if Bob Myers leaves, then there's your linchpin. So it's going to be an uphill battle after that.
Right.
We just saw 2 stars from the Lakers beat us with a supporting bench. So I'm gonna go back on that again because I think I called last week and said the same thing. If we can get our backup players to support the 3, we don't get rid of Draymond, and that's how I feel about it. And I think the proof is right there. I think Denver's going to mop up the floor with the Lakers, actually. So anyway, I just say keep the 3 and build up our bench, and let's get back to the championship.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
and there's a big difference. Like
there's variety.
Anthony Davis is getting up there, and LeBron's up there.
But they're opposites. That's why they're so great. Murray and Jokic, they're opposites. One's a big, the other can take.
I think they're both bigs.
Okay, all right. I'm not mad at that. Look who's playing.
When people say, "Well, Clay and Steph and Draymond,"
they're the same.
No, they're not. They're not the same as Anthony Davis and LeBron.
No. I'm saying they're the same of each other.
You're big players,
no doubt. And that's why you're going to laugh. I'm looking at Bam and Butler. You got size.
Okay, so they're in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant trade for.
Oh, no. I'm saying you got to have Clay and Steph and Dre are kind of – they need everybody would love Amari Stoudemire. But, Steiny, this team needs a dog down low. And if that dog is limited offensively, that's fine.
Oh,
but
really?
He's got to be ferocious on the defensive end.
Well, that's funny because you've been saying now this 2 big lineup that with 2 non-scorers doesn't work. So now you're bringing in a big to play with Dre.
Oh, no, I'm assuming Dre would be gone. Yeah.
I don't know if you're better then. Yeah. You're probably not.
Steven Adams. I mean, man.
So you flopped out Steven Adams, let's just say, for Draymond. Do you think you're better?
No, I don't. I'm going to take that. That ain't what I was looking
at. And I'm not saying
but
you're
no, that
wrong
ain't
necessarily. But let's quick squeeze in Daryl in Vallejo.
Yes, hello. I have a trade proposal.
Give it to me quick, man.
You.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Pull straight up for Porzingis. Thank you. I'll pick it up.
All right.
Spadoni hates Porzingis. Why do I like him, Steiny?
Because he's more offensive. Because he's offensive-minded. And you hate defensive players?
If you saw and my buddies know what I do and how I played, I appreciate D, Steiny. I love that you have that over me. But anyway, Steve Kerr.
You just Hey, he's a pretty good defensive player. Yeah, we don't want him. We don't want him.
Nope.
No, we don't need defense. Absolutely. 3-team trade. Nuggets get Draymond. Sixers get Aaron Gordon and Poole and Kaminga, and the Warriors get Embiid. Oh, my God. What are we talking? What are we doing? All right, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr. He's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's coming up on the other side. It's his postseason press conference. We're taking it live. Warriors Aftermath, brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Segment was also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Things are percolating.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go right to the Steve Kerr press conference happening right now at the Chase Center.
First day of training camp this year, and say, hey, we got to improve in this area or that area. And then the guys are looking at me like, we just won the damn championship. It's a lot easier when you lose for everybody to look in the mirror, say, what can we do better? What can I do better? What can we do better? So that's the job of the coaching staff this year. Really figure out where we can improve and find ways to teach those things, implement them in the summer, next training camp, and get better. And that's an exciting prospect. So that's the whole idea, is to use this opportunity to improve and to take another step.
As you looked in the mirror, what are some of those revelations that you've had over the last week or so?
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff is really low-hanging fruit. We can't be number 1 in pace and number 29 in transition efficiency. Like that doesn't work. So that has to be emphasized. You look at the Lakers series, the 2 games that we won, we did a good job of defending without fouling. 4 games we lost, we fouled like crazy. It's right there. Like there's certain things that are really right there for us to improve upon. But that's on me as the head coach to get our staff and all the players locked in right away next year on, X, Y, and Z. This is where we're going to make improvement. We've got to have our practices and drill work laid out to make the specific improvements that we need to make. And we've got to see results. And that's part of what coaching's about.
2 years ago, I remember some of the noise coming out was like, you guys needed more veterans. You guys obviously overloaded the roster, with youth this season. I guess, how do you see that impact the product on the floor? And I mean, do you think there needs to be an uptick in veterans?
Yeah, I mean, I think roster construction is a conversation that Bob and I have every year with Joe and with the front office, and it is very important finding the right balance and that's going to be part of our conversations this summer. Ultimately, it's not my job. It's really more Bob's job to construct the roster. But the great thing about Bob and the way we've operated here is that we've always collaborated, and so there will definitely be a lot of collaboration this summer on putting together the best possible roster for next year.
Steve, 2 questions for you, and one is following up on Slater's. From a coaching standpoint, though, how was managing or coaching this whole 2 timeline thing over the past couple of years, but then specifically this season?
Well, it's number one, I've loved coaching these groups last year and this year. I thoroughly enjoyed coming to work every day and working with the players that we have. So that's kind of the first thing you want, is to every year is you want to enjoy the people you're seeing every day, and we've had that. I think we have implemented over the last 2 years a player development system that has been very productive. We've revamped our coaching staff 2 years ago, and Jama Mahalela has really taken charge of that development plan and run with it and done a great job. We've got really good player development coaches, and so it's all part of it. It's you're trying to raise young guys and teach them good habits and teach them how to win, and you're hoping your veteran players can help mentor those guys, and you put all that stuff in place. And last year we won the championship. This year we lost in the second round. So you can fit the narrative however you want, but every year is going to present different challenges, and you just have to to meet those and do everything you can to help the team.
And my second question, you mentioned Bob. Obviously, his contract is still up in the air. What has he meant to this organization for the last however many years he's been there, and just how big of a loss would it be if he were to leave?
Yeah, Bob is such an important part of our organization, not only as one of the faces of the organization out there in the NBA world, meeting with other executives and agents and, representing us in that regard, but also with his relationships with our players. He's got such credibility with our guys. There's so much history there, the continuity that exists between, Bob and the older players means that he can have those difficult conversations and sometimes even during games, which is pretty rare, but something that has been a huge help for me. Bob and I have a great friendship, a great working relationship, and I absolutely hope he comes back. But it's also a case where I want what's best for Bob. And if he decides that he's going to leave, of course, I'm going to support him 100%, and we will remain friends for a long time. And I would miss him, but I support him regardless of what he does.
Steve, when Maddie asked you if you looked in the mirror, you mentioned some very tangible things, but so much of the Warriors' ethos over the past few years has been very intangible. It's been culture and joy and chemistry. I'm just wondering how different was this season in regards to all of that than previous seasons, and what do you need to do to kind of get that back?
Yeah, I think there was some of that was lost this year for sure. There's no hiding from it. The incident with Draymond and Jordan at the beginning of the year played a role in that. It's hard for that not to impact a team, and so we feel like we have a great group of people on the roster, on the coaching staff, in the front office. We have a way of doing things that we're very proud of, but those things were definitely challenged this year. Anytime some trust is lost, then it makes the process much more difficult. And there was some trust lost, and that's as blunt as I can be. So the only way to try to correct course is to continue to communicate with players and coaches, and those relationships have to be built. The bonds have to be built. I think that's a major focus for us this offseason is we have to get back to what has made us really successful, which is a really trusting environment and a group that relies on one another and makes each other better. And I don't think that was all gone and vanished this year. I think there was a lot of that we relied on to get as far as we did. I think down the stretch and into the playoffs, I thought a lot of who we truly are came out, and that's what gave us a chance. Obviously the talent, but the way the guys competed and came together in the playoffs was, for me, was very inspiring and hopeful because I know it's in us. But it was that was threatened during the year, and the regular season matters. It really does matter. I know in this day and age of the players resting and all that stuff, sometimes people say just throw that out. It all matters. We won the championship last year after getting off to an 18-2 start, and these vibes were incredible. That carried us forward, and so this year that was really challenged, and we have to fix that.
You're listening to the Steve Kerr exit interview on 95.7 The Game.
Your contract, and typically in sports, this is about the time when two sides start talking about extensions and so forth. So first question would be, have those discussions started at all? And the second question would be, how much longer would you like to coach? Are you a lifer or what?
Every coach says he's not a lifer, and then he turns into a lifer. That's what I've found. Our organization has a lot to sort through this summer, and my contract situation is not, nor should it be, at the top of the list. Right now, Bob's contract situation is number one, because that influences a lot of the player decisions that have to be made, contracts, draft, free agency. So, we will get to my stuff whenever that happens, and I'm in no rush for that. I love coaching these players. Love coaching the Warriors, love living in the Bay. But I'm also in the NBA, and, all you have to do is look at your phone every day and see the next Hall of Fame coach that's fired. It's insane. I've never seen the league like this. I'm under no illusions that I, have a lifetime job here or something like that. But I love what I do, and I hope to be coaching here for a long time. But you never know how things work out, so we'll see.
Following up a little on Ann's question about, you mentioned the lack of trust or some break of that. Still work to do on that, you think, with this team?
Sure.
And I mean, is that going to take something different than just the normal off-season stuff? Could there be discussions about this, or meetings, or whatever, camp, whatever you want, kumbaya camp? I mean, what can you say generally about how that can get rebuilt?
Well, I think one of the tricky parts of having a roster that's so different in terms of the age groups is that it's pretty natural that over a decade you're going to build up these really strong bonds, and those bonds are going to be connected within the team through multiple people, whether it's coach, player, GM, owner. And so, we've got this group that has been together for a long time and has earned a lot of trust. And then we've got a lot of young guys who are just trying to find their way in this league. And I think those relationships within the organization have to be forged, and it doesn't happen overnight. It's like any other human relationship. It just takes time. And for these types of bonds to forge, you have to go through some trials and tribulations, and you have to get through stuff. And but you have to purposely connect and communicate in order to build those bonds. And I think that's something that is ongoing all the time with any organization, with any team, any business. Relationships are kind of the bedrock of what you're building. And so we have to continue to allow these relationships to grow, but we need to purposely forge them too through not only the experience of what we're going through, but through communicating what everybody's feeling.
You're
Steve,
listening
what do
to
you
the
wanna
Steve
see-
Kerr exit interview on 95.7 The Game.
And do you still view him as like a franchise building block type piece?
Absolutely. I called him one of the foundational six at the end of last year, and I still believe that. It's important to remember Jordan did some really good things this year. He had a tough playoff stretch, but he averaged 20 points a game for us. It's hard to average 20 points a game in the NBA. So he helped us win a lot of games. He helped us win a championship a year ago. He would be the first to admit it wasn't his best season. But that's how these things go. That's how careers go. So as his coach, it's my job to help him get better and help him, really find his groove and find a good comfort zone next year. I think the number one thing is he can be more efficient. He's such a talented player that we can help him get better shots. offensively. And then on the defensive side, he's proven when he puts his mind to it, he can fight and get into the fight and hold his ground. And people are going to attack him because that's the nature of the game. Every NBA game you watch these days, it's a pick-on game. And so some guys are just going to be picked on. I know he can hold up to that. And so those are the areas where, we're going to really work with Jordan. And I know he's got the capability to improve dramatically and come back and have a great year next year.
Steve, entering the offseason, are there any glaring holes on the roster in your mind or areas that you want to see evolve from a personnel standpoint?
Not really. I mean, we love the guys that we have on our team. You can always get better. You can always, take a look and see what's out there. But look, we were one of the last 8 teams standing for a reason. We've got good players. Hopefully next year we'll have more continuity, better health. Can't control all that stuff, but I think we're all excited about who we have on this team.
The third year for players can sometimes be a leap year. Do you think Jonathan Kaminga can be a heavy impact winning player by next season, particularly in the playoffs?
I think. Of course, people are going to be focused on the playoffs because that's the most important time of the year. But if you look at Jonathan's regular season, he did some great things. I think the biggest thing for him is to continue to grow. And I tell him all the time, he's got 15 years ahead of him. He's got such a long career ahead, got a lot of ability, and he's just in the process of learning the NBA game. And he's 2 years in, and he's accumulated a lot of knowledge, but he's got a lot more to accumulate. And as long as he continues to work, which I know he will, he's a great kid. He wants to be great. As long as he continues to just put his head down and work, he's going to get a lot better.
Where do you think, or I guess why do you think he wasn't ready for the playoff rotation?
I think the biggest thing was with Wiggs and Gary in place again, it lessened the need for what JK's strength is right now, which is on-ball defense. So the best way for Jonathan, and I told him this, best way for him to get more playing time is to become a more versatile player. Where I look at every combination that we put out there as a puzzle. The puzzle has to fit. The more things you can do, the more easy it is to fit into a 5-man lineup. And so rebounding is a huge thing for JK. If he's going to be a great player in this league, he's got to rebound. A 4-man with that kind of size and athleticism, that's the next step. And continuing to work on all the things that he's working on already, the shooting and the ball handling and the court vision, understanding what's happening on the floor. It's all going to get better because he's so young and because he's willing to work. So we put all that together, and there's no reason why he can't come in and have a great season next year.
Steve, when you talked about this specific group maxing out, how much confidence does it give you knowing that now you'll have Gary back for a full season? You should expect to have Andrew back for a full season as well.
Gives me a lot of confidence. I said a little while ago, the regular season matters. And I felt like this group finally found its form, probably during the Sacramento series. But there were still so many question marks, and you could see it in the Lakers series when we were threatened and countered at every move. We weren't quite sure who we were at the end of the year. We found ourselves in terms of our grit and our determination, and that's why we beat Sacramento and put up a pretty good fight against the Lakers. But we didn't have an identity. Steph said it after Game 6. We didn't have enough variety in the way we could score, and that only happens through repetition in the course of the regular season. And so I think, coming back next year, hopefully, as you said, with Wiggs and Gary for full years, young players continuing to get better. I think from the start, we can build that identity and be a more efficient, more versatile team come playoff time.
You're listening to Steve Kerr's exit interview at Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Just honest. 9 times you've been up close to what a championship team looks like. Knowing how hard it is to win a championship, how do you stay close to that next season?
Well, our older guys are obviously the ones who are responsible for the banners that are hanging in there. Draymond, Steph, Clay. I know they are determined to come back and play at a high level, and I have no doubt that they're going to be prepared and ready to start camp, and there'll be some energy and maybe a little more of an edge than we started with this year from those guys. And the young guys have to just continue to work and grow. But as I said, this has to be a team-wide thing. Everybody has to improve, including me. We all have to really do some reflection and then as a staff, we have to present to the players, here's how we can get to the next level and implement that immediately starting this summer and try to check those boxes and take the next step. Yeah. I expect them back, but who the hell knows?
Speaking of Clay, he got a lot of the heat after Game 6. What do you think about his season overall, and how do you see maybe ways he could improve?
I think Clay's second half of the season was fantastic. I know that things didn't end the way he had hoped in the playoffs, but I think there's a lot of things we can do as a team to help get better shots for each other next year that I think will help Clay. I think the biggest thing for Clay is to have a great offseason, at 34, 33, I think, with 2 major injuries behind him. This is a time where he's got to be more prepared than ever for the first day of training camp. Not only physically, handling the injuries and the strength and conditioning part of everything, but also understanding that as you get older, you've got to get better in areas you can improve upon. You can't rely on the same things you could rely on at 28 or 27. So there are areas where he can get better, and he's going to focus on those things this summer and come in and have a great year next year.
Steve, with you guys ending the season a month or so earlier than you wanted to, how much can this extra rest actually be beneficial next season, just getting the guys' legs back under them? And you mentioned the edge as well.
It can help. I mean, it wasn't lost on me last year that we won the championship, after missing the playoffs and losing in the play-in tournament, and not only the rest, but the edge. Lakers are having a great year. They missed the playoffs last year. Like, they had a chip on their shoulder and obviously had to make some moves, in the middle of the season to find themselves. But, I'm sure LeBron and AD probably benefited from having a longer summer. And so you have to take advantage of that. It's a combination of rest and that chip on your shoulder. And I know our guys well, so they'll take advantage of both.
You have a lot of experience, obviously, navigating personalities and egos as a coach. You started the season with a crisis and the incident that happened between Jordan and Draymond, but how challenging was this season for you as a coach? And maybe what did you learn about yourself throughout the process?
It was challenging, but in a relative fashion. I mean, I'm still coaching basketball. I still get to come into this building every day and be around a bunch of people I love being around and do what I love. So challenging, yeah, but I'm not digging ditches. I'm doing what I love, and every season is filled with challenges, and there's definitely more sort of outside noise than ever before in this job, as every coach can attest to. But I think despite the unique circumstances stemming from that early season incident, I still had a great time. I still loved this season, and I'm excited for next season.
You're listening to Steve Kerr's exit interview on 95.7 The Game.
And Draymond is at the heart of it, obviously. How necessary?
To be fair, you guys have asked about the incident.
Also,
I didn't just bring it up. Yeah.
And I'm about to ask about it again. Yeah. I mean, he comes with a lot, Draymond, obviously. His future is, up in the air over the next 2 months, whatever. How necessary do you view him having to come back for this team to remain in title contention? And I'm sure, do you desire to have him back, with everything that comes with him?
Yeah. I mean, look, if Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back. He's a competitor. He's an incredible defensive player. We can check all those boxes. And he and I have built a really special relationship that has run the gamut. Over the years, we've had our share of run-ins, but we've been through so much. We really care about each other and work together well. He knows that he had a great season this year from a basketball perspective, but he knows that he also compromised things by what happened back in October. And so part of him coming back next year has to be about, rebuilding some of that trust and respect that he's earned here, for a long period of time. And one thing I love about Draymond is he's always brutally honest, and he can take that sort of critique because he knows it's the truth. So I want him back. I think we all want him back, and hopefully that's exactly what happens. And we get ready to make another run next year.
Do you talk to Draymond about that? Like when he's kind of weighing his options, are you pitching to him or saying like this is why we need you back? Or is it just he's going to choose what he's going to choose? I can't sway him either way. I'm just going to let it be.
We have not talked since our last game, but we will be talking soon, and we will discuss, lots of things. So, that's, but I think he wants to be here, and he knows we want him here. So that's the main thing.
Steve, you touched on this earlier, but you mentioned how, you've never seen it like this in terms of coaches being cycled out. What do you think is behind this trend? What are the causes, you think?
I think the nature of the world we live in today is behind it. The power of social media, the value of these franchises. I would say 30 years ago, most of the owners were people who had bought their teams at a really relatively low price and were probably more likely to be, content with, having someone go ahead and operate the franchise, and they weren't taking hits themselves from the media about their job or their performance as owners. And you think about how everything has changed. Suddenly these franchises are worth billions and billions of dollars, and social media is, crushing every player, every coach, every day. There's so much pressure on every franchise to win, and it is hard. It is so hard to be the only team standing at the end of the day. And so you throw all that in the mix, and I think owners are much more likely to make big sweeping changes.
I quickly.
All right, there it was. Steve Kerr's exit interview with the Bay Area media. About a half hour, and we took it all. Here were my takeaways.
Yeah,
Once again, Steve Kerr just met with the media from 1 to 1:30. We carried it right here. The punch mattered. The punch absolutely mattered. Steve Kerr said trust was lost. I thought he sent a message to Klay Thompson by saying Klay's got to be prepared from day one. And some of the things you could do at 27 you can't do now. But he said Klay's got to be ready from day one. If you remember, Klay didn't play during the offseason, and looks like he came in out of shape or not ready to play. I also think he acknowledged that, yes, when you win a title, it's harder to go back-to-back because of the previous year. And he said it's not lost on him that they won it last year after making just the play-in game, and that the Lakers are in the Western Conference Finals this year after not making the playoffs. He doesn't think that's necessarily a complete coincidence. And then lastly, Goo, what I have is he basically said if Draymond Green's not here next year, we are not a title contender. So what I'll take from that, going from A to B, is they're going to try to keep Draymond in the fold.
Yeah, Stoney, we talk about hard balls and fastballs and softballs. I thought there were a lot of softballs, but at the end of the day, I just got to tell you that I think this team, everything about it is predicated on Steph Curry, and I just will not agree with anybody that tells me after we just watched the season with Draymond Green that they can't win without one. Now, I know Kerr's riding for his guy. I get it, but I don't buy that, especially now that we just watched him lose to the Lakers, not in 7, in 6. But with that, Bob Meyerstein, he's a big part of it, as we talked about earlier, man, and I just don't get a read on if he's coming back or not. But I'll tell you this, if somehow he doesn't and he decides to go to greener pastures or whatnot, he will be missed by every person, from players to, other people on the staff. But I guess that part's bothering me about the they didn't win the chip. You maxed out, but if you don't have Dre, you can't win a chip. I'm asking you to help me clarify that if you can.
They got to get better around the big three.
But how can you?
Poole's got to get better. Your guy Wiggins comes back and can turn back the clock to last year.
And Klay, you said, he mentioned Klay.
Oh, here's the other thing he said. This is the one to me that we got an issue. He said it's clear they want Draymond Green. Not we'd have an issue, but it's clear they want Draymond Green back, right?
Yeah.
He also said, matter-of-factly, Jonathan Kaminga is a 4. He's a 4.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
He ain't a 3, people. Yeah. At least that is not how the Warriors view him.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me you're going to re-sign Green, Kevon Looney's still here, I mean, just kind of do the math with Kaminga. I'm not sure there's a lot of room for him if Draymond Green comes back, as long as Steve Kerr's saying, yeah, he's just a 4.
Yeah. And I believe that's what went into J.K. Stoney. He can do stuff Dre can't do and vice versa. But, I mean, we're talking about a young man that ain't even entered his prime, and Jonathan Kaminga built like Batman. My thing is, this is a problem. And that's why he came out, Jonathan Kaminga and his people, saying, not demanding, but saying, you got to put a ring on it, and almost not that I got to work or get better, because that's normally what we see. Steiny, he's telling the people here, be on alert. If you can't give me what I need now verbally, then we got problems.
mean, he also,
great insight about it.
He also said, Poole's got to get better this year, this summer. Kaminga's got to be better. Kirk's in Oakland. Wants to jump in here. Hey, Kirk, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing? A couple things. I wanted to call and just remind Guru that this team is financially not capable of doing a sign and trade with how the cap is. So we could just throw any sign and trade deals out the window for anybody. There's no sign and trade possible. A hard cap the team, and it's impossible. But I wanted to float this idea out to you guys. If you're Conley, the GM over there in Minnesota, you just traded your whole future away for Gobert. You realize Gobert, Towns don't work together. You want to build around Anthony Edwards. He's 21. We got 3 young guys over here that fit that timeline. They want to get some young assets back. They got Naz Reid, who's due a contract, who could give them a little bit of what Karl Anthony Towns can do on a significantly less contract. What if they said, hey, Bob, give us Jordan Poole, Kaminga, Moody, and all your picks, and we'll send you guys Karl Anthony Towns and like a Kyle Anderson or a Torian Prince. What do you guys say to that?
That'd be a big boy.
Yeah.
That'd be a blockbuster.
Yeah, it'd be a super one, Stoney, and your boy got his hand up.
I'd rather have Gobert than Karl Anthony Towns.
So you would say no if it was Cat? Because I would say yeah. Because Steph Curry ain't got time to wait for these youngsters, especially since this year was a mulligan for basically 2 of the 3. One got traded. I'm including Poole. But damn, Stoney, I would do it for Cat because he can give you some buckets too.
So you lose Kaminga,
Moody,
Poole, and Moody.
And some picks.
Oh, my God, are you going all in?
But what would the chef say?
Oh, boy.
Well, I'd like to know if Steph Curry would rather have Gobert or Karl Anthony Towns. That's the first thing I'd like to know. Hey, you can, obviously one guy's one guy's offensive and one guy's defensive for the most part. But I would do that trade, Austin and San Jose. Get Cat and hope he rebounds.
Man. Cat didn't like the questions at the interview.
Who?
Austin. But what, like you said, what were you going to ask Kerr? They kind of covered everything. Slater jumped in there, asked about the punch. A few young ladies asked. I mean, if you're Kerr, he answered what was asked of him.
Yeah, I mean, did the media miss something that I missed?
I would have said, Steve, do you think Jordan still wants to be a Golden State Warrior? I would have asked him that.
It's a fair question. Yeah. All right. On the other side, Willard and Dibbs back in the house today. And the Warriors' aftermath, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com.
Who the hell knows?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. And you just listened to the Steve Kerr press conference. What did you guys take note of?
Well, okay, there was one huge takeaway. The very, very big takeaway is that you, Steiny, have a future as a golf announcer. I didn't know that when you would do those little resets in there, you're listening to.
Went over my head,
Steve Kerr. 95.7 The Game, and he's got a 7-iron.
Little Jim,
so that was good.
So great.
My other big takeaway, though, there were two. Number one, they never got over the punch. And number two, I think everybody should get ready that one of the possibilities that had not occurred to me until listening to him, one of the possibilities this offseason is that they do nothing.
Yeah. That's what the finances suggest.
By nothing, you mean
run it back. Everybody come back.
And that would involve basically re-signing Draymond Green.
Yep.
3 for 9.
Do you agree with me that
I don't know. 90 feels hot. But whatever.
Right.
75.
I mean,
whatever.
Am I being logical? Like, there's no way Draymond comes back for just the 1 year.
No chance.
Right.
No chance.
Right.
We talked about it
agree with
last
that.
week,
Yeah.
and I laid out the three possibilities.
Just want to make sure I was right.
The three
but, you know.
possibilities are he opts out and goes elsewhere, or he opts in and stays on a 1-year deal, or he stays and gets a long-term deal of some variety. And I thought that the opting in on the 1-year player option was the least likely of the three. There's no chance he opts in for 1 in 27.
He said handwriting was on the wall months ago.
But the reasoning for that is not any sort of relationship deal. I think he's done enough to where there will be other teams offering a 3-year deal.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so that's why the Warriors are going to have to.
And he's a clutch client. He ain't coming back for the Lamar Jackson risk getting hurt.
Well,
you know, he's
no,
trying
not
to get
for 1 year. No,
not at all.
No,
Yeah,
why would he?
No,
Why would he? He's got he's got enough left. I know that this happens every year when a team doesn't end up winning the whole thing when they are a contender. We remember what we saw last.
Okay.
And we're like, well, and that's who they are. Like, that's not Clay. That was an awful series and the most dreadful game I've ever seen him play in my life. But that's not who he was all year. They've all done enough, and Steve has spoken to this now a number of times. They've all done enough to show they're still here.
But who
They're
was
still
Clay
players.
all year? Clay was that player, and then he was, oh my God, Clay's back, and then he was that player again. So Clay had 3 different seasons because if you remember the start of the year, Clay was not
that
good.
bad, but it wasn't like last week.
No, but he wasn't good. And everyone was saying, oh, Jordan needs to start and Clay needs to come off the bench. And then January and February happened, and it's like, oh my God, Clay Thompson is back. Splash Brothers, where's my suit? Give me my sunscreen.
No offseason
Let's
for
get
him last
wet.
year, Dibbs.
And then, well, he had an offseason, but he chose not to actually have an offseason. So
I wonder what happens this year.
I wonder too. I mean, he's got a 1-year contract, but does he get an extension? I mean, if really you want to bring this all back, if you want to run it back, quote unquote, then you give Draymond an additional 2 years. You give Clay 2 more years. Steph has 3 more years, and you tell the 3 of them, look, you have 3 more years to do what you're going to do, and we're going to ride with that. And then everything else around you, we'll have to let you know.
But run it back, you can't erase the punch. And that's what I told Steiny. I would have loved for somebody to ask her, does Jordan still want to be here? Jordan Poole. Because it's been 6 months. And if you can't get over it, which I never would have, I'll share with you guys, when can you really get over it? So can they coexist?
Well, write down all your questions, and we'll ask.
You got them.
Tomorrow. We'll ask. We'll ask Steve.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
and the more I think about it is, could you really, if Draymond opts out, you give him a 3-year, $75 million deal, can you not then, like, you almost have to extend Clay at that point? Because can you really have Clay going into next year as the only member of the big 3 not under contract for the following 2 years?
It depends on how much you want to break it apart. Because if Bob doesn't come back, and one thing that I'm going to ask Steve tomorrow, and I wonder your thoughts about it, is if Bob decides he doesn't want to do the job anymore, maybe Steve takes Bob's job, and then Steve says either hire my buddy Budenholzer or Monty Williams, or maybe me. I'm recently unemployed.
Oh gosh.
I thought we could have a mock off at some point.
We can, but he's not coaching here.
State's fault I'm not here, guys.
Not going to try that stage. You take that one. You take that one. No, does anybody get it? Like I get that we're bringing that up, but has anybody gotten any sense at all that Steve Kerr? It's even occurred to him.
And is that attractive to him? This is a big
everything
job.
He just said states to me that he's the head coach of the team next year. Right?
Next year, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, he also has said if Bob is gone, Bob's his best friend, quote unquote, in basketball. And if Bob leaves, maybe Draymond changes his tune. And if Draymond leaves, and Steve just said on that press conference, he is so far down the line in terms of the offseason priorities. So by the time they get to Steve, if Bob's gone and Draymond is gone to LeBron, let me hug you, LeBron. You just beat me. Let me just be him.
I knew that was going to trigger you.
I mean,
knew it would. I knew he was going to trigger
sportsmanship,
you.
Dan.
Mark,
That's
there's sportsmanship.
They're friends.
There's sportsmanship, and then there's a bad look. When you are grinning ear to ear after getting it pushed in.
There was too much tea. Yeah.
6 minutes to go, I walked away from the TV, and I went in the kitchen, and I'm doing dishes, and I'm watching the game from a distance. Shout out Bette Midler. And then when the game ends, I said, hold on, Supper. Before we change the channel, I got to see this. And the two of them beelining like two lovers in an open meadow who hadn't seen each other since before the war.
Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas kissed on the floor.
And he's still being criticized for it.
And never, is he? Are there people at a barber shop somewhere going, this thing about magic?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Depends what jurisdiction
They're
you're
friends.
in. Yeah,
who cares?
exactly.
It's just a
Now,
nothing.
I'll tell you this, Dibs, because I didn't
look.
get you yesterday. The one thing I didn't like that was said from Dre and Coach Kerr, and why I wish I wouldn't have heard him say that, and I'd be okay with them running it back, is we maxed out. And I don't feel like you didn't play, you didn't max out to me, but I hate you feel that way. But how can Dub Nation be excited if you're saying we maxed out and you run it back?
Because they're not just
players to improve.
Yeah, they're not just talking about the roster. They're talking about the connectivity, the cohesion. They're talking about this year,
the Jerry Springer
right?
stuff.
That was one of my questions. Really, how can you max out? It's almost the same roster that won a championship last year. Well, but that was that year,
right?
I mean, he just admitted it. For anybody who missed it, the punch, they never got over it.
No doubt.
They just admitted it.
Hey, shocker
they
to anybody in here?
admitted it for the whole world.
Exactly.
So can they get over it between May and October?
Maybe.
How do you get over it from May to October?
Time heals. Opportunity
But we
to step
saw
away
he didn't
from
have
it.
to tell us. He didn't have to tell us. We saw those two men interact or not. We saw they weren't over it. And that's the worst part.
And the way you get over it is by the perpetrator, and in this case, Draymond Green, with actual contrition and an apology that makes it okay for the guy who got
Not
punched.
saying I got my voice
and
back.
we've been here between October and May, and that hasn't happened. And so is it going to happen now?
I'll be
I don't
listening,
think
guys.
so.
It's going to be interesting. What time Steve Kerr coming on?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's done it. You just
Jim
did a press
Nance.
conference.
Yes.
We'll respond to on the
Tomorrow.
See you later.
Gotcha. All right.
to be back. What a day yesterday for me.
Yeah, congratulations, sensation
thank
to your
you.
son.
That's a buck.
Great to see the graduation pictures.
And I could use the buck after that graduation gift.
I bet, yeah.
Well, your kid graduates from college in 4 years. What are you going to give him?
A big old
punch in the arm.
Major bag alert.
Seriously.
Hell, my daughter's about to graduate from 8th grade. She's already starting to work me for how big that check's going to be.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I would slow play it because you got two more big ones to come.
No doubt.
Seriously.
But good to have you back, and I know it's a big day because your hat's on backwards. So
it's because I got sunburned yesterday.
Oh, did you?
On my head. It was a classic overcast day at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. My kid graduated from Cal, and it's like you put sunscreen on, but you forget to reapply.
Oh, you got to.
And so by the end of the ceremony, I'm like, oh God, I got a headache, and I had to lay down, and I'm like, oh my God, my head is throbbing. Sunburn.
I'm glad you used the word reapply because that might be what the Warriors are about to do.
Look at you. He's a pro, ladies and gentlemen. I missed you.
Thank you.
God, I missed
Welcome.
this man.
The camera's right over here. I appreciate all of your love. No, hello, Twitch and YouTube. And you know what, Warrior fans? After listening to Steve Kerr, my goodness, we've got a lot to talk about because for me, that was I don't know if game-changing is the right way, but thought-adjusting for sure for me because I've always said this is kind of like when players retire from the league. When a player is active, I don't listen to the radio or TV, and I don't read the internet. I don't pay attention to any of that crap. And then they retire, and they go, yeah, we watch everything.
Yeah.
We know everything everybody is saying about us. It's the same thing here. The season's over, so now let's get real. Let's get honest for a second. Yeah, we never got over the punch. We never, ever, ever got over the punch, says Steve Kerr.
I think there was some of that was lost this year for sure. You know, there's no hiding from it. The incident with Draymond and Jordan at the beginning of the year played a role in that. It's hard for that not to impact a team, and so. You know, we feel like we have a great group of people on the roster, on the coaching staff, in the front office. We have a way of doing things that we're very proud of, but those things were definitely challenged this year. Anytime some trust is lost, then it makes the process much more difficult. And there was some trust lost. And that's as blunt as I can be. So the only way to try to correct course is to continue to communicate with players and coaches, and those relationships have to be built. The bonds have to be built. I think that's a major focus for us this offseason is we have to get back to what has made us really successful, which is a really trusting environment and a group that relies on one another and makes each other better.
Shout out to our friend Ann Killian, who actually asked the question about the Warrior culture, which seemed like it had taken a hit, and she's spot on. It had, and that's where Steve took the answer, which I thought is even more fascinating. That's an even more fascinating answer than if Ann had said, hey, did you ever get over it? Because that's like directed. She just said, hey, what about the culture? And Steve went to the punch. The incident, as they're now calling it.
Isn't that the essence of where the culture went awry?
Yes.
Because Jordan Poole, and we referred to Logan Murdoch's article in The Ringer earlier in our pre-show, and he wrote a great article, and Jordan Poole talked about how Draymond was a big brother. And then after the punch, it's like, oh, this is just business. So you go from, that's my big brother, to it's just business. That's a long way to go from, the guy's my mentor to now he's my coworker.
Well, I mean, take a look at these two seasons, okay? Well, the roster that they ended up with in the playoffs this year, forget the whole story of how they got here. The roster that they ended up with in the playoffs is not that different than the roster they ended up with last year in the postseason. So what was different? And that's why I come out of this and go, gosh, maybe they are just going to bring everybody back for two reasons. They do believe that this group of players can win a championship because 11 months ago they did. So why did they not play as well this year? Well, there's your answer. The culture this year was different. Not the X's and O's, not the players. We didn't see this great denigration of the players, even though everyone wants to say, oh, the old guys are getting older. All three of them, their stats are better this year. All of them.
Wow.
All of them.
3 of 19s on the phone.
Terrible, terrible series. Yes. He was awful, especially in the last game. It's the worst game I can ever remember him playing in a big moment in his career.
You can regular season stats me all you want, but in the playoffs, Klay Thompson, in the Lakers series, Klay Thompson was bad.
Yeah.
He had 1 good game
I don't
and
argue that.
5 bad games.
Agreed.
So if you're counting on him to be your second best player, or at least your third best player, he was awful.
That's a dicey scenario to make decisions on decade-long players and their future based on 5 games. That's a dicey deal. In my
What would
opinion.
Bill Walsh do, though, would be my counter. Bill
Walsh would have gotten rid of all 3 of them 2 years ago.
Right. But, I mean, you get to a point where the disintegration of skills, the erosion of skills is happening. So whether or not you want to ink them for 3 more years and then wake up like Brian Sabian and realize, oh, heck, these guys were done 3 years ago and I got them for 3 more years after this, or if you want to go the Bill Walsh or somewhere in between, that to me is the interesting question as we move forward in the offseason.
Well, all of this brings up to me are 2 very clear questions. The whole offseason to me just got boiled down to 2 questions, okay? And I think this is where we can really have an interesting conversation. And you're all welcome to totally eavesdrop and add yourself into it. Okay, 888-957-9570, Comcast Business text line. Scream it on Twitch and YouTube, whatever you want to do. These are the 2 questions. Question number 1, what is Jordan Poole's trade value? Question number 2, can Jordan Poole and Draymond Green coexist? Now, you have to answer potentially only one of them, but they are attached. The only way this becomes awful for the Warriors, if the answer is his trade value is not what we want it to be, it's not good, and no, they cannot coexist. That's where you end up in a bad spot, a Wiseman type deal, where you got to give somebody away for nothing, and I don't think the Warriors want to do that.
No, they won't do that.
If they end up with some sort of a great offer, I think that that's on the table. But if they also, in turn, believe that this is still salvageable as far as Draymond and Jordan as teammates, if an offseason away and some perspective and some work in the offseason, as Steve just pointed to, if that can recover their culture back to where it was, it seems to me that they believe, either they believe this is still the same championship group from 11 months ago, or, and this is the scarier part, they don't have any choice. They don't have any choice because what move is there to make?
Well, I think that to me is the more likely scenario. They don't have any choice unless Draymond opts out. And based on Draymond's words immediately after the game, he still wants to be here. I want to retire with the people who I came in with. Okay, Draymond, if that's the case, what do you do, Joe Lacob, about Draymond Green? Because he's making 27.6 next year, and he wants to go out with the guys he came in with, which means you got to give him at least 2 more years because that's what Steph is under. So you're going to give Draymond what for 2 more years or 3 more years? Are you going to give Draymond 3 and 75?
Listen,
3 and 90 like some people have put out there?
I think.
No, thank you.
Well, see, I think they say thank you.
We'll see if Joe Lacob says thank you when he's looking at a $400 million tab next year for a team that won 44 games.
I don't think this is new for them. I think they're well aware that this is coming. I think the reporting that Anthony Slater and Shams did, which Slates, he talked about on a morning show with Bonte and Joe today. Listen to that on my run this morning. So thanks, guys, for that. And Slater said that this was reporting that they've been working on for 2 months. This is not a brand new topic. Everybody knows that Draymond's got an opt-out. And the very, very clear takeaway from everybody at a high level in the organization is that they want Draymond to stay. And that story, it dropped 7 minutes after the final buzzer, that they're going to immediately start working on an extension. Not an opt-in, an extension.
Right.
I don't think you say that unless there's been conversations, I'm sure, with Clutch. Hey, where you at? This is where we're at. And that doesn't come out unless the 2 sides are probably comfortable with what the other side is saying right now. That's my read on it.
Yeah.
So, and obviously you and many others are welcome to think that that's a horrible move.
Well, it depends. Depends on if you want to win a championship
I think that's what they're going to do. Well, here, put it this way.
He opts in or he opts out, and then they tear up the 27.6, and they say, we're going to give you 3 and 75.
Okay.
So we're going to give you 28 and then 22 and then 25 or however you want to structure it. It doesn't even matter to me. It's Joe Lacob's money. Fine, whatever. So Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are going to play together for 3 more years. That is the part of it that I'm not buying. And I'm not buying that Draymond is going to sign on and Jordan Poole is going to be thrilled to play alongside Sir Punch-a-Lot after having there's been nothing since the punch to now that has made the relationship better. It's only gotten worse.
This is the entire offseason, what you're talking about right now. Can you figure that out or not? And if the answer is no, then you better hope that you get him out on the trade market and like what you hear there. And that's what I'm saying. If you get bad answers in those 2 spots, the Warriors are in trouble. If your assessment, Draymond and Jordan cannot coexist, and then the next is said, okay, well, let's see what's on the trade market. And Toronto's like, we'll give you Otto Porter and a 2nd-round draft pick for him.
It's no. Okay? It's a no.
Yeah. That's just, obviously, that doesn't even work. But
I hope you all follow Alan Stiles on Twitter because he's been putting out a bunch of great trade opportunities. I think one today was Nurkic and Jeremy Grant from Portland in exchange for Kaminga, Moody, and Poole. So you bring in 2 grown men in place of 3 younger players. Because honestly, for me, Mark, if you are going to give Draymond a 3-year extension, and let's just assume then that they look at Clay and they say, all right, Clay, you're getting 43.2 next year. We're going to give you 2 and 50 for the final 2 years that Steph is here. We're going to give you 25 and 25 just as a way to say, we want you and thank you. We recognize you're not the same Clay, but you kind of owe us, Clay, for what we did for you when you were hurt. Will you take 2 and 50? And I think he would have to swallow hard, but he would say yes. If you're going to keep Steph, Clay, and Dre together for 3 more years, then to me, you have no reason to keep Kaminga or Poole because neither one of them is going to be good enough in the next 3 years to really help you. Now,
really?
Poole might be different.
I mean, Poole was on a championship team last year.
But he was unplayable when you needed games 5 and 6 against Boston. He barely played. This year, he was unplayable.
Listen. His playoffs 2 years in a row have been lesser than his regular season, and yes, they need to figure that out. However, I'm going to keep going to this. We got to be careful about deciding who people are. And I know this is sports media 2023. Stephen A. Smith, Julius Randle needs to be shipped to Mars because he had a bad game at the wrong time. We got to be careful about painting with a brush that says this player is now defined by that night. Come on. Poole had his playoffs last year were not great. They were not horrible. They were way worse this year. And I think we're sitting here documenting what was different this year versus last year. They never got on track. But, man, I don't know if we can now just decide things like Clay is declining and dead and Jordan Poole can't play in the playoffs.
Clay is declining. He's not dead. And Jordan Poole can't play on this team in the playoffs.
How do we even know that Clay is declining? Let's go with that for a second. Based on what?
Why did he play so badly against the Lakers?
He had a bad week.
I mean,
I don't know.
Why?
Shooters going bad streaks.
Yeah, but that was worse than, and you said it during the changeover, that was the worst Clay Thompson stretch that you've ever seen. He's coming off 2.
Worst game. Worst game. We've seen him have bad stretches.
He had a 6-game series. 1 game he was good. 5 games he was not good.
Yeah,
including a ferocious Game 6 when you needed something from somebody.
Right, but that's the way it works. But that's the way it works.
He shot you out of that game early and often.
All right, so here's my collection now of NBA players who are not allowed to be good anymore. Joel Embiid, James Harden, Giannis, Klay Thompson. Who else? Who else had a bad last game this year?
Well,
let's hear it. They're all
Giannis
done.
is the MVP.
They're all done. He's not the MVP.
But he's been MVP twice. Joel Embiid was the MVP. James Harden's an interesting question because James Harden's not the same player that he was.
Oh,
Julius Randle.
Thank you, Grandy.
Got
Devin
taken
Booker.
apart.
Devin Booker, Kevin Durant.
Phoenix is broken.
Can't play anymore.
Kevin Durant's not the same player he was.
Got to get rid of him.
Is Kevin Durant the same player that he was?
Doesn't seem like it,
No,
but he's also
not.
But he's also not being asked to do the
Klay
same
Thompson
thing.
is coming off of 2 catastrophic career-ending injuries, and we are expecting him to be the same Klay that he was.
I mean, in February, we sat here and said we're amazed that we're even seeing this.
Right.
We thought we'd never see it again.
February's not May, though, unfortunately.
But again, it's a week. It's a week.
It's a bad week.
It was a terrible week.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson has had really bad stretches before. We have seen this before.
Remember Game 6 Klay? What a fun notion that was.
What does that mean now, by the way? When you say Game 6 Klay,
Well,
what's the first thing that pops to your mind?
What it means, Mark, is I did a statistical deep dive on Game 6 Klay, and you know what Game 6 Klay is? He's Klay Thompson. If you look at all of his Game 6s through his career, the numbers match up almost identically with who he is as a player. So we all mythologize.
He had a pretty big one.
He had a big one.
He had a really
but
big
other
one.
than that, he's had more games like he did the other
Sure.
night than he has had games that we all worship.
You remember the show that day. I said, I don't need whatever Game 6 Klay is. I need regular Klay. How about regular Klay? And we did not get regular Klay.
Right. To me, if you're going to bring back Steph, Klay, and Dre together, which means Dre gets an extension of some sort, then for me, you don't bring back Jordan Poole. And if you don't bring back Jordan Poole, you might as well trade Jonathan Kaminga because you don't believe in Jonathan Kaminga right now.
Well, again, but that's today, and which is now irrelevant whether you believe in him in May because you don't have any more basketball games in May.
How about next May?
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. That's
maybe.
I mean, obviously, a lot happens for a young player who's 20, 21 years old.
Yeah, 20
from the beginning of one year to the next. Like he was a month ago, something that we had never seen him do before. Could he take another step next year? I don't think that's irrational at all. Again, I'm not sitting here. I'm still piecing this apart in my head. I'm not sitting here advocating just run it back. I'm bringing up that after listening to Steve Kerr, I now think it's possible.
Yeah.
Whether because they want to do that or because they feel like they've got no other choice. But here's what we can whittle this all down to for you at 888-957-9570. Let's start here. You want Jordan Poole on this team or not? Do you want Jordan Poole on this team or not?
Are you asking me or are you asking 888-957-9570?
I'm asking everybody.
I think you know my answer.
First call. Let's go to Dan in San Francisco, who is sitting about 5 feet from me.
Hey, how you doing, Mark? Am I on?
Good to have you, Dan.
First time, long time.
Right here in the back.
Yeah, geez, Mark, your voice sounds much deeper on the radio than it does when I'm sitting across from you 4 hours
all
a
day.
He's a horse. Mark, wow, you're asking me about Jordan Poole. No, I don't want Jordan Poole on the team. The lack of maturity he showed and the way he kind of pouted his way through the season. And I understand that Draymond punched him, and Draymond should have been punished. And that Dibs guy said it way back in the beginning, and I couldn't agree with him more.
All right, let us jump in here, Dan. Thanks for calling. Really appreciate that.
Wow.
Well, your answer is...
felt like I was at work again.
I mean, your answer is stronger than mine because, unfortunately...
Are you on the fence?
I can't... It's not that I'm on the fence, but I can't give that a straight yes or no because I would advocate trading him if you get a good trade, but I'm not trading him just for 5
seconds. For 5 seconds.
Like, oh, that was fun. Yay. Like, I'm not doing that. I don't disbelieve in Jordan to that level. The disbelief that this team showed in James Wiseman a few months ago, I'm not there.
No, that was different because he earned that disbelief. Jordan Poole averaged 20 points a game in the association, and he played all 82. So I don't think that you can say that his trade value has plummeted. Now, has his trade value gone down a tick based on his postseason? Yeah, I think you could argue that. But he's still a player who played every single night in the association, which is rare, as we know, and he averaged 20 a game. That is a tradable asset.
Well, not only is that a tradable asset, let's back up because I know that half the calls today are going to be like, no, don't trade Jordan. You know who you should trade is Klay Thompson well, we got to let this cancer Draymond Green go. You're allowed to have that take. I'm not going to put an opinion in your brain. Your brain is yours. So have that take. But here's my answer. They're not doing it.
No.
They've already told you about 13 different ways in the last week that they love themselves some big three. They're not going anywhere. He just was asked a half hour ago about Draymond Green, and he gave the same answer that he often gives. Well, see, around here, we like championships, so we like Draymond Green. Draymond's not going anywhere, and for those of you who are fed up with him and you're tired of the act, here's also an unarguable truth. He's irreplaceable. And if he's gone from this roster right now, the opt-out crew, those of you who are out there in the opt-out crew, he opts out and leaves, you go from the 6 seed or whatever, you are out. You are out of the playoffs. That is non-starter in terms of this team being in a championship conversation next year if you just remove Draymond Green from the team, period. So they're not doing that, and they're not trading Klay Thompson at $43 million.
Point two.
They have said repeatedly, big three, we love some big three. We still think there's a lot of meat on that bone, all of those things. So the only possibilities here are you trade young people or you trade no people. Those are the possibilities. That's what I took from the last hour.
If you trade no people, which means you bring everyone back except for Dante, who I believe will opt out.
Yeah,
I don't think he's opting in for 4.7.
There'll be little changes.
He's the only one who would leave then. If Draymond opts in or you extend Draymond Green, so you're running it back. Kaminga's got a team option. They pick that up. And you've got a team option on Moody. You pick that up. So you come back with everybody intact, except you need to replace Dante DiVincenzo. And I also believe JaMychal Green is gone. Iguodala, I don't know how you replace him in street clothes.
There's some great street clothes, by the way. Very colorful there at the end. Did you see that?
Nobody asked Steve about that. Could you have benefited by maybe having a guy who actually plays in that roster spot?
I don't know. I mean, how many people are going down to that level of the bench? You know what I mean?
I know one guy.
Who?
Me. I'm going down to that level of the bench. Over 82 games.
Over 82 games.
You could have had a guy and maybe you find something.
That's
whatever.
Fair.
It's neither here nor there. And so you're going to run it back. You're going to run it back with everybody except for Dante.
Maybe.
You are not winning a championship with that.
I don't know why not. You just did 11 months ago.
Because 11 months from now will be 2 years removed from that.
Well, that's fair. But again, I do think this is important because there's a little bit of a devil's advocate play there when I say that. I'm not sitting here yet advocating that they make no changes. It was the first thing I tweeted when the Lakers game ended was time for some changes. But after listening to Steve Kerr, I'm mindful of two things. A, they may not want to, and B, it's quite possible they can't. And
see, that I don't believe.
Well,
they absolutely can.
How? They're
by trading Kaminga, Poole, and or Moody.
And if you don't like what the return is on that, you don't do it. That's my point. That deal may not sound good when you hear who's on the other end. Jordan Poole's value went down in the last month. There's no two ways about it. And maybe even over the last year. Because even though he was
20 a game
and
he played every night
and was the victim in training camp, however, there's not a one of us who during the regular season didn't start to go, the hell's going on here? Why did Draymond punch him? Why is he walking off the floor? Why is Steph throwing his mouthpiece? Why is Klay throwing his hands up in the air? And why am I so angry every time Jordan drives to the hole? We've all felt it. He has had a rough year.
We watch it more closely than other markets and other teams.
Not other GMs.
Sure. Well,
not other GMs.
Yeah, I don't think that they look at all of the nonverbal stuff and all of everything that falls out.
You don't think on an asset like that they wouldn't make some calls and be like, "What's going on over there?"
For sure, but I don't think that the answer that they get back is that it's all Jordan's fault. They all saw what happened with Draymond Green when Draymond punched him in the face.
Yeah.
So and there's a certain allure to the change of scenery guy. And that's what Detroit was thinking with James Wiseman. Maybe. If we can get him in and we give him minutes, we can make him something.
That's a futures play, and you're giving nothing up. Jordan Poole would require a return, and whether you think Jordan is great or not, as a GM, you'd be smart if the Warriors call or you call them, you're like, look, it's been a rough year for your boy Jordan over there. I mean, you're going to try to play the value down.
Sure.
And there are a number of things you can say in that conversation.
But I think the Warriors would be in the market for an expiring contract kind of player. And I don't know who that player is. I haven't combed all the contracts of all the teams. But
Anunoby.
AJ Anunoby. If you're looking for a short-term, because this Warrior team is looking for a short-term fix. If they make a move like that, they're not looking to get another young player who they can develop. They're looking for a right-now, ready-made, 30-year-old grown man.
There is also a money question that needs to be asked. We will ask that. We'll let you hear the rest of what Steve Kerr had to say about the culture, but we see a lot of you ready to weigh in on this. Let's get to it. You want Jordan Poole on the team or not? 888-957-9570 is the number. We are sponsored by In at the Tides. It's prime whale watching season at Bodega Head. Great time to plan a special getaway to the iconic In at the Tides. Enjoy delicious meals at Tides Wharf, stunning views, and free breakfast. Book your escape today, inatthetides.com. Also, reminder that in a half hour at 3 o'clock, we have a very special announcement about an upcoming show.
Oh, it's big.
It's going to be unlike anything we have ever done before. So stay tuned for all of that. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Bonte Hill here from the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and we have some big news. The largest land animals that ever lived are coming to the California Academy of Sciences at the world's largest dinosaurs exhibit. Get ready for a sauropod summer with life-size dinosaur models, fossil replicas, and more. And it's opening May 26th. Also, every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural.
957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Go Nuggets. I'll leave that at that.
Nuggets in 5, Mark.
Just go Nuggets.
Nuggets in 5.
Young Jude today on the way to school requested that I make chicken nuggets for dinner.
That's good parenting.
Right?
Yeah.
He's like, Dad, you should make chicken nuggets. And I'm like, why? And he goes, Dad, come on. Let's go Nuggets. And I'm like, man, you get chicken dinosaurs.
No, that means you like LeBron. Chicken dinosaurs means you're pulling for LeBron.
That's good. That's good.
Totally. LeBronosaurus.
We're gonna go to the phones here in just a second. You want Poole on this team or not? Steve Kerr spoke a short time ago. His exit interview, if you will. We will have Steve on this show tomorrow. We look forward to that. But the Ann Killian question about the Warriors' culture. Looking like it had taken some hits. And we played you the first part of it where Steve absolutely confirmed it and on his own accord brought up the preseason punch and talked about how that affected them all year long. And here's a little bit more of that answer.
I don't think that was all gone and vanished this year. I think there was a lot of that we relied on to get as far as we did. I think down the stretch and into the playoffs, I thought a lot of who we truly are came out, and that's what gave us a chance. Obviously the talent, but the way the guys competed and came together in the playoffs was, for me, was very inspiring and hopeful because I know it's in us. But it was that was threatened during the year, and the regular season matters. It really does matter. I know in this day and age of the players resting and all that stuff, sometimes people say just throw that out. It all matters. We won the championship last year after getting off to an 18-2 start, and these vibes were incredible. That carried us forward, and so this year that was really challenged, and we have to fix that.
It's not a heat check; it's a vibe check. And so I guess the question many of us, first and foremost, need to answer is, can you change the vibes without changing the personnel? So that's a big question. And by the way, before you respond to that, they've gone and made a liar out of me.
Who?
Steve Kerr will join us today.
Today,
5 o'clock. Steve Kerr live on Willard and Dibs.
And this is Warriors coach Steve Kerr. This is not like some Fugazi Steve Curr, Steve Kerr.
No.
Sanitation engineer from Pacoima. This is Steve Kerr, head coach.
Well, they just told me Steve Kerr, so
okay.
I guess in a way I cannot confirm or deny. But somebody named Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5.
I'll play the percentages
I'm
and
take my
say,
chances.
It's our Steve Kerr, coach Steve Kerr, and my response to the idea of vibes. And it's tough to dispute because last year 18-2 to start, this year 3-7, 0-5 on a road trip, and the vibes never seemed to really catch hold. There was times where the vibe felt like it was right, and then the vibe all of a sudden would be broken again, whether it's a mouthpiece throw, Dre quitting on a play, Clay with the palms up, Jordan sulking, and the rest of it. It never seemed like the vibes got totally right. So how can you go from what happened in October with the punch to next October and have the vibes get right? I mean, is it possible for Jordan to forgive and forget at this point? Can Draymond Green really be as apologetic as he needs to? Can the organization make it right with Jordan Poole? Because I do believe they did him a disservice by not even really giving Draymond Green a slap on the wrist.
Well, and the article from Logan Murdoch in The Ringer certainly suggests that for at least a period of time, and we didn't know this, that Jordan Poole was very upset that there was no punishment for Draymond Green beyond a fine. Does more time heal? Is there something that they can do to attack this in the offseason in a different way? These are the questions. But for me, they also blend with, and oh, by the way, what's his value on the trade market?
Yeah.
And you explore both of those things at the same time, and then you figure out which one makes more sense, and you ride. because that's the only choice they've got. Now, I mentioned in all of this, before any of it starts, there has to be a financial question. Because even if you remove DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, you're already pushing $400 million in payroll and taxes. And Jordan Poole's salary is about to go from what, about $4 million?
3.9
to
28.7.
Okay, so that in and of itself takes you from what was probably a bill that was just shy of 400 up north of 450 million. The very first question that needs to be asked this offseason is, hi, Mr. Lacob? Yeah, are we allowed to do that? That's it. Are we allowed to even keep this group, let alone explore trades where big money's coming back? Or are you telling us that we actually have to go out and just give people away? Now I think that's unlikely.
Right.
Because the Warriors, and this is why it was so significant, Steph's 50-burger against the Kings. I think, look, round 2 ain't great, but it ain't round 1. Getting to the final 7, if you will, final 8, but somebody bowed out before they did. So getting to the final 7.
Well, you tied for 5th, basically.
Okay.
If you want to play it that way.
That's different. It's not great, but it's at least in the neighborhood. If you feel like, gosh, a couple shots fall here and there, we end up in the Western Conference Finals. If you feel like you're close, I think the likelihood of getting a yes from Mr. Lacob goes up.
I agree with you, but if you think that you were close to advancing to the last 4 in the association, then you can look at how close you were with what you had. And how close you were with what you had didn't really include Jordan Poole because he was almost a non-factor in the Lakers series. He had 1 good game in the game you lost, game 1. Jonathan Kaminga couldn't get off the bench. So if you really believe that you were that close with what you had, you can also look at Jordan and Kaminga and say, well, they might be expendable because with Gary and Kavan and Andrew and the big 3 and J. Mike and Moses, by the way, Moses Moody, we feel like we have enough to where maybe we don't need, if we can get Jordan and Jonathan and turn them into 2 30-year-old ready-made vets off the bench, we're better.
But they better be good. They better be dynamic. They can't just
be
vets.
Be dynamic. They could be Otto Porter Jr.-esque.
I disagree. 20 points a game is dynamic. That's dynamic in the NBA.
What are the average in the playoffs?
Doesn't matter.
No, that's all that matters.
No, because
his 20 a game in the regular season was empty calories.
But literally, out of the words of Steve Kerr, the regular season matters. Like that regular season, it sets you up for the playoffs. They won this thing out of the 3 seed. They did not out of the 6. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but it matters. Right. Jordan Poole is a very good player in the NBA. He's got flaws. There's growth that needs to happen. I'm not giving him away.
I'm not giving him away either.
Giving him away for a bench piece because the bench piece is 30.
You're going to get 2 bench pieces.
They better be good. They have got to be good.
Was Otto Porter Jr. good?
Not like that.
Was Gary Payton II good?
They were good in tiny little roles.
And that's what you need.
No, I need somebody who is going to be north of 25 minutes a night and is a dynamic scorer. Or my answer is no.
Well, you're not going to get that.
Then Jordan stays.
And
that's my take.
Well, and that's a take I think that's going to assure that you don't win next year. Well, because what we saw this year, and I don't believe that between now and October that rift can get healed. I just don't believe it. And you went through a breakup. I went through a breakup, and I'm 3 years removed. And I've gone back. I've gone back 3 years.
Those are 3 different breakups, brother. But go ahead.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I've gone back 3 years later and tried to make amends for some of the things that I did wrong. And the apologies that I offered were not accepted at the same level as they would have been if I did it in the moment.
Right, but I can't speak on what's recoverable in someone else's relationship. That's up to them.
Right.
I have no idea. Obviously, it did not come far enough this year, but it is a different thing when you're trying to do it in the midst of basketball versus not.
Yeah.
I like time away, some perspective on how the season ended. I don't know. That's all I can say. I don't know if it's recoverable.
Yeah.
That's up to them.
I don't either. But
we'll ask Steve.
I don't think that Steve knows. Honestly,
I think you got a better shot at knowing than we do.
Absolutely, Mark. No denying that. But the only people who know, and really the only person who knows, is Jordan Poole, because he's the one who was aggrieved. And so if Draymond has already come to him and apologized as well as Draymond could, and Jordan didn't fully accept it, then that's that. And if Draymond hasn't done that and Jordan is open to it at this point, that's a totally different thing.
Let's never forget, and I know that the deal was worked on well before this, but that man sat down with a pen and he signed a paper for a multi-year deal after the punch.
Well, the deal was already in place before the punch, and I would argue that the deal is in large part what precipitated the punch.
Maybe, but
that's my opinion.
The bottom line is Jordan. He may not have a choice. He may not have a choice in the matter. The Warriors are looking to extend Draymond Green, and they are not looking to give Jordan Poole away. So you got to factor that into this. It's like, can you get over it? Has to be blended in with, do you have a choice to not get over it?
Oh, he's got a choice.
Does he? He's going to ruin his career if he just decides to pout for the next 3 years.
4 years and $128 million.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he could pout it up for 4 years and he could go out there and do what he's done?
That feels like a bad choice, doesn't it?
Well, for $128 million.
Yeah, but is that the end-all, be-all?
I don't think so.
That's not his goal.
I don't think that that's what he wants.
Yeah.
But if he wants to be elsewhere and he's not sent elsewhere and Draymond comes back and it's just back to business as usual, I don't think that you're necessarily going to get the Jordan Poole that you want to get. That's my opinion.
Based on everything I've heard and read, I think Jonathan Kaminga is closer to requesting another location than Jordan Poole is. Poole literally answered at the end. He's like, why would I be anywhere else?
Right.
I don't know why I would go anywhere else. I'm here. We won a title. I don't think that he is dying to get out. But yeah, these are questions that are hard to answer.
Just real quick, the problem with trading Kaminga is he's only on the books for $6 million next year. So you can't get enough for Kaminga to even trade him.
Trading him by himself, I don't know how much sense that makes.
None, yeah.
As an add-in in a Poole deal, that could be different, no doubt. All right, let's get out to you, okay? And again, we got a big announcement at 3. We got Steve Kerr at 5. We got the Doc at 4, and then the rest of it is just you. No Cap in Oakland. Lead us off. Hey, No Cap, you're with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's cooking?
Hey, I think the Warriors should trade Clay, and I also think they should trade Draymond. I kind of played around with the trade machine yesterday, and I came up with something for Clay. Clay to Toronto for OG Anunoby, Chris Boucher, and Otto Porter.
Now, why is Toronto? No, why is Toronto? But No Cap. Why is Toronto doing that? Toronto wants a mid-30s player at $43 million.
Clay, because they compare Clay with Van Fleet. They need shooting badly, and they already got Siakam there. I think that could be a good little core guys right there.
Okay.
And then I will flip Draymond to Indiana Pacers for Miles Turner.
Perfect.
That'll be my off season.
I don't mean to sound dismissive. Not happening. It's not that it's even.
No Cap. Put your name in the hat if Bob Myers leaves. I like your chances of getting a job. No Cap. Don't let him do that to you.
No, it's not that you, from a basketball sense, it's not that that's crazy. It's crazy because they ain't doing it, and they've tried to tell you about 13 different ways just in the last week and a half. They ain't doing it. They're not doing it. They like the big three. They hadn't even left the court yet, and the Athletic is like, Warriors are working on an extension with Draymond Green.
Curry, Anunoby, Turner.
Yeah.
Who else we getting from Toronto?
Boucher.
Former Warrior.
Bobby Boucher?
Chris Boucher, drafted by the Warriors. It's a homecoming. And OPJ, who he's probably well rested after not playing this year.
He played 8 games.
Did he?
He did.
Give or take. I didn't think he played at all.
We looked it up yesterday. It came up. Yeah. We looked it up. Yeah.
Are the Warriors better in this dream hypothetical?
No.
I know it's not going to happen unless No Cap gets the job. And I throw in my cap in for No Cap if Bob leaves.
Listen, again, I try to say this off the top of the show, okay? You're allowed to have your opinion about the Warriors should move on from anybody. Hell, someone called Steiny and Goo today and was like, got to trade Steph. Time to go to Steph and ask him where he thinks he can win in this league and get him there. And I'm sitting here going, you know what? I need some fresh air. I'm going to take my dog for a walk. You're allowed to have these opinions. And I'm sorry if it feels like I'm going to shoot you down. They ain't doing it. So you can do this all you want.
Steph doesn't have a no trade clause. I'm just saying. Just saying.
They ain't doing it. They're not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Steph is owed $167 million over the next 3.
Do you really? What would happen the next day of a Steph Curry trade? I just want to give me 10 seconds so I can visualize and feel what this city would do and feel like the day after Steph Curry got sent to the Knicks.
Depends who they got back. Are we getting Randall back? And my guy Obi Toppin?
I'm sure that would. No, you're right. Then everyone would be happy.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're not doing it.
It's the youth movement.
It's just it's not going to happen.
It's not happening, but what if Joe Lacob signs Draymond Green to a 3-year extension and then turns around and trades him? What a cold piece that would be. I mean, that would be so sweet.
Are you even allowed to do that right after you sign a deal?
Probably not
like
till
6
January,
months, right? You got to wait. So I do have this.
Unless it's a sign and trade.
Let me break this thought off, though, real quick, just because of anybody who's like, gosh, it's time for the big 3 to be done. I always enjoy this. It's so funny to me. Fans love win now. You have to win now. Stop telling me about the future, Giants. I don't want to hear about Luciano.
Casey Schmidt, bro.
Hey, bro.
Let's go.
Come on now.
Come on.
Going to see him tonight. Anyway, win now.
And win later.
And then people are like, okay, let's win now. And then people are like, but the future. Okay, we're gonna cultivate the young guy. You need to win now. But we're gonna. Oh, dude, I just knocked the camera over. Sorry, Zoom.
It's not till later.
Yeah, someone might need to do that live. Help me out with that thing. I'm gonna balance it. There we go. Anyway, point being, like you gotta pick a lane. You can't do this, fans. You can't sit here and yell at all their teams to win now, but also, and it really.
Yes, we can. Because
can you?
The Warriors organization themselves. 2 timelines. It's all we heard about.
They didn't make that up. We did.
Correct.
Bye-bye, camera.
Don't worry about that. But they indicated that they were following a path of 2 timelines. They didn't have to call it that.
Right.
They didn't have to call it anything. We made that up. But what they have done with the young core and the veteran core, they were signaling to all of us that we want to win now and also win later. But the win now guys said, we can't win now with James Wiseman, so they traded him.
Right,
now I don't think that you can win with Kaminga and or Jordan Poole, in my opinion.
Well,
so now you move off of them too.
They were both on the roster last year, and
they
you
sure
won.
were.
Yeah, and Jordan was one who played a big role. So
was Juan Toscano Anderson.
He played a role. I don't know if he played a big role, but anyway, my point is I do think that sometimes as fans we get overly obsessed with the future. You know me. I am the last sports media professional in America when it comes to the draft. I don't care. I don't get into it.
It's a shame.
Larry
Draft
sits here and
tonight.
looks at me. I know, right? Wembanyama, here we go. Where's he going to play? Just tell me later.
I turned you off yesterday because you were not breaking down the Niners 6th-round picks, and you promised me you would.
I turned Larry off, too. Believe me, because I wouldn't do it. I don't care. I don't want to be told what someone's grade was. I don't want to be told who won the day. I want to see you play. Then I'll tell you how you did in the draft, okay? Because nobody gave the 49ers a good grade for their Brock Purdy pick in the 7th round.
I loved it.
But it ended up being a big damn deal, as it turns out. So I'd rather get there and let's worry about it then. It doesn't mean I have no eye to the future. Of course, you have to think about tomorrow. You got to sock a little money away when you can. That's not what I'm saying. But gosh, we get obsessed with it. And I think part of the reason we get obsessed with it is because we just get fatigued with what is. The big 3? You all? Oh yeah, they get rid of them. Really? You want to get rid of the best thing that's ever happened to this organization, even if they're starting to decline a little bit. Not a lot. And you want to move off that because what? You're tired of them? Like, I don't get it. And all for this hope of someone that you don't even really know if they're going to be good. I mean, Kaminga, sure, I'm excited too, but stop acting like that's a known quantity. We have no idea. It's no different than the 49ers subject that we've been talking about for a year. But Trey Lance, but what? I have no clue what he is. And if he is something, great. But if there's something tangible in front of you that you know, why would you not go with that?
Yeah, it's different in the quarterback position, but the comparison is somewhat appropriate. The difference here is you are in a window where, yes, they are deteriorating. Steph, Clay, and Dre, they're not getting younger, and they're most likely not getting better. Now, Steph Curry, his decline has been much slower than Klay Thompson's this year, and Draymond Green, I think his decline is going to be much more rapid with each and every passing week and month with his body, how much ice he requires just between times on the floor. His upside is in his past. So if you believe that those three can still be a championship trio, then you need to give them some help now. Sure. And Jonathan Kaminga is not ready to help now. And Jordan Poole is not ready to help at the level that they want him to help now. If he was, he would have been more integral in the playoffs. And instead, he spent large periods of time on the bench because defensively, he is awful. And offensively, he's not good right now.
Well, and Steve spoke to this, but again, now is May. And no, you don't need them to be perfect now because the season's over. You need them to be perfect or better next year.
Next April.
And, yeah.
If you can get there.
And I like, is it unreasonable to think that players of their age will be significantly better a year from now? I don't think that's unreasonable at all. I mean, of course they're at a point in their career where they're still going to be ascending. In theory.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think it's for sure, but I don't think it's crazy to think that.
Well, and the third year is a year where you take that leap. And this is something we can ask Steve Kerr today at 5:00 in terms of the development of Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody, and what Jordan Poole did this year in terms of steps forward or steps back and what those players can do between now and October, let alone now and next April, to be able to be a part of a playoff rotation because they weren't really this year.
Warriors Aftermath brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Also presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We continue with your phone calls next. Jordan Poole, you want him on the team next year or not? 888-957-9570. But also coming up in exactly 5 minutes, major announcement about a forthcoming show unlike anything you've ever seen or heard before. That is coming up in just moments on Willard and Dibs.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Can't do it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you ready for this?
I've been dying all day to say it. Ladies and gentlemen. As of now, Dan Dibley is moving into the big chair, usurping Mark Willard. Go ahead, Mark.
It might be too bootylicious for you. I don't know.
Sorry, Grandy, you're right. I should have buzzed myself. I thought
is
that was the big announcement.
Not the announcement. That is
be
not
not cool if it was.
We'll go back to your calls here in just a second, but I tell you what would be really cool.
Tell me, Mark.
Be a lot cooler instead of calling us next Monday if you just come see us.
Wait, us?
But it's not just us.
Wait.
It's everybody. All at once, for the first time ever, on this show, next Monday, Willard and Dibbs, on the 22nd, from 2 to 4, you will simply hear Willard and Dibbs, like you normally do. But then, from 4 to 6 p.m., the second half of our show, Dibbs, it will be the 95.7 The Game Warriors Summit. All 6 hosts, along with post-game Warriors host, pre- and post-game Warriors host, JD, John Dickinson, all 7 of us in one room at the same time.
7 hosts, 1 topic, 1 venue.
All of us at the same time discussing all of the Warriors off-season drama. And you are invited to come see it live and see all of us. We want to see all of you. The location will be Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Here's the address. Get your pen out. 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. It is entirely open to the public. All you got to do, just show up.
Show up.
That's it. Open to the public, live on YouTube and Twitch. It is all brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. We invite each and every one of you. We demand that each and every one of you come see us at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. Thank you to Buon Vino, by the way, for the hospitality.
And thanks in advance for all the wine I'll be drinking.
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm going to send a special thank you out to the other 5 hosts, because you and I are contractually obligated to be there.
Yeah.
And the other 5 are taking time out of their Monday afternoon to come be with us on our show for the Warriors Summit. And so all 7 of us, it's never happened before. I remember we took a picture out there. Spadone was in it too. But who was missing? Somebody was missing from that picture at some point.
Can't place it.
It has never happened before. All of us, all the shows, all in one place, all at one time, all talking about one thing, and it is going to be Warrior off-season drama. And so we are about to get it on Monday, the 22nd, from 4 to 6 p.m. at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek.
6 days from now, 7 hosts and probably 11 egos between the 7 of us.
Oh, easily.
And I wonder what the tug of war is going to be like in terms of who drives the bus, because it is our show and you are a driver, but Bonte drives in the morning roast. Steiny, hi.
I might have a little insight on that already, but
interesting.
I'm going to keep that to myself.
You should, because I've been told by a number of different sources that you may be usurped from said, what does Steiny call it? Not the driver's seat, but the power chair.
I think it's Sacramento Kings adorable that any of the other hosts
look at you
think they've got the ability to do that, because none of your sources are the boss.
Well, what's kind of cool for me
how about that
is 2
Willard,
to 4.
Stuck it in.
You can go ahead and
from 4 to 6, I drive this bus.
From 4 to 6, you may not hear me. You'll see me, but I'll be like 11:30 at most hotel rooms across the country. It's checkout time.
I mean, Dibs, for those of you, this is part of why it'll be fun to come down there and see us.
Definitely.
Is you're going to get to see the dynamic, and yeah, you're just going to be like maybe the drunk guy in the corner.
Maybe. I was talking to my beloved wife Supper about this over the weekend, saying, hey, we got a big announcement coming up. And
it'll be fun.
She said, oh, Buon Vino, I love that place. Maybe I'll make an appearance.
Ooh.
And I said,
now that would be a game changer.
Sounds like I Uber in and then Supper home. So if that's the case,
I think
I'll say, what about the Warriors, Nick?
I think that would be uber fun is what I think that would be. So
I'll keep it professional 2 to 4.
No, you won't.
No, of course I will.
Come on.
I love our show.
Of course you
do.
do.
Once all of them come in with all their takes, and, Shasky's coming all caps. Bonte, radio and TV, Bonte will both be in appearance.
You can already, I can already, we can already do this. Everybody knows exactly what's going to happen.
I'm mad, Steiny.
Yes. Guru will never stop smiling. Steiny will get mad at some point. I don't know at who or why, but he definitely going to get mad. Bonte will big time the whole situation. Shasky will.
He's going all caps.
He'll be the loudest. Yeah, absolutely. I will filibuster the whole damn thing.
You?
Absolutely.
That sounds like a reach.
You'll be wasted.
Checked the heck out.
And if you would like professionalism, we give you John Dickinson. That's it.
I like your scouting report.
That's what's going to happen.
Dude, your scouting report is spot on.
So, deal with it.
John Content Dickinson, while the other 6 of us slap it around.
4 to 6.
I can't wait.
Buon Vino, Walnut Creek, 4 to 6 next Monday, the Warriors Summit. All of 95.7 The Game at one time.
Including Chief Engineer Tim Jordan, who's got to find a way to bring cameras for all of us because it will be streamed live on YouTube and Twitch, of course. So I wonder from a camera standpoint how he's going to make all this work.
Yeah. So, and again, for those of you who are like, how are they going to get to Walnut Creek by 4 if they're doing their show 2 to 4? No, we are doing our show 2 to 4 from Buon Vino. So if you want to get out early and just get yourself a little piece of Willard and Dibs first, before all those other people come in and start with the yappity, yap.
Yeah.
If you want all that, come out at 2. Come out at 2. I think you're going to get a better seat if you get out there at 2 than you will if you get out there at 4.
They don't open till 4, but go ahead and knock on the door and we'll let you in.
I'll let you in during the commercial break. Yeah.
We're going to leave the door open. Bruno Mars.
We'll leave the light on for you.
Thank you.
All right. 888-957-95.
Thank you.
He was my favorite, man. I loved that VO. Gosh, he just did.
We'll leave the light on for you.
I'm Tom Bodad, and we'll leave the light on for you. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
That's a good one.
Let's go to Paul. Not Paul from the Diamond Center. It's Paul from Paul from Cupertino. Hi, Paul. What are you doing?
Hey, I was actually just eating a late breakfast. So
hold on. You eat breakfast at 3 o'clock? What do you do for a living? What are you, like a teenager? Would you just wake up?
I'm not a teenager. I'm in my 50s. So.
Why are you having breakfast at 3 o'clock, Paul?
What can I tell you?
Yeah. One of them days, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Captain Frittata, what do you got for us?
Well, I actually, I think pretty highly of Draymond. I actually think if he can only turn it on for 2-3 days when he's really pumped up, or let's say 10 days in a year, what does it give us for $40 million or whatever he's worth now? I mean, I think of the big 3, you have to see only Steph actually is where he needs to be. As far as the rest go, I think Jordan Poole is doing better than post-injury Clay in the past 2 years. Yes, he wasn't here this year, but he was. Without him, we're not winning last year's championship. And yes, he was really bad. And I think some of his strategy of how he thinks he can drive to the basket every possession instead of pulling up for a mid-range jumper, I think those are things he can learn. But we need a faster big man, especially in the Western Conference, if we have to contend with the likes of AD and Jokic.
Yeah, but Paul, couldn't I respond with this? Why don't you take a bite of breakfast and we'll respond
Thank you, Paul.
to you.
That's a good, sensible, quality call right there.
Well, it's a quality call. But I am going to point out when people say, look, they're not winning last year's title without Jordan Poole. All right, sub in any of the other names. Are they winning last year without Draymond Green? Are they winning last year without Klay Thompson? Are they winning last year without Andrew Wiggins? Are they winning last year without Steph Curry? I don't need to ask that. No. The answer is no. And in fact, coming up here in 2 minutes, we'll play for you what Steve Kerr's response was with regard to Draymond being on the roster next year. So I just think Draymond's one of these guys that whenever you go to the stat sheet and start talking about what he does statistically, you're going to have a hard time assessing his value. He doesn't score a lot of points, but you know this. Draymond does so many things that make this team a contender. So more of your calls next, but if you want to hear specifically what Steve Kerr said about the idea of Draymond being on the market or not being on the roster or opting out, it's a very firm answer. We'll have that for you next on Willard and Dibs.
When somebody has a seizure, they can be unsafe if they're swimming alone or driving or standing on a ladder. And if you don't know when your next seizure is going to happen, then you don't know how to plan your day's activities.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you want Jordan Poole on the team or not? I mean, I think it boils down to that after listening to Steve Kerr earlier, and we'll hear him again at 5. He'll be with us live. Here's why I make it about that. To me, the offseason sort of boils down to two questions. One, what is Jordan Poole's trade value? And secondly, can Jordan Poole and Draymond coexist? And I know when a lot of people explore that question, because Steve absolutely admitted today that the punch, they never got over it. So when people explore that question, some say, well, why would you get rid of Poole? Why don't you get rid of Draymond? Well, here's Steve Kerr on the idea of Draymond not being back on the team next year.
If Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back. He's a competitor. He's an incredible defensive player. We can check all those boxes. And he and I have built a really special relationship that has run the gamut. Over the years, we've had our share of run-ins, but we've been through so much. We really care about each other and work together well. He knows that he had a great season this year from a basketball perspective, but he knows that he also compromised things by what happened back in October. And so part of him coming back next year has to be about, rebuilding some of that trust and respect that he's earned here for a long period of time. And one thing I love about Draymond is he's always brutally honest, and he can take that sort of critique because he knows it's the truth. So I want him back. I think we all want him back. And hopefully that's exactly what happens. And we get ready to make another run next year.
There's a couple things there. Absolutely want him back. But yeah, there's also an assignment. There's an assignment for the offseason, which is what you and I are sitting here breaking down, and it is hard to answer. Like, I don't know how you go about doing that. The punch was, let's see, October, right?
Yep.
There's a November, December, January.
7 months.
Right? And they're not there yet. Can they be there in another 4 months? Can they be there in another 12 months?
Will there be basketball in 12 months?
Well, Kyle Shanahan doesn't even know if any of us are going to be alive.
True, but you've got to get through April to get to May, and you barely made it through April this year. And I won't say you were lucky, because I don't believe in luck. You make your own luck, and when you've got one of the best players in the history of the game put up a 50 burger rather, then there's no luck in that. You had the best player do best player things, and you won a Game 7. That was awesome. But to get to where you are now, next year is going to take a lot more than what you put out this year to do it.
We are streaming live on YouTube as always. All you got to do is go to youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Who knows what could happen? You can see Dib's backward hat. If somebody accidentally swears, you get to hear it when no one else does, because Grandy's good like that. Please like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube, including our Warrior Summit, which we just announced is coming next Monday. Our entire show will be there from 2 to 6, but all the hosts will be there, including JD, Bonte, Shasky, Steiny Guru, and ourselves will be there from 4 to 6 at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, open to the public. We hope to see you there. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. Good Doc coming up at 4 o'clock. Let's get some calls. How about Boots in San Pablo? Hey, Boots, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you all?
Oh, fantastic.
That's good. Thank you for taking my call. And to answer your question, I really do think that Jordan Poole should stay on the team.
And why is that?
You want to know why?
Yes,
of course, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, so I heard part of Mr. Kerr's interview, his exit interview, and before I even heard it, I knew that punch was impactful. You could tell from the body language. You can tell by how people are reacting. So if it impacted the Warriors organization and the fans, then most of all it impacted Mr. Poole. And so much so, because I remember last year when they were playing and they won unexpectedly, he was so much part of making calls and in the huddle with the three veterans, and and playing with joy, which is what the Warriors are known for. And then after the punch, he wasn't so much. But the other group that was so impacted were all the other young guys, Mr. Wiseman included. They were no doubt excited to be part of the Warriors and be integrated in that culture. And then they're seeing behind the scenes, they're seeing far much more than we're seeing. So they kind of lost that trust. And I think they deserve to have that trust back. I think it can be rebuilt. I don't know all the ins and outs of the game, but I do know the human spirit. And they need to have that trust, have the confidence instilled in them playing in the regular season and behind the scenes that they really can be Warriors and they can win many more championships to come.
Yeah, Boots, I think this is a really good call. I just have one question, and thank you very much. The one question I have is, because I think she brings up a very fair point, which is, okay, if they're going to admit that the punch had a season-long effect, then shouldn't we adjust our expectations for Jordan Poole because he was affected most? I think that's fair, but we're now at a spot where we're looking into the future, and that's my question. Now do we have to adjust our expectations for the rest of his Warriors career? Because if we do, now I'm interested in trading him. Because what you're basically saying is he can only be his best self on another team. Or can he actually get to a spot where they fully, completely get over it and move on?
I also think that and I'm not saying you're saying this, but that notion would be that this is the only thing that's causing Jordan Poole to not play as well as Jordan Poole has played. I don't believe that the punch is the sole reason why Jordan Poole didn't play as well as Jordan Poole has played in the past. I do think part of it is the nature of the way he plays and the way he succeeds and thrives. It doesn't jibe with Warrior basketball because he doesn't oftentimes play the way Steph, Clay, and Draymond play, ball movement, player movement. The ball goes to Jordan Poole, and he's got a one-track mind of, I'm going to score, I'm going to get mine in this spot. So I think it's more than the punch in terms of a long-term fit.
I agree with that. I agree with that completely. We all watched Jordan Poole, just the basketball player, and he's a frustrating player. I don't love his decision-making. But even the characteristics that you just threw out there, which I'm not 100% sure. I think we put thoughts in Jordan's head a lot. I think I'm Steph. I want to get mine. I don't know if it's selfishness or just the lack of knowledge, right? He's still learning. He's 23. I don't know which it is, and that matters because one of them you can learn and grow out of.
Yeah.
And the other one means you're a stubborn mule. And if you're a stubborn mule, then yeah, you can go be a stubborn mule on the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, to me, it's less about stubborn and it's more just about Jordan Poole playing a certain way. And you look at what he did this year statistically, he shot more, he shot poorer, he shot, a few more threes than normal. His 3-point percentage went down. All of his percentages went down. He didn't take better shots and he didn't make more shots. And I didn't think that he made much of an adjustment over the course of the year. Now, was that because he felt a disconnect with Draymond Green and by proxy, a disconnect with the big three? Because you saw frustration from Steph and Clay as well. And to my knowledge, they never punched him in the face. So to me, it's more than just him feeling like I'm not connected to the veterans because I got punched. I think it's more than that.
I agree.
I think that played a role in it. But so as far as the rehabilitation of the relationship, it has to start with Draymond Green, but it also has to come from Jordan Poole in terms of how are you going to play? Because the way he plays is not conducive to the way the Warriors play, in my opinion.
My guess would be that those two things are connected, though.
In a way, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If the relationship is repaired, well, now Jordan is going to be maybe a little bit more of a listener to the big three. Because isn't it possible that this year, to borrow again the stubborn mule idea, which is if I don't trust you, Draymond, and I'm not listening to you, well, then I'm going to play the basketball that I know.
Right.
And when you're 23 and very, very talented, you come out of high school and college and AAU, And it's always the same thing. It's like going to the McDonald's All-American game. Nobody's looking to play smart basketball. They're like, oh, the ball's in my hand, and I'm one of the greatest scorers in the world, so I'm going to score. And there's really not many other thoughts. Now, Jordan's not dumb. He's been around the Warriors for a while, so I don't think that's his only thought, but it seems to be his thought a little bit too often. And we have the details that he was upset with his role. He does think he should be starting. He does think he should be more of a centerpiece of this. So if your mind is in these two places, A, I'm not getting enough opportunity. I'm better than they're letting me show. And that Draymond guy, he's a bully. He's an idiot. Why am I listening to him? All of those things push against the Warriors winning basketball games, I believe.
Agreed. And I think this is where Steve Kerr is going to have to do a lot of work with Jordan Poole in terms of his role, because if you do run it back, Steph, Clay, and Dre, Wiggins and Looney, GP2 is signed, everybody's signed, I don't think that Jordan Poole is going to start unless Klay Thompson is able to be convinced that it's his time to now come off the bench. And so far in Klay's career, if you want to look at the history of Klay Thompson, he doesn't come off the bench. He did as a rookie, and that's it. Klay starts basketball games. It's what he does.
Yep.
So Steph comes off the bench. Draymond came off the bench.
I think he'll still come off he's come off he doesn't have a choice.
But if it's about role, then get over yourself, Jordan, because you led the team in MP. Minutes played. No other human being played as many minutes as Jordan Poole.
We all know that Jordan Poole, even if he's coming off the bench, there are going to be a lot of games he starts.
He started 43 of 82.
From load management to injuries to people in their 30s, those openings are going to come. I
think it's more about that than it is about, like, when everybody's on the court and everybody's healthy, can Jordan Poole feel like he is, maybe he's not Steph, but can he be the number 2? Does he have to feel like I'm not supposed to be shooting? Because, and this is not just a fan sentiment, I would guarantee you that there was a feeling in the locker room of, Jordan, don't shoot so much. Jordan, stop going to the hoop so much.
Well,
Jordan, you need to find me. I'm Klay Thompson. Who are you?
How about Jordan become a more well-rounded player? I don't think the Warriors have a big problem. Like their problem, I would bet, is less about what our problem is with Jordan. Our problem, the fan, is with Jordan Poole's shot selection. The Warriors' problem with Jordan Poole, number one problem, is he's terrible at the other end of the court. And that's what they need. Can you be a 2 if you're going to be that bad on the defensive end?
No.
I don't think you can.
Especially when you're playing alongside Steph, who he's an average defender. And I think Steph took a step back this year defensively.
And he had to work very hard because at the beginning of his career was just like Jordan.
Right.
They targeted him. They go after him. He's worked very hard to at least become an average defender. Jordan needs to do that.
Right.
Let's be honest. He's got to do that.
And that's work. And he's put in the work in the lab, shout out Guru, to be an offensive player. But then you look at this year offensively, and Jordan's quoted in the Logan Murdoch piece in The Ringer saying, I thought I played great. I improved in 2 categories this year. Well, yeah, that was points per game and assists per game. But let's talk about turnovers that went up and all of the percentages, including free throw.
Yeah, everything went down.
Free throw went down from 92.5, led the league to 87. 3-point down, 2-point down. Everything was down. Turnovers up. So, yeah, you scored more points a game. You took more shots. That's not good.
I will admit I didn't like that quote because it made it sound like Jordan thinks he had a great year, and he didn't. It wasn't awful. It wasn't a disaster, but Jordan did not have a great year.
If you rank the years, individual years, if you rank the years
of the Warriors players,
I would go Steph 1.
Steph was 1.
Kevon 2.
Yep, agreed.
And then probably Draymond 3.
Well, are we just talking about the quote-unquote
regular and post
foundational 6? Are we just talking about those 6?
No, talking about the whole team.
Well, DiVincenzo had a career year.
Right,
I mean,
right. But how did that impact the overall body?
Right.
So he was a 10th man who had a 7th man, 6th man's kind of year.
Right.
So he's definitely further up the list than he would have been. But I would rank him. I would go Steph, Kevon, Draymond, and then I'd be open to a conversation. Maybe Dante was 4th.
I mean, I still think
maybe Klay.
I think Klay was 4th, and we have a hard time saying it out of our mouths because we're frustrated with last week. But until then,
that is partly true.
Yeah, I mean, the guy led the NBA in 3-pointers.
Attempts.
That too.
And makes.
That too.
I mean,
all right. So he fires.
And he shot 41% from three. I'm not going to discount the percentage.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Trey in San Jose. Hey, Trey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Trey?
Hey, man, I'm so glad to talk to you guys. I was just thinking about, like, on all your analysis that I've heard, as I was driving home, was you haven't mentioned Wiggins, right? I mean, I don't know about Poole and his fit long-term with the Warriors, and Kerr's ability to coach him and find a role for him now and in the future, right? I love Poole's potential, but, how that fits in now and some of his shot selection, his defense, like you guys have pointed that out. But in terms of trade, like you said, right, if I wanted a tangible asset that could go to somebody else, right, I'm a Denver Nuggets fan. I'm hoping my Nuggets beat the Lakers. But, man, I would love to have a Wiggins on my team to come and do what he does. But you haven't talked anything about that. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about where Wiggins could go and his potential.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not off the table. I think the reason it doesn't come up nearly as much is because if you buy into this notion that the Warriors are looking for a 2, well, who most recently was a 2 on a championship team? Andrew Wiggins. He was the 2 last year. Maybe not the whole year, but in the playoffs, there was no doubt about it.
Right.
Who the Warriors' number 2 was. Plus, let's look at some other things. Oh, the Warriors shoot too much. They need people who go to the basket. That's Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
The Warriors were worse on defense. They need people who can defend the wings in the NBA. That's Andrew Wiggins. I guess the reason his name doesn't come up, well, to say it simply, the Warriors really like him. They love what Andrew Wiggins does.
And
so they don't want to get rid of him.
And he is a bargain, Mark.
He is a
relative bargain. He'll be the 5th highest paid Warrior next year.
Making less than Jordan next year.
If Draymond opts in for 27.6, Wiggs is making 24 next year. But so even if you traded him, you're only getting a $24 million type of player back, and you're not getting a player at $24 million who's better than your guy that you already have at $24 million.
I mean, again, not off the table, but my goodness, somebody would have to blow you away. I mean, if you really wanted to rework the roster around the big 3, I mean, could you start thinking about blockbusters where Wiggins and Poole and Kaminga are all available? I guess you could. What are we going to do? Go get Embiid? Like, I mean, sure.
Well, at that point, you would need 2 players.
Of course.
Because you're giving up 3 rotational pieces.
And north of $50 million.
62, actually, at my rudimentary math. That'd be 58.7.
58.7.
Plus, you don't have the mid-level next year because you're over the tax.
Correct.
So your ways of getting depth next year, right now, your only way is vet min. And how'd that work out for you this year?
Not great.
Well, J-Mike was pretty good.
I actually think it was a disappointment if you look at the whole picture. I know he came in and hit a couple threes there in the Lakers series. And
well worth the 1.836.
Put it this way. The day they signed JaMychal Green, the moment I saw that notification come through, I was like, yeah, it was. It was a notification sensation. It
All
was.
I have to do is give
look
you a
at me. I'm
look.
like, yes, it was. It was a notification sensation.
Huh, Marky? Yeah, you got one for me. Thank you.
I laughed when it came through because I'm like, oh my gosh, the rich get richer.
Yeah.
They turned Otto Porter into JaMychal Green. Well, he wasn't Otto Porter. He was not Otto Porter. He was not even close
He was
to
Otto Porter light. 57 games.
He was very Otto Porter light.
6.4 a night.
Yeah.
3.6 gritty rebounds.
Yeah, but he disappeared for large portions of the season where they didn't put him on the floor.
True.
I put it. He was less than what I thought he was going to be the day they signed him.
More impactful than the other guy who they signed on the vet min deal. That's for sure.
Yes, he was.
Thank you.
Let's go to
That's all I'm saying.
Andy in Nevada. It's all you're ever saying. Every conversation ends up with an Iguodala shot.
And you know what? We should take. Well, congrats on your retirement, Andre. Hit him
You know
straight.
what you should do? You should get a job at a bar. And you should be that guy that comes out when the music really starts pumping. And you just have a tray, not of Jell-O shots, of Iguodala shots. And you could just serve them to everybody. because Dibs got a tray full of Iguodala shots.
That's it.
That's all it is. That's all.
It's a mostly empty tray, unfortunately.
You're like, there's nothing in the shot glasses.
Exactly.
It's just empty glasses. Hey, Andy, what are you doing?
Hey, so I have that same Iguodala frustration as Dibs, so I can relate. But I'm calling to say I'm super frustrated by the lack from Kerr and the Warriors and Myers and even you guys to talk about how we need height so badly. And maybe we wouldn't have to foul the Lakers 30 times and they call 40 if we weren't giving up 3 or 4 inches in every guy. And we have no height underneath, and we've been beaten to death about it.
Is that true, Andy? Is that true? Like, let me ask you this. When did you start feeling that way?
Huh?
When did you start feeling like height was a problem? Because if it was just last week...
2 years ago.
Really? Because how did you feel at the parade? Did you feel like, oh my gosh, they got to get taller? I know we're at a parade and I got all this confetti in my face.
No, okay, listen. Okay, hey, guys, I was a Warriors season ticket holder from 84, and we still have the tickets, but I stopped going because I had many back surgeries.
Okay.
So anyway,
you're looking for a place for the tickets? Anyway.
All right, I'm happy with how great we turned out. I never expected it, never. And I'm living on borrowed time. But all those original championships, we always had big men. They were different guys, Bogut, Zaza, Azili, David Wood. But we always had big men. We didn't, poor Looney, he's working triple overtime. You know?
You forgot JaVale McGee and Mo Buckets.
I guess.
Thank you, Andy.
I guess my response though is Looney is that guy. Like you mentioned, each championship team had like one of those guys. So does this championship team. It has Kevon Looney. I understand the sentiment.
Right. Well,
and my belief is you need depth at that position because you're a Kevon Looney injury away from being a complete mess. But I
think you need diversity at that position. And last year,
that's fair.
Last year, you got away with it in large part because of who you faced in the postseason. You didn't have to face DeAndre Ayton. Dallas took care of that.
You faced Jokic.
And you didn't. Well, Jokic is not that kind of center. Like Anthony Davis is long and strong, and he's a problem. Draymond can't guard him. And I think when you face Boston, their big man was hurt, and that was a big factor in why you were able to beat Boston.
He still played, though. He played.
Yeah, barely.
I know that
Wiggins
he was a little
played
compromised.
in Game 6, but he was super compromised.
Right. I understand all that, and I understand the circumstantial notion of we need more size because of what the Lakers just did.
And I agree with John Heyman, or Andy, rather. I thought there was a lot of John Heyman in his call. I couldn't place it. Finally, I thought it was Tom Verducci.
You're like, hey, while we have you, Andy, what do you think about Casey Schmidt's future?
Do you have an Arson Judge take?
By the way, just that Arson Judge thing last night with his eyes.
Did.
That was
Cheater.
a little wild. Well, I don't think that's cheating. If what the Blue Jays are saying is they think the pitcher was tipping pitches, and so the dugout was telling Aaron this is what he's doing.
Well, and he was stealing
sports.
location.
That's
what
sports.
he was doing. Well, as Eric Burns said on his Twitter, in the old days, you would catch one in the ear hole.
All right, so throw it in the ear hole.
We don't do that anymore. The Giants certainly don't. And,
obviously.
And Arson Judge went deep on him. Don't get me started. My Giants. I'm a little frustrated with my Giants.
One in a row. We presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We keep going with your phone calls. Coming up next, what did Steve Kerr say about Bob Myers? That is coming up next. The Doc is coming up in less than 20 minutes, and Steve Kerr is coming up in less than an hour 20. All on Willard and Dibs.
The Warriors offseason. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, humans, glad you're with us. The doc is coming up in 10 minutes. If you missed our 3 o'clock announcement, Warriors Summit 1 week from yesterday in Walnut Creek, 4 to 6 p.m., the second half of our show at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. All 6 hosts from every day part here on 95.7 The Game. And then John Dickinson as well, pre and post for the Warriors, discussing all things Warriors offseason. And yes, open to the public. We demand that you come join us. High fives during commercial breaks, all that good stuff. Buon Vino, Walnut Creek, 1501 North Broadway, Suite 138. Come see us 4 to 6 next Monday. All hosts, all the Warrior topics, and it's on YouTube and Twitch as well.
And if you come out with any 95.7 The Game memorabilia, you can get all 6, or should I say all 7 of us to sign it, and it becomes immediately priceless. And by priceless, I mean worthless.
I love that you're offering up autographs at Buon Vino, which of course would be available,
yes.
But I don't know. That sounded like maybe a little bit of an ego stroke.
Who among us would be least likely to autograph something for a listener?
Oh, Bonte, for sure.
I was going to say Steiny. Wow.
Mm-hmm. No, because Steiny would be all like, he'd be honored. I think Bonte's probably like, I'm over it.
Please.
I do this all the time.
All the time, Bonte.
I'm on TV a lot, and so, I'm 6'5", and I'm on TV. And
yeah.
Anyway.
Who's most likely to wear shades the entire broadcast?
That would be Guru.
Okay.
Okay.
A lot of props. I'll have a full sheet of props in advance of it.
I love it. All right. Before we go back to your calls, and the doc is going to join us here in 10 minutes, we'll get to, I got a Wiggins question for sure for Doc Pandya. But check this out. This is on Bob Myers, and I thought this was significant. Because earlier in the year, when the Bob Myers question was posed to Steve Kerr, he stated he'd be devastated if Bob left. Now, this isn't going to say that he's not devastated, but it certainly was a different answer. Take a listen.
Bob is such an important part of our organization, not only as one of the faces of the organization out there in the NBA world, meeting with other executives and agents and, representing us in that regard, but also with his relationships with our players. He's got such credibility with our guys. There's so much history there. The continuity that exists between, Bob and the older players means that he can have those difficult conversations and sometimes even during games, which is pretty rare, but something that has been a huge help for me. Bob and I have a great friendship, a great working relationship, and I absolutely hope he comes back. But it's also a case where I want what's best for Bob. And if he decides that he's going to leave, of course, I'm going to support him 100%, and we will remain friends for a long time. And I would miss him, but I support him regardless of what he does.
The more I listen to, the more I believe that it is north of 50% chance that Bob Myers is not back next year. It feels like Steve is greasing the wheels for the possibility. I'm sure Steve knows a lot more about this than he's going to let on at this time. But for him to say, of course, I want him back, but the second he said that,
right.
I was like, oh, boy. And
do you think Bob's decided? Or do you think that he, because according to his comments on Steiny and Guru, I think it was last week in the GM show, it seemed like the ball was in his court, yet it also seemed like he hadn't fully decided yet. Not that I'm saying Bob's a liar, but
right.
What do you think in terms of, has Bob decided yet, or is he still mulling it over?
I just think that I don't know if a firm decision has been made, but obviously this is not something where Bob suddenly woke up today and went, so I should probably decide soon.
Right.
Let me sit down and make one of those little pros and cons lists. This is something that he's been thinking about all year. It's why he didn't sign a contract. There's got to be a reason for that. Does he know? I don't know if he's 100%, but I think it would be crazy for us to think that there's not some sort of a strategy and a lean that's going on right now. There has to be that. I'm sure he's thinking about it all the time. And so that's why I just think with every passing day, it's more likely that Bob is not back, because why would it have gotten to this point? Now, if he truly was like, look, I don't want to even think about this until I can clear my head, and I don't want it clouded by what's going on in the middle of the season, so let's wait until it's done. Then I'm going to step back and really look at it from 10,000 feet.
Darkness retreat.
Right, yeah. Get a little,
ayahuasca.
Get some ayahuasca, call Aaron, and see what's going on in New York, right? I think that's possible, where he's like, but if that's what he's doing, I don't think it's to make a decision. I think it's to confirm what he's already thinking.
Right.
That's what I think.
Yeah. And
that's what I think's likely.
Well, and thinking about it in those terms, if he was 100% sold out to keep doing this as long as possible, he probably would have signed a contract a long time ago. If he was 100% sure that he wanted to do this. If he was unsure in any way, shape, or form, if he was 50-50 going into the year or whatever he was feeling, you let the year play out, you get to the end of the year, and then you decide. And, if you have the year end the way it ended, and this was a very stressful year, and I think back to the beginning of the year when you and I sat across the table from Bob Myers in a suite at Chase Center, and he said, my advice to fans is to enjoy this year. Don't worry about the future. Enjoy this year. And, well, we enjoyed this year. Now, I would have liked to have enjoyed it more, but 44-38, a great 7-game win over the Kings, a disappointing end against the Lakers, everything that took place, it was a lot for Bob Myers, from the punch all the way through to the loss. And so now he sits and reflects, and I wonder if this year in totality is the kind of year that would make him think, I'm going to step away now. This year was more than I want to sign on for.
Or did he look at Steph Curry play better this year than he did last year and go, oof, I'm not leaving that yet.
Right.
That's possible too. So I just think you got to, it's a wait until you got all the info.
Yeah.
And then confirm what's in your heart and you want to do and make sure it's the right decision.
I'm sorry, Mark, but maybe the Draymond statement of, I want to end what I started here, maybe that sways Bob to think, well, geez, if Draymond's back for 3 more, if I can get Joe to sign Draymond for 3, we'll get Clay 2 more, Steph's got 3 more, Andrew's got 3 plus a player option, Jordan Poole's got 4, maybe I can get Steve to stick, maybe we can do this for 3 more years, maybe the Draymond Green, and Steve just referenced it saying, Bob even has the ability to talk to players during the game, which is rare. Maybe the Draymond I want to stay makes Bob want to stay too.
Yeah, but there's still this financial component sitting there, which is everybody's going to stay, and it's like, is Joe going to sign up for that? Because he's pretty much said that he wouldn't, but we're all sitting here believing that he will. That's what I like. My concern is there's something large that could happen this offseason that none of you like somebody just being given away. Just give them away.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be one of the big 3.
No.
Joe would be driven out of town.
Somebody who makes a lot of money. Somebody who makes a lot of money.
Well, that would be Wiggins or Poole.
Or if Draymond does opt out and they're like, we can't come to an agreement. We offered him a contract. He doesn't want it because it's not enough.
Right.
Someone else is offering more. That's possible.
I just real quick, and I know we want to go to the phones, but I don't think Draymond can leave without making it so that the organization at least gets something back. If Draymond doesn't want to stay, they've got to find a way to sign and trade it, because otherwise, KD, his departure would be better than Draymond's departure.
Yeah, but that's,
I don't think that Draymond wants that on his legacy.
Right, but I mean, at that point, if you transitive property here. If Draymond leaves, if you don't think you're a championship team and he's irreplaceable, well, then why would you want something back that matches the money that knocks you up over to $450 million if you don't think you can win? If I'm Joe, I'm like, save the money. We're not a championship team. Let's start retooling.
Oh. Hey, Steph, this is Joe.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Draymond opted out. Oh, no. We're not going to be able to replace him. Yeah. Patrick Baldwin Jr. is coming to your house for a shoot around. And Ryan Rollins' foot's getting better.
Right.
You're going to love it.
That's right.
Yeah. Good luck selling that one.
Yeah. We think Jordan's going to be a better defender next year.
He's going to be the new Draymond.
So he'll play the Draymond role,
wow, okay.
Jordan Poole's our power forward.
Man.
Now you know why. Now you know why they're like, we'd like to talk to Draymond about an extension.
Yeah.
That is one of the messages I certainly have today. Sure, a lot of you are frustrated with Draymond. Yes, he punched Jordan Poole, and it might have ruined the season. Yes, he has an opt-out. Yes, he's got some power here. Yes, you could make the case that it's time to get younger. Those are all true.
Yes, the only time he really closely guarded LeBron was in the post-game handshake line.
Oh, okay. But here's also the bottom line. Irreplaceable. Totally and completely irreplaceable. And
unless you don't want to try and win championships.
Well,
anymore.
yeah, what are we doing here?
Right.
What are we doing here?
That's where you go to Steph. It's like, yeah, Steph, we've decided to not offer Draymond an extension, and he's leaving. And yeah, we're going to hope for the play-in game next year. You're going to love it.
This is the whole Draymond Green story. He classically every year looks at his employer and goes, "Can't live with me, huh? Can't live without me."
Am I right?
Huh? Pay me.
Totally.
And the boss is sitting there going, he's right. He's right. You want to know why the Warriors feel sometimes like they're scared of Draymond? They kind of are. He has built this persona, this loud noise, and this ability on the court and off in leadership roles. He's built this cocoon where you're like, we can't get to him. He's going to do it his way, and if we want to stamp that out with a big foot, it's going to explode in our faces, and it's like Star Wars. You kill him, he'll become more powerful than you ever could have imagined. All of that is true with Draymond. All right. We'll get back to your calls in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And you have also entered a time where you are cleared to play. We take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. We are proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. Here comes Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doctor, the first question we have for you today is what kind of medication have you been taking to get over what happened on Friday night?
Oh God, there's nothing strong enough to get over that disappointment. It was a rough weekend. Yeah.
Did you just cancel all the surgeries? You're like, I'm not coming out of my house.
Cancel surgeries, come off Twitter. Just come out for Mother's Day. That's it. Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. No, on the real, like, help us understand what Andrew Wiggins was going through in Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty remarkable that he got out there and played as many minutes as he did. I mean, you imagine this injury happened a couple days before. He has no padding like a football player. I know he had some sort of vest on, but, football players who get this injury, they have pads and they've got a harness on underneath it. And he's getting people running right into this rib cartilage, so it's not only getting impacted, but likely it's hurting when he's breathing. So the fact that he was out there trying to contribute really speaks to kind of how tough he is, his pain tolerance. A lot of people, very reasonably so, would have been like, look, I just can't get out there. It's too painful. So the fact that he was limited, yeah, absolutely. He's got a broken rib cartilage. But his ability to absorb contact and try to drive to the lane was pretty remarkable on that game.
Could you see that he was hampered when trying to shoot? I'm looking at the box score, only 2 of 8. He only attempted 3 3-pointers. I know he wasn't that aggressive offensively, but part of it was, I think, a limitation in his ability to raise his arms up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at even some of his 3-point shots, you can see almost like a little hesitation, like, do I want to shoot this? Is this going to hurt? And even just kind of his follow-through looks a little bit more mechanical than the typical fluid motion that he has. So I definitely think the offensive part of his game was impacted. And then as you saw him play more minutes and as he was getting more impact to that region, you can see him even less willing to shoot. He was making the extra pass. So I think, absolutely, I think on the offensive end is where it really impacted him. And he was taking a beating on the defensive end. LeBron was lowering his shoulder into his chest. So absolutely, clearly it was impacting him during that game.
Doc, we're human beings, so we understand that when people get into their 30s and close to 40, they're going to decline. I'm struggling to figure out, though, how much of a role that actually played. The physical nature of what we're watching, how much of a role that played on the way Klay Thompson played at the end of the year, because he actually had a good year. He had a good regular season. So when you watched him at the end, Are we potentially talking about somebody who just had a bad week, or do you see what he's been through the last 3 years as something that's going to be preventative late in seasons?
Yeah, I definitely think that the key for him, I think, is that the summer where he didn't really scrimmage at all. And you look at that one of two ways. I mean, you could look at it, number one, that kept his legs fresh, or number two, it didn't allow him, almost like when you're training for a marathon, not to build that base, where you get to the end of the season, you start breaking down. And part of the reason I think that is when you look at kind of how his shots were falling, things weren't kind of going in the basket and kind of just rolling out and just bad luck. They were short. It definitely looked like the shots were short. So then you think about fatigue. So I think the combination potentially of him not doing stuff over the summer, and even though he's back, he's in his 30s, he's had an Achilles, he's had an ACL, this is going to catch up to him at some point. And if you've played so many minutes in your career, another long run, it's an exhausting King series, his body is compromised to a certain extent. So I think absolutely, I think it's a combination of him being 30, these injuries, and yeah, maybe he had a bad week, but I think the physical part of it definitely played a role.
How much did that every other game factor really determine the way Draymond Green and Steph Curry kind of started to slow down toward the end of that Lakers series?
I think a lot. I think that, typically when you get in your 30s in general, you need those 48 to 72 hours to recover from, exertion. And I think that King series really did. Each game was such a high level. You're really going all out. And then you're going into this Lakers series and you're down and you're exerting again. So sometimes you have these every other games, and maybe one game it's almost a rest game, even though you're not playing a lot of minutes. They really had to exert themselves a lot. And just the way that they play, the movement, the kind of the constant cutting and pivoting, has a lot more exertion than, say, LeBron, who's a master of conserving energy. You could see him pick and choose when he's able to go all out, when he's going to pull up the energy. And the Warriors are just moving all the time. So definitely their style of play will fatigue, particularly these older players.
Okay, Doc, my goodness, great NBA season. We appreciate it so much. Start brushing up on Jock Peterson in the injured list. And Brock Purdy apparently is throwing a towel, not throwing in the towel, but throwing a towel. So we'll chat with you about those things coming up next week, okay?
Absolutely. Tons of Sam Darnold talk, I'm sure.
Oh, it's coming. It is coming down the pike. All right, Doc, thanks, man. Thanks so much.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, there he goes. Nobody plays basketball tonight. I mean, the Nuggets and Lakers do.
Yeah.
But, whatever. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right, Steve Kerr in a little bit less than an hour.
Nuggets in 5, Mark. I'm trying to speak it into existence.
I actually texted that to Ephraim during Game 6 when it was just completely off the rails.
Yeah.
It was one of my ways of being like, I'm mad at you. It was my fault. I started the text exchange. And he's, Steph and Poole kicked their legs out, and they try to draw. And I was just like, Nuggets in 5.
Yeah.
Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you
Dennis
anymore.
Schroeder. He plays basketball tonight.
He did not try to excuse Dennis Schroeder.
Good.
He was like, that's one player. Don't call the Lakers floppers. Yeah, that guy's a buffoon, but don't call the whole team floppers. And I was like, that's sort of fair.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And Doc Pandia with a great breakdown of LeBron James, and he's probably the best I've ever seen at this, and that is exerting when exertion is required. It's not to say that he mails it in at other times, but when he needs to go into full LeBron mode like he did in Game 6, Mark, the guy is an unstoppable force. Now, he's at the age where he can't do that 82 times and then 16 wins in the playoffs. We know that, but when he decided in Game 6, pretty early in that game, that it was a game that they needed to win, they wanted to win, they had to have it, it was like 2012 all over again.
Yep. Yeah, knows how to turn it on, and I would bet that's what they're going to take to this game tonight. If you notice, their approach has been the exact same in both series. Steal game 1 on the road, then chill, then go home, try to protect home court. They haven't lost there yet. Then chill, then come back for Game 6 and crush somebody. And the series is the exact same thing they've done to both Memphis and Golden State. They'll try to do it for Denver, and I don't think they will. All right, this next man is the ambassador of Daquan. It is Daquan in Oakland.
Nice.
On Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Daquan, what are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm on my way home from work as usual, man, but I'm listening to the show like I do every day.
Appreciate you.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to touch base, man. I wanted to touch base with you guys, about the Jordan Poole situation and just two subjects, and then the Warriors, too, just as a whole. So Jordan Poole, I really like Jordan Poole. I'm a Jordan Poole fan. However, I don't think he fits in with our culture because he always does what Jordan wants to do. He did have a lot of pressure on him this year to try to do good because of that money that was at hand. But for the simple fact of, he got a little cocky too, so he started doing things that he normally doesn't do. He fit in with the culture a lot last year when he was hungry. And then the Warriors as a whole, what happened to strength in numbers? Why we didn't throw the kitchen sink at people like we used to do back in 2015 where we had so much depth? We had a lot of people sitting on the bench where, they could contribute.
Well, I think we know what happened to strength in numbers.
Yeah, thanks, Daquan.
And what happened is the luxury tax bill. That's what happened to strength in numbers. I mean...
and also, Mark, the players that they had this year, they didn't have faith in. And that's, I think, what Daquan is talking about. And you can put aside Lamb and Jerome, two-way players who were elevated, but you had Kaminga, you had Moody, you had Poole, you had J. Michael, you had Dante, you had GP2, and it didn't feel like Steve Kerr had a lot of faith in a lot of those guys in crunch time in the postseason.
Well, especially the young ones. He didn't, and that's
right.
Not
Well, JaMychal
new.
Green, he played and then he didn't.
Right. I mean, JaMychal Green came out and he played well, and then he got another shot and he didn't play well.
That's right.
So that's
Jonathan Kaminga came out in Game 3 of the Sacramento series when Draymond was suspended and played all right, not great. And then Game 4, he had another chance and he played worse, and then that was it.
Yeah.
And you ran out of guys to play. Is basically what happened to strength in numbers.
He's not the first championship caliber coach to hate playing young guys. Phil Jackson hated playing young guys. Greg Popovich at times hated playing young guys, although Kawhi as a pup obviously had a huge effect once upon a time. But this is sort of the way the NBA usually is. And so Kaminga, to me, it's two different things when you talk about, hey, when Andrew was out, he came in and he got consistent and he averaged 13 a game. Sure, that's all true. That's very different than two other things. That's very different than, hey, dude, go get a rebound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And it's also, did y'all want Wiggins and GP2 to sit? I mean, they're two of your best hustle players on the team. They're two of your best two-way players on the team. So if Kaminga's going to get in there, I feel like a lot of people have like an incorrect vision of who would be coming out. So I didn't want him playing over Wiggins and GP2. I wouldn't have signed up for that. I know there's a general sense of you'd love to see Jonathan, but I don't know. Ask yourself this question. If Jonathan's playing 17 minutes a night, are the Warriors still playing?
No.
Okay, then what are we talking about?
Well, you'd at least develop him. And people, I think, have a bigger issue with what you did with him in the regular season, where you didn't play him as much as many people would have wanted him to play. But you look at Jonathan Kaminga for the year, he averaged 3.4 rebounds a game. And that's even though he played about 21 minutes a night in all different kinds of time. Sometimes he started 16 games. Sometimes he played quality minutes. Sometimes he played late. He played in the middle. You played almost 21 minutes a night, and you could only get 3.4 rebounds a game. And defensively, he's an off-ball liability. Offensively, he's wildly inconsistent.
CalHope.org, Willard and Dibbs, sponsored by CalHope.org. More of your calls next, and we are inching closer to a conversation we are very much looking forward to, and that is Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. But we keep going with you. Do you want Jordan Poole on this roster or not? Somewhat stunning revelations from Steve Kerr earlier at his exit interview with regard to the punch and many more things in the Warriors culture. We'll play that for you coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated.
Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building. Aerosmith is heading back to the Bay Area this December. Catch them at the Chase Center in San Francisco on December 1st and then at SAP Center in San Jose on December 4th. 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Go to the contest page at 957thegame.com to enter for a chance at a pair of tickets to either show.
No Jordan Poole.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we're still trying, though. We're still trying to get to know him. I know one thing I've heard bandied about today, people want, and I'm not going to ask Steve this because I just don't think it's a fair question. I don't think we're going to get the right answer.
You'll stick to the script, mister.
No, I won't. But, does Jordan Poole still want to be on the Warriors? I mean,
that's question 5.
But what's anybody going to say to that publicly? No, I don't think he does. Holy crap.
Sorry, Lucas, that one's not going to ask.
No, I'm going to, listen, I think there's a way to ask
Mark, I'm glad you asked me that. No, he's wanted out of here ever since fist met face. Next question.
I think there's a different way to get to the subject matter.
How badly does he want out?
I'm just going to yell at Steve, you don't know Jordan Poole.
Totally.
And then see what he says.
Right.
I'll be like, actually, I know him really well.
Spend every day with him.
Together every day.
See him every day. He's actually here right now.
I think
the question for me...
I think he does, which is what's weird about this.
No, of course he does.
I think he does. He's signed up to be here. He has publicly stated, why would I go anywhere else? But we've got this perception, which is what I really want to get to the bottom of. We've got this perception that this room ain't big enough for Draymond and Jordan. And the admission by Steve Kerr, which we'll play for you in just a second, that the punch never really fully got out of the room, is why we have that question. Does more time and a brand new start to the season shake you free of that? Or is that unrealistic? Are Jordan and Draymond damaged as a partnership forever?
Yeah, I
don't know.
I think the answer that he'll give is no, and that's kind of what he said, and you'll play it momentarily, but there's work still to be done. For me, the question that I think should be asked is, assuming Jordan Poole does want to be here, and Jordan has said as much, and it feels like he wants to be here, and if Draymond still wants to be here, then they, in fact, will coexist. How can Jordan Poole coexist with Steph, Clay, and Dre next year better than he did this year? And forget off the court, but on the court, what needs to be different about the four of them playing together to make this team more successful?
Ann Killian asked Steve Kerr just over 3 hours ago, what happened to the Warrior culture? Because it seemed like it was not the same as it has been in years past. That's just a quick sort of summary of the question that was asked, and here's how Steve answered it.
I think there was some of that was lost this year for sure. You know, there's no hiding from it. The incident with Draymond and Jordan at the beginning of the year played a role in that. It's hard for that not to impact a team. And so, you know, we feel like we have a great group of people on the roster, on the coaching staff, in the front office. We have a way of doing things that we're very proud of, but those things were definitely challenged this year. Anytime some trust is lost, then it makes the process much more difficult. And there was some trust lost. And that's as blunt as I can be. So the only way to try to correct course is to continue to communicate with players and coaches, and those relationships have to be built. The bonds have to be built. I think that's a major focus for us this offseason is we have to get back to what has made us really successful, which is a really trusting environment and a group that relies on one another and makes each other better.
I think it's fascinating that he's having this conversation now, because I think most people were like, yeah, that really affected the early part of the season. But then got to January. There's even an article where Draymond pointed to a game against Toronto mid to late January. It's like, we kind of called him out on something.
Yeah.
Jordan handled it well, and we knew from that point on all was good. Well, apparently not. I mean,
No.
Steve Kerr is sitting here on May, what's today?
16th.
May
Keon's
16th.
birthday.
Okay. Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, he's
Happy
out of
birthday,
market,
boy.
so I'll
Yeah.
send him a call. 20
Okay.
years old today.
Happy birthday, Keon.
Yeah, no
Damn,
doubt.
Your family's having a big week.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It's this time of year.
Yeah.
The
Anyway.
big fella's birthday is right around the corner. So
Okay. All right. Happy everything to everybody.
Yep. So far, so good. But it's
Good.
May 16th, and on May 16th, as we sit, this is still an issue.
Yeah, it's still
to
an
your
issue.
Point.
Steve
Not
Kerr
to
is sitting
interrupt.
here going, this is a big deal this offseason for us to rebuild the trust, rebuild the relationships,
Right.
get back to who we are. This is still in the room.
And it's the elephant in the room, and it never went away. And somebody on YouTube, and I do want to shout out Let the Jet Fly, who paid for a comment in the super chat, $1.99, to ask, who do you think Curry talks into signing with the Dubs?
Cash me out one time.
That's an interesting question we can address here momentarily. I don't know if they have the room to talk anyone into it outside of a veteran minimum guy, but you mentioned the Jordan Poole Draymond thing, and somebody on the YouTube said, just let Jordan Poole punch Draymond in the face, and then everything will be forgiven.
Would
If
Jordan-
only it were that simple, right?
And if Draymond would even feel it. Would he feel it? Would he feel it? Or would Jordan punch him and then fall down and look for a call? I just,
That's a
I'm
four.
sorry, I couldn't do it.
No, but I think in terms of how do you make it right, because the trust never came all the way back. And it's more than just the punch. I do think the way Jordan Poole plays, and it feels like at times Jordan was playing with Jordan's own agenda. And I won't excuse Klay Thompson in this conversation, because at times it looked like Klay Thompson was playing with his own agenda early in the year, and the team reportedly had to talk to him about hunting shots. And you heard Steve Kerr actually mentioning that many, many months ago about Klay, quote, hunting shots. And, Draymond Green was healthy and played most of the year. Steph missed a bunch of games. You didn't have that same cohesiveness start to finish. And then you got to the end of the year and you had to breathe deep that you even made it in the playoffs as a 6th seed.
So just sort of rebooting where we're going out of this, which is, do you want Jordan Poole on the team or not? You've stated for a number of weeks that you don't think the two can coexist.
Right.
I can't give a firm yes or no to the question yet, other than to say it this way, because I think that the Warriors offseason now boils down to two things. Number one, what is the trade value for Jordan Poole? In other words, what kind of offer can you get for him? And number two, do you actually believe that relationship is recoverable? That Poole and Draymond, not just, hey, businessman, we play basketball, it's all good. No, it ain't all good. Can you get back to actually being teammates with a vibe and a culture that's healthy and productive and positive within the Warrior hallways? Those two questions need to be answered. And when you have those answers, then you figure out what's the best thing to do. What you're really hoping is that you don't come to the answer that, no, the relationship is not recoverable and the trade offers we're getting on the market are terrible. If that happens, that's the 1-2 gut punch that the Warriors can't handle. I think option one is this is recoverable. If they truly believe they can save this and get it back together, I would rather see, even after all of this, I'd rather see Jordan Poole still on the team. But if not, now you go to the other part, which is what are the trade options? And I still believe this, as stubborn as this may sound, I'm not giving up Jordan Poole unless the return is significant. There better be somebody coming back who can fill up the score sheet.
I'm not so worried about filling up the score sheet as I am getting a stop on the other end.
Both, yes.
Well, for me, if I had to prioritize, it would be get me a stop, because I have guys who can fill up the score sheet. That is not something that I think that you were lacking. This year you were lacking defense and you were lacking turnovers. You turned it over too much. Jordan Poole's turnovers were up. And you gave up too many points because your defense was bad, and that's Jordan Poole. So I actually start in the other direction. Your 2 points are rock solid, Mark, but I start with prong 2. What can I get for Jordan Poole before I worry about prong 1? Is the relationship fixable? Because if I can shop and trade Jordan Poole, and by the way, Jonathan Kaminga, who appears to be disgruntled, some sort of disgruntlement, and for that to come out the day after you got eliminated, that Jonathan Kaminga is not happy with his role, and the reports were that if Jonathan Kaminga isn't going to get significant playing time, that he wants to play elsewhere. My young man, who do you think that you are to come out after the team loses to the Lakers in 6, and now that this report is going to come out? That to me was terrible timing.
Now that was from Slate's and Shams and The Athletic, and I think it was based on discussions that were months long. I don't think Jonathan came out with anything public.
Did his Camp Kaminga?
No, the report was...
Which sounds fun if you're a kid.
I would love to go to Camp Kaminga this summer.
No doubt.
How much does it cost for a week?
Well, $6 million next year.
Okay,
team option.
Anyway, I think Jonathan's stance is more not I'm mad, but I will be if I can't play next year. And that's fair because I think these are two different disgruntlements. Is that even a word?
Y'all allow it.
Let's go with it. Jordan Poole thinks he should be starting and playing more. Jonathan wants to develop and feels like I need to be somewhere. I can't develop if I don't play. So I'm not mad at you, but if you're not going to play me, then let's get me somewhere where I will.
See, you can develop when you don't play. Jordan Poole developed when he didn't play. He went to the G League, and you can develop in practice. And if you think that you can't develop while not playing, then that's a slap in the face of Jama Malalela.
No, but he's
the coach in charge of development.
But Kaminga, better this year than last year?
Sure.
Yeah, so it's not like,
what's his problem?
His problem is that they got to the most important part of the year. Wiggins got healthy. They acquired GP2. He got healthy, and all of a sudden the Warriors were like, we're not playing you.
But why did he stop playing? It's because when he did play, he was terrible.
No doubt.
And when there was a ball that was available to him, if he was showing any interest in actually, wait for it, playing basketball, he would not have been benched. He got benched, Mark.
This was the point I made to Larry yesterday. You're absolutely right. Like Jonathan,
I heard you. That was good. Passionate.
He bears plenty of responsibility in this. However, I think he's accepting that. When I listen to him talk, I don't hear someone who's just like, these guys don't know what they're doing because I'm awesome and I can jump. He's not. He's like, no, I need to come back and rebound. I need to pattern my game after Kevon Looney. I need to be a worker underneath, including my leaping ability and all of that.
3.4 rebounds.
Right. It's not okay. So I think his head is screwed on straight, but he wants an opportunity. Who doesn't? Andre Iguodala said something real interesting about this. He said, look, what we experienced this year is the regular NBA.
Right.
Where always there are a few people sitting over on the bench that don't think they should be over there on the bench. What the Warriors have experienced the last decade is fantasy land, and it almost never happens where everybody is just like, I'll accept this role, you accept that, let's win rings whenever we're healthy, we're all amazing, and we all get along. And even then, it's not like there wasn't drama. David West.
There's always been drama. Draymond and Kevin Durant.
Right. So this is normalcy. Young guys who want a shot. It's just a matter of how you take it. I don't like either hearing that Kaminga was sulking, but I believe they got to him. I think they got to him before exit interviews. The Warriors.
Okay, I thought you meant his camp.
I think he's accepting of the constructive criticism that he's getting right now.
I didn't hear him in his exit interview refuting any of these notions about him wanting to be elsewhere, and he had a chance in his exit interview. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I didn't see anything where he's like, that's nonsense. Of course I want to be here. I want to develop here. I don't want to go anywhere. You know, to me, the idea is out there that he wants to play. And I don't blame him. He's 20 years old. Yeah. He's the number 7 pick in the draft. And if you look around that draft, all the players around him, they're all getting a chance to play, and he's not getting a chance to play.
Right. And so, yeah, that's like, why wouldn't he want out if that's the case? Let me ask you this. We get to the end of the football season this year, and Trey Lance still has 4 starts. How do you think he's going to be feeling?
He'll probably look to go
I'd
play
like to go somewhere else. Exactly.
No doubt.
I need to play. So
that's fine. And I'm saying now's the time to package him with Jordan Poole.
Maybe.
Because Jordan Poole, you mentioned it, Jordan Poole, and these are your words. I don't know if Jordan's ever said, I want to start, but the notion is that Jordan Poole wants to be a starter. Even though he averaged 30 minutes a night, even though he led the team in minutes played, I get it. There's a certain amount of cachet that comes with being a starter. Jordan Poole, you're not going to be a starter for this team next year. It's going to be Stephen Clay and Wiggins. Even if Draymond's gone, you're probably not going to start all three of those guards at the same time.
He'll start half the games. Because that's just the way it works.
Just about this year. He started a little bit more than half. I think
go
43.
to the East Coast, and the big three will take a few nights off.
I think he started, 43 of the 82 this year.
Yeah, that's probably what it will normally be.
But if he wants to start 82 of 82, because that's Jordan Poole, then if you're not going to be happy coming off the bench 39 times next year.
He'll do it. Obviously, he's been doing it. Like, you know.
He's not happy about it.
Well, that's okay.
It's not okay.
Are you happy about everything here?
Of course not.
But you're here.
I'm
and
here,
you perform.
and I perform very well because I understand my role. I'm
Same
not
thing.
23 years old. I'm
Same
54.
thing. Well,
so there's a certain amount of maturity that comes with doing this as long as I have.
But I think he's doing the exact same thing.
Am I delighted when you're off and I get to start in the A chair? Not really.
Let's go
a lot
to
of work over there.
All right, let's go to
You got
Judge.
reads, people in your ear. Yeah. The one thing I do like is I can go to the phones. I can pick who I want to pick.
That's right.
And I can send them on their way.
Plus, you're in the slim chair. You're over here, Slim Shady, in this
he's
camera.
fat.
I mean, I get the comment every time. Yesterday, and I hope
I'm
Larry.
a fat red pumpkin.
Larry,
that was unnecessary.
do not get mad at me for saying this. Somebody on the IG feed last night.
I hate Mark Randy. Go ahead.
It's the camera. No, I'm here for all of you who sit in that chair.
no doubt.
It's the camera. It's not you. Someone commented on one of the conversations that Larry and I was having, and they're like, which one said that? Is it the one with the smoker's voice or the one who needs to lose 80 pounds? I go, okay, first of all, I've never had a cigarette in my entire life. No joke. I sound like Bochy just cuz. But
80's tough, man.
I'm like, Larry, none of these guys, you, Guru, nobody is as big as they look.
Well,
I'm not saying you're in perfect shape.
I put on my wedding blazer yesterday to go to Quest graduation, and I'm getting ready to leave, and Supper looks at me. She goes, "You've gained weight since our wedding, haven't you?" And I said, "It's the camera."
You're like, come on, honey, it's Twitch.
It's the damn camera.
Seriously, youtube.com/957 the game.
Field day
if
back
you
there.
want to see people who are actually not as fat as they look, at least on one side of the room. JJ in San Jose. Hi, JJ. You're on with Willie and Flabby. I mean, Willie and Dibby. Go ahead.
I prefer Fatty.
What are you doing, JJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I'm on my way home from work. It's a tough way to go out. But I think it was kind of deserving because I think the whole year, the Warriors, they have an arrogance to them that has carried them throughout this dynasty. But I think the arrogance kind of this year was a sure path to failure based on how they went about everything. If you go back from the punch, how they didn't discipline Draymond, to having a starter, Klay Thompson, saying, I ain't playing the whole summer. I'm not playing back-to-back, to where, Wiggins is out two months, and yet Kaminga takes his spot and does pretty good, but when he comes back, we're that arrogant to where we're going to throw him back in and see what happens and just completely shove Kaminga. And on top of that, Poole, the whole world just, blasted him, and he was left on his own to have to be the bigger person in order to win a championship for the team. And I just think the arrogance of the team, especially the big three, came back and bit him against the Lakers because they, like how they've been saying this whole thing, they're not connected, and they got to hand it to them. And if they're going to get back, they got humbled, and hopefully they can, serve that humble pie back to the NBA because right now they just think they're already in Cancun.
Well, JJ, I think you got a lot of really good points in there, but the premise is what I would love to sort of know more about or dissect here. the arrogance of the big three? Is that what led to this? I guess you could say the emotional instability on a certain day of Draymond Green is what set the table for this with the punch. But I don't look at Steph, Clay, and Dre. I know that everybody who wins in sports, you end up in a spot, the fan base themselves. So even you, JJ, are called arrogant on social media.
Right.
Ask any Kings fan if all of Warriors fans are arrogant. We come off that way because of what we're used to.
Well, I think what JJ was inferring that I got from the arrogance is the way they treated the regular season, which was, it's not important. Steve Kerr said today in his presser, it is important. Well, they didn't play like it was that important. And then they thought, we'll get to the end of the year, we'll flip a switch, and then we're going to be championship pedigree. Draymond Green calls it the Warriors Invitational. They did not treat the regular season like it was the Warriors Invitational. They opened up with 5 losses on the road. They were awful on the road all year long. Even when they had their great little homestand where they won 5 in a row, they ended it with 3 consecutive losses. I felt like that for the most part, the Warriors did not treat the regular season like it mattered very much.
See, I think you're giving them too much credit. If you think they didn't treat the regular season like it mattered, then you're saying that they are way better than what they showed during the regular season. And I think the playoffs showed that, no, the regular season showed that they have problems, right? So,
well, I think that they were arrogant about the regular season to the extent that there were games they could have won. There was times where they probably could have played harder, and they just didn't.
I don't know if it was a matter of playing hard. I mean, sure, they load managed like everyone else did. In other words, like,
sure.
Right? Like, if you're going to say the Warriors blew off the regular season, then my God, so did the Lakers. The Lakers.
So did most of the association.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers blew things off more than anyone. They're sitting Anthony Davis in the middle of games they needed coming down the stretch, and they're like, yeah, we decided this in October, that he was going to sit out on March 29th or whatever. And you're like, what the hell is going on here?
They won that game.
And they're in the Final Four.
Yeah.
They're in the Final Four. They got a game tonight.
Tried to warn you.
I mean, no,
I tried.
That was pre-trade
to
deadline.
warn you.
Yeah, it was pre-trade.
It was pre, it was mid, it was post.
It was Russell Westbrook.
I'm going to hammer you with this until I get my just desserts.
And I'm never going to give it to you because I
don't need it from you because I continue to, as long as this Laker thing goes, I told Spadoni today in the elevator, like, don't let him off the hook.
Oh, Spadoni.
I said, Spadoni, I told him not to sleep on it, and he snored at me for months.
It's easy for someone to say.
You ain't sleeping now,
he
cuz.
doesn't have to face me anymore. He doesn't even ever see me anymore, so that's easy to get all on me. I never said it after the trade deadline. I said it before. I said it before. Russell Westbrook. That guy's not winning a championship, and look where he ended up and look what they did. So
Spadoni told me if he was board opping, if we had a real board op on the show, which is what he said, his words, not mine, he would have cut all those times that you slept on the Lakers.
He did not say
I hate Mark Grandy. It's true. It's true. Phil Mill, Mike, we're coming to you after the break. I'm going to need a full, healthy dose of what you got.
Give me a thanks by Dan Diddley. Give me one of those on the way out the door.
He lost it.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
It's been deleted.
He knows exactly where it is. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, Filmo's on the line.
Oh, I need it,
and that's cool. And then right after Filmo, Steve Kerr is going to be on the line.
Need that too.
Filmo, as much as we love you, that's even cooler. Okay, so all of that. That's true. Steve Kerr's never done his host rankings. Anyway, it's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Thanks.
The Warriors offseason has begun. The questions are endless. Dub Nation wants answers, and we've got them. Monday, it's 95.7 The Game's Warriors Summit. Fonte and Shasky, Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibs. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Nah, man, we're going to put it on the radio. It's got to be out. The Warriors Aftermath is brought to you by West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together. Steve Kerr in 10 minutes. Joins us live here on Willard and Dibs after his own exit interview and media availability. And for me, there were some certain things that were said very clearly by Steve Kerr, such as, we never really fully recovered from the punch. We're not a championship team if Draymond Green is gone. Really want Bob Myers back, but that's my guy. If he decides to go, I want him to be happy. Those were some of the headlines and highlights. The things that were not spoken, but I felt were in the room, was also this idea. I now believe it is entirely possible that the Warriors don't make any big moves this offseason.
I think that's more likely than them making any moves in terms of the likelihood. If you count Draymond Green signing an extension as a big move, well, fine. That would be a possible big move. I don't consider that a big move. To me, a big move would be trading somebody that you have signed and bringing in a new player who matches a contract of that ilk. Now, that would mean either Jordan Poole or Kaminga or Moody or Andrew Wiggins or a combination of any or all of them. I don't think you trade Steph, Clay, Dre, or Kevon Looney. I believe those four would be untouchable. I would add Wiggins to that by and large because his contract is such a sweet deal. I don't think that you would want to trade him because you're not going to get a player back at that price point who is as good as Andrew Wiggins.
Well, just for fun, that whole deal that Cowherd threw out last week. Boston sends Jaylen Brown and Malcolm Brogdon to the Warriors for Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. I mean, most people scoffed at the idea from Boston's perspective. What if you're like, okay, Kaminga too? I mean, would you do that?
Done.
Is Wiggins touchable then?
Done.
So
done. But I think that that's a laughable trade. The only way that was even a possibility is if Boston flamed out, and spoiler alert, they didn't.
But they still could.
No, but that's not now.
Believe you me, if they go lose with home court advantage to the 8 seed, Boston will be every bit as angry as they would have been had they lost in Philadelphia last week.
I guess. I don't know if they'd be as angry.
I think they would.
Bigger upset, certainly, but they've made it this far again. And the thing about Jaylen Brown is he is eligible now for the Supermax because he's all NBA. So was Boston not going to offer him a Supermax?
Haven't yet.
Yeah, well, the season's not over yet. So.
Well, no, but I mean, this has been a season-long discussion with regard to Boston and Jaylen Brown and whether that's a match, whether Brown and Tatum are a match.
Whether Brown and Boston are a match, because there's been talk that he maybe doesn't want to be in Boston.
I mean, we do this. I talked about it earlier. Everything can be kumbaya, and if the last visual of a player is terrible, there sometimes is a movement to get off of that player. In Philadelphia right now, I promise you, on that sports radio circuit, how many people have gone, "We got to get off Embiid. We got to trade Embiid." I guarantee you, all week, here we are in the city. Oh, Klay Thompson's dust. He's declining. We got to get rid of him. We got to get off of Klay Thompson. So this is what we do. So I don't know where the Boston story is going to end. If Jimmy Buckets takes this team out from the play-in tournament, not good. Especially when you had a lead in the finals last year. That means you're regressing. So we'll see. We'll see.
And you actually said no team is winning a title out of the play-in game.
I did.
And we got 2 of the 4 are from the play-in tournament.
Better get your old takes exposed.
Exactly.
Account ready. Big old Nuggets and Celtics fan this week. All right, Steve Kerr in 7 minutes. How about Phil Mo Mike? Phil Mo, you on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Yo. Oh, man, I'm just chilling. You said I'm not cooler than Steve Kerr. And that's true. But what is cooler than Steve Kerr is shout out to Dibs and your family, man, putting your son through college, man. That brought me joy. He was out there looking like a young Post Malone.
Thank you, Phil Mo. It's funny because he actually went as Jack Harlow, I think, this year for Halloween. He's got the perm, and he's got the chain, he's got the earring. So He'll be happy to hear that, Filmo. Thank you.
He could go as Jacob Junis this year if anybody would know who that was. Yeah. But he does. He got the same. He got the same.
He got the perm. Okay.
He does. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he was looking fly, man. Hey, one more thing. Happy birthday to Stacey Cunningham, longtime radio person. Happy birthday to her. But Poole to me is a young Curry. You feel that's me. He got to work on his defense, yes. But what some of the things I took from what Steve Kerr said, you can't just trick off the whole season. This is the first time we ever really took that approach, too, by the way, if you trip on that. Curry pointed at his ring finger, right, in the NBA championship. Dude, like 3 quarters ago, talking about arrogance. Clay, why are you pointing at 4 rings? You said, I got 4. Who cares what you did last year? It's a new season, bruh. So we was caught up in our moment the whole year. And I agree with Mark. If we do get rid of Poole, don't just give him up for anybody. Because Poole, if you look from where he came from to where he is now, he's made a lot of progress. Effort should not be even discussed in the NBA circle. So if Kaminga not given enough effort, I don't know what the hell that is. Last point, I love Cameron and Mace, but him speaking up on Jordan Poole and Ice Spice, who knows what even happened? No, everybody going off of it, that's kind of corny to me. That's just my opinion. I was brought up, you don't never really speak on nobody else.
Yeah.
He want to do what he do. He can do what he do, but he ain't a Captain Saver.
Filmo, great call, and thank you for the Stacey Cunningham shout out. She used to be a part of the Entercom CBS family. Didn't know it was her birthday. I'm going to reach out on IG. One of the real queens, Mark, of Bay Area radio and the Bay Area radio landscape.
Love it.
Filmo Mike touching all the bases there with a nice spice reset as well.
Okay,
that guy.
I dig a lot of what you said, Filmo, about Jordan Poole, but a future Steph. I see. It's funny how many people are like, this guy thinks he's Steph, and now Filmo's here and he's like, he's Steph. I think that the chef should be removed from this conversation. Don't do this to people.
No.
Don't compare them to people who are in the top 10 all time in the NBA.
Casey Schmidt's the new Matt Williams, Mark.
Well,
unless he's the new Johnny LeMaster. I'm not sure which one. Or maybe somewhere in between.
I do like the way he looks, man. I do like the way he looks.
He's doing big things.
He's got a personality.
Yeah.
He's got a personality, So, anyway.
The Schmidt! Sorry.
Gosh, that's not fair to Jordan.
No.
I want Jordan to be Jordan, right? But we're still, shout out, you don't know Jordan Poole. Like, I don't know if we know yet who exactly that is. And so that's one of the first things I want to talk to Steve Kerr about here in a few minutes. If you're going to bring up the punch and you're going to bring up the vibe that was lost, convince the fan base that this is savable. Because I feel like we were sort of told during the season that it got saved. And then we were told after the season that actually it never really fully got saved. And if it's not saved or not savable, then that changes the entire offseason.
Absolutely. And I don't know how it's not savable. And, it's a tough one, though, because if the punch happened and it never got leaked and it just is something that happened and maybe there was a report, because a report came out before it even happened. And I remember talking to somebody in the know about it before we knew exactly what had happened. And there was an altercation that happened at practice. And I thought maybe it was like a classic slap or maybe a face wash, Mark, where you take your hand and you put it in somebody's face and you push it away. And that person in the know said, no, I hear it's way worse than that. And then we didn't know. So if we never knew, like the Andrew Wiggins thing, we don't really know what had happened. We think we may know, but we don't really know. If it was something else and it's really severe and you find out, then we have an ability to have a judgment about it. So when we see what we see on video with Draymond and Jordan, we all know what we think should then happen. And when that doesn't happen, it leads us all thinking, well, now you can understand why Jordan is mad. Jordan started it, some people say. He had every right to crack him back. We all have our opinions about what happened, but the one thing that we kind of have all understood is that Jordan Poole And Draymond, it was never the way it was before the incident. And can it be saved, to your point?
I think those are two different things, though. I'm not saying can it ever get back to what it was, because the answer is probably no.
Right, but can it get back to where...
Or can it get back to health?
Right.
Can it get back to a spot where the Warriors culture is not being challenged? Can it get back to a spot where it's a healthy room? It's a healthy room that can actually win a championship. Because this is one question I've had the whole time, and I get it. There was a lot of reliance on younger players this year, and that was not the case last year. But when we got to the end and GP2 was there, like the roster had some differences, but not that many. Not that many differences. So to go from a championship to then, we maxed out and this is not a championship team, I don't know if to us fans there was enough that was clearly evident as to why it was so incredibly different. All right. We're all ready to go. We are set and ready to go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And here comes the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Good evening, Coach. Thanks for doing it tonight. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're fantastic, man. Very, very interesting comments earlier today for sure. And so it brings up all kinds of questions. You know, whenever a team that has set the expectations that you guys have falls short, I think the snap sort of reaction from people is, well, okay, here are all the changes that need to be made. What's your thought on that? Is this an off season of big changes for the Warriors?
I don't think so. I think it's important for us to look at both what went wrong and also what went right. You know, we really found ourselves in the playoffs, and obviously that comeback against Sacramento was really something. And you know, you look at the Lakers series, and even though they were the better team and they beat us, we weren't that far off when you really look at it. So to me, it's more a case of, you know, let's reassess where we are. Let's everybody get better. Obviously, you know, every off season you have to make some moves and you know, adjust the roster, and you do some things. But I believe that this team, you know, with this core, still has another run in it, and that means it doesn't mean, you know, an overhaul. It just means let's see what we got.
And part of that another run would be getting bigger contributions from the younger players, particularly Jonathan Kaminga, who seemed to fall out of favor in the postseason, and Moses Moody, who came on late and played well in the postseason. What do you need to see from them, and by proxy Jordan Poole, in terms of improvement going into next year?
Yeah, I think just continued improvement overall. You know, those guys are so young, and I talk about it all the time, but it's, you know, in the modern age that we live in, everybody wants results right away. But the fact is, you're talking about, you know, JK and Moses, talking about two 20-year-old young guys who only have a couple of years experience in the league. And you're talking about the playoffs at the highest level. And, you know, I thought Moses really came on, and that's why he ended up in the rotation. JK didn't do anything wrong. It's just we had Wiggs and Gary back, and those guys played ahead of him, and it was tougher to find, you know, combinations where JK fit. Once the playoffs started with Gary and Wiggs back, so it's just this is all part of being a young player, is, you know, earning your stripes and making yourself versatile enough to be in multiple lineups and figuring out ways to be effective. And, you know, this is all part of the natural growth process.
Steve, I think any rational fan can see the challenges in trying to win right now and developing young guys like that. So I'm sure that's a line that you had to ride often. But now looking back on the season and knowing where those young players are, any regrets? Anything you would have done differently in terms of development?
None at all, because, you know, what we did during the course of the season was play the guys who we thought gave us the best chance to win. every single night. And, you look at our season, we're 3-7 out of the gates and swimming upstream from the beginning, really, barely in the playoff picture. So we, for most of the year, really, we had to win the last 6 just to secure a playoff spot. So all we were trying to do is just win and get into the playoffs. And that meant for me playing Ty Jerome, playing Anthony Lamb. Those guys they have way more experience than our young guys. And so all of the nuances, the subtle things that help win games, they were better at that stuff than our young guys. And they should be, because those guys have way more experience. And so you develop young guys, and they also earn their minutes, and that's all part of it. And as I said, I thought by the end of the year, Moses had really earned his way into the rotation by what we saw in practice, and that's a good way for this to happen. But it's not like I was standing by some old-fashioned principle of like, hey, they've got to wait their turn. I was just trying to win games.
And part of that, I think, was precipitated by that slow start. You mentioned 3-7 out of the gate. Was that equal parts championship hangover and also maybe some of the fallout from what happened when Draymond punched Jordan Poole in the preseason? Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here. I think there were a lot of things going on. None of them are excuses. They're just facts. But I think going to Japan, this happened to us 5 years ago. We went to China on training camp, and those overseas trips really nullify a lot of the training camp time that you normally have. And so I didn't feel like we were particularly ready to start the season. And then there's no question, that incident hurt our chemistry, and so that was a factor. And then I think, we were trying really hard to play our young guys, and we played some combinations that were a little funky, trying to get a lot of guys minutes, and as a result, we just we didn't really get into a groove, and then getting off to that slow start meant that we were, as I said, swimming upstream for a while there.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, I thought you were very forthcoming earlier today in discussing just that, the way that the preseason incident affected things and the assignment for everybody in the offseason with regard to that. What is your confidence level that Warrior vibe that got lost to a degree this year? What is your confidence level that is recoverable, specific to the relationship to Jordan and Draymond?
Very high, because I know the character and the quality of all the people on this roster. I know the tone that Steph Curry sets in our locker room. I know that Draymond and Jordan were very close. From the minute Jordan arrived, with the Warriors out of Michigan, and they had that Michigan connection and Michigan State rivalry, and Draymond really took them under his wing. They built a relationship that was important to both of them, and so I know all of the parties involved really want us to play well. They really want each other's careers to go well, and but it does require work, and that's going to be part of it.
I know that this is probably an above your pay grade question, but the sense that you gave earlier was that Draymond and Steph and Clay are all going to return. Does this mean that Draymond Green's going to get some sort of an extension, or can you see him coming back and just playing on that player option?
Well, I didn't say they're going to return. I said I expect them to.
Okay.
It's not my job. I coach the team, Bob and Joe and our front office, they put together the roster. But I know how all those guys feel, and I know that everybody feels very strongly that we want Draymond back. So to me, it's just an expectation that, we've had a really good thing going for a decade. We feel like those guys all have a lot left in the tank, and I expect everybody to be back. But as we're finding out in the NBA, who knows anything anymore? I mean, you got Hall of Fame coaches getting fired, championship coaches getting fired, all kinds of trades during the season. So you never discount anything in this league anymore.
Steve, I think it's interesting, actually, with so much talk about Draymond's opt-out and Bob Myers' future, that there's been very little talk this year about your future, because I know that needs to be addressed at some point as well. What is your hope for yourself and your role over the next 5 years?
Well, I love coaching. I love living in the Bay Area. I love coaching this team. So I don't have any plans to go anywhere. But I'm also, as I said, well aware of how this works. And, these aren't lifetime appointments. So you just, you do the best job you can. And, when time comes necessary, you assess where you are and you have those discussions and you figure out what's next. So I think, I'm perfectly happy. I've got a year left on my contract. The organization has far more pressing issues to handle right away. So this is not something that I'm concerned about at this point.
When you talked about the team maxing out and maybe not being a, quote, championship team, when you look at the way the postseason ended, so close with the Lakers, Jordan Poole with a shot to win Game 1, Game 4, nip and tuck, back and forth, where do you see that the team maybe fell just a little bit short of getting to that next round?
Well, when you think about what the regular season means, we bypassed a lot of that process. We got Gary Payton back with 7 games left in the regular season. Wiggs was gone for a couple of months. The lineups that we were playing against the Lakers had barely played together all year long. So, there were a lot of adjustments going on back and forth in the series. Normally, when you have a whole regular season together and you can see all these lineups and you can build, rhythm and see what certain lineups look like down the stretch and in, crucial parts of the game, then there's a much more of a comfort level between the players when you're trying to close games. And you look at the series, 6-game series, games 1 and 4 were really the keys. And those were, won by the Lakers down the stretch where they out-executed us. So that stuff all happens in the regular season. You think back a year ago, we beat Memphis in a very similar series to this Lakers series, 4-2, a couple close games right down the wire. But we won those games. And that's the difference between maybe winning a championship and going out in the second round. And a lot of that stuff you have to establish during the course of the season, and I don't think we ever did that.
It's interesting, Steve, because, because of the pedigree, because of what you just mentioned, how close you were, there's been a lot of attention to the comments that you and others made right after the game about this not being a championship team and that you maxed out. What are your thoughts on that? Like, when did you sort of sense that maybe this wasn't that level of a team?
Well, maybe when we went 11-30 on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, championship teams don't go 11-30 for a season on the road. So, in my mind, what we tried to do was really piece it together at the end. And find what we had last year. And we did that by getting Wiggs back from his absence and trading for Gary, because that's what we knew we had a year ago. Those two guys were such integral parts of our championship. And so we tried to scramble, and, we wanted Gary at the trade deadline, and then he had the injury. And so he only played a handful of games at the end of the regular season. But I loved our guys' fight and their connection down the stretch. We win 6 in a row. We get to the playoffs. We come back from 2-0 to beat Sacramento. We did a lot of great things, and I'm proud of the guys for that. But again, to expect to win 4 rounds in the playoffs under those circumstances where we really didn't earn, a whole season worth of chemistry and connection. I don't think championship teams are made out of that type of situation.
Thinking in terms of next year, if in fact Draymond does opt in and you guys do agree to, quote, run it back, I guess Dante DiVincenzo is the only other piece that would have to opt in or out, and JaMychal and Andre Iguodala are going to be gone. But do you think that this roster with maybe a vet min addition can be championship caliber next year?
Absolutely. Like I said, we were one of the best teams in the league by the end of the season, but not good enough to beat the best. And so we're close. But, we put together a full season next year and knock on wood, with good health, some continued development from our young guys, maybe a couple of moves roster wise. Then I think we're right back in the hunt.
Steve Kerr with us here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Steve, there have been some reports that have at least sort of been in the neighborhood of feeling like Jonathan Kaminga is upset, and even the report that if a role is not going to be promised next year that's bigger than this year, then he might want to be elsewhere. Can you expand on all this for the fans? Like, is Jonathan upset? What is the state of that feeling between him and the organization?
Yeah, we've had several conversations during the playoffs. We had our exit interviews the last few days, so JK and I have visited. Is he upset that he didn't play? I think he's frustrated that he didn't play. But I would hope anybody in his situation would be frustrated with not playing. I mean, these guys are competitors, and they're dying to be out there. And I didn't put him out there much, so he has every right to be frustrated. But there's anything beyond that is just speculation. We had a great conversation with Bob Myers, and we're excited about JK coming back next year. I think he's excited to be coming back, and it's all just continued growth. And I've said this a million times, but Steph and Draymond, they each told me when I asked them at dinner, a few months back, I said, how long before you felt like you could impact winning in the NBA? And Steph said his third year, Draymond said his fourth year.
Huh.
And these are guys who went to college for 3 and 4 years. So you're really talking about, they were 24, 25 years old, with full college experience and multiple years of NBA experience before they felt like they could impact winning. So, I'm going to reiterate it. This stuff does not happen overnight. And, JK had a really good year. He helped us win a lot of games. He replaced Wiggs when Wiggs was out. He did a great job. And then the playoffs are, they're a different animal. And you get Wiggs and Gary back, and suddenly there's a lot of depth out there. And, you're going to have a harder time, making an impact at such a young age with so little experience. There's so many nuances in every single play, and all these young guys have a lot to learn, and that will come with time, but we can't rush it.
Coach, I know you were asked this probably 100 times early in the season, but I think after the season, maybe your answer will be, have different clarity with people. When people said, what was the difference between last year's team and this year's team during the season, right? You were relying on those young guys in ways that you didn't last year. But with Gary and Andrew coming back to the team, as you've detailed, like, in the end, what was the real difference between last year's run and this year? And how much of it was just that small loss of culture that you've talked about?
Well, the regular season matters. That's where you really build momentum. And you think back to last year's championship year, we started 18-2, had great vibes right from the beginning. And even though we hit some rough patches, we knew who we were. We knew what we were capable of. We never got to that point this year because of the way the season started, just the nature of the season itself and the circumstances. So we have to start from the beginning next year and really establish who we are and And I have no doubt that we can do that again.
Trying to do that, does it run counter or anathema to being able to develop the young players? Or is there a way for these young players to develop without getting the kind of minutes that fans were clamoring for, especially for Jonathan Kaminga this year?
Well, you watched it with Moses Moody. Midway through the season, he was not in the rotation because he was struggling in practice every day. And when we would put him out there in games, he was a half count behind. But what he did in practice every day over the course of the season, he kind of had a breakthrough with a couple weeks left in the regular season. We could see it in our scrimmages, and it was like the light switch went on, and that's why he was out there in the playoffs, diving on the floor and loose balls, being early in rotations, boxing people out, because it clicked. Something clicked. And that's the process. That's how it has to happen. But for me as a coach, like, I've got to win games, and especially a year like this where we're on the edge of the playoff race. Everything we did all year long was with the idea to win that night's game, and then the development happens. During practice, during individual work, and then watching film and watching our games. And like I said, you saw it with Moses, and I think JK has a similar breakthrough coming, but he still has some work to do.
Steve, I'll be honest with you. There's a little bit of an uneasy feeling amongst the fan base about the Bob Myers situation the longer it goes. What have you had a conversation with him recently about where he's sitting?
Yeah, Bob and I talk all the time, and he's a great friend, not just a business partner, but a great friend. And, he's still trying to make up his mind. And these jobs are difficult. They're difficult on families and relationships. They're never easy for anybody. And so Bob is such a practical person and a balanced person. He's going to go through the process. He's going to let the season, just be behind us for a little bit, so he's got a chance to breathe and think, and then ultimately he'll make his decision. So whatever happens, obviously I will support him, and he's a great friend, as I said, great executive, just incredible GM. So I'm hoping he's back, but we'll see.
We are also hoping, because the two of you provide quite a tandem of great interviews on our station. So selfishly, we want Bob back as well. Yeah. And have you thought at all about a return to the front office, maybe not on Bob's heels, but in terms of your future in the association, or are you just comfortable as a coach and then not thinking about the front office at all?
No, I love coaching. That's what I'm locked in on right now. I'm already thinking about next year and ways we're going to get better, and I'm excited. I think sometimes losing can offer clarity, and it can be an impetus for change, for positive change. And I know that I am already, and it's probably unhealthy to be thinking this way, but I'm already gearing up for next year and thinking about, ways we can improve and get back to where we want to be.
Any chance you guys will package the 19th and 49th pick to move up for Wembanyama?
I'm pretty sure I could get fined or something for mentioning anything about that guy.
I don't think you can. Yeah, he's not on a team. Fire away. He's the only guy you can talk about. Yeah.
They want to fine everybody, so I'm going to avoid commenting on that.
All right.
Here's one player you can talk about, because I know you're coaching the Olympic team in 2024. Any chance that the chef, has he been lobbying for a spot, or do you feel like maybe he's past his prime?
Yeah. Past his prime.
I had to get one laugh out of you, Steve. Come on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The Olympic conversation hasn't happened yet, but rest assured it will.
Well, speaking of Steph, he's such a standard. It feels like all of the questions all year long are about everybody else. But I got a Steph question for you, especially because he had that out-of-character Game 7 speech before you went up to Sacramento. And we know the inner competitor he is, even when he doesn't show it outwardly. The throwing of the mouthpiece this year, like, are you sensing maybe something a little bit different in him in terms of a frustration level, or just his reaction to falling short this year?
He's just a competitor. He's the same guy, whether we win or lose, and because we lost, he's frustrated, and he wants to make sure that we get better. And that's any frustration you see, that's been there because of his competitiveness. That's always been in there. It's exposed when you lose. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and the nerves were rubbed raw for all of us, especially losing to that Laker outfit. Well, Steve, hopefully you're able to get some R&R in the offseason, and hopefully, too, this isn't the last time we get to talk to you, Coach.
We'll talk soon, I'm sure. Just let me know.
Okay.
What are you doing next Tuesday?
Yeah, what are you doing tomorrow?
I love it.
P.S. I'm busy.
Yeah, Steve, go kick your feet up and get a glass of wine or something, man. Right. Thank you so much.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, there he goes.
Steve.
There's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is, to me, now we've listened to him twice today, and the more I listen to him, the more I think all of our discussion now, listen, he kept qualifying it, so he's right, which is anything could happen at any moment. But Steve Kerr is coaching this team next year, and Steve Kerr thinks the roster is going to look almost exactly the same.
And Steve Kerr thinks if the roster does look exactly the same, that they've got enough to be a championship caliber team.
It's funny. That almost feels like if you agree with him, it's almost being myopic in this moment after what just happened. Then again, it's almost like the last 2 years are proof that the exact same group can be two totally different animals 12 months apart.
Yeah.
I am firmly in the camp that Steph, Clay, and Dre are not done. I don't think the decline has been that steep, if there's even that much of it at all. I know that they flamed out last week. I know that they're in their 30s, and that's what happens to human beings, unless they're named Tom Brady. But
LeBron James.
But I also know that their stats largely all got better this year. It was only 11 months ago that they put up another banner. So I'm firmly of the belief that those guys have enough. The interesting question is what's around them enough? 11 months ago it was, and then 11 months from now, what will it be? Like, are Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kaminga, are people like this, are they different? Are they different human beings by then?
Well,
they might be.
Are they still on the team?
And are they still on the team?
Well, Jordan Poole will be in his 5th year, I believe, plus he had time at Michigan. And I'm glad Steve pointed that out in terms of, citing what Steph and Draymond said about when a player pops. Steph said 3 years. Draymond said 4 years. Both had full, hefty college careers. So Steph said 3 years. After 3 years at Davidson, that's 6 years. Jonathan Kaminga's played 2 years. He had no college. He played 1 year in the G League, which is not the same structure and the same level, certainly, as the NCAA. It's different, and it's not the NBA. So and this is something that I didn't want to press Steve on, but if it does take Jonathan Kaminga 3 or 4 more years until he's really ready to contribute, is that too late for your veteran core that is aging? Because that, to me, Mark, is kind of where the two timelines don't jibe, because Moody's 20, Kaminga's 20, and if it takes both 3 more years until they're really rotationally ready, that's too late for this team.
Right, although their roles don't need to be centerpieces. I mean, when he said that about, hey, Steph and Dre, how many years did it take you before you could really affect it? I mean, it was kind of like, okay, 3 years, 4 years until you were starters and centerpieces. Jonathan Kaminga is not going to be asked to be that for a long time, if ever. Now, here's the one question we didn't ask, and I didn't ask it because it isn't his job, and therefore he can't answer it. But the question that's out there, if the Warriors are going to continue to strike the tone of, no, we're keeping all of these players. We think we've got enough. You asked him. He said, without question, this roster can win a championship with some different circumstances. Well, is Joe Lacob going to pay for that? Because Joe Lacob and everyone around him have clearly stated this year that they would not do that. They would not do a $450 million payroll.
Yeah.
So, Steve, that's not his job. He's not greenlighting checks. But if we're now listening to him twice today and moving toward the premise of, okay, all you need is a vibe adjustment and growth, which is another word he used a lot. Is Joe paying for that?
Well, the vibe adjustment's free.
Vibe adjustment free.
Growth is also free, except for the fact that these guys' salaries. Well, and also Jordan Poole goes up to what, $27 million next year, 28.7
from 4.
Yeah,
which and yes, it goes up $23 million with luxury tax, which is probably
another 15 or 20.
It's like 80. It's like $80 million change.
It's crazy. They're on the books right now for $211.6. That includes the Draymond and the Dante DiVincenzo player options. So if you take those out, they're on the hook for about $179, and that's not counting luxury tax, which is probably at least double that.
Shasky
is always so good on those.
It's going to go to $450. This is what I've been told. You keep everybody, get DiVincenzo's out. That's only $4 million. But if you just go, okay, foundational 6, you stay. Gary is now on the books, right? Kaminga, Moody, whatever. Get some vet mins in there. $450, and they've said they're not doing that. Are they somehow convinced otherwise, based on late round 2, that you're close enough? Does Steve go into the office along with Bob, who may or may not even have the job in a few weeks, and sit there and go, look, okay, late round 2, I know that's not like we're in championship contention, but it's also not championship contention.
Yeah, you're one of 8 remaining.
Bit of a gray area.
Tweener.
But we think that group, a little bit of a vibe check, we can do it. So will you spend the $450 million that you've said you won't spend?
That's more than a vibe check. That's a big check. That's a paycheck.
But how do you not? In other words, I don't even know how you lower that bill without just kicking somebody out the door.
Well, you'd have to kick multiple players out the door, and it would be Draymond, we're not giving you an extension. Opt out if you want. So there's 27.6 that
maybe
comes off the books.
But he might go, no, I'm opting in.
Fine, then you trade him. So, and again, you're asking me how you do it.
Yeah.
All of it's untenable. If you really want to do it, then Klay Thompson in 43.2 goes off the books, and Draymond at 27.6 off the books. Jordan Poole at 28.7 off the books.
How are you getting him off the books?
You're trading him.
Well, I mean, for what? Something's got to come back.
Marking it.
Something's got to come back.
Yeah, and you're trading it for pieces and draft picks, and you're trying to, whatever you're doing, it's not something that you're going to do. So to your point about we're not doing $450 million, are you sure? Because the alternative is you're not going to be very good. So, and like Klay's an expiring contract. So if you traded him, you'd have to get about $40 million back, and you probably wouldn't get an expiring contract anyway. So
here's the power of the people, if you will.
Right.
Joe Lacob's got the pen. Joe Lacob's got the wallet. He's got everything, right? He's got the gavel. Except here's his problem. If the Warriors player personnel people are saying, hey, just keep it all together. We're right there, right? We're going to work on these relationships. And yes, with a younger infusion, we can do this again next year. If Joe says no, all of the things that you just stated as Joe's way of not paying, they're PR nightmares. They're PR nightmares.
And box office nightmares, right?
First of all, as you said, you won't be any good. All right? So that's bad. Secondly, you're what? You're kicking people out the door who have statues on the way? Or you're handing Jordan Poole to somebody for nothing, all while Chase Center is like the most expensive night out. I mean, it's right. It is not cheap to go do anything over there at Chase Center as a fan. So how do you do that? How do you pitch to this fan base that that's the way that you're going to go? I don't know, man. I mean,
no, you can't.
You can't.
You can't. And especially when your coach comes out and says, with this team again next year, we're still in the championship window. And you know that Steph, Clay, and Dre believe that as well. And Clay's on an expiring deal. So if you want to go to them as Joe Lacob and say, guys, I'm not doing $450 million, but I'll do it this year. And Clay, if you want to be here in 2024-25, it's going to be a massive pay cut. And Draymond, you're going to have to take a pay cut. And that's just the reality.
Sure.
Clay's not going to get a deal that like he got last time. He's not getting $43 million a year going forward.
No, and I don't.
He's taking a major haircut.
Right, and actually, I could end up being super wrong here, but this idea that everyone keeps throwing around with Draymond for $3 and $90 sounds odd to me. That's a raise. You're giving him a raise as he goes into his mid to late 30s? That's not the way it works.
No.
You don't get a raise. So if this 3-year deal that everyone's talking about with Draymond, sometimes you go, okay, not 90, how about 75? I'm like, is it even that? I mean, that's giving him the exact same average value that he got on the last deal, which was $4 and $100. So I don't know. Like, maybe I'm really, really wrong. Maybe there are teams out there that are going to put a truckload of money in front of Draymond. But what if I said to you, no, this is going to be like rip up the 1-year option and it's going to be $3 and $60. 55.
That's what I was, $3 and $60. And
I mean, maybe Draymond gets offended and breaks a chair. And I don't know. I don't know what the market is going to bear.
If he rips up 27.6, I think you give him 27.6 next year, but then it's 23 and maybe 20. Maybe it's 3 and 70.
Okay.
At that point.
I mean, look, I don't care. I want Draymond Green on the team. That's the only damn thing I care.
And I think that what is the most important part of all this is that Steph Curry wants Draymond on the team. And Steph is signed through 2025-26, which means 3 more years. So if I'm looking at this as Joe Lacob and I'm willing to run it back next year, you might as well say, all right, 3 more years and then that's it. And if we can't win a chip within the next 3 years, Steph Curry at that point will be 38. Klay Thompson will be 36. Dre will be 36. It's over at that point. If they can't win in the next 3 years, I don't think that core alone wins one after then.
Yeah. And by the way, if you do need to get creative with your roster construction, just want to remind you, the guy that constructs your roster might not construct your roster.
True. And Steve Kerr passed on the job. I offered it to him. Joe was texting me. Hey,
he wants to coach.
Well, I was just thinking in the back of my mind, because I think he coached with Mike Budenholzer on Popovich's staff, and I know he's got reverence for Monty Williams, both available. I don't know his relationship with Doc Rivers, but there's some good coaches out there, Mark, in terms of if Steve wanted to kick himself upstairs and handpick a replacement. But Steve, I'm a coach. I'm always going to be a coach.
Well, by the way, speaking of other things that Steve has said, now he did not want to touch it. He got a little scared, but I asked him, do you want to trade 19 and 49 to move up to number 1 overall and get Victor Wembanyama? We've got good news on that front in the form of breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Now, of course, I'm kidding. However, if the Warriors do want to make that trade, all you got to do is call an old friend, because Greg Popovich is the owner of the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft lottery. The order is the San Antonio Spurs, followed by Charlotte Hornets and the Portland Blazers. Those 2 teams move up. The Rockets fall to number 4. The Pistons, number 5. The Fighting Wisemans round out the top 5. There is your NBA Draft Lottery 2023. Spurs, Hornets, Blazers, Rockets, Pistons.
This is James Wiseman.
Hey, James.
You know, the last time the Spurs had the number 1 overall pick, the year was 1997. With the first pick, the Spurs select Tim Duncan out of Wake Forest. And the rest was a dynastic history, Mark.
It sure was. I know this feels like that. I know there are some people indicating that Wembanyama is not just the biggest prospect of the year. He's not just the biggest prospect of the decade. He's literally one of the most sought-after prospects in sports history. He is that. Like, I know it's a little different now with the way people follow this stuff, and part of it is that the Warriors are just so removed from the lottery. But this is a LeBron, Shaq sort of level thought in the NBA where when you win this lottery, you already know there's no discussion about who you're taking. I know people are high on Scoot also. It sounds like he'll probably play for the Hornets next year with the number 2 overall pick, but there's no debating what this is. It is Victor Wembanyama who will go to the San Antonio Spurs. So the tank job that they did this year, bravo.
Yeah.
You did it very well, and you won the dang thing.
Thanks for the memories.
Very
and
good.
If you go back to number 1 picks, LeBron James in 2003, I think would be tanks. What did the Spurs do? They tanked. No doubt. Tim Duncan in 97. Shaq, 1992.
gosh.
I think the Shaq one is David Robinson in 1987,
Sure.
also to the Spurs. That was a fait accompli, even though he had to go and serve time on a ship. Don't dump it.
No.
On a boat. I'm on a boat. There was an I'm on a
Good
boat
hard
reference
look.
yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what show that was, but
it's not ours.
Patrick Ewing, yes,
Yep.
in 1985 would be another one.
Frozen envelope.
Akeem in 84,
Sure.
which was the last of the non-lottery number 1 overalls. Ralph Sampson the year before, another highly sought after number 1. So
Big fan of him when he was in college.
7-4.
Yep.
Wembanyama, Michael Thompson, your former partner.
Yes, that was a little different that year.
No, but 1978.
Number 1 overall.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Let me see who else went. Michael Ray Richardson went number 4.
Man, you're going into the way back.
Larry
machine now.
Bird was picked 6th by the Celtics.
Good value.
And as
value.
you recall, he ended up playing the next year, too, and they were able to retain his rights.
Yep.
Back then.
Exactly.
You weren't even alive.
No clue what you're talking about.
78.
No, I'm kidding.
You were 4.
3.
You were 3.
Keep
That's
going.
right. Yeah.
What came first, Larry Bird being drafted or Star Wars? Yeah.
Star Wars.
77, right? 79? 77. 79. I can't remember. I was a little kid.
77.
All right. Okay, so
Zygote.
there's your draft lottery, but much more reaction after the Steve Kerr conversation, including yours. What'd you think? What stood out? What does it sound like the Warriors are going to bring back to you? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Warriors offseason has begun. The questions are endless. Dub Nation wants answers, and we've got them. Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Victor Wembanyama is a Spur. The Western Conference Finals are underway, and we've gotten all kinds of reaction from Steve Kerr today, from his own exit interview and media session to his conversation that we had with him that ended just about 20 minutes ago. Thank you for being with us here on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game. Overwhelming takeaways. Not just don't touch Steph, Clay, and Dre. Don't touch anyone. Steve Kerr firmly believes that this roster still has everything it needs, firmly believes in the future of Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kaminga. Again, not his job, nor can he say everyone's going to be back, but he certainly suggested that he expects everyone to be back. Didn't have anything that felt very encouraging for those who want Bob Myers to remain as the Warriors GM. Didn't really say anything discouraging either, right. But I think there's a vibe there. There's a tone that feels like Bob is maybe not going to come back. I think we've spent the last 72 hours as Warrior fans thinking about all the different trade possibilities that are out there to adjust this team. And I think the team is thinking, we don't need to do that at all.
Right. And I wonder if the owner thinks differently, because the owner is the one who's going to have to swallow hard and pony up. Because if you bring back Draymond Green, if he opts in, or if you sign him at about the same amount of money, and Dante's the only one who doesn't return, and I don't think that he is. His player option is only 4.7. I think he'll command much more on the open market, and the Warriors won't want to pay much more for Dante DiVincenzo, even though he was a great Warrior and he played really well in many spots. So you're asking Joe Lacob to pay a salary total of about $200 million and add on another $200 or so million in luxury tax penalties. Hey, Joe, I want you to pony up $450 million for a team that went 44-38 in the regular year and then went 6-7 in the postseason, 50-45. Just about the epitome of mediocrity, your Golden State Warriors. But hey, Joe, would you pay $500 million for a 50-45 outfit that is not guaranteed of doing any better in the postseason than they did this year?
Yeah, the financial aspect of this is so interesting and the great unknown for sure. 888-957-9570. Another reminder for those of you who are maybe listening later in the show, we announced it at 3 o'clock today, the Warriors Summit, which is every single host along with John Dickinson, who, of course, handles our pre and post, and you hear him all the time on 95.7 The Game. All seven of us in the same room at the same time at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek. We'll be there from 2 to 6 for our entire show, but the second half of the show from 4 to 6 is the Warriors Summit, all seven hosts together discussing the Warriors offseason, and everything we've heard from Steve today will certainly set up that conversation. Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, which will be open to the public, so you're invited to come see us. And if you can't make it down, you can watch on YouTube and Twitch, as well as listen, of course, on the radio. And it's brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Be there.
It's going to be fascinating because you've got a wide variety of opinions. Some of us are more passionate than others. And, I think we've got Guru and Steiny certainly representing the midday. You got Bonte and Shasky in the morning roast. You and I in the afternoon. John Dickinson, who does the Warriors pre and the post. And I'm sure we'll go through all the hot topics, and you'll be moderating it and leading us from roster construction to Bob Myers questions and Steve Kerr and the development of young players and all the other hot button issues we've all touched on all year.
You know what I'll be doing that day during that show?
It'll be a moderation sensation.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Malik
Cha-ching!
in San Francisco.
Thank you.
Hi, Malik. What are you doing?
What's going on, man? Good afternoon. I want to ask you guys. First things first. Hopefully y'all having a good afternoon. But I want to ask. I believe Poole should start next season. Clay, he didn't took us to the promised land for many years. But I believe Clay need to come off the bench and give Poole a chance to start. And if he failed by the half of the season, that can get him back to the bench. But it's his time, I believe, to start. That's another thing that probably will help him get over the Draymond situation. And another thing I want to say is that we need a center. We need somebody that's over 6'8", 6'9", because we know these guys lie about their height. We don't have nobody over 6'10". So we need somebody to play the middle that can defend AD, that can defend Jokic, that can defend Giannis. We don't have anybody. So at the end of the day, Steph didn't. I'm not going to say Steph is done, but he's an older player. He can't have that magic no more. We need somebody big that's in the middle that can defend. We got rid of Wiseman, but we got to get somebody that's formidable that, can give us some type of D and can play in the middle.
Yeah.
All the signings.
Malik, we're going to jump
Thanks,
in
Malik.
here, man. I respectfully disagree with this.
Clay's not coming off the bench.
Well, there's that. And
808 games in a row he's started in his career.
Second part, though, about the big man. Here's something. I'd love everybody to help me with this equation because I'm just listening to people.
Yeah.
And everybody, you got to get bigger because you just lost to the Lakers. Equally, I hear people go, you know what got exposed in these playoffs is this whole loony Draymond thing. You can't have two people on the court at the same time who can't shoot threes in today's NBA. All right, somebody help me with the equation. You can't put two people on the court at the same time who can't shoot threes, yet you want another big man to join the Warriors. And, oh, by the way...
You want the Lopez who can shoot. Is that Brooke?
That's one way to do it.
Robin's with the crazy hair. Brooke can shoot the three.
But also, you didn't have anybody taller than Kevon Looney 11 months ago, and there was a parade. And then lastly, you're all still underestimating Draymond Green. Ask the big guys in the NBA who they like going against the least. Jokic has said this publicly. Draymond gives him more trouble than any other defender. I can't tell you how many Laker fans last week are like, man, Draymond gives Anthony Davis more trouble than any other defender. Do you think that Jokic and AD are getting bottled up by other teams? They're Jokic and AD. They're really hard to stop. They're elite players.
I wouldn't say Anthony Davis got bottled up.
No, he didn't get bottled up by anybody is my point. My point is you do have somebody who can guard those guys. It may not be to your liking, because they don't get stopped by just about anyone. But Draymond Green can guard those guys as well as anyone in the league.
Yeah, but if you had more size, then when you didn't have Draymond Green guarding fives all the time, you would have more rim protection. You didn't have a lot of shot blocking. And additionally, in terms of, the non-Draymond minutes, you need to have a little bit of size. And, Draymond's getting older, and if you have another big man, that would allow Draymond to be more versatile in terms of who he's defending, because right now with this team, he or Kevon Looney has to guard the other team's big man. And
someone's got to go to the bench.
You got more big men coming. You got Wembanyama coming. You got Zion's coming back healthy.
It was the most efficient lineup in the whole league all year. Who's going to the bench? Who's going to the bench?
Well, you're going to rotate guys, and you're not going to play Kevon Looney all the time.
Listen, I'm with you that they need depth there, but I'm not big name hunting at the big guy position.
Not.
That's
all.
Of course
not. But when you're looking in the draft, and I know they've got a couple of late picks, they got 19 and 40 something. Look to get a big man. You have enough guards.
All right, big man.
Yeah.
How about if we talk about it a little bit more tomorrow?
Let's do it.
And Steve Kerr's not going to join us tomorrow because he joined us today. And in fact, if you missed any portion of it, you should stay right where you are because what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and it's the best of the game. An hour of 95.7, the game's best content from the day. It is hosted by Mark Grundy, and he has promised us that he is starting with Steve Kerr. So that is what is coming up next. And for Dan, and for Grandy, and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
Expect big things and big bones at the California Academy of Sciences.
The skull is connected to 19 neck bones, counterbalanced by 82 interlocking tail bones.
See the world's largest